In City S, the AO family stood as the largest ancient martial arts family, controlling numerous malls, enterprises, and shops throughout the city. AO Tian, the fourth son of the family head AO Lai, had shown extraordinary talent and comprehension from a young age. By the age of 14, his remarkable aptitude for martial arts had already elevated him to the 7th level of the Hotian realm, surpassing even some of the older generation and earning him the title of the AO family's top genius. The falling leaves sword art was the family's treasured technique, yet no one in the clan had ever mastered it, as it was a sword art of the Xiantian realm. One day, AO Tan ventured into the ancestral pavilion of the AO family, ascended to the 3rd floor, and took up the falling leaves sword art to practice. With his exceptional comprehension, he managed to execute one of its moves, the falling leaves style. When AO Lai, who had rushed over upon hearing the news to reprimand AO Tan, witnessed this, he was both shocked and delighted. Instead of punishing AO Tian, he handed him a copy of the manual to practice. Within a year, AO Tian had fully mastered the contents of the manual and could execute the sword techniques, astonishing everyone in the clan. At the age of 20, AO Tian's father, AO Lai, encountered Duan Wudao, a notorious demonic path expert in the ancient martial world. After a dispute, the two engaged in a fierce battle, resulting in both their deaths. Upon learning the news, AO Tian was filled with grief and rage. With the death of the AO family head, the direct descendants began employing various means to compete for the position of family head, plunging the entire clan into chaos. Among them, AO Tian's second brother, AO Feng, commanded the strongest faction. At the age of 21, in early spring, AO Tian broke through to the Xiantian realm, shaking the entire AO family. He was elected as the family head, with everyone offering their support. While AO Tian was studying in his library, a report came. Family head, news from the Feng family and City G family head Feng Yang has reached the Xiantian realm and invites you to visit. A glint flashed in AO Tian's eyes. Good, I understand. You may leave. Yes, I take my leave. Elder Gu, summon everyone to the hall for an immediate clan meeting. Yes, family head. Soon, 15 people had gathered in the hall. AO Tian sat at the head. I've called this urgent meeting to announce something. Feng Yang of the Feng family in City G has reached the Xiantian realm and has invited me to visit. I entrust the family affairs to you all. Do not make any mistakes. Don't worry, fourth brother. Rest assured, family head. We will manage everything properly. Good. This meeting is adjourned. Everyone may disperse. As the sun set and the moon rose, bright as water, AO Tian found himself in his second brother AO Feng's room. Fourth brother, you depart tomorrow. Come, let me toast your journey. Drink, AO Feng said with a slight smile. Good. Second brother, bottoms up. After several cups of wine and some casual conversation, AO Tian returned to his room to sleep. Watching AO Tian leave, AO Feng murmured to himself, Fourth brother, don't blame me for being ruthless. The wine you drank was laced with energy dispersion powder. In 10 hours, you will lose all your cultivation. You will surely die tomorrow. This family, I will take care of it for you. Early the next morning, AO Tian rose, packed his luggage, had breakfast with his companions, and set out. The airport was not far from the AO family, separated only by a bridge. Though the sun had risen, it was still early, and few people were around. Suddenly, relying on his keen senses, AO Tian dodged a sword thrust from a black-clad assailant. He spun and kicked, sending the attacker flying. Soon, 9 more black-clad figures appeared, all at the 9th level of the Hotian realm, just one step away from the Xiantian realm. Unfortunately, the gap between the two realms was vast. Puffed, bang, slash. In no time, the 10 attackers were severely wounded. AO Tian sneered coldly. Below the Xiantian realm, all are ants. Die now. Gale sweeps the falling leaves. Xiantian sword energy surged like a fierce gale, sweeping outward. Boom! The ground erupted into craters one after another. 8 of the attackers died. 2 of you survived. Not bad. But since you dared to assassinate me, you will die too. Suddenly, AO Tian found he could no longer gather his Xiantian sword energy. Panic surged through him as the energy in his Dantian began to dissipate rapidly. The black-clad figures grinned, attacking with their long swords infused with Hotian energy. Unable to resist, AO Tian's throat was slit. Puffed. A gush of blood soaked the white jade pendant hanging on his chest. The pendant emitted a faint white light unnoticed by anyone. AO Tian's consciousness blurred, and with unwillingness, his eyes darkened in death. Whoosh! AO Tian's consciousness awakened. To his horror, he found himself in space, encased in a thin barrier of light. Watching the drifting debris and passing planets, he realized he was being pulled toward an unknown destination. Tian tried to touch his body, but felt nothing was now a soul. So this is what happens after death, he chuckled wryly. After what felt like an eternity, Tian saw a black hole about 5 meters in diameter ahead. He screamed as he was sucked into it. Soon, Tian's consciousness stirred again. He felt sticky all over and used all his strength to push against his surroundings, feeling only hard, stone-like walls. His eyes seemed glued shut, unable to open. After some time, Tian felt himself falling and then rolling. The rolling soon stopped, and a female voice reached his ears. Such a small egg. Good heavens. And I had such a difficult time laying it. Tian was stunned. I was born. Him an egg. Though excited about rebirth, he was also speechless at being reborn inside an egg. What race was he? After handling some matters, Sawo Joseph entered the hall. Honey, is this what you laid? Why is it so small? Angelina rolled her eyes. How should I know? And despite its size, it was still exhausting. Sawo Joseph laughed heartily. This little one must be quite mischievous. All right, I'm very tired. Honey, choose a name. Sawo Joseph thought for a moment. Let's call him Tian. Good name. Inside the egg, Tian felt grateful to his father for keeping his name unchanged. Over the next few days, Tian felt a steady stream of energy flowing into the egg. He could sense himself growing gradually. With a slight push of his feet, his head could touch the top of the shell. Summoning his strength, Tian pushed upward with his head, feeling a sharp pain from 2 small protrusions. Good heavens, I have horns! Driven by the desire to break free, Tian endured the pain and pushed harder. Finally, a blissful sound echoed. Crack, crack, crack. The cracks in the eggshell multiplied. With one final effort, Tian leaped out of the shell. Free at last, he looked at the eggshell and felt an inexplicable urge to eat it. Unable to resist, he devoured it piece by piece. Crunch, crunch. Once finished, he felt reinvigorated, and the pain in his horn subsided. Tian scanned his surroundings, a golden palace. His eyes eventually fell on a beautiful woman on the bed, wearing a golden crown, her blonde hair cascading over her shoulders, dressed in a white robe. Her exquisite face showed disbelief as she looked at him. Sensing their blood connection, Tian knew this was his mother. He attempted to speak, Mommy. Angelina's expression instantly softened into maternal love, tears welling in her eyes as she reached out to hold Tian. His nearly 1-meter-long dragon body was embraced by her, and Tian felt a wave of maternal warmth and comfort. Soon, Sawo Joseph came to check on Angelina. The moment he entered, he was shocked by the sight of Tian in her arms. How is this possible? Why does he look like this? Given his and Angelina's demigod strength, they knew Tian was indeed their biological child, yet they couldn't understand his appearance. A voice echoed, I heard the royal family has a new addition. Let me see. A golden-haired elder entered the hall. Tian looked at him with innocent, watery eyes, sensing the elder was as powerful as his parents. The moment Beleza entered, his eyes fell on Tian, and he sighed. Your Majesties, since the child has been born, I will gather the elders to initiate the dragon clan's inheritance for him. Sawo Joseph nodded. Good. Uncle, please proceed. At the dragon clan's altar, 15 elders and a golden-haired middle-aged man had gathered. The dragon emperor and empress entered the hall with Tian in their arms. 15 pairs of eyes turned toward them, some shocked, some angry, some mocking, and some indifferent. The golden-haired middle-aged man spoke. Big brother, why does this child look like a monster? Tian wanted to retort that he was the monster. Angelina's face darkened. Sawo Joseph angrily said, Bog, Tian is your nephew. How can you say that? Bog smirked coldly and fell silent. Beleza's expression turned serious. Enough. Let's begin the baptism and inheritance ceremony for the child, followed by the test. Agreed. Divine chants echoed through the hall as the 18 figures recited dragon language. Tian, placed on the altar, was surrounded by beams of multicolored light. A golden ray descended from above the altar, and the light merged into his body. Tian felt his head swelling, and soon, unfamiliar memories flooded his mind. He was stunned. Tian continent? I've actually traveled to another world. Heaven, battle energy, magic, saint domain, legendary, demigod, dragon clan. What a mystical world. Soon, the inheritance ended. Angelina carried Tian down from the altar. The ground below the altar rose, revealing a white crystal stone about 5 meters in size. His mother's loving voice whispered in his ear, Tian, this is the dragon's soul stone, passed down by the dragon god. It tests comprehension, physique, and attributes. Be good. Place your dragon claw on it, close your eyes, and focus. Tian followed the instructions. Soon, a majestic voice emanated from the dragon soul stone. Comprehension, supreme grade. Physique, low grade. Attributes, none. Upon hearing this, the 17 individuals present displayed varied expressions. Bog angrily exclaimed, trash. Even a mixed-blood ironback dragon has at least medium-grade physique and attributes. How can he have low-grade physique? What use is supreme comprehension? Curled in his mother's embrace, Tian remained silent. No one else spoke, and the hall fell into a deathly silence. Chapter 2. Encounter with a fool after the meal of tofu. Angelina declared, all right, everyone disperse. Bog, you should refrain from speaking too much. After all, he is my child, and you have no authority to discipline him. Bog acquiesced, saying, yes, sister-in-law, I shall take my leave. Furthermore, I wish to mention the dignity of the royal family. With that, Bog departed. Among the 15 elders present, half wore mocking expressions, while Beleza sighed in silence. The remaining 6 elder blondes exhibited varying reactions of anger and disapproval before hastily exiting the hall. At that moment, a resonant voice echoed from outside the palace. Mother, let me see my brother. A 5-meter-long golden dragon soared into the chamber. Angelina pointed at the golden dragon and addressed Tian. Tian, this is your elder brother, Tian. Tian gazed upon his brother, who boasted magnificent 3-meter-wide golden wings, a robust dragon body, and a fierce countenance, exuding an air of majestic authority. Tian grasped Tian from their mother's hands with his powerful claws, his dragon eyes filled with confusion as he remarked, is this my brother? He looks rather peculiar and somewhat emaciated. He must have been starved within the egg. Don't worry, little brother. I will ensure you receive plenty of meat to grow strong like me. Well, you might lack wings, but that is no matter. I will take you flying. Tian felt a warm surge of affection upon hearing his brother's words. The Dragon Emperor and Empress exchanged smiles at the heartwarming scene. Thus, Tian settled into life on Dragon Island, yet the dragon kin were less than welcoming towards him. The dragon clan, valuing strength above all else, did not spare Tian from ridicule and maltreatment, even though he belonged to the royal lineage. Each return to the palace bore signs of his suffering, igniting Tian's wrath, who would storm out to confront Tian's tormentors, providing some solace to Tian. He thought, what a wonderful brother, yet he felt a deep sense of frustration, as he could not cultivate the dragon lineage's abilities and felt powerless against even the weakest mixed-blood dragons. One day, Tian lay helplessly by a riverbank, gazing at his reflection, which bore a striking resemblance to that of a golden dragon. He stood up, observing his dragon form mirrored in the water. His eyes widened in realization. He was indeed a miniature version of a magnificent Chinese dragon, adorned with deer antlers, cow ears, a camel's head, rabbit-like eyes, a serpent's neck, a mythical belly, fish scales, tiger paws, and eagle talons. A flicker of joy washed over him for having been reborn as a dragon, yet it was soon overshadowed by despair. The dragon clan's restrictions rendered his strength stagnant, and he was unable to best even the feeblest of hybrid dragons, which weighed heavily on his heart. As he lay despondently by the river, a shadow suddenly loomed above him. A colossal white dragon plunged into the water, causing a torrent to surge towards Tian. Startled, he focused his gaze to find a magnificent white dragon, over 150 meters in length, gracing the waters with an ethereal beauty and feminine allure in its eyes. The white dragon then turned its gaze upon Tian, a smile gracing its visage. Tian understood that the dragon was laughing. In an instant, the white dragon stirred the water with its movements, causing waves to ripple outward. The dragon's claws reached for Tian, who struggled to escape, but then a soothing voice resonated. Little one, are you the so-called royal waste that the island's inhabitants have been discussing? Though you lack wings and appear a bit frail, I must say, you are quite charming. A pair of crystalline white dragon eyes fixated intently on him. The towering 3-meter golden dragon was Shabi, the grandson of Bog, Uncle Tian's second brother. His parents, possessing exceptional talent, ascended to the realm of demigods before having him. Logically, this young dragon should address Tian as uncle. Yet this very fact led to Shabi's incessant troublemaking. Yin, being relatively weak, often found himself battered and bruised. According to an unwritten rule among dragons, as long as no one was killed, all was permissible among peers. "Ah, so it's my dear nephew Shabi," Yin remarked, his voice still tinged with the remnants of youth. Shabi's dragon eyes burned with fury. He had quarreled with his father over this name multiple times, each time being swatted away like a fly. "To the river. Engage me. As long as I'm not left crippled, it's all fair game." In an instant, two azure dragons surged forward. Naturally, Yin wished to evade the onslaught, turning to flee. However, the outcome was grim. The feeble Yin was ultimately captured by the two blue dragons and subjected to a merciless beating. He shielded his face with his claws, rolling across the ground as pain engulfed him. Anger bubbled within him until, at last, the two dragons ceased their assault. Just as Yin thought he had escaped his doom, Shabi, the scoundrel, pried open Yin's claws with one hand and delivered a crushing blow to Yin's head. With a resounding thud, Yin was sent flying over 10 meters, landing with a jarring impact. He felt as though his head might split, struggling to breathe amidst the excruciating pain. This punch, coupled with the violent landing, sent shockwaves of agony throughout his body, and he promptly lost consciousness, reveling in his triumph. Shabi chuckled before commanding the two dragons to depart. Yin did not return home that night, prompting great concern from Angelina. Channeling her nascent divine power, she scanned Dragon Island and, suddenly, discovered Yin. His head was smeared with blood, grotesquely twisted at an unnatural angle, and his scales were in tatters. Angelina's fury erupted instantaneously, her dragon song resonating throughout the island as she vanished from her location. Having just enjoyed his victory, Shabi suddenly sensed a formidable dragon might and was instantly cowed. In response to his wife's furious dragon cry, Joseph, the Dragon King, also vanished from his duties. Moments later, Angelina appeared before Yin, tears streaming down her face as she cradled him in her arms. Unleashing a level 8 healing spell, she struck Yin's skull, mending the bleeding wound without leaving a scar, though the scattered dragon scales whispered tales of tragedy. Just as Yin's wounds were healed, the Dragon King Joseph arrived. Upon seeing the scene, his expression darkened. "My dear, let us return," he said gently, wiping away Angelina's tears. After ensuring Yin was secure, Angelina remained by his side. Soon, Tian arrived. Witnessing Yin's pitiful state, his fury surging as he bellowed, "I shall thrash those wretches." With that, he stormed out of the great hall. At that moment, the Dragon King Joseph was in Bog's palace. He struck Bog with a powerful punch, sending him flying. Without pause, he followed up with another blow to Bog's abdomen. The newly ascended demigod Bog was utterly overpowered by the mid-tier demigod Joseph. After what felt like countless blows, Bog was left gasping for breath, blood spilling from his mouth. With a cold demeanor, the Dragon King proclaimed, "My dear brother, I shall punish you as your grandson has harmed Yin." Humph. As if cast aside like refuse, Borg was hurled into the distance, and in an instant, the Dragon Emperor vanished. Borg's entire body ached, and he directed his hate-filled, weary gaze towards the place where the Dragon Emperor had disappeared. Chapter 3. Spitting to transform into dragon breath. When Yin awoke, 3 days had passed. Upon regaining consciousness, he beheld a pair of loving eyes. "My child, you have finally awakened," Angelina exclaimed, tears streaming down her face as she embraced him. Yin comforted her, urging her not to cry. Following Yin's severe injuries from the last encounter, Angelina had dispatched a mid-tier legendary red dragon to safeguard him. At that moment, Yin was leisurely exploring Dragon Island with the red dragon, Tress, who was rather displeased with the order to protect a seemingly useless member of the dragon clan. Despite his royal lineage, Tress often cast scornful glances at Yin, filled with disdain. Yin, noticing this subtle derision, sighed inwardly. Throughout Dragon Island, the majestic roars of dragons echoed, and Yin felt a pang of envy upon witnessing the magnificent winged dragons soaring through the skies. Suddenly, a phrase from his past life came to mind: "Clouds ride with dragons, winds accompany tigers." With determination, Yin attempted to lift off the ground, but instead, he tumbled down, much to Tress's growing contempt. After several failed attempts, Yin began to feel disheartened. Meanwhile, Shabi was in a foul mood, having witnessed his grandfather being beaten, only for his grandfather to retaliate against his father, who in turn had inflicted punishment upon Shabi himself. He left the palace to seek solace with a few friends. At that moment, Yin lazily rolled over by the riverside, drifting into a peaceful slumber, while Tress snored beside him, deep in sleep. Occasionally, dragons flew overhead, pointing and whispering about Yin. Young Master Shabi, I have found Prince Yin, declared a peak-level red dragon to Shabi. Shui Lan remarked, Shabi, weren't you upset? Come, let us teach him a lesson. Shui, she chimed in, indeed, as long as we don't kill this useless one. Shabi agreed, and together, the four of them, led by the red dragon, set out to find the sleeping Yin. Shui pointed at Yin, who was napping by the riverside, and laughed, This fellow is still asleep. I shall wake him up. In his dreams, Yin nestled within the immense embrace of Felty, feeling an indescribable sense of comfort. Suddenly, he felt himself being lifted away from that soothing embrace, jolting him awake. He realized that Shui had grabbed him, flanked by Shui Lan and Shui Shi, along with the insufferable Shabi. A surge of anger coursed through him. He cursed himself for his inability to cultivate strength. With fiery eyes, he glared at Shui who was momentarily taken aback by the intensity of Yin's gaze. Feeling a surge of determination, Shui swung his fist toward Yin's dragon form, causing immense pain in Yin's abdomen, and he spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. Look at me with those eyes again, and I'll strike you once more. Shui taunted. Yin continued to glare fiercely at him, calling out, Tress, wake up. The red dragon, Tress, cracked open his eyes slightly, glimpsing Shabi and his entourage. Before shutting them again, he found these young masters intolerable and chose to remain in slumber. With a resounding thud, Tian was hurled to the ground, beset by four assailants who rained blows upon him. Just as he had managed to escape a short distance, he was seized once more. Enduring the pain coursing through his body, Tian envisioned himself sprouting wings, soaring into the sky. Suddenly, he found himself suspended 1 meter above the ground, a cloud materializing beneath him. He flew, gaining speed, miraculously shaking off 3 blue dragons. However, the head of the dragon was struck down by Shabi, sending Tian tumbling from the cloud to the earth below. Who would have thought that you, a wingless wretch, could fly? Go on, try it again, Shabi taunted, raising his fist to strike. Stop. A voice, warm and soothing, cut through the tension. Tian opened his bloodied eyes to behold Fei still as radiant as ever. Upon seeing Tian's grievous injuries, a surge of fury ignited within her. She unleashed a powerful punch that sent Shabi flying, followed by several more that drove him into the dirt. What kind of prowess is it to bully a dragon unable to cultivate? If you have the guts, come at me. With that, she dealt with the 3 blue dragons as well. After the scuffle, Fei returned to Tian's side, disregarding the blood and grime that marred his body, and gently lifted him into her arms. Little brother, let me help you heal. A familiar incantation echoed in his ears. Oh, great dragon god, grant me divine power, light restoration technique. A warm white light enveloped Tian, gradually mending his internal injuries. He squirmed in her embrace, his dragon head softening. All right, no more mischief. Fei gently tapped his forehead. Sister, put me down. After such a beating, I need to vomit. Very well. Once freed from her embrace, Tian conjured a cloud and flew to the spot where Shabi lay, preparing to unleash a torrent of saliva upon him. However, to both his and Fei's astonishment, what he expelled was not saliva but a brilliant burst of crimson flames. Shabi felt the searing heat engulf him and, in panic, rolled into the river. Tian, elated, directed a few more flames at the 3 blue dragons. Yet, just as he prepared to unleash another fiery assault on Shabi, weakness overcame him, and his flames dissipated like smoke, revealing the limitations of his newfound power. Slowly, he flew back into Fei's arms. Sister, let's go, he said, turning to find a comfortable position nestled against her. Fei playfully flicked his forehead, and together they departed. Struggling to extinguish the flames in the river, Shabi emerged, his golden dragon body marred by soot. Enraged, he glared at his 3 subordinates, who lay on the ground, charred and rolling in distress. With an angry roar, he summoned his dragon's might. Fei carried Tian to a small hill adorned with beautiful flowers. She gathered a few vanquished magical beasts and tossed them aside, saying, Little brother, allow me to treat you to a feast. Transforming into her dragon form, she devoured 2 of the beasts in one swift motion. Ao Tian, accustomed to such sights, felt no revulsion as he also indulged, eagerly swallowing one whole. The weariness from expending his fiery power dissipated, and after consuming 2 more, he felt revitalized and invigorated. Suddenly, a magnificent white dragon, measuring hundreds of meters in length, soared towards the small hill. Its wings stirred up a tempest, and upon landing, the colossal creature transformed into a venerable elder, a figure whom Ao Tian recognized as one of the elders who had once awakened his memories of the dragon lineage. Fealty, gazing at the approaching elder, inquired, "Father, what brings you here?" Ao Tian was taken aback. It dawned on him that his sister was the daughter of the elder. Kasali glanced at Ao Tian and remarked, "Ah, it seems the second prince is also present." "Greetings, elder." Kasali then turned to his daughter Fealty, stating, "Fealty, come back with me. Your mother has given birth again. Stay at home for the next few days and help take care of the little one." A flicker of surprise crossed Fealty's face. "Really? Very well." She grasped Ao Tian's hand and said, "Little brother Ao Tian, I must return now. Do not wander off these days. You might get into trouble again. Stay at home and take care." With that, she and her father took to the skies. As the beautiful sister departed, Ao Tian thought to himself, "I shall return home as well." He leisurely ascended towards the royal palace, stepping upon clouds. Along the way, dragons occasionally flew past, their wings creating gusts of wind, and they were taken aback to see the royal family's scions soaring through the air. Within the palace, in the Dragon Emperor's hall, Svo Joseph received his younger brother Borg's lamentations. "Brother, you mentioned that Ao Tian breathed fire, injuring your grandson and the 3 little water dragons." Having been beaten, Borg was understandably fearful of the Dragon Emperor. "Yes, you must educate Ao Tian properly." Shabi returned looking worse for wear, with large patches of his dragon scales charred. Svo Joseph wore a delighted expression, chuckling heartily. "Oh, brother, Shabi will not perish. With some nourishment, he will be lively again. Besides, it was your grandson Shabi who sought out Ao Tian to bully him." Borg fell silent, aware of the truth, and felt too ashamed to speak further. "Very well. Brother, you may leave now. As long as they are not dead, it is of no consequence." "Understood," Borg replied, departing the palace. Once outside, his eyes burned with anger. As for the younger generation, humph. Who was it that struck me for the sake of his son last time? Before long, Ao Tian returned to the palace, where his father captured him for an examination. "Ao Tian, your second uncle has complained that you scorched his grandson with your breath. Is that true?" "Yes," Ao Tian admitted. "But he started it. He hurt me quite badly. If it weren't for Sister Fealty's arrival, I would have been beaten again like last time." Upon hearing this, the Dragon Emperor exclaimed, "Indeed. How did you manage to burn him?" Ao Tian, feeling somewhat embarrassed, replied, I merely intended to spit on him. But it turned out to be flames instead of saliva." The Dragon Emperor's face brightened with delight, and he laughed heartily. "Ah, it seems you possess some peculiar abilities. Ao Tian, remember to diligently explore your potential. I believe you can achieve great things." "Yes, father," Ao Tian replied. "Now, go and see your mother." "All right, father. I shall take my leave." With that, Ao Tian leisurely flew out of the Dragon Emperor's hall, as the Dragon Emperor watched him ascend with a smile. Chapter 4. Departure from Dragon Island. On this day, deep within Dragon Island, a sudden burst of golden light shot towards the heavens. The melodious dragon chant resonated with joy as a golden-haired elder vanished in an instant, only to reappear shortly in the Dragon Emperor's hall. Frisia gazed at his son, Svo Joseph, who had reached the mid-stage of demigodhood, a smile of satisfaction gracing his features. The Dragon Emperor, Svo Joseph, engrossed in matters at the table, looked up in astonishment at the golden-haired elder before him, exclaiming, "Father, how did you come out? Have you broken through to the next god level?" Observing his father's aura, rich and profound, Svo Joseph felt further assured. Frisia stroked his beard and replied mischievously, Haha, Svo, indeed. I have just broken through to the next god level and can indulge in some leisure for a few months before I must retreat into my endless seclusion once more." "Congratulations, father. By the way, have you produced any grandchildren for me?" Svo Joseph inquired. Frisia's son replied with a grin, "Father, indeed, Nana has given birth to 2. Frisia's face lit up with joy. "Are they boys or girls?" "2 boys, Svo Joseph answered. Frisia exclaimed with delight, "Excellent. Boys are splendid. Quickly, summon my 2 grandsons. Their grandfather wishes to see them." "Yes, Father, Swoey Joseph replied. Before long, Angelina arrived with Yin and his elder brother, Tian, at the Dragon Emperor's palace. Frisia's expression brightened upon seeing Tian, exclaiming, very good, very good. However, upon noticing Yin in Angelina's arms, a look of confusion crossed his face. Nana, why does this child appear thus? This cannot be right. The Dragon Emperor and his wife sighed. We are at a loss as well. Frisia's demeanor darkened. The Dragon Emperor clan is of utmost dignity. I will not allow such a creature to tarnish our royal honor. Swoey, you must rectify this. I grant you one day to resolve this matter. If not, I shall personally expel him from Dragon Island. The Dragon Emperor and his wife were instantly filled with despair. Father, please reconsider. Yin is also your grandson. Frisia's expression remained stern. I have no grandson who appears so peculiar. Tian challenged. Why, grandfather? Yin carries your bloodline. Frisia responded. The dignity of the royal family must not be besmirched. Swoey, I shall take Tian with me for a few months of instruction. You must handle this matter diligently. Otherwise, I will take matters into my own hands tomorrow. With a wave of his left hand, Tian and Frisia vanished from the hall. Yin felt immense sorrow, tears streaming down his face. Angelina held him tightly, weeping. Yin, my poor child. Swoey Joseph lamented. I never anticipated that my father, having ascended to the next god level, would remain so obstinate. The news of the wasteful prince's impending banishment from Dragon Island spread like wildfire, with countless dragons discussing it, declaring it long overdue. In the dead of night, the Dragon Emperor and his wife shared a final meal with Yin. The atmosphere was heavy with sadness. Angelina's eyes were filled with tears, and Yin felt despondent, cursing his lack of strength. If only I were powerful enough to earn their respect, they would not speak thus. After the meal, Swoey Joseph presented Yin with a letter, saying, Yin, take this. It is a letter I wrote to the demigod Golden Lion, Rock, in the Beast Forest. Tonight, I shall escort you out of Dragon Island. Be cautious. When you encounter your Uncle Rock, be sure to heed his words. Remember, without strength surpassing the next god level, do not return. The obstinacy of our royal lineage is formidable. As he spoke, tears streamed down Swoey Joseph's authoritative face. Yin spoke. Father, mother, do not weep. I shall strive diligently. I am determined to grow stronger, to eventually tread upon the rainbow clouds and reunite with you on Dragon Island. Good child, they replied. On an island near Dragon Island. The Dragon King and Queen exchanged solemn glances as they observed Yin, who reluctantly glanced back at them while taking flight. Ultimately, the Dragon King and Queen cautioned. Be careful on your journey, Yin. We can only accompany you this far. If your grandfather discovers your departure, it would be unfortunate. With that, the royal couple vanished. Yin soared above the sea, gliding at a height of 1 meter. Strange creatures occasionally leaped from the depths, attacking him, leaving him with a few wounds as he continued his flight. Time passed, and he could no longer see the silhouette of Dragon Island. Hunger compelled him to dive into the ocean to catch small fish, and thirst led him to drink seawater. Suddenly, a formidable aura surged from behind. Accompanied by the sound of dragon roars, Yin turned to see 3 blue dragons, each measuring 20 meters in length, alongside a magnificent red dragon over 100 meters long. Ah, indeed, Elder Boj was correct. Boy, let us see where you flee. You a disgrace to the dragon clan, haha? Without hesitation, Yin dove into the water. Uft. The water demon chuckled. To think you would attempt to hide in the sea before me is truly laughable. With a tremendous force, Yin was thrust skyward as waves crashed around him, and giant dragon claws reached for him. Suddenly, a burst of radiant energy blocked the claw's advance. Who dares to disrupt the affairs of our kind? You wretches. Though Yin has been exiled, he remains a prince of the royal lineage. And you shall not harm him. It was Miss Fealty who intervened. Step aside, Mississippi. We are commanded by Elder Boj to eliminate this royal blemish. Yin realized that his Uncle Boj had sent these dragons to kill him. Clenching his claws tightly, he muttered, Boj, Boj. Yin, dear brother, flee quickly. I shall hold them off. Fealty's gentle dragon eyes urged him. Obstinate fools. If that is the case, then we shall not hesitate. Attack. The sea roared as waves surged. Fealty, at the beginning of her legendary journey, struggled against the mid-legendary red dragon, her pristine form slowly marred by wounds. Turning to Yin, she urged, what are you waiting for? Yin, run. Another wound appeared upon her. Tian felt a surge of anger and frustration at his lack of strength, his eyes igniting with a fiery red hue. In a fit of rage, he unleashed a deafening roar that resonated across the sea, shaking Tian and the red dragon to their very souls, as if a divine voice had spoken. I cannot betray Tian's assistance. I must escape. With all his might, Tian propelled himself forward, driven by a singular thought, to flee swiftly. A sacred blue dragon burst through Tian's defenses, unleashing a torrent of dragon breath towards Tian, who was struck and sent crashing into the sea. Hearing Tian's anguished cry, Tian's fury intensified. Great dragon god, grant me divine power, by the mighty sword of radiance. I command you, she uttered in the dragon tongue, and a colossal 10-meter sword of light materialized, hurtling towards the red dragon. The red dragon let out a pained roar. Tian, you madwoman, do not blame me for what follows. Hellfire. Countless black flames rained down from the sky, scorching the pristine scales of Tian's white dragon body to a charred black. With a resounding thud, Tian was grievously injured. 2 blue dragons lay dead, and the red dragon was left severely wounded by Tian's frenzied assault. Just as Tian was preparing to deliver a fatal blow to the red dragon in a desperate bid for mutual destruction, the oppressive presence of Frisia descended upon the scene. Frisia's expression darkened as he demanded, "Who permitted you to attempt to slay that young one? Despite being a disgrace to my royal lineage, he is still one of us." In an instant, the red dragon's eyes filled with terror before its entire body erupted in a violent explosion, leading to its demise. Nearby, the sacred blue dragon was engulfed in fear, frantically fleeing into the distance, but Frisia's cold gaze flickered with golden light as he struck, reducing the sacred blue dragon to ashes. Frisia turned his attention to Tian, who now faced her own fear. A smile graced Frisia's lips as he remarked, "Ah, young lady, you must be the daughter of that rascal Kasali. Quite impressive." Without waiting for Tian to respond, Frisia waved his hand, and they both vanished from the ocean's surface. The battle raging above instilled terror within the aquatic creatures below, transforming the area into a desolate no-man's land. As Tian fell into the sea, he felt the overwhelming aura surrounding him, filling him with concern for his sister. Blood flowed from his wounds, attracting numerous low-level sea beasts. With determination, Tian swam vigorously towards the surface, bursting forth from the water to continue his ascent. However, he was relentlessly pursued by a swarm of sharp-toothed fish that leapt towards him. Enraged, Tian unleashed a torrent of fire from his mouth, incinerating several of the fish into ash. Time passed, and Tian soon found himself utterly exhausted, both physically and mentally. His wounds had yet to heal, and he felt his consciousness begin to fade, as if he were on the brink of sinking back into the depths of the ocean. Suddenly, he spotted a glimmer of green in the distance. Focusing his energy, his dragon flames flared as he realized it was land. "I am almost there," Tian thought, shaking off his fatigue and propelling himself forward. Before long, Tian finally set foot on solid ground. Turning back to gaze toward Dragon Island, he whispered, "Sister, father, mother, brother, wait for me. I shall return. And Bog, I swear I will not rest until you are vanquished." Chapter 5. The 7 stars align. Tian's prowess flourished as he feasted on several level 1 magical beasts at the outskirts of the beast forest, gradually dispelling the weakness that had plagued him. Feeling fatigued, he sought a suitable spot and lay down to indulge in a restful slumber. As night deepened, an eerie darkness enveloped the land, with the moon failing to make its appearance. Suddenly, a star illuminated the sky, quickly followed by 6 others, forming a straight line. The brilliance of the 7 stars radiated power, casting an overwhelming presence across the continent. The mightier individuals felt the weight of this force more acutely, leaving countless spectators gazing skyward in bewilderment. On Dragon Island, numerous first-tier divine dragons stirred from their slumber. In the depths of the elven sacred land, the elemental spirit king opened his eyes to the heavens, sensing the impending divine opportunity. In the sacred mountains' secret realm of the papal nation, 3 elders awoke, their expressions grave as they looked past the obstructing structures towards the 7 stars in the sky. On Death Island in the Endless Sea, within the headquarters of the Dark God cult, 3 elder vultures opened their eyes, gazing into the void, whispering, "The moment for our teachings has arrived." In the Boundless Sea, upon a colossal island, several ancient families' divine ancestors opened their eyes, gazing at the celestial phenomenon of 7 stars aligning, their expressions inscrutable. At this moment, Tian inadvertently entered the depths of his soul, where a pitch-black expanse lay. In the center, a white jade pendant radiated brilliance. As Tian beheld the pendant, a beam of light shot forth, instantly imparting a surge of memories. He witnessed the primordial chaos, the birth of the Chaos Jade pendant, which was subsequently acquired by the Chaos ancestral dragon, who battled through the chaos until its demise. The pendant then pierced through the void, and countless scenes unfolded, making Tian feel as though he had traversed eons. The Chaos Jade was accompanied by a method of cultivation, the Chaos Golden Body technique, divided into 9 tiers, focusing on nurturing the primordial spirit internally and cultivating an immortal physique externally. Upon opening his eyes, Tian noticed that the celestial alignment had also vanished. Following the pathways of the Chaos Golden Body technique, he commenced his training, feeling the surrounding spiritual essence of heaven and earth flooding into his dragon form. The sound of cracking bones echoed as the density of his skeletal structure refined and strengthened, while his golden dragon body emanated radiant light, healing his injuries. After a night of cultivation, Tian felt invigorated, his limbs brimming with energy. With a sudden thrust of his claws, explosive sounds erupted. He twisted his dragon form, producing a cacophony of crackling noises. Within him, strands of golden lines coursed along the pathways of the Chaos Golden Body technique. Beside a stream, various magical beasts approached to quench their thirst, and a few began to engage in fierce battles. Tian soared to the stream, opening his maw to drink heartily. A level 3 magical beast, the hurricane unicorn tiger, roared at Tian, asserting its dominion over the territory. Tian swiftly approached the hurricane unicorn tiger, striking down with his 5 claws, causing the beast's head to explode, startling the other water-drinking magical creatures into flight. Grasping the body of the hurricane unicorn tiger, Tian slit open its belly, cleaned out the entrails, swallowed the crystal core, and skinned the beast. He then snapped some branches and arranged them by the riverbank to place the carcass upon. Breathing a jet of flame upon the branches, they instantly turned to ash. Tian was taken aback. Could it be that he could not enjoy barbecued food? Pondering whether he could still wield magic, Tian concentrated, conjuring a ball of fire, delighting in his success as it extinguished. He then summoned a blade of wind that sliced through a tree, creating a 1-meter-deep mark. Tian cut more branches to place beneath, igniting them with a flicker of flame, laughing as they caught fire. Soon, he savored the roasted hurricane unicorn tiger. Though lacking delightful seasonings, the taste was somewhat bland. After his meal, Tian joyfully unleashed wind blades upon the trees until he could no longer summon them. Peering into his dantian, he was astonished to realize that this true energy could indeed be harnessed for magic. Both shocked and elated, Tian recalled his father mentioning that Uncle Locke resided deep within the magical beast forest, filled with formidable beasts. How could he venture inside? By day, Tian battled numerous magical creatures, and at night, sought quietude for cultivation. Remarkably, his dragon form grew from less than 1 meter to an impressive 9 meters. The pinnacle of the 6th level, the explosive giant python, measuring an impressive 15 meters, relentlessly struck toward Tian. With a swift flick of his dragon tail, Tian was propelled backward, while the explosive giant python unleashed flames from its mouth, aiming to scorch Tian. However, Tian consumed the fiery assault with ease, relishing the sensation coursing through his body, an innovative combat technique he had recently mastered. The explosive giant python, taken aback by Tian's unexpected counter, seethed with rage. Its body surged forth, venomous fangs glinting ominously in the sunlight as it lunged at Tian. When bitten, Tian's golden back gradually darkened to an inky black. Emitting a pained cry, the roar of Tian reverberated, causing the explosive giant python to tremble violently. Channeling his true power, Tian seized the python's vital point, piercing through it with his claws. In one swift motion, he flung the explosive giant python away, sending it crashing over 10 meters before it collided with a massive tree, ultimately collapsing lifelessly. Ouch, that stings, Tian muttered, immediately channeling his energy to expel the toxins. A dark, viscous liquid oozed from his wounds, falling upon the verdant grass, which wilted into brittle twigs. Tian then hoisted the python's carcass and flew to the stream, using his claws to slice open the belly and extract the serpent's gallbladder. Swallowing the crystal core whole, a wave of comfort washed over him as energy coursed through his limbs. After cleansing the innards, Yin meticulously scraped away the skin of the 15-meter-long beast, dividing it into 4 portions, which he placed upon a makeshift branch. Soon, the tantalizing aroma of roasted meat wafted through the air, enticing nearby monsters, who stirred restlessly. Yin emanated an aura of draconic dominance, sending them scurrying in all directions. With a voracious appetite, Yin devoured the entirety of the python's flesh. In the surrounding area, a mid-stage sacred domain beast, the howling moon silver wolf, detected a faint trace of Yin's draconic presence and swiftly darted toward the source. Having relished his meal, Yin reclined comfortably upon a boulder, but suddenly opened his dragon eyes. Sensing a formidable presence approaching, akin to the 3 sacred domain blue dragons he had encountered previously. Shortly thereafter, the howling moon silver wolf arrived, locking eyes with Yin in an intense standoff. "Child, surrender yourself to me," the wolf snarled menacingly. Yin's expression grew serious as he exhaled a plume of fire, childishly retorting, "You little pup, if you dare, come and bite me." Fuming, the howling moon silver wolf spat, "Cursed long worm, I shall devour you." With a thunderous clash, the 2 beasts collided. Yin's mighty tail met the wolf's claws, shedding several scales in the process. Yin unleashed a fierce breath of dragon fire, while the wolf, refusing to be outdone, released a colossal blade of wind. The fierce wind blade was swiftly consumed by the dragon's breath, which continued its onslaught toward the wolf, who braced itself with both claws. With a resounding thud, the wolf's once glimmering claws lost their icy luster as the dragon fire dissipated. The howling silver wolf, enraged, surged forward, its speed increasing as it left deep lacerations upon the body of the proud dragon, Yin. The searing pain incited Yin's fury, with claws converging. He retaliated with a powerful strike aimed at the wolf's paw. Their forces clashed, and a pained howl escaped the silver wolf. Suddenly, it unleashed a wind blade, even more formidable than before, catching Yin off guard. He narrowly evaded a fatal blow, but a deep gash was torn into his back, dragon blood streaming forth. The silver wolf rushed in, greedily lapping up the precious blood, a sinister grin spreading across its muzzle. In agony, Yin roared in wrath, channeling the dragon's might. Ignoring the resistance of the space around him, he propelled himself towards the silver wolf, raking his claws across its abdomen, creating a gaping wound. The wolf howled in pain, seething with rage. "You wretched serpent, dare to wound me? I shall obliterate you." At the Wolf King's command, countless wolves of varying ranks surged forth, level 6, 5, 4, 3, and 2. The sight was daunting, and Yin's expression darkened, his heart heavy with dread. Chapter 6. Locke's unorthodox training wolves lunged at Yin fearlessly, but he exhaled a torrent of dragon breath, decimating a multitude in an instant, causing the pack to hesitate in terror. The silver wolf continued to roar, issuing commands, compelling the obedient pack to renew their assault. Yin swung his tail, dispersing the dragon's might, causing all but the level 6 wolves to cower in submission. Suddenly, the silver wolf leaped into the air, invoking a devastating wind elemental technique. A violent tempest of wind enveloped Yin, with countless blades slicing towards him. In a frenzy, Yin resisted the onslaught, striking back at the silver wolf, severing its forepaw. At that moment, a wave of oppressive force surged forth, annihilating the surrounding pack, their bodies bursting under the weight. Yin summoned his true power to withstand the pressure, while the mid-tier silver wolf was forced to the ground, trembling. In an instant, a golden-haired man emerged from the trees, exuding an air of resolute strength, his presence rippling through the air, a sensation that reminded Yin of his father, a demigod. Locke turned his icy gaze upon the silver wolf, and in an instant, it was obliterated. Yin shuddered at the display of power, thinking to himself, how terrifying. Locke then looked at Yin with a smile, causing him to pause in surprise. Locke, still smiling, said, "I sense 2 bloodlines of my old friends within you. You must be the son of Swir and Angelina." Yin, taken aback, asked, "Who are you?" "I am Locke. I believe your parents have spoken of me." Suddenly filled with joy, Yin exclaimed, "You are truly Uncle Locke." "Indeed," Locke replied with a slight smile. "Come, let us converse at my residence." With a wave of his hand, a powerful force enveloped Yin, and in an instant, they vanished, leaving only the remnants of the fierce battle behind. They reappeared in a realm abundant with spiritual energy, some areas even flowing like liquid. "Welcome to my abode. Now, tell me, young one, What brings you here instead of remaining on Dragon Island? Yan's expression dimmed as he replied, Uncle Locke, you will understand upon reading this letter. With that, he retrieved an envelope from the dragon god space and handed it to Locke. Locke opened the envelope and began to read it slowly. After a while, he finished and gently patted the proud dragon's head, saying, All right, Yan, your father has entrusted me with your care, as we are old friends. I shall train you diligently to strengthen you. Let me examine the reason behind your inability to cultivate. With that, Locke's spiritual energy probed Yan's dragon body, discovering that numerous strands of energy were flowing in an orderly manner within Yan's meridians. Yan, you can cultivate now? I sense a power within your dragon body. Yes, Uncle Locke, just a few nights ago, I awoke to find that I could cultivate, Yan replied. He did not wish to conceal this from Locke, but the secrets he held were profound, and thus he chose silence. Oh, a few nights ago, was it the night without a moon? Locke inquired. Indeed, Uncle Locke. Yan confirmed. Locke's eyes sparkled with insight as he studied Yan, smiling. It seems you are destined by heaven. Yan was taken aback. What do you mean, Locke? Locke simply smiled. It's nothing. You will understand when your strength reaches my level. And remember, do not disclose your sudden ability to cultivate to others. At this, Locke's expression turned solemn. Understood, Uncle Locke. I have just assessed your condition. Your physical body has nearly reached the holy domain after these few days of cultivation. Tell me, Yan, do you possess any other extraordinary traits? I shall devise a training regimen tailored to your state. Well, Uncle Locke, if we are speaking of abilities, the power within me can be wielded like magic, encompassing any element. I am also capable of flight, although I lack wings. I can summon a cloud beneath me when I wish to soar, albeit only up to 3 meters high. Lastly, I discovered that when I spit, it is not mere saliva but a burst of flames. Upon hearing this, Locke burst into laughter. Yan, let us see your fiery breath. Spit it out there. All right, Yan replied. Instantly, he concentrated and released a powerful dragon breath. Locke's eyes lit up with astonishment, for the breath exhibited the level of the initial stage of the holy domain. Excellent, Yan, Locke exclaimed. Now, I have carefully devised a training plan for you. From dawn until noon, you shall carry heavy stones and run around this area. Of course, I shall also cast a gravity spell on you. In the afternoon, I will suppress my strength to the initial level of the 6th rank and spar with you to refine your combat skills. And now, it just so happens to be afternoon. Come on, young one. Wait, Uncle Locke, is it really time so soon? Suddenly, Yan was struck in the abdomen by a powerful fist, causing his insides to churn, and blood spilled from his dragon mouth. Focus, young one, the battle has begun. Remember, I am only using my strength at the initial level of the 6th rank. After receiving the blow, Yan retaliated fiercely, his 5 claws converging as he spun in the air and struck down swiftly. Locke chuckled, seizing Yan's claw with his left hand while his right fist gathered strength to strike Yan's back. The afternoon passed with Yan receiving a relentless beating. Locke, a demigod golden lion with 20,000 years of combat experience, had mastered his fighting skills to a remarkable degree, leaving Yan with no opportunity to counterattack. As night fell, Bang Yan was once again sent crashing to the ground by a powerful punch. All right, Yan, we shall conclude today's training in combat techniques here. Remember this, whenever you engage an enemy, you must adhere to 3 principles: speed, precision, and ferocity. Yes, Uncle Locke. Yan, who had once been a master in the innate realm in his previous life, understood these principles well. In his past life, being at the initial stage of the innate realm was akin to being at level 6 in this world. Despite the aches coursing through his body from the battle, Yan pondered deeply. Though he bore numerous injuries, the accelerated flow of his blood invigorated his physique. He wondered if he could apply the sword techniques from his previous life with his dragon form, and how exactly to do so. Suddenly, an ancient text he once encountered came to mind. As long as one's heart harbors a sword, it transforms into sword intent, allowing all things to serve as a blade. A flower, a leaf, or even a grain of sand could sever the void. This was the essence of the sword realm, a concept Yan grasped partially. Bang Yan, it is time for you to replenish your strength with the 3-headed holy domain magical beast. Yan, feeling ravenous, did not bother with barbecuing. Instead, he consumed it voraciously. Under the intense action of his digestive fluids, the 3-headed holy domain magical beast transformed into pure energy, permeating his limbs and enhancing every bone, meridian, marrow, and skin. After a night filled with crackling sounds, Tian's injuries healed completely, and his dragon form, which had been over 9 meters long, now stretched to 12 meters. The scales on his body shimmered with a golden hue under the sunlight. Tian, come. A new beautiful day begins, came a deafening voice. With a swift motion, Tian soared low to the ground beside Locke, awaiting the next phase of training. Locke seemed to have thought of something amusing, casting a mischievous glance at Tian, who felt an ominous premonition. Tian, Locke said with a smile, pay close attention to my true form. In an instant, under Tian's astonished gaze, a colossal golden lion, towering at 150 meters in height and stretching over 240 meters in length, loomed above him. My heavens, Uncle Locke, how can you be so large? My boy. Let me tell you, my weight is 1 million pounds. I will reduce it to 100,000 pounds and then cast a quadruple gravity spell on you. You must carry me as we run around this area for the entire morning. Tian nearly fainted upon hearing this, swallowing hard with great difficulty. Locke did not allow Tian the chance to protest and immediately cast the quadruple gravity spell upon him. Tian felt his body grow unbearably heavy, plummeting from the 3-meter-high clouds. With a thud, he gradually began to move his body, acclimating to the weight. It was manageable, but after a moment, despair surged within him as he sensed the immense shadow of Locke descending from above. Thud! Tian was pinned beneath the earth. Locke, slightly embarrassed, chuckled. Tian. Hurry up and stand. Do you wish to grow stronger? A man must be tough on himself. Summoning all his strength, Tian slowly rose. He felt as if he heard the sound of his dragon bones fracturing, yet true energy flowed rapidly, mending the cracks. Tian rejoiced, realizing that true energy possessed this remarkable effect. Gathering his strength once more, he finally managed to bear Locke's tremendous weight. Good lad, take it slow. Once you adapt, you can start running. Tian trudged slowly forward, bearing the weight of 100,000 pounds of rock. With each step, he sank into the earth, and after an hour, he finally adapted to the immense burden, though his true energy was largely expended in the repair of his bones. Gradually, his pace shifted from a cautious walk to a brisk stride. 2 hours later, Tian had developed a slight jog. The chaotic golden body technique within him activated, allowing the ethereal energy of heaven and earth to surge into his dragon form. Rock, witnessing this, was pleased, his eyes gleaming with satisfaction. Throughout the morning, Tian bore the weight of rock, enhanced by a quadruple gravity spell, transitioning from a slow adaptation to a light run. The results of the morning's efforts were evident. Rock had captured 5 sacred domain beasts and tossed them to Tian. Curiously, Tian inquired, Uncle Rock, if sacred domain beasts like me consume this much, won't the beasts in the forest of beasts be depleted? Rock laughed heartily, assuring him, fear not. There are thousands of sacred domain beasts within. Each day, several peak-level 6th-tier beasts enter the sacred domain, and they are free to feast. Tian was astonished by the sheer number of sacred domain beasts in the forest. Chapter 7. Intensified training. After consuming the 5 sacred domain beasts, Tian felt invigorated. He had an hour of rest, during which he spent merely 10 minutes eating, leaving him with 50 minutes to ponder on the lush green grass. He realized his offensive techniques were too limited, relying only on brute force. Rising, he recalled a claw technique he had seen in his past life, focusing on 3 essentials: speed, precision, and ferocity. Tian practiced, clawing at the air, and Rock, observing from a distance, smiled with approval, recognizing the youth's boundless energy. Suddenly, the air crackled with sonic booms as Tian's eyes sparkled with determination. In that moment, true energy surged into his right claw, and with a swift motion, an explosive force erupted, sending ripples through the space around him. Tian's energy was swiftly depleted by 30%, causing Rock's expression to shift from concern to delight. All right, Tian, it's time for our afternoon combat training. Rock, still suppressing his strength to early 6th tier, engaged Tian. After 2 hours, Tian, who had been knocked down by a single punch at the start, could now barely withstand the blows. Tian's face lit up with joy as Rock smiled slightly and delivered another punch, sending Tian crashing through several massive trees. Rising, Tian lunged forward with a powerful claw attack. Well done, he thought. As he changed his stance, his claws collided with Rock's fist, resulting in a fierce elemental explosion that sent them both staggering back. Tian retreated 5 steps, while Rock stumbled 10. With surprise, Rock exclaimed, "Outyin, that move was impressive." Without hesitation, Rock charged again, his fist aimed at Outyin. In response, Outyin executed a dragon tail maneuver, sparks igniting from the friction as they exchanged blows. As evening fell, Outyin found himself evenly matched with Rock, who praised Outyin's extraordinary combat aptitude. As night descended, the routine continued. Outyin consumed 5 sacred domain beasts, the overwhelming energy washing over him. Since practicing the chaotic golden body technique, the ethereal energy required had become abundant, yielding remarkable results. Despite his early 6th tier power, his physique had reached the mid-tier of the sacred domain, and the explosive force of his claws had attained a staggering 200,000 pounds. Under the moonlight, Rock transformed into his original form and peacefully slumbered on the ground. Deep within the enchanted forest, nourished by abundant spiritual energy, a myriad of plants flourished. Outyin, with his keen sense of smell, swiftly flew to a towering fruit tree, standing 10 meters high, its branches laden with dozens of crimson fruits. A fleeting thought crossed Outyin's mind. Could this be the fabled Zhu fruit? With his dragon claws, he deftly plucked 5 fruits, devouring 3 in quick succession. Instantly, a surge of fiery energy ignited within him, causing him to writhe in agony on the ground. How foolish of me. I must channel my energy, he lamented. Rising to his feet, Outyin began to circulate the chaotic golden body technique, transforming the violent, fiery spiritual energy into a gentle flow as it coursed through his meridians and bones, nurturing his entire being. With a deep exhale, he expelled a cloud of impure energy. The effects are promising. Perhaps I should consume more. Grasping 2 more fruits from the ground, he swallowed them whole. This time, Outyin was wiser. As soon as the fruits entered his stomach, he immediately activated his technique. With each cycle of energy, he felt the refreshing currents cleansing his pathways. Ah, this feels delightful. Outyin sensed a remarkable change. His dragon form expanded to 20 meters. His eyes gleamed with desire as he gazed at the remaining fruits on the tree. To eat or not to eat? After a moment of deliberation, he decided to indulge. Ultimately, only 1 fruit remained on the tree. Adhering to the principle of leaving a thread of hope for all living things, he consumed the remaining 25 fruits in increments of 5. With a satisfying gulp, he completed the digestion of all 25 fruits. The chaotic golden body technique ascended to the initial peak of the first layer, reaching the 6th level. With the genuine energy now sufficient to elevate him to the mid-level of the sacred domain, while his physical strength surged to the late stage of the sacred domain. Having tasted the benefits, Outyin scoured the depths of the forest for rare and exotic fruits, but to his dismay, he found that his resistance had seemingly increased, yielding only a modest improvement in genuine energy. Sighing, he acknowledged, indeed, the path must be traversed step by step. Over the course of a month, Outyin continued his routine, carrying the hefty Uncle Locke in the morning and sparring with him in combat techniques during the afternoon. At night, he practiced the chaotic golden body technique. Time passed swiftly, and Outyin was soon able to bear the weight of 700,000 pounds. Not to mention, the 4-fold gravity technique had evolved into 10-fold, allowing him to run swiftly. In terms of combat skills, both he and Uncle Locke experienced victories and defeats. One morning, as usual, Outyin began to carry Uncle Locke. Realizing that such weight posed little challenge for Outyin, Locke instantly transformed back into his full form, weighing 1 million pounds. Poor Outyin was promptly crushed deep into the earth, his 22-meter dragon form suffering broken bones. Uncle Locke, however, showed no pity. He was aware of Outyin's extraordinary physique and urged, "Outyin, rise. What are you dawdling for? Are you not a man? Do not cower in the dirt like a coward. A man may endure humiliation, but a grandson must not be insulted." Outyin's genuine energy rapidly mended his fractured bones, and slowly, he began to rise again, adding an additional 300,000 pounds to his burden. He felt as though he were carrying an entire planet, overwhelmed yet determined. With a roar, he summoned all his strength, but alas, he collapsed once more. Refusing to concede, Outyin pressed on, managing to lift himself slightly. The sensation of his bones threatening to shatter was palpable, yet the genuine energy encased the vulnerable areas within him, gradually elevating him inch by inch. This moment felt as if it spanned an entire lifetime. With a resounding dragon's roar emanating from Outyin's mouth, he finally managed to bear the immense weight of Uncle Locke after 2 arduous hours. Adapting to the burden for an additional hour, Yin took a tentative step forward, his foot sinking deeply into the earth. He continued to tread and withdraw, repeating this motion as 2 hours slipped by. Gradually, Yin began to pick up his pace. Though the pain in his back remained a nagging discomfort, he summoned the last vestiges of his true power to heal the wounds on his lower back, depleting his reserves entirely. From that moment on, Yin relied solely on his dragon form to carry the weight, his brisk walk evolving into a slow march as he adjusted to the load. That will suffice, Yin, Locke declared, transforming into human form and alighting beside him. Instantly, Yin felt liberated, the burdens lifted, as his exhausted body slowly began to regenerate true power. He consumed 10 sacred domain beasts that Uncle Locke had procured, the surging energy revitalizing him. After a period of digestion, he returned to his peak condition, his dragon form now extending to 23 meters. With mere minutes remaining, Yin continued to extend and retract his claws, sending ripples through the void, causing elemental chaos. Before long, Yin sensed that it was time for the afternoon combat training. He swiftly approached Locke, who regarded him with a look of satisfaction. Yin, your progress over these days has been nothing short of remarkable. I rarely give praise, but I must say that even your father did not achieve such levels of training at your age. Therefore, we shall forego the combat training this afternoon. Instead, I wish to test you. What is your command, Uncle Locke? Yin inquired. Venture into the inner sanctum and slay a radiant white tiger. The tiger ranges in strength from the early to peak sacred domain. Ah, young one, let us see how fortune smiles upon you. As long as you present me with the core, you will have passed the test. Bear in mind, luck is a significant component of strength. Understood, Uncle Locke. I shall take my leave. With that, Yin soared towards the inner sanctum. Chapter 8. Uncle Locke's trial as he delved deeper into the inner sanctum, fraught with peril. Yin was fortunate to bear a hint of the demigod Golden Lion Locke's essence, allowing him to pass unimpeded by the legendary beasts of peak status. He traversed the legendary territory and advanced toward the sacred domain area. In a flash, Yin arrived in the sacred domain beast region, colliding with a firebird enveloped in crimson flames, sending it hurtling away. Without looking back, he sped away, hearing a shrill voice behind him. Damn it! That creature has collided with me. Yin continued to search for the radiant white tiger, traversing the inner sanctum for an indeterminate distance without sighting one. Gradually, he ascended from the sacred domain area to the fringes. Suddenly, he heard voices nearby, as if a group of individuals was approaching. Yin quickly flicked his tail and concealed himself behind a massive tree, peeking out cautiously. Before him stood a group of 12 individuals, elegantly dressed in noble attire. Among them were 2 early sacred domain beings and 2 middle-aged men of level 6, while the remaining 8 varied from level 4 to 6, appearing youthful and adorned in splendid garments, suggesting noble lineage. The 2 sacred domain figures likely served as bodyguards, as did the 2 middle-aged men. With a crackle, Yin felt a surge of excitement at the sight of humans for the first time, despite their westernized appearances from his previous life. Who goes there? Despite the considerable distance, the 2 early-stage experts from the sacred domain possessed keen senses and quickly perceived something amiss. They swiftly turned their gaze towards the trees where Tian was situated. Upon witnessing the sight, they were taken aback. A dragon head nearly 3 meters in size, with golden eyes fixed upon them. The 2 sacred domain experts gasped, "Young masters, be cautious." The 8 nobles promptly reacted, their attention drawn to the tree, and were instantly astonished upon realizing it was a golden dragon. Tian felt a twinge of embarrassment, suspecting his actions had startled them, and thus emerged from his hiding place. His 23-meter-long dragon form floated majestically among the clouds, leaving the 8 nobles in awe of such a colossal figure. Dragons were rarely seen on Dragon Island, and after a century, this encounter instilled an unprecedented fear of such creatures within them. However, this particular dragon appeared different. Lacking immense wings, its body was slender, resembling a serpent, and it floated oddly in the clouds. Several nobles, unable to discern Tian's true strength, noted that he was not a golden dragon, and their courage surged. "Damn, I truly thought it was a golden dragon. You scared me half to death," exclaimed a red-haired noble youth to a companion named Bei. Tian found Bei strikingly beautiful, with her cascading golden hair and sapphire blue eyes that captivated his heart. Her delicate lips and dainty nose adorned her face, while a form-fitting robe accentuated her alluring figure, with a low neckline revealing a hint of alabaster skin. Indeed, it turns out to be a long serpent, remarked the red-haired youth. Others echoed his sentiment, relieved it was merely a serpent that had startled them. The red-haired youth arrogantly addressed a guard of early-stage sacred domain. Zola, slay this serpent for me. Tian felt a surge of anger. What do you want from me? I have done nothing to you. Yet you insult and seek to kill me, he thought. Memories flooding back. A terrifying dragon roar reverberated through the air, overwhelming the 8 noble youths. The 2 mid-level 6-rank experts were no better off, collapsing to the ground, while the 2 early-stage sacred domain experts struggled to maintain their composure against the pressure. Tian cast a penetrating gaze at the red-haired youth, causing Gilite to break into a cold sweat. He then turned to leave, realizing he had no time to waste with such scoundrels. He still needed to seek out the bright white tiger. Once the serpent had departed, Gilite regained his composure, declaring, "That wretched serpent. Should we meet again, I shall surely slay you." Unbeknownst to him, the 7 others, along with the 2 6-rank and 2 early-stage sacred domain experts, regarded him with incredulous expressions. As Tian wandered through the inner circle, he did not encounter the bright white tiger, but was instead approached by a fiery red bird, which exclaimed, "I remember your aura. You are the scoundrel who crashed into me, ruining the painstakingly arranged hairstyle I had." Tian, bemused, glanced at the scant red feathers atop her head and retorted, "You, my dear, with those few feathers, are concerned about your hairstyle? You must be joking." "Ah, it was you, you wretched scoundrel, who knocked me into the corrosive lake, causing so much of my hair to be ruined. I shall have my revenge," she declared, ready to confront him. Tian felt a wave of frustration wash over him, realizing that the fault lay with himself. Embarrassed to confront her, his eyes suddenly sparkled as he spotted 2 sacred domain beasts in the distance. "You 2 rascals over there, why did you kill my shabi?" he exclaimed, swiftly soaring towards them. The earth bear and ice lion were momentarily taken aback, perplexed by his words. However, witnessing Tian's fierce assault, both beasts were incensed and met his charge with their own powerful strikes. Tian unleashed his ultimate move, his dragon claws striking with ferocity. The 2 beasts, still in the early phase of the sacred domain, were unable to withstand his onslaught and were instantly gravely injured, sent flying backward. Tian quickly approached and dispatched both creatures. He then seized their lifeless bodies and tossed them towards the stunned firebird, saying, "Here, little firebird, consider these 2 as compensation from me. I shall take my leave now." With that, he vanished swiftly before the firebird's eyes. As Tian continued to navigate the inner area, an hour passed without encountering anything noteworthy. He couldn't help but feel a tinge of exasperation. Could Uncle Locke be playing tricks on him? Suddenly, a faint sound reached his ears, reminiscent of a wretched scream. Could there be a spectacle to behold? His mind conjured countless scenarios, and soon he arrived at the scene, his dragon snout curling in disdain. "TCH. It's just that bunch of rascals," he muttered. However, the radiant white tiger, approximately 7 meters in height, emanated a sacred brilliance, which Tian immediately recognized as his target, the radiant white tiger. With a mighty roar, Tian unleashed his power. The group he had encountered was already on the brink of collapse. 2 mid-level guardians had perished, and the 2 early sacred domain experts were gravely wounded. At that moment, the roar of a dragon resonated, causing the radiant white tiger to hesitate, allowing 2 sacred experts to lead 8 nobles out of its attack range. With its assault thwarted, the radiant white tiger turned its ire towards Tian. "Why do you, long worm, disturb my peace?" it bellowed. "You little white cat, I have come to collect you today." In an instant, Tian pierced through the void, inflicting 5 deep wounds upon the radiant white tiger. The beast howled in pain. "Ah, judgment of light, perish, long worm." A 4-meter-wide beam of holy light shot towards Tian like a cross-shaped sword. Maintaining his composure, Tian retaliated fiercely, launching his dragon claws at its underbelly. In an instant, the cross-shaped sword deflated like a punctured balloon. Tian pressed on, his claws plunging deep into the radiant white tiger's abdomen. With a vicious grip, he tore out its entrails, eliciting a mournful cry from the beast. Without granting it a moment's respite, Tian swiftly grabbed the sacred core, forcibly extracting it from the radiant white tiger. With a final, defiant roar, its eyes dimmed as it collapsed to the ground. The 2 sacred domain experts and 8 nobles stood in stunned silence. only regaining their wits after the radiant white tiger's demise. Tian quickly collected the beast's carcass and stowed the sacred core within his dragon space. Bei approached gracefully, a smile adorning her face. "Thank you, esteemed dragon, for saving my life. This is the emblem of the Bolus family. Should you wander the continent and encounter any of my kin, we shall extend our utmost assistance." Tian, indifferent to the sincerity of her words, accepted the emblem. "You are quite commendable, little girl, understanding the importance of respecting the elderly and cherishing the young." Subsequently, the 6 nobles and 2 sacred experts also came forth to express their gratitude, offering some trivial tokens as thanks. However, one person's expression was notably grim, the proud Gullet. Born into a noble family, frequently seen in the sacred domain and surrounded by legends, he showed no respect to Tian, mocking him with, "I thank you, Lord Longchong, for saving my life." His haughty demeanor and tone elicited disapproval from those around him. Even Zola, the guardian of the sacred domain, could not bear it, though he dared not speak out. Tian's fury surged instantly. "Red-haired brat, repeat that." Gullet, undaunted, retorted with an icy smile. "I express my gratitude for the life-saving intervention of the Long Serpent. You regard me as a beast of burden. Yet my Podu family shall ensure your ascension to the legendary realm, a feat you could never achieve on your own. Damn it, I can tolerate much, but not this. Red-haired brat, prepare to meet your end." Enraged, Tian unleashed his dragon claw, a massive 3-meter appendage enveloping Gullet and crushing him into ashes, obliterating even his soul. Witnessing the demise of their master, Zola erupted with fury, unleashing a colossal sword of sacred domain energy toward Tian. Yet, in a display of arrogance, Tian swiftly extended his 5 claws, seizing Zola and crushing him with a brutal grip, resulting in an explosive end, his soul also consumed by Tian's dragon breath, reduced to nothingness. The remaining 8 individuals trembled at this display of power, as Tian's icy dragon gaze fell upon them. "Are any of you inclined to seek death?" They collectively shook their heads and proclaimed, "We are grateful for the life-saving grace of the great dragon and have no intention of causing you harm. It is only Gullet, that heartless wretch, who would act thus." "Very well, you may leave," Tian commanded. "Great dragon, we take our leave," they responded before departing. Far across the endless ocean, on a grand island, the Podu family resided. Rusk, a legendary master guarding the soul plaques, heard the sound of shattering and was instantly filled with terror, rushing out toward the family estate. Reporting to the family, the young master has gone to the mainland for training, and the soul jade plaque in the rear courtyard has shattered. He bowed his head as he spoke. Boom. The family head, Pharaoh, erupted in rage, his aura surging. "Damn it, find out what happened. I will make him wish he were dead." "Yes, family head," came the obedient reply. Meanwhile, Tian swiftly ventured deeper, completing Uncle Locke's trial, who praised him fervently. In the dead of night, Tian entered a state of cultivation, as the spiritual energy of heaven and earth swirled around him, enveloping his dragon form in a tempest, eagerly rushing into his being. His physical and spiritual essence gradually expanded until, suddenly, a loud crack echoed as if a barrier had shattered. The spiritual energy within Tian rapidly dissipated, transforming him into a human form with black hair and eyes that sparkled like stars. As dawn broke, a new day dawned. Tian opened his eyes and exhaled a breath of murky air. "Boy, now that you are awake, come forth." With a slight step, Tian created ripples in the void, swiftly arriving before Locke, who looked upon the newly transformed Tian with a look of satisfaction. "Tian, I have had some insights recently and must enter seclusion to break through to the mid-demigod stage. This may take a few months to a year. Here is a jade slip imbued with a fragment of my soul's power. Should you encounter an insurmountable danger, shatter it, and I will traverse space to assist you. Uncle Locke, rest assured, although the herbs and fruit trees deeper within hold no value for me, you may collect them. They might prove useful outside. Well then, Tian, I shall retreat into seclusion." With Uncle Locke in seclusion, Tian spent the morning scouring the depths for rare treasures and extraordinary fruits. Upon completing his search, a hint of reluctance crossed his face as he glanced back at Uncle Locke's seclusion spot before turning to depart. Chapter 9. A beautiful world awaits. Emerging from the depths, Tian transformed into a dragon form and returned to the inner region. where he encountered the fiery bird once more. This time, the bird had grown more feathers upon its brow and refrained from scolding Tian, though it still regarded him with a frosty demeanor. With a chuckle, Tian made his way outward. During his journey, Tian stumbled upon an amusing spectacle: two iron wall monkeys engaged in a fierce tussle. Soon, the two muscular primates clasped their fists and departed together, leaving Tian bemused by the peculiarities of magical beasts. Unbeknownst to him, he was a divine dragon in this life, yet still a creature of the beastly realm. As Tian exited the inner region, he sensed something pursuing him from behind. Focusing intently, he discovered it was the little firebird. Annoyed, Tian exclaimed, "Firebird, I have already compensated you with a gift. Why do you follow me?" The little firebird retorted defiantly, "The magical beast forest is vast. I can leave if I wish. Do you think this forest belongs to you? Besides, who are you to dictate my movements? I shall go wherever I please, humph." Oh, the trials of dealing with a headstrong young lady. Tian decided it best not to engage in nonsensical banter with this immature child. With a swift flick of his dragon tail, he soared away, feeling the distance grow between them. After a considerable flight, he believed he had eluded the little firebird. I am about to leave the magical beast forest. The splendid human world awaits me, and I can hardly contain my excitement, he thought. In the outer region, Tian spotted a small shadow mouse darting quickly in a particular direction. Intrigued, he followed closely. Before long, the little shadow mouse came to a halt, glanced around to ensure it was alone, and entered a burrow, emerging with a 1-meter-tall crimson spiritual mushroom. Tian could sense the potent magical essence emanating from the mushroom. "Ah, little mouse, allow me to collect this mushroom for you." Tian chuckled, swiftly snatching the crimson mushroom with his tail and depositing it into the dragon god space. The little mouse, realizing its treasure had vanished, cried out in frustration. Upon entering the human world, Tian was reminded that survival necessitated currency. He pondered the need to hunt a few magical beasts to acquire some crystal cores for sustenance. With swift movements, he dispatched his 40th magical beast, extracted the core, and stored the carcass in the dragon god space. Each dragon possesses its own storage space, which expands with their growing power, yet remains incapable of containing living beings. "Oh, I believe this should suffice," Tian mused, transforming back into human form as he approached a city situated 1,000 miles from the outskirts of the magical beast forest. The sign above read Sunset City, with towering walls nearly 20 meters high. Entering the bustling city, the sounds of a lively crowd greeted him, evoking an inexplicable sense of familiarity, perhaps a feeling of warmth. After inquiring with a passerby about where he might sell magical beast crystal cores, he expressed his gratitude and continued on his way. The Royal Auction House, as its name implies, serves as the exclusive auction venue for the imperial family, with the auction house in Sunset City acting as a branch of the imperial capital. At the entrance, two middle-aged guards clad in silver armor wielding enormous broadswords exude a formidable power, estimated to possess a strength of level 4. One cannot help but marvel at the prestige of the Royal Auction House. Even the branch's guardians are of the 4th rank. It is essential to note that in the realm of humanity, the cultivation hierarchy spans 9 levels, ranging from level 1, the novice apprentice, to level 9, the demigod. Although tales of divine beings abound across the continent, none have yet ascended to such heights. Thus, achieving level 9, the demigod status, is tantamount to becoming a deity among mortals. Presently, there are merely a dozen individuals of the saintly rank, and only 5 who have attained legendary status. Upon entering the interior, an elderly man, his hands propping up his head, dozes languidly over the table. "Old man, will you collect the magical beast crystals?" Tian inquires of the nearly slumbering elder. "Collect, collect, collect." The elder suddenly awakens, his eyes sparkling with vitality, dispelling his drowsiness. As he gazes upon the handsome youth before him, he is unable to discern his true strength. Even with his own level 6 prowess, he cannot fathom the boy's essence. A saint? No, the youngest saints on the continent typically do not reach that status until they are 48 years old. Perhaps he possesses a concealed artifact? This seems likely. Instantly, a smile graces his features. An individual with such a treasure must belong to a prominent family and is not to be trifled with. Feigning the extraction of 40 crystals from his ring, Tian aims to maintain discretion. The elder observes the ring on the young man's hand and then the crystals on the table, his expression remaining unchanged while his heart races with astonishment. An interspatial ring. Such a ring is of semi-divine quality, and only the head of the Lavis family, who has wed an elven noblewoman, possesses one in the Ross Empire. It is said that the elven king presented it as a gift upon their marriage. Consequently, the Lavis family wields immense power, even eclipsing the current emperor, who lacks such a rarity. Gazing at the crystals before him, the elder is taken aback. There are 7 level 6 crystals, alongside others of levels 5, 4, and 3. Could it be that this youth is truly just a boy? It is rumored that upon reaching the saintly rank, one's essence can be refined, granting a more youthful appearance. However, some saints of advanced age no longer concern themselves with such matters. It is often the female saints who maintain this youthful facade. A sense of doubt and astonishment swells within him. Taking a deep breath to steady his emotions, the elder, seasoned by over 20 years in the auction house, has encountered all manner of individuals and quickly regains his composure despite the surprise. Level 6 crystals are valued at 100,000 gold coins, level 5 at 20,000, level 4 at 5,000, and level 3 at 1,000, totaling 925,000 gold coins. Here you go, young master. By the way, the ring you wear is indeed an interspatial ring. I must caution you to keep it concealed. Currently, only one major family in the Ross Empire possesses such a ring, and even the emperor himself does not, so it is wise to exercise caution. The elder, having calculated the total, kindly advises Tian. Tian is momentarily taken aback. He had assumed interspatial rings to be relatively common, only to discover their rarity. Thank you for your sage counsel, sir. After securing the gold coins, he departs. For it is nearly noon, and he intends to indulge in a hearty meal. After Tian departed, the elder summoned a servant and whispered a few words into his ear. Upon hearing this, the servant promptly left. Heaven and Earth was the name of this hotel. A rather impressive title, though the quality of the cuisine remained uncertain. Waiter, please take my order, Tian called out as he settled into a seat by the window. Of course, esteemed guest. I shall attend to it immediately, the waiter replied, hurrying over. After glancing at the extensive menu featuring a plethora of dishes, Tian casually selected braised porcupine, potato salad with pickled cabbage, roasted firebird meat, spicy fish fillets, whole roasted demon sheep, and kula fish soup. That will suffice, dear waiter, he concluded. Certainly, esteemed guest, please hold on for a moment. Before long, a series of fragrant dishes were served, and Tian, with an insatiable appetite, devoured them voraciously. His manner of eating left onlookers in utter astonishment. Goodness, how long has this youth gone without sustenance? One exclaimed. By heavens, he resembles a wild beast, another chimed in. Chapter 10. The confrontation. After an intense meal, Tian found himself only partially satisfied. It seemed that his newfound dragon form had significantly increased his appetite. Having settled the bill, he exited the establishment. Uncle Locke had mentioned the need for experience, which implied that he must confront formidable opponents to acquire knowledge. As he strolled along the lengthy street, pondering where to unleash some chaos, a shout pierced his thoughts. Move aside if you value your life. Unbeknownst to Tian, a carriage was barreling towards him from 10 meters away. Heavens, it's the Tulip family's carriage. This boy will be in dire trouble if he doesn't step aside. With the imminent threat of collision, bystanders silently mourned for the handsome youth, who appeared to be an untrained commoner devoid of any magical or martial prowess. The Tulip family was a dominant force in Sunfall City, essentially the ruling authority. Should the boy perish, no one would intervene, a testament to the overwhelming power wielded by the elite. Unable to bear the thought of bloodshed, many shielded their eyes, convinced that a frail youth could never withstand the trampling of a level 1 magical beast, the stoma. Yet, reality unfolded differently than anticipated. With a resounding crash, Tian opened his eyes, incredulously gazing at the seemingly frail form before him. Remarkably unscathed, he had sent the carriage, burdened with the stoma, hurtling through the air. Ah, damn it, you wretched fool, cried the heir, as the carriage tumbled several meters away. The onlookers unanimously speculated that this youth was either a humanoid beast or a figure of unfathomable strength. It was said that the legendary Pope of the Radiant Empire was a middle-aged man whose power allowed him to reshape his physical form. Young master, are you unharmed? A nearby guard rushed to assist the heir from the overturned carriage. Damn it, Rudolph, kill this brat for injuring me. Jeff seethed, feeling the blood trickling from his forehead. Consumed by rage, he reflected upon how, throughout his life, he had always received deference in the city. His every whim had been catered to, and he had never experienced such an injury before. Upon hearing his master's command, Rudolph's expression twisted in fury as he brandished his weapon and charged at Tian. In his eyes, despite the boy's enigmatic aura, he was merely a target to eliminate. "You little brat, prepare to meet your end," he bellowed. Interrupted in his thoughts, Tian felt a surge of irritation as he gazed at the massive blade descending towards him. With a swift elevation of his left hand, he effortlessly blocked the strike. Rudolph, momentarily taken aback, was astonished that his third-tier strength was so easily thwarted by this youthful figure before him. Realizing the gravity of his predicament, he felt a wave of unease wash over him. With a resounding clang, the exquisite blade, purchased for 500 gold coins, shattered in Rudolph's grip. Tian retaliated with a punch, for he never spared those who sought his life. The blow struck Rudolph squarely in the abdomen, causing his internal organs to twist painfully, and he was sent flying over 10 meters, unconscious. Jeff, who had initially anticipated watching the boy perish at the hands of his guards, now found himself drenched in cold sweat. Although fear gripped him, he was not wholly terrified. In Sunset City, the Lord's Manor was not afraid of anything except the Royal Auction House, the Mercenary Guild, and the Mage Guild. A wise man does not suffer foolish losses. Observing that none of his guards were fourth-tier experts, Jeff uttered a harsh remark and hastily retreated to the Lord's Manor, disregarding Rudolph's lifeless body. Tian, unfazed by Jeff's threat, merely smirked disdainfully. That night, in the inn, Tian commenced his cultivation of the chaotic golden body technique. Due to the need for discretion within the city, he moderated his absorption speed. Through inherited memories, he realized that at the saint level, his magical and combat energy exceeded that of a 6th-tier master by tenfold, enabling him to effortlessly slay 6th-tier opponents. Thus, a saying circulated across the continent: beneath the saint level, all are akin to ants. As time languidly passed, a subtle creaking sound echoed, a door opening. To an ordinary person, it would have been inaudible. However, as a divine dragon, Tian possessed acute sensitivity. Scanning the area with his mental prowess, he detected 5 figures clad in black, each around 5th-tier strength. Among them were 3 at the pinnacle of the 5th tier and 2 in the late stages. Recalling his earlier encounter with a boy whom he had inadvertently offended, Tian smirked inwardly. "Damn it, I hadn't even sought retribution, and yet you come to me. Perfect timing, as I could use some extra coin." The black-clad figures slowly approached Tian, the foremost one gesturing to the others. With a single hand, he pointed downwards at Tian, prompting the others to nod in agreement. A surge of earth-based magical energy manifested. Earth prison technique, go? Tian found himself ensnared within an earthen cell. The leading figure, wielding a dagger infused with the pinnacle of 5th-tier combat energy, lunged towards Tian's heart. As the distance closed to less than half a meter, Ras felt a flicker of excitement. This task seemed simple. He envisioned the rewards that awaited him: 2,000 gold coins and a beautiful woman, igniting a fervor within him. Suddenly, Tian's eyes snapped open, glowing with intensity. Ras succumbed to an overwhelming psychic assault, his head bursting from the strain. This was one of Tian's techniques derived from his studies of inherited memories, a method of mental attack, where countless threads of psychic energy converged into lethal needles. Having initiated his strategy, Tian was pleased with the outcome. The remaining 4 figures in black, witnessing Ras's head explode, were engulfed by terror. Nevertheless, driven by their mission, they pressed forward with fervor, unleashing their varied techniques. Gale Slash, Explosive Flame Cut, Fiery Thrust, Petrification Technique. As Vera contemplated the petrification spell, she was overwhelmed with excitement at the thought of the impending attack that would reduce Tian to mere pulp. Yet, fantasies are often beautiful, while reality is starkly different. Suddenly, Tian appeared before Vera, delivering a resounding slap that severed her head from her body. In his final moments, Ras could hardly fathom his swift demise, gazing in disbelief at his headless form before succumbing to despair. Before long, the remaining 3 met a similar fate. Crushed under the immense power of a holy-level physique capable of shattering mountains hundreds of meters high, the 3 cloaked figures perished in a gruesome manner. Arriving quietly and departing swiftly, Tian unleashed a freezing spell upon the 5 corpses, encasing them in ice. then casually sent forth 5 blades of wind that shattered them into icy shards. As night fell, the patrons of the inn remained oblivious to the futile battle that had transpired in the upper rooms. After checking out, Tian inquired with the innkeeper about the route to the Imperial City and set out on foot. He journeyed towards the Imperial City, reflecting on the ancient adage that one should travel extensively and acquire vast knowledge. Along the way, he beheld renowned mountains and scenic vistas from previous lives, feeling a sense of clarity as his spiritual energy surged. Upon reaching a valley flanked by towering peaks, with a narrow path winding through, Tian recalled that such routes were historically favored by bandits. The dense jungles on either side concealed those of lesser strength, making it an ideal ambush location. "Miss, we are about to exit the Twin Gorges and will soon be safe," remarked the elderly driver to the passengers in the carriage. With ruby-red eyes and a center-parted hairstyle, Elena, a beautiful young maiden with waist-length crimson hair, playful lashes, and a delicate face that seemed as if it could yield dew, spoke. "Yes, Grandpa Rofii. I never expected our caravan to proceed so smoothly. Once we exit the Twin Gorges and travel a bit further, we will reach the Imperial City. However, we must remain vigilant to avoid any disturbances." "Indeed, my lady. I shall convey your orders," replied the old servant. Chapter 11. The rescue. As the caravan approached the narrow path, the elderly driver exhaled in relief, believing they would soon pass through. However, fate had other plans. Upon exiting, they were greeted not by a broad road, but by a menacing band of ruthless brigands. Chaos ensued. "This gang seems rather brazen," remarked a one-eyed, red-clad giant to a scarred, purple-haired man nearby. "Be ruthless. If we seize this opportunity, we can revel in the capital," the scarred man declared with a sinister grin. "Who are you lot?" "We are from the Bomb Merchant Guild. Surely you've heard of us," the elderly man stated, his expression grave. "The Bomb Merchant Guild? Huh. The foremost in the Ross Empire? In this place, I hold sway," the brigand leader sneered. "Brothers, listen up. I've heard there's a beauty in that carriage. Capture her first, and then we can take turns having our fun." Hee. Seeing the situation unfold, the elderly man felt helpless. "We must brace ourselves, find an escape route, and protect the cargo." Despite the numerical advantage of the adversaries, only the scarred man among them possessed the strength of a mid-level 6th rank. With his own late 6th rank prowess, he could easily dominate the situation, yet the sheer number of foes complicated matters. The bloodshed commenced, and amidst the chaos, injuries and fatalities ensued. The bandits, driven by a frenzied bloodlust, disregarded their wounds and ruthlessly struck down the guards of Ba, delivering fatal blows. In that moment, a harrowing cry erupted from the rear of the Ba caravan. "My lord, hundreds of bandits are approaching from behind." The elder at the front was struck with terror, realizing they were indeed surrounded. "Brothers, charge forth. Each of you will be rewarded with 2,000 gold coins for breaking through, and for those who fall, 20,000 in compensation." Upon hearing the promise of gold, the guards, undaunted, surged ahead. However, the number of Ba guards dwindled to fewer than 200, while the bandits remained numerous. Half an hour later, only 30 or so guards remained, their faces reflecting sheer panic. It seemed they would not survive this encounter. A magical signal was sent out for reinforcements, yet it would take at least another half hour for assistance to arrive, and their current strength was insufficient to hold their ground. "Forget about the supplies. I will lead you out of here. As long as you are safe, I can recover these scoundrels later." Elena, witnessing the gruesome scene of severed limbs, felt her complexion pale. After a moment's hesitation, she reluctantly acquiesced. She thought of the supplies. If they were successfully returned to the imperial capital, her position within the family would undoubtedly rise. Alas, life to precedence. Ivan, who was tasked with protecting Elena, broke through the encirclement. The scarred man, noticing the gap, realized Ivan intended to escape with the lady and could not help but smirk. He unleashed a green energy slash toward Ivan, but Ivan deftly deflected it. In retaliation, he released a fiery energy strike that surged toward the scarred man. The latter staggered back, his azure aura absorbing the impact, yet he was forced 10 steps back, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Ignoring the blood, the scarred man sneered. "It seems you possess the strength of a late 6th rank. You cannot be at your peak." "Ha, I can handle you easily." The scarred man retrieved a blood-red pill from his pocket and swallowed it. Upon seeing the pill, Ivan's expression shifted to one of horror. "How could this be?" "It's the frenzy pill." The situation was dire. The frenzy pill, derived from the blood of berserkers and the essence of the bewitching herb, doubled one's strength. The instant the scarred man ingested the pill, Ivan, with Elena in tow, darted forward 10 meters. The scarred man's power surged, reaching a half step into the saint level, instilling him with newfound confidence. Turning around, he unleashed a powerful energy strike toward Ivan. Ivan's left hand was severed, blood gushing forth as pain coursed through him. Gritting his teeth, he gasped, "Damn it." Having consumed the frenzy pill, he is about to reach saint level. "You must flee. I'll hold him off." As the distance between them narrowed, Ivan lifted Elena and hurled her ahead. She landed safely 100 meters away, tears brimming in her eyes as she gritted her teeth and raced towards the imperial capital. The scarred man, watching Elena escape, was unfazed and chuckled maliciously. "You think your family can truly escape? Ha ha." Without allowing Ivan a moment to respond, he unleashed a spiraling energy strike aimed at Ivan's chest. Ivan braced himself with all his might, yet the recoil forced him to cough up blood, weakening him further. Glancing back, a sense of foreboding washed over him. "Old fool. It seems you are finished," the scarred man mocked with a sinister grin. Ivan refrained from uttering a single word, channeling his last reserves of energy to unleash a sacred technique. The elements of heaven and earth swiftly converged at the tip of Ivan's sword, and the sacred cross flame slash erupted with immense power, striking the scarred man's blade with a resounding crash. The weapon shattered under the force of the impact, splintering into several pieces, while the great sword cleaved a deep wound across the scarred man's right chest, blood staining the ground in a macabre display. The scarred man was sent reeling several meters backward, and upon executing this technique, Ivan collapsed to the ground, struggling to breathe, his inhalations far outnumbering his exhalations. Despite his late-stage 6th-level prowess, wielding the ancestral sacred technique of the Ba family proved to be an overwhelming task. Had he grasped a greater understanding, the outcome might have been different. Gazing at the sky, his vision began to blur, drawing him ever closer to the clutches of death. He fervently hoped to escape and return safely to the imperial capital, whispering his final prayers. "Cough. That old fellow's moves are quite vicious. I'll take care of you." "Ha ha ha." The scarred man spat blood as he rose, returning to taunt Ivan. Hearing the words, Ivan strained to look back, only to feel as if the heavens were collapsing around him. He had failed to capture the moment. His gaze falling upon the burly man who held Elena in his grasp. A sense of despair washed over him as he faced the inevitability of his demise. After delivering several more strikes to the elderly man, the scarred man approached the burly figure, declaring, "The rest are nearly all dead. Let us indulge ourselves for a moment." "Ha ha ha." The burly man glanced at the lifeless body of the elder and then surveyed the scene of carnage drawing to a close. He turned back to his companion, saying, "Calm down, brother. After we clean up the battlefield, we'll find a safe place to enjoy ourselves." "Understood," the scarred man replied. Meanwhile, Tian traversed a winding path, his senses piqued by the scent of bloodshed. There's a massacre," he exclaimed, hastening his pace. Ahead, he beheld a band of brigands mercilessly slaughtering armored guards. The situation was nearing its conclusion, with only 3 guards remaining. Observing the large crates stacked on the cart, Tian extended his spiritual sense and noted an abundance of gold coins, magical crystals, and several boxes of crystal cores. Should he intervene or not? Tian, self-aware of his moral ambiguity, pondered the merits of involvement, deciding to observe further. In the midst of the chaos, Sig felt a sudden gust of wind but noticed nothing amiss. Shaking his head, he dismissed the sensation, unaware that it was a result of Tian's swift approach. Exiting the narrow passage onto a wide road, Tian spotted 2 men walking side by side, one of whom was hoisting a youthful maiden. Her exquisite beauty momentarily captivated Tian, who, despite having encountered many beautiful women in his past life, found himself momentarily entranced. It seemed he had stumbled upon a band of robbers, and now it was time for him to play the hero. As he envisioned rescuing the maiden and winning her heart, a thrill coursed through him. After a life devoted to cultivation, he was reborn into a male body. Flying before the 2 men, Tian unleashed his formidable aura upon them, rendering the brutes immobile with fear. Overwhelmed by the pressure, they were left paralyzed, terror gripping their hearts. The scarred man, initially intent on hurling insults at the handsome youth before him, was suddenly engulfed in dread. The effects of the frenzy pill he had consumed began to manifest, robbing him of all strength as he collapsed to the ground, the sound of breaking bones echoing in the air. The burly man, burdened by immense pressure, ultimately fell to his knees, causing the young girl clinging to his waist to tumble to the ground. Elena, jolted awake by her abrupt landing, blinked in confusion. After a few moments, her gaze settled on the distant corpse of the old guardian, tears welling in her eyes as she silently pleaded for help from Tian. "Fear not, my fair lady," he said with a mischievous grin, addressing the two downed figures. "I happened upon this scene and found their actions intolerable. I have come to rescue you. Come to my side." Elena, captivated by his handsome visage, felt her cheeks flush and her heart race. She glanced at the unconscious, scarred man and the kneeling, burly figure before joyfully trotting over to Tian. Chapter 12. The Imperial Capitals surrender the treasure. "And I may spare your lives," Tian declared with a wicked smile, directing his words at the two on the ground. The burly man hesitated but ultimately recognized the value of his life and reluctantly produced an ancient yellowed map concealed at his waist. Though incomplete, this map was a prize he had obtained a year prior after vanquishing a group of noble youths in Shuangjin Valley, an act that had incited retaliation from the families of the slain. Nonetheless, they had cunningly evaded retribution. Through a year of diligent study, the burly man had unraveled the secrets of this yellowed map. 80,000 years prior, the mighty Eletician Empire had unified the continent for 5 millennia. In that era, 6th-level warriors were abundant, and even those of the sacred realm walked freely. Legends were commonplace, and demigods were often cited, marking an apex of prosperity. However, disaster struck in the year that marked the end of the Eletician Empire's dominion. A spatial rift nearly 5 meters wide erupted in the west, unleashing chaotic spatial storms that decimated nearby towns and races. Sacred realm warriors were slaughtered like insects, and even legends struggled to survive, while demigods managed to escape. What was once a beautiful paradise transformed into a hell of severed limbs and rivers of blood. 1 year later, the rift spewed forth countless demons, with the lowest being 3-level horned devils and abyssal demons of demigod caliber, unleashing darkness upon the continent. The various races united in a war that spanned nearly a millennium, ultimately forcing the demonic forces back beyond the spatial rift. The rift, once a formidable 5 meters wide, was sealed by a few surviving demigods to a mere half-meter in height. Yet, the remnants of powerful demons continued to infiltrate, while the once mighty Eletician Empire fell in the chaos that ensued. It is said that before the Empire's demise, the sagacious emperor foresaw the calamity and entrusted a favored prince with a cache of gold, silver, and precious artifacts, along with various tomes and equipment, ensuring a future resurgence. The map he created was divided into 4 pieces, their destinations now unknown. Through ancient texts, the burly man discovered that the archaic yellowed map bore the inscriptions of the Eletician Empire, unveiling its hidden secrets. Presenting the map with both hands, Tian lifted it and, through the inheritance of memories, discerned that it bore the ancient script of the Alexander Empire, revealing itself as a treasure map. However, he still needed to locate the remaining 3 pieces. This was a monumental secret. A glimmer of cold light flashed in his eyes as, in an instant, he harnessed his true power and annihilated 2 individuals with a single strike. Indeed, it was true power. Ever since he had cultivated the Chaos Golden Body technique through the dragon-shaped jade pendant, his fighting spirit and magic had been refined into this formidable force. Tian discovered that this power surpassed both of the previous types, allowing him to effortlessly convert between them. After obliterating all traces of the encounter, Tian returned to the exit of the Twin Gorge with Elena, where blood flowed like a river amidst countless severed limbs and heads, painting a grim tableau akin to hell on earth. Witnessing the lifeless bodies of the once vibrant guards who had smiled mere days ago, Elena's eyes brimmed with tears. Observing the remaining bandits gathering their spoils, Elena implored Tian for assistance. With a sense of chivalry, Tian obliged, and before long, all the bandits had perished. After receiving Elena's gratitude, he claimed half of the spoils. Although Elena had promised him half, she was taken aback when Tian directly requested to open the chests for distribution. As the magical crystals vanished from sight, a thought struck her: the spatial ring, a sign of the young saint level, which prestigious families could nurture. Shortly thereafter, Tian collected the remaining treasures, his mouth watering in anticipation. Upon completion, he journeyed with Elena towards the imperial capital of Ross. After several days of travel, they finally arrived at the gates of the capital, where towering, exquisitely crafted walls of black iron rose over 30 meters high. Yin could not help but express his admiration as they entered the city. Once inside, Elena invited Yin to her family home as a gesture of gratitude for saving her life. The villa, styled in European architecture, was guarded by two fully armed fourth-level sentinels who welcomed the young lady back. Despite his confusion, given that Elena had set out with hundreds of men, yet returned with only herself and a stranger, Yin understood that such matters were beyond the comprehension of mere subordinates. As they traversed a corridor, Elena called out, "Father, I have returned," heading toward a formidable man in the room. She embraced her father, her eyes reddened with emotion. Reuben Balaton affectionately patted Elena's head, reassuring her, There, it is good that you have returned. Father, this is Yin. We were ambushed in the Twin Gorge, and our forces were decimated, leaving only me alive. It was Yin who saved me," Elena explained, gesturing toward Yin. Reuben Balaton regarded Yin with astonishment. Despite being in the early stages of the sacred realm, he could not see through this young man. "I am deeply grateful to you, young Master Yin, for saving my daughter. As a token of my appreciation, I offer you a 300-year-old blood ginseng." Calling for a servant to fetch the ginseng, Reuben Balaton addressed Yin. The 300-year-old blood ginseng, valued at 50,000 gold coins, was a supreme remedy for healing and revitalizing the body. Yin, ever gracious, expressed his gratitude and engaged in conversation with Reuben Baraton, primarily seeking to discern the lineage from which Yin hailed. Their dialogue meandered from the Warcraft forest to the ominous demon island in the west, then to the southern realms of the elven race, ultimately encompassing the vast wonders of the continent. Yin deftly navigated Reuben Baraton's inquiries, while the latter pondered, perceiving Yin as a cunning little fox. Although Yin maintained a facade of composure, inwardly he was troubled, fearing that this old fox might unearth his secrets. Before long, a servant approached, bearing a box containing blood ginseng. "Master, the 300-year-old blood ginseng has arrived," he announced. Reuben Baraton waved his hand, instructing that it be presented to young Master Yin. Upon receiving the box, Yin excused himself, attributing his departure to the need to ensure the safe return of Elena. Once Yin had left, Reuben Baraton turned to his daughter Elena and inquired, "Nana, do you know from whence this young Master Yin hails?" "Father, I escaped through Grandpa Ivan's breakthrough, but was captured by a burly man ahead and fell unconscious. When I regained my senses, I saw the burly man kneeling on the ground, while a scarred man lay unconscious. Uncle Ivan mentioned that the scarred man possessed mid-level 6th tier strength, while Yin must have at least late 6th tier or peak 6th tier strength. Moreover, young Master Yin possesses a spatial ring, into which he stored the items I wish to present to him in gratitude for saving my life." Reuben Baraton was momentarily taken aback. A spatial ring, a relic of semi-divine grade, was now exceedingly rare, even beyond the reach of the current emperor. It appeared that Yin hailed from a secluded lineage seeking to refine their skills. "Very well, Nana, you must be weary from your journey. Go see your mother and then rest. She has been longing for you." Chapter 13. The Royal Academy of Magic and Martial Arts. Upon exiting the Baraton family estate and traversing the bustling streets, Yin contemplated his next destination. "Come on, Tatusi, hurry, or we shall miss the enrollment at the Royal Academy of Magic and Martial Arts." "Zhou Lu, I am aware. I shall be there momentarily." The mention of the Royal Academy of Magic and Martial Arts piqued Yin's interest. Perhaps he could experience the life of an academy student. He followed the throng heading for enrollment. Li Fan, with a mid-level strength of magical element perception, "Very good, you are accepted." Lu Feng, with a mid-level beginning strength of magical element perception, "Regrettably, you do not qualify." Rask, with a peak mid-level strength of magical element perception, "Ah, splendid, you are accepted." As Yin arrived, he found himself at the end of a lengthy queue, where a table displayed a testing crystal, attended by a venerable elder who was assessing each individual in turn. The intensity of one's magical element perception would determine the limits of their potential throughout their life. Although some might experience extraordinary fortunes leading to higher stages, the Royal Academy of Magic and Martial Arts only admitted students under the age of 20, assessing solely based on the strength of magical element perception. The magnitude of one's soul power dictated their qualifications, with mental strength being proportional to soul power. Soon, it was Yin's turn. He extended his hand to grasp the crystal, focusing intently. Yin closed his eyes, intentionally channeling only a fraction of his mental strength, barely a full measure. Suddenly, the crystal radiated an iridescent brilliance, dazzling in its intensity. Saint level. The intensity of perception is at the saint level. Excellent. You are accepted. The elder exclaimed, astonished. The emergence of a prodigious talent, a saint-level aptitude, has sent ripples through the realm ever since the legendary Dean's disciple surfaced 2 years ago. Oh, how I wish I possessed even a fraction of such extraordinary ability, mused the pockmarked youth. Spare me the daydreaming. If I had even a tenth of his prowess, it would be sufficient, retorted the burly man. The Imperial Royal Academy of Magic and Martial Arts of the capital has unveiled a youth with saint-level aptitude, igniting a fervor of inquiries about his lineage. A storm of speculation has begun to brew. Within the regal palace, the head of the esteemed Long family, Emperor Long Yen of the Ross Empire, received news of this prodigy. A saint-level talent? Issue a decree. No prince shall oppose him. Cultivate amicable relations with the Long family. Whosoever fosters such ties shall be considered the heir, commanded Long Yen to his aide, Long Lai. Understood, your majesty. I shall convey your orders at once. Long Lai replied before departing. In the Ba clan, Reuben Ba received the news with a furrowed brow. Why has young master Ao Tian enrolled in the Royal Academy? A saint-level aptitude? Summon the family members. They must not antagonize him and should seek to cultivate goodwill. In the private chamber of Elena from the Ba family. Upon hearing the news, she thought of the dashing Ao Tian and felt a rush of shyness, her heart fluttering like a startled deer. As the great family stirred with excitement, a whirlwind of attention began to encircle Ao Tian, fueled by jealousy, reverence, alliances, and even malice. Yet, Ao Tian remained blissfully unaware. And even if he were informed, he would remain unfazed. Upon the allocation of dormitory assignments, he was granted a villa due to his saint-level aptitude, a lavish reward complete with a swimming pool in front and a grand arena behind. After a demure young woman escorted Ao Tian to his new abode, she gazed at him with flirtatious eyes and said, Junior, this is your residence. Should you achieve greatness, do not forget about this humble girl. Should you need anything, do not hesitate to call. With that, she swayed away. Ao Tian watched her depart, her figure clad in tight-fitting attire, her cascading red hair reaching her waist. He unconsciously swallowed hard, pondering the transient nature of desire. A heart as clear as ice remains unshaken by the weight of the heavens. Since his rebirth, his resolve had weakened in the presence of alluring beauties. The tales of the dragon clan's lasciviousness rang true. That night, after indulging in a sumptuous feast, Ao Tian returned to his villa to engage in cultivation. As he stepped into the human realm, he resolved to seek a method to conceal his aura. If a powerful being were to discover his draconic identity, it would undoubtedly stir a tempest. Unbeknownst to Ao Tian, he had already caught the attention of the great powers within the imperial capital. With his saint-level aptitude, should he not perish prematurely, he would undoubtedly ascend to the sacred domain. Saint-level aptitude also afforded him a cultivation speed several times that of ordinary individuals, allowing for rapid advancement. Presently, the Ross Empire boasted only one legend, 5 sword saints and 3 mage saints. The rarity of such saintly strength was evident, particularly as 3 of the mage saints belonged to the Royal Magic Corps, who also served as instructors at the academy. Among the 5 sword saints, 3 had risen from humble beginnings, while one of the mage saints had also emerged from common roots. This was a testament to the Royal Academy's policy of admitting both noble and common students, nurturing 3 sword saints and 1 mage saint. The influx of countless individuals signing up has transformed the once pinnacle kingdom of the Ross Empire into a formidable empire. Memories flicker through my mind like chaotic orbs. Recalling the concealment technique, a creation of the unfettered Taoist from the primordial era. Below the rank of a saint, none could discern his cultivation, truly remarkable. The first layer, concealment of breath, enhances with one's cultivation level. Even the proud saint-level Yin can only attain this initial stage. Nevertheless, his true energy remains hidden, returning to simplicity. Akin to an ordinary person, the unfettered Taoist, who originated this technique, has only reached the 9th layer, with the 10th layer merely a conjecture. The 10th layer, said to deceive even saints and the heavenly Tao, prevents calamities from descending. After a night of cultivation, my true power has become more refined. Engaging in a session of Tai Chi, my bones crackled audibly, reminiscent of thunderclaps. During my time on Earth, I practiced this form frequently, yielding excellent results. In this other world, the effects are even more pronounced. The laws of heaven and earth, through the dual energies of yin and yang, create all things. From one comes two, from two comes three, and from three emerges all creation. In the first practice, I wield raw power like a madman. In the second, I cultivate softness, sealing, and closing. In the third, I master precise movements. In the fourth, I achieve the languid posture of the lazy dragon. In the fifth, I nurture my vital organs. And in the sixth, I harmonize my muscles, bones, and flesh. The journey begins at the tailbone, emanates from the neck, and originates from the waist, where power is channeled. After a brief practice, beads of sweat form, and I take a refreshing bath in the swimming pool. Dressed and ready, I step out with a strength of level 4. As the sun rises, life awakens. Dewdrops fall from the verdant leaves. The Royal Academy of Magic and Martial Arts features a large dining hall suitable for both noble offspring and commoners, spanning several hundred square meters, accommodating thousands. The menu displays a range of food, from inexpensive buns costing mere copper coins to extravagant barbecued beast meat sets priced in the thousands of gold coins. I purchased a roasted magical sheep for 100 gold coins, 500 gold coins for wind tiger meat, and 1,000 gold coins for deep-sea eel soup. The 2-meter roasted magical sheep was devoured quickly, its tender and flavorful meat a delight. Chapter 14. The duel as I voraciously tore into the wind tiger meat. A delicate fragrance wafted in. Young Master Outyin, I didn't expect to see you here, exclaimed Elena, her cheeks flushed with shyness. My eyes brightened at the sight of her. Today, she wore a fitted pink dress, leaning slightly forward to inhale the beauty's scent. I teased, I came here solely to wait for you. Elena blushed even deeper. Look, isn't that Elena, the third of the Academy's top 10 beauties? A chubby boy pointed out to his companion. Elena has returned after a month, remarked another nearby youth. Why is she sitting with that kid? Who is he? Her face is so red. My heavens, how did someone else get ahead? Said a sharp-eyed young man, pointing at Outyin. I know that boy. He is the new student admitted yesterday, possessing saint-level talent. I happened to be outside when I saw it, the chubby boy exclaimed. My goodness, saint-level talent. As long as he survives, he will undoubtedly enter the saint realm within 40 years. If only I had half of his talent. Xiao Feng was in a state of agitation today, having been summoned by his father for a stern reprimand. The cause of his father's ire was the unfortunate incident of Xiao Feng accidentally toppling an ancient vase, a relic of 8 centuries. Though he had not suffered physical punishment, anyone would find it difficult to maintain a cheerful disposition under such circumstances. Resigned to his fate, he returned home, devoid of any inclination to engage with others, and spent a restless night, awakening with dark circles under his eyes. Upon entering the dining hall of the Royal Academy of Martial Arts, Xiao Feng, with a furrowed brow, made his way towards the noble food section. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon Elena not far away. He approached her swiftly, exclaiming, "Ah, the enchanting Elena. It has been but a month, yet it feels as though 3 years have passed. You have grown even more radiant." His words were an attempt to elicit a smile from the beauty, whom he had pursued for quite some time, yet to no avail. Seated beside Elena was Tian, and a surge of jealousy coursed through Xiao Feng as he witnessed her laughter, a rare sight for one who typically maintained her distance from countless admirers. How could this ordinary-looking boy, whom Xiao Feng presumed had no significant background, have bewitched the lovely Elena? This was intolerable. Who are you, boy? Elena is not someone you can simply approach. Here, take this 1,000 gold coins and leave at once, he declared haughtily. Tian narrowed his eyes, recognizing Xiao Feng as just another arrogant noble scion. What a curious sight, a creature with panda eyes attempting to intimidate. Do you not realize you might frighten the lovely Elena? Upon hearing the mention of panda eyes, Xiao Feng's expression darkened further, memories of last night's discomfort igniting his fury. You insolent brat, I challenge you to a duel. Will you accept? If not, scurry away. Should you wish to concede, simply crawl between my legs, and I shall spare your life. Trouble seemed to follow, as Tian was no meek soul. Observing the escalating tension, Elena, aware of Tian's prowess, felt compelled to intervene, though she knew of the esteemed reputation of the Xiao family. Unfortunately, her attempt to mediate only fueled Xiao Feng's anger, as he perceived her defense of Tian as a slight. What kind of coward hides behind a woman? He taunted. With a cold smirk, Tian replied, I accept your challenge. Should you lose, you will kneel before me and proclaim 3 times that you are a fool. Furthermore, you must keep your distance from my presence." At this, Elena could not suppress a light laugh, finding Tian's audacity amusing, while Xiaofeng's fury threatened to boil over. "And if you lose, you shall not associate with Elena again," he retorted. Elena, incensed, shot back, "My relationship with Tian is none of your concern." Xiaofeng remained silent, his gaze a hawk's, fixed on Tian. Whispers circulated among onlookers that is Xiaofeng, the eldest son of the Xiao family. He is surely doomed. Indeed, but not necessarily. That young man has shown potential, possessing a saint-level aptitude. He might just defeat Xiaofeng. Saint-level aptitude? Even so, given his current standing, he cannot possibly match Xiaofeng, who is already at the mid-level of the 3rd rank. What a pity, the young man is in for a harsh beating. Could he be killed? Certainly, that cannot be the case. The esteemed faculty of the academy would never permit the demise of an individual with saintly qualifications. They would undoubtedly intervene. A throng of onlookers, eager for the spectacle at the arena, expressed their thoughts. Upon overhearing the discourse regarding saintly qualifications, Xiaofeng felt a pang of jealousy, as his own mid-level aptitude for elemental magic seemed inadequate in comparison. A malicious intent began to brew within him. However, the instructors observing the unfolding drama possessed sharper discernment than the students. They recognized the mid-level strength of the formidable Tian, and Xiaofeng's mid-level prowess paled in comparison. They shook their heads, aware that should an heir from a prominent family like the Xiao clan encounter misfortune at the academy, there would be significant repercussions. They resolved to keep a watchful eye, hoping to intervene at a critical moment, potentially fostering goodwill with the Xiao family. Shortly thereafter, they arrived at the arena, a vast expanse of 100 square meters, with a floor constructed of black volcanic rock capable of withstanding combat from individuals below the 5th level. The instructor, Leon, arrived to officiate the duel. "Are you both certain you wish to engage in this confrontation?" he inquired. Both Tian and Xiaofeng affirmed their intent. Leon sighed. One was a newcomer with saintly potential, while the other hailed from a prestigious imperial family. Any incident involving them could prove troublesome. He cautioned them to avoid lethal force. Unable to contain his fury, Xiaofeng brandished a massive sword imbued with searing heat, launching an attack against Tian. Tian, unarmed, deftly repositioned his right foot in preparation, channeling his energy into a technique reminiscent of the wind god leg from a television drama he had seen in a previous life. The clash was dramatic. The azure light of his leg met the crimson aura of the sword, resulting in a staggering disparity of power. Xiaofeng was left aghast as the tremendous backlash sent him hurtling 10 meters away, where he landed, his sword slipping from his grasp, his hands injured. Blood spilling from his mouth as he succumbed to unconsciousness. The crowd that had fervently cheered for Xiaofeng was momentarily stunned. Such swiftness. The bout had concluded in an instant, with Xiaofeng defeated by a single strike. Silence enveloped the arena. Tian, witnessing the fallen Xiaofeng, found himself at a loss for words. Given the circumstances, he realized that uttering those 4 words would be inappropriate. He had inadvertently granted Xiaofeng a reprieve. Awaiting Leon's judgment, Tian had anticipated this moment. Leon proclaimed loudly, "The victor is Tian." The crowd erupted into a cacophony of excitement. "Damn it, how could it end in 1 strike? I lost 100 gold coins." One lamented, "Curse it, I lost 10,000 gold coins." Another cried, I won 5,000 gold coins." Cheers and curses filled the air, leaving Tian bemused. "Alas, I missed an opportunity for a windfall," he thought, departing with a reminder for Xiaofeng to not forget those 4 words. Feeling regretful over the gold coins he had forfeited. Golden coins, oh dear, how foolish I am. Chapter 15, The Legendary Headmaster. Staff at the grand estate of the Xiao family, Xiao Yi received news from his subordinate, his expression darkening. "Useless, always causing trouble, with saintly qualifications. Since we have already made enemies, issue a decree to eliminate him at the first opportunity. The Xiao family has stood tall in the empire for 7 centuries. We cannot afford a future adversary with saintly prowess. Fubo, I entrust this matter to you." The elderly servant, sensing the gravity of the situation, suddenly brightened his dull eyes and responded, "Yes, my lord, I shall convey your orders at once." With a single strike, he had vanquished the mid-level 3rd-tier opponent, Xiaofeng, thus earning a reputation within the academy. Each foray outside was met with various individuals seeking his favor, leaving him quite overwhelmed. Low profile, he mused. Yet I inadvertently draw attention. Alas, I truly wish to remain inconspicuous. Should others learn of his thoughts, they would undoubtedly scoff and berate him for his audacity. Claiming he sought fame, yet could not attain it. In the imperial palace, Emperor Long Yen, seated upon his throne, cast his gaze upon the documents before him and sighed. A mere 13-year-old at mid-level 4, destined to become a legend, perhaps. After a moment's silence, he gestured with his right hand, and a shadowy figure in a black cloak materialized. Long Lao, he commanded, ensure that none of the princes or princesses cross paths unfavorably with Ao Tian. Employ every means to cultivate goodwill. With that, the cloaked figure vanished. This marked the second time Long Yen had made such a decree, underscoring its significance. The recent contest at the Royal Academy of Magic and Martial Arts had unveiled Ao Tian's prowess, prompting the various noble families to make swift decisions. Far away in the chaotic city, staff received news from the academy and was filled with delight. Another student had been revealed to possess sacred-level potential. Excited, staff set off towards the imperial capital, exclaiming, "My dear disciple, you are already in my plans. Await my arrival, haha." Meanwhile, Ao Tian, residing within the Royal Academy, found himself troubled over what to have for dinner, determined to indulge fully this time. Ah, the delectable flavors, he thought, lamenting the scarcity of gold coins. Upon entering the dining hall and dismissing a throng of sycophants, he approached the noble food section. "Auntie, I shall have 5 servings of roasted magical lamb, 2 bowls of fresh fish soup, 3 portions of tomato stir-fried mountain chicken eggs, and 10 servings of bear paw." The nearby patrons were momentarily stunned, muttering amongst themselves. Can he truly consume all of that? The kitchen staff also paused, before informing him, "Young master, that totals 80,000 gold coins," and proceeded to relay his order. Choosing a spacious table, Ao Tian observed the flurry of young women placing their orders. Soon enough, a sumptuous feast arrived, dish by dish. "Goodness, look at him. Eating so much, glutton. You call yourself a god of consumption. Can you match that?" A thin-faced individual remarked to a nearby, chubby companion. The latter, taken aback, retorted, "Pft. There's no way he can finish all that. Isn't that Ao Tian, the one who knocked out Xiaofeng with a single strike yesterday? Eating all that. He is practically a dragon." A group of young women dining nearby overheard the conversation and turned to gaze at him. "Wow, it's Ao Tian. So handsome. But such a foodie, my goodness." As Ao Tian gnawed on a bear paw, he caught wind of someone comparing him to a dragon and felt a pang of anxiety. What a coincidence, he thought, returning to his meal. Just then, a fragrant breeze wafted in, and Elena, clad in white, appeared like a celestial being. "Wow, Ao Tian. How can you eat so much?" she exclaimed, looking at the pile of bones on the table with astonishment. Ao Tian, feeling a bit embarrassed, offered a sheepish smile and replied, "Oh, Elena, you have no idea how pitiful I am. I was starving all day, nearly to death." He stammered, continuing to eat. Elena sat down, observing Outyin as he ate, making him feel somewhat embarrassed. "Elena, are you just watching? Have you eaten? If not, let us eat together." "Ah, not yet. How can I possibly join you?" Elena's face flushed, as if a secret had been uncovered. She picked up the tomato scrambled eggs with her chopsticks, savoring each bite, a stark contrast to Outyin's ravenous consumption. After finishing his meal, Outyin exclaimed, "Ah, that was satisfying. Finally full." Elena stared in disbelief, exclaiming, "Outyin, you ate so much and are only now full. It's hard to believe your slender frame can hold that much." Outyin chuckled awkwardly. "Perhaps I have an excellent digestion system. Ahaha. Let us not dwell on that. Elena, do you have time tomorrow? I'd like to take you out." Upon hearing this date-like invitation, Elena's cheeks reddened again, and she softly replied with an affirming indicating her agreement, and they departed together. In the restaurant, nearby males witnessed this scene and couldn't help but pound their chests, exclaiming, "Goodness, how could Ice Queen fall so easily?" After dinner, Outyin and Elena strolled around the campus, engaged in deep conversation, and upon parting to return to their dorms, Elena displayed a reluctant demeanor. Not long after returning to his villa, Outyin was interrupted by Mentor Leon, who had urgent news. The dean was looking for him. The dean of the Royal Magic Martial Academy, a legendary figure, had been the guardian of the Ross Empire for over 500 years. Under Mentor Leon's guidance, Outyin arrived at a small grove and, Traversing through it, saw a stone house. Out Yin, the dean is inside. I'll take my leave now, Leon said, casting an appreciative glance at Out Yin before departing. Upon reaching the stone house, the heavy stone door opened with a rumble. Come in, an elderly voice beckoned. Inside sat an old man with red hair, his face lined with the marks of time. Yet his bright eyes sparkled with wisdom. As Out Yin approached, he felt a wave of profound mystery emanating from the man. Out Yin, come closer, the elder urged. The more Staff observed, the more astonished he became, internally alarmed. Holy great aptitude! This is clearly a humanoid magical beast. With his mid-legendary realm, he had long touched upon the profound mysteries and instantly recognized Out Yin's true form. A living golden dragon, albeit a slender one, sans wings. It was peculiar. Out Yin's strength, having just entered the holy domain, was potent enough to rival the pinnacle of human holy realm power. Feeling uncomfortable under Staff's intense gaze, Out Yin cleared his throat. I have a rather significant question for you, Out Yin, Staff said with a chuckle. Could you enlighten me? A question? Out Yin feigned ignorance, maintaining a calm demeanor. What is it, sir? Please ask away. Staff fixed his gaze on Out Yin and inquired, Are you a golden dragon? Caught off guard, Out Yin's first thought was whether to summon Uncle Locke with the jade piece in case of an emergency. Although shaken internally, he maintained an outward calm, replying, What are you talking about, sir? I don't quite understand. Staff chuckled and said, Do not fear, for with my mid-legendary status, I can naturally discern your true form. Aside from lacking a pair of grand wings and possessing a rather slender physique, you are unmistakably akin to a golden dragon. Furthermore, I have ties to the dragon lineage and shall not bring you harm. Haha, if you doubt me, just watch. With that, he stepped out of the stone chamber. And Tian followed, revealing a towering red dragon standing 15 meters tall. The outside world recognized Staff as a mid-legendary fire sorcerer, but remained oblivious to the fact that he had encountered a peak sacred realm red dragon during his earlier adventures. Old man, why are you calling me out? Is there going to be a fight? The great Harus still needs his beauty sleep, grumbled Harus, who had been disturbed from his dreams. Harus, I summoned you not for any trouble, but merely to assuage this young friend's suspicions, Staff replied, addressing Tian. What do you think? Upon witnessing the emergence of the red dragon, Tian breathed a sigh of relief and requested Staff to return the dragon, allowing them to converse in the stone chamber. Chapter 16. Apprenticeship inside the stone chamber. Staff turned to Tian and said, Now, I believe you can speak freely. I admit, I can be considered a dragon, Tian responded. Staff was taken aback. What do you mean by considered? What logic is that? Since our meeting, I have harbored doubts regarding your sacred level qualifications. I suspect there is more to you. A dragon typically reaches maturity and attains sacred realm power after 5 centuries. Yet you seem to be a mere whelp. Quite the marvel, indeed, to have achieved such heights. Tian, feeling somewhat overwhelmed, pondered how to navigate this conversation. Ahem. I'm afraid I cannot divulge too much information. If you fear I will cause trouble, I could simply return to the beast forest tomorrow. Staff burst into laughter. No. Since you choose to remain silent, how could I possibly press you? Everyone has their secrets, right? You may create a ruckus at the academy without concern. In fact, I could assist in concealing your true form as long as no demigod is present to witness it. However, I do have a small request. Upon hearing that his issue could be resolved, Tian muttered, Ahem, first and foremost, I have no interest in men, especially not the elderly. Upholding the virtue of respecting the elderly and cherishing the young, I will not comply. Staff's face turned green with shock, his thoughts spiraling. Damn it. I'm not interested in you. Do not let your imagination run wild. I merely wish. Staff's words were interrupted by Tian, who asserted, My principles dictate that I will not transgress my morals. As a law-abiding citizen, I would rather die than commit any wrongdoing. Staff's forehead was lined with dark thoughts, feeling as though a herd of wild horses had stampeded through his mind. Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to calm himself, fearful that he might lose control and strike Tian. Rest assured, I will not infringe upon your principles or morals, nor will I compel you to engage in any misdeeds. All I desire is for you to test your abilities without reservation, to unleash your full potential. Upon realizing this was the request, Tian readily agreed, eager to discover the limits of his own power. Not one to dawdle. Staff retrieved a crystal measuring 20 square centimeters from the room. This specimen was even larger than the testing crystal at the Academy's entrance, likely a high-end version. This testing crystal has the capacity to discern divine-level aptitude. However, it fails to detect any qualifications exceeding that. This artifact was bequeathed to me by my master. Place your hand upon it and grasp firmly. Do not hold back, Staff instructed Tian. With his right hand clasped around the crystal, Tian focused his mind, channeling waves of mental energy into it. The brilliance intensified rapidly, soon culminating in a golden radiance indicative of divine-level aptitude. Staff was overwhelmed with excitement, exclaiming, "Heavens! A divine powerhouse is finally emerging from the Xiantian continent." Suddenly, the crystal shattered, leaving both Staff and Tian momentarily stunned. "Old man, this contraption is defective. How could it break so easily?" "What a piece of junk," Tian scoffed, mocking Staff. Staff, equally bewildered by the situation, suddenly recalled something, his joy erupting into jubilant laughter. Tian, feeling apprehensive, stepped back, fearing that the old man might act irrationally. The next moment, Tian was further convinced of the old man's peculiar thoughts. Staff's eyes gleamed with a fervent intensity as he fixated on Tian, who felt an unsettling chill creep over him. If the figure before him were a delicate woman, Tian might have been more inclined to charm her. But reality was harsh. He stood before a man who had lived for centuries. A wave of discomfort washed over him. Were Staff to learn of Tian's thoughts, he would surely unleash a fiery reprimand as a lesson. After a prolonged, penetrating gaze, Staff managed a sheepish smile. Tian, come. Partake in this tea brewed from the edelweiss gathered from the snowy peaks. It possesses remarkable properties for cleansing the soul and enhancing mental fortitude. A treasure suitable even for the sacred and legendary realms. Come, Tian, give it a taste. Tian resumed his seat, noticing the old man's suddenly cheerful demeanor. Akin to a blooming chrysanthemum, he glanced at the tea prepared in an icy crystal vessel. By the heavens, does this old man intend to concoct something devious? After taking a moment to inhale its aroma, he felt a wave of rejuvenation wash over him, realizing the old man's words bore truth. The mere scent had already proven effective. He took a hearty gulp, prompting Staff to scold him for wasting such a fine brew, insisting it was meant to be savored. Despite Staff's internal complaints, his face remained amiably smiling. Tian felt invigorated, his mental strength having increased by 20%, and his clarity of mind deepened, allowing his true energy to flow more smoothly. How does it feel? Quite splendid, is it not? I have another pound of it. Provided you concede to a minor request of mine. Staff finally revealed his ulterior motive. I suspected you would pull something like this. Having drunk your tea, I shall hear you out, Tian replied with a chuckle. Well, my previous request was resolved, yet you still owe me for that matter. Now you present me with another, Staff continued. My request is rather trivial and beneficial to you. Agree, and I shall promptly assist you with that issue. What is it then? I wish for you to take me as your master, Staff stated, his eyes gleaming with eagerness as he gazed at Tian. Envisioning a future where this young lad ascends to divinity, the thought of having nurtured a disciple of such celestial caliber fills me with immense pride. Indeed, I have outdone myself. Upon hearing this, Tian was momentarily taken aback, pondering whether the opportunity presented to him was truly genuine. Master, he greeted respectfully. The enthusiasm in Staff intensified, erupting into applause. Splendid. However, the next utterance nearly caused him to choke with disbelief. Master, look here. I have paid my respects as a disciple. What treasures do you have to bestow upon me? Please, do not be too frugal. If nothing else, a few million gold coins would suffice. Tian fixed his gaze upon Staff intently. Well, as a master, it is only fitting to provide my disciple with valuable gifts. Here, take this. I shall assist you in resolving that matter first. This is an illusory mask, an artifact of subdivine quality. Its effect allows one to conceal their true essence and alter their appearance. However, should one be at the mid-demigod level or above, it becomes ineffective. Were it not for the fact that you are such a promising disciple, I would have hesitated to part with such a treasure, Staff said, reluctantly handing the illusory mask to Tian. The mask, a flowing white element shaped like a large face, left Tian feeling devoid of sensation upon wearing it. Could this old man be playing tricks on me? He pondered. Imagining his visage within his mind, Tian employed the water mirror technique to observe his transformed countenance. revealing a face marred by famine. It appears the old man speaks the truth. How do you find it? Not bad, right? Come with me. I shall present you with a welcome gift, and, in the process, allow you to glimpse my treasures. Staff beckoned, a mischievous grin upon his face. Traversing a corridor, Staff placed his left palm into a hand-shaped socket, unleashing legendary combat energy. With a resounding boom, an enormous door of unknown material swung open. Upon entering, Tian beheld a spacious area of approximately 40 square meters, brimming with countless magical items and various equipment. More importantly, the space was strewn with a multitude of gold coins that dazzled Tian's dragon-like eyes. Had Staff glanced into Tian's eyes at that moment, he would have observed them glimmering with dollar signs. Ignoring Staff, Tian rushed toward the gold, swiftly collecting the coins. Within mere seconds, countless coins were absorbed into his dragon god space. Observing this, Staff's lips twitched in disbelief. He then spotted a large, jet-black stone, roughly 5 meters in size. Through the legacy memory of his dragon kin, he recognized it as celestial iron. After claiming it, he continued his search, discovering a reddish-yellow shield imbued with subtle power. Instinctively, Tian felt it was a remarkable item. Watching Tian acquire the celestial iron, Staff's mouth twitched yet again, and upon witnessing him take the reddish-yellow shield, he chuckled. How amusing. This item, devoid of any discernible energy, is indeed a worthless trinket, yet you claim it. Ah, how fortunate. In the end, Tian gathered over 30 million gold coins, 10 boxes of varying grade 36 crystal cores, 3 legendary staves, 1 legendary dagger, and a semi-divine bow. Observing the meager collection of 3 semi-divine artifacts, of which he had relinquished 2, Staff felt tears welling up in his heart. Nevertheless, acquiring a disciple destined for godhood is undoubtedly a worthy investment. Chapter 17. The beautiful historical mentor, Catherine with a spirit invigorated, Tian returned to the villa. Memories of a minor spiritual gathering array lingering in his mind. At Tian's level, being of the dragon lineage, the required essence of heaven and earth surpassed that of an ordinary sacred realm. He meticulously arranged 86th-level crystal cores along with some superior magic crystals according to the 8 trigrams: Tian, Kuan, Kan, Li, Zhen, Jin, Sun, and Dui. As he performed a series of intricate gestures, a subtle yet profound force permeated the air, thickening the essence of the world into a mist-like form. To remain inconspicuous, Tian reluctantly utilized additional crystal cores to create a maze formation, concealing the circumstances within the room. It was sufficient to thwart any detection from those below the legendary rank. Even a sacred realm individual would become disoriented without Tian's guidance. The marvels of Huaxia's Taoist arts ignited a fervor within Tian's heart. As he embarked upon the path of cultivation, he felt an extraordinary potential awakening within him. It was only a matter of time before he would become a formidable force, ascend to Dragon Island, overturn the established norms, and reunite with his parents. He understood that even a valiant hero requires allies. 3 skilled artisans can surpass the brilliance of Zhuge Liang. Tian was acutely aware that without extraordinary strength, the need for influence was undeniable. Thus, it was time to forge his own power. Entering a state of tranquility, the mist-like spiritual energy surged into Tian's body like a tempest. If his previous true power resembled a gentle stream, the current force flooded him like an ocean, transforming countless energies into a liquid state. Confounded, Tian found it difficult to discern the level of his strength and shook his head, dismissing further contemplation. As night passed, the mischievous sun quietly cast a rosy hue across the earth. At dawn, Tian leapt atop the villa's roof. The rising sun was most conducive for cultivation. A wisp of purple energy, illuminated by the sun's rays, was drawn into Tian. The potency of this purple energy was evidently superior to his true power. As the viscous white liquid of his true energy gradually transformed into a shade of purple, was this the famed innate purple energy? Indeed remarkable. Before long, the purple aura dissipated, and with a gentle shake, he found himself 10 miles away, having moved effortlessly. Eagerly, he made his way to the dining hall for a sumptuous feast. The monotonous lectures at the academy led Tian's mind to wander into the ether. After a midday respite, the next round of grueling classes commenced. What is the definition of a beauty that brings disaster? What constitutes a woman who can captivate a nation? With flowing purple hair cascading to her waist, and an exquisitely enchanting visage. Catherine possessed mesmerizing violet eyes that radiated a natural allure. The Pope assigned her to her mission. There were 3 prospective saints, each designated to spread the teachings of the light god in the capitals of the Ross Empire, the Aofa Empire, and the Wind-Chasing Empire. Catherine was allocated to the Ross Empire, which championed the doctrine of the light, tasked with dismantling the local branch of the Light Church in the imperial city, a daunting endeavor. To test her resolve, she could not rely on the power of the church or her family, a source of great vexation. If she resorted to her family's influence and was discovered, her chances of becoming a saint would vanish. To successfully propagate her teachings in the Ross imperial capital, she first needed connections. Intelligent from a young age, she promptly enrolled at the Royal Academy of Magic and Martial Arts upon her arrival in the capital and secured a position as a history teacher. With her unparalleled beauty, even some of the lesser instructors found themselves enamored, ready to cater to her every whim. However, to avoid attracting the attention of higher authorities, she had to proceed with caution, yet still felt overwhelmed by the challenges ahead. Greetings, students. I am the newly appointed history teacher, Catherine. With a sweet smile that captivates a group of mesmerized young men, she incites a wave of jealousy among some female students. The history of the Tian continent is profound and ancient. According to various records, some ancient texts recount a history spanning 200,000 years. Legends speak of the divine and demon era, a time when deities were commonly seen, and the expanse of the Tian continent was 100 times larger than it is today. However, an unknown calamity triggered a cataclysmic conflict between gods and demons, resulting in the shattering of countless lands, leaving historical accounts fragmented. Tian listened intently, captivated by the history that had eluded his memory. He was astonished that such tales were being recounted by a history teacher. This provoked a sense of wariness within him. Who was this woman? The Dragon clan possesses a long history, and even he was unaware of these narratives. Were they perhaps forbidden knowledge? Yet, what did it matter to him as long as she did not provoke him? This was the most serious class Tian had ever attended, and it was also the first time the boys in the class exhibited such earnestness. Catherine spoke for quite some time, internally lamenting the challenges of being a teacher as dryness enveloped her throat. Observing the rapt attention of her students, she took a brief respite, her beautiful eyes drifting to Tian, who sat in the corner. With his flowing black hair and profound, abyss-like eyes, he emanated a captivating aura. A mid-level 4th-tier strength at merely around 13 years of age. Could he possibly be the renowned Tian from the Imperial City, recognized for his sacred-level aptitude? In an era where the sacred domain is scarce, securing an alliance with a future master of the sacred domain would undoubtedly be advantageous. Curse it. It seems I must invest a bit more effort. At the age of 20, she had recently broken through to the 6th level, establishing herself as a genius of the Dark God sect, attaining the position of Quasi-Saintess, a title that ordinary talents would not even glance at. Now, witnessing Tian's exceptional aptitude, her eyes sparkled with allure, her long eyelashes fluttering as she regarded him with a smile. The boys in the class, seeing this smile directed towards them, each believed it was meant for them, lost in blissful reverie. Tian, captivated by the enchanting figure at the podium, noticed her electrifying gaze directed at him, recognizing a hint of flirtation. A smirk crept upon his lips. One of the students stood and asked, "What is your name?" Catherine, feigning ignorance, pointed towards Tian. Taken aback by the attention, he rose with a mischievous grin and replied, "Beautiful." The bell rang, signaling the end of class. And for the first time, the boys felt that an hour had passed too swiftly, wishing the lesson could continue indefinitely. "Students, class is dismissed. Tian, please come to my office," she instructed before leaving the classroom. Chapter 18. A playful encounter. What could this beautiful woman want with me? Tian followed Catherine, puzzled. As he walked slowly, his gaze indulged in the visual feast before him, an impish grin forming on his face. His amusement startled Catherine, sending a shiver down her spine. What could this boy be thinking to smile so mischievously? Indeed, such were Catherine's thoughts. The benefits for the faculty mentors at the academy are quite generous. Each has their own office, approximately 20 square meters in size. Upon entering the office, I casually selected a seat and awaited further instructions. Catherine, with her legs crossed, fixed her electrifying gaze upon Tian, remaining silent, which rendered the atmosphere rather peculiar. Both exhibited commendable patience, but after a prolonged period under Catherine's scrutiny, Tian found himself speechless, pondering her peculiar behavior. It appeared that the esteemed young master was required to intervene, should she request assistance, adhering to the principles of benevolence. He would undoubtedly offer his services free of charge. Since she was observing him, he decided to return the favor, grinning mischievously as their eyes met. With a playful intensity, Yin's gaze grew increasingly fervent, and Catherine, accustomed to such attention, found herself feeling uncomfortable, her enchanting visage flushed with color. She had perused Yin's profile, which contained scant information, merely noting his rescue of Elena Balaton from the Balaton family, followed by his admission into the academy after demonstrating holy-level aptitude. The absence of prior details rendered him shrouded in mystery, further piquing Catherine's interest. As the ancients say, when a woman becomes intrigued by a man, it marks the beginning of her descent. Catherine, with a delightful tremor, suddenly decided to teach this young man a lesson, her dark-boned spear, evidently displeased by the situation, swiftly piercing toward Yin's chest from a mere meter away. She anticipated the sight of Yin bleeding, her excitement mounting as she thought, "Does she really think I am a mere sickly cat?" Yin's eyes sparkled with intensity. To him, the spear's rapid approach seemed agonizingly slow, like a scene unfolding in slow motion, easily within his grasp. Extending his left hand, he pinched the spear between two fingers, leaving Catherine in shock. "How is this possible? You are merely at the mid-level of the 4th rank. At such close range, even a 5th-level master would be wounded, if not killed." Her beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. Her petite lips parted in astonishment. Yin savored her expression, chuckling silently as he shattered the spear with a flick of his hand. In an instant, he appeared before Catherine, deftly pressing his fingers against her pressure points. Catherine's body stiffened, realizing she was rendered immobile, fear gripping her heart. "What sorcery is this? Release me at once," she demanded. "Ah, my dear beauty, how dare you launch a sneak attack on me? If it weren't for my own abilities, I might have met a dire fate." Yin replied with a cold laugh. Reflecting on the sudden assault of the dark-boned spear sent a chill down his spine. A typical mid-level 4th rank would have perished. Truly, the most beautiful hearts can be the most perilous, and he had been somewhat careless. "Please, I made a mistake. Hurry and free me," Catherine implored, her tone bordering on desperation. "Oh, it's not so simple to release you. You see, this is a technique from my family, a pressure point skill. Once activated, it takes 5 hours for the effects to dissipate. Unfortunately, my abilities are still limited. I have only mastered the art of applying the technique. While the release remains beyond my current skill set," Yin feigned helplessness, his hands gesturing dramatically. Catherine felt a profound discomfort. 5 hours, oh my. 5 hours of gazing at the lewd painting. If he were to act upon it, Catherine had no doubt that no man could resist her enchanting beauty and alluring figure. If she were to lose her purity, her hopes of becoming a saintess would be utterly dashed. A saintess must first and foremost maintain her chastity. Regret for her impulsive actions filled Catherine's heart with despair. Tian circled around Catherine, grappling with a fierce internal struggle. To act or not to act? The sinister voice of the demon, wielding a black fork, echoed in his mind, urging him to seize the moment. "She dares to harm you. What do you have to fear?" On the other hand, the petite angel, clutching her pristine scepter, cautioned against such actions, reminding him of his moral integrity. The clamor of conflicting thoughts swirled in Tian's mind, overwhelming him. After a protracted deliberation, Tian resolved within himself, chuckling, "Ah, I am indeed a model youth of the modern age, a person of noble morals." He gazed at Catherine, a smile gracing his lips, and softly whispered into her ear, "Beautiful and tempting mentor Catherine, do not act so recklessly next time. If you do, I might not be so lenient." Following a mischievous grin, he placed a fleeting kiss on her crimson lips and, before departing, gently caressed her cheek, infuriating Catherine to the brink of madness. Fortunately, Tian refrained from forcefully pursuing her, allowing her to exhale a sigh of relief. Soon after, as she bit her lip tightly, a trickle of blood emerged. Ignoring the pain, Catherine vowed, "That wretched Tian, next time, I shall surely take my revenge." A complex expression briefly flickered across her face. Chapter 19. Collecting treasures and forging swords today, the common folk felt an immense sense of pride. Tian cheerfully sang a little tune along the way, drawing curious glances from passers-by, his hands lingering with the scent of lingering aromas, as he chuckled to himself. As he continued on his path, Tian was halted by none other than Staff, his nominal master. The old man said nothing but firmly took hold of Tian's hand and flew to the academy's playground, which was bustling with numerous mentors. Chapter 20. The royal auction house with the dragon's roar sword secured, Tian arose to leave, as he needed to seek out the necessary herbs for some low-grade elixirs outlined in the Holy Medicine chapter. Strolling leisurely towards the school gate, Tian clasped his hands behind his head, adopting a nonchalant demeanor that incited a flurry of glances from passers-by. Tian, we haven't seen you in 2 days. Where have you been? Suddenly, Elena's voice chimed in his ear. 2 days? Goodness, he had spent a full 2 days forging a sword. Gazing at the bashful Elena before him, Tian grinned. Elena, come. I shall take you out for some fun and bring you a gift. Elena, blushing under his gaze, nervously fidgeted with the hem of her clothing. Hearing that the man she admired was inviting her out and promising a gift, she exclaimed, sounds great. Her bright eyes sparkled like crescent moons. With a gentle embrace around Elena's lithe form, they exited the school together. Elena, do you know where I can find herbs for sale? Nestled in Tian's embrace, Elena remarked, Tian, you have indeed inquired with the right person. My family owns a herb shop, where we stock an impressive array of rare and high-quality medicinal materials. Of course, the Royal Auction House also hosts weekly auctions with various herbs for sale. Then let us visit your family's herb shop, he suggested. Very well, she replied, cheerfully leading Tian to a shop named Jinchaoge. Good day, miss, greeted the guard at the entrance with respect upon seeing Elena. Yes, she acknowledged. Tian, what herbs do you need? Please feel free to look around. As Tian gazed at the array of herbs displayed on the counter, he strained to discern their qualities. There's actually Wu Jin Chao, the primary material for crafting the second-tier golden elixir, and it is priced at merely 1,000 gold coins. He exclaimed, securing that particular herb before continuing his exploration. After perusing the first floor, where he found all the necessary materials for concocting the chi-gathering pill, he purchased 100 of each and, with Elena's hand in his, ascended to the second floor. Here, they discovered exquisite herbs displayed in Jinchaoge, including the main ingredient for the Shisui Dan, the Lanin Chao. After requesting a bundle of those, he acquired 3 strands of Millennium Ginseng. Tian, let your family assist in gathering some additional herbs. Money is no object, he proposed. Elena, enthusiastic, responded, certainly. She sketched the shapes and names of the required herbs onto a piece of parchment and handed it to Elena, who promptly relayed the instructions. Elena, when does the royal auction commence? Tian inquired. Today, as fate would have it, the royal auction is set to begin in the afternoon, though it has not started yet. I have heard that there are many remarkable items today, she replied. Oh, how fortuitous, he said, filled with anticipation. Elena, come with me. I have a splendid gift for you, Tian said with a mischievous grin. Elena followed him into the villa. Her cheeks flushed with excitement as Tian led her to his room, chuckling softly. When they entered, Elena's eyes sparkled with intrigue as she gazed at Tian. He enveloped her in a warm embrace, and as he retrieved the legendary staff he had acquired from the old man within the dragon god space, a surge of magical energy rippled through the air, sending genuine waves of power throughout the room. My goodness, Tian, is this truly the gift you wish to bestow upon me? It is magnificent, she exclaimed, astonished. Tian, slightly flustered, replied, magnificent? Well, your perspective is indeed beyond my comprehension. This staff is of legendary caliber, fire elemental in nature. Observe the 8th grade crystal core and the intricate magic inscribed upon it. 8th level flame of devastation, with a 30% enhancement of fire magic power. This is my gift to you. Thank you, Tian, she said, her joy evident as she leaned in to kiss him, her face growing even redder as she clutched the staff tightly. Additionally, I shall gift you a spatial ring to safeguard the staff from prying eyes. He removed the ring from his finger, wiped it of his mental energy, and handed it to her. Oh my, this is far too precious. I cannot accept it. Moreover, if you give it to me, you will have none left, she protested, shaking her head and attempting to return it. With a playful smile, Tian reassured her. Do not worry, I have plenty more. Now take it, my dear. At last, Elena accepted the gift without further hesitation. Elena, once that batch of herbs arrives, call for me, and I shall assist you in refining them to enhance your strength. Elena, taken aback, exclaimed, my goodness. Tian, you are truly remarkable. You can refine herbs? Her eyes sparkled with admiration, filled with awe and reverence for him. Tian tightly embraced the beauty in his arms, remarking with a playful tone, "Do you not recognize who I am?" With that, he leaned in to kiss her luscious lips, savoring the exquisite taste, leaving him with an insatiable desire for more. After the kiss, Elena melted into his embrace, feeling utterly content. As the noon hour approached, their intimate moments had nearly reached the final threshold of passion. As was customary, Tian ordered an abundance of food, indulging heartily, which brought a radiant smile to Elena's face as she watched him feast. After their delightful meal, they took a leisurely stroll, deepening their bond. They arrived at the Royal Auction House, a towering structure reaching 20 meters, with width spanning several hundred meters. Flanking the entrance stood two sixth-level golden-armored guards, their presence exuding a palpable aura of menace, intimidating anyone harboring ill intentions. Undeterred by the atmosphere of danger, Tian held Elena close as they entered the auction house. Presenting a token, they were led by a respectful attendant to the VIP room upstairs. Prior to their arrival, Tian had visited an elder to obtain a token, claiming that the elder had exclusive access to a VIP room within the Royal Auction House, which he had now appropriated. Inside the room, a white curtain adorned the front, said to allow visibility from the inside out, while concealing the interior from outside eyes. On the table lay a sound amplifier and an auction button. After settling into their seats, the attendant soon brought forth platters of fruits and snacks, inviting Elena to partake as they awaited the commencement of the auction. 100,000 gold coins. 115,000 gold coins. 116,000 gold coins. 116,500 gold coins. 120,000 gold coins. Ultimately, a gray-robed figure in the audience secured the mid-tier Hurricane Demon Wolf's crystal core for 140,000 gold coins. Several other 6th-level crystal cores were subsequently auctioned off at high prices. In Chapter 21, Auction Frenzy, the Yuhanko, a rare herb flourishing atop the northern glaciers, was presented. Its effect? To enhance one's water and ice attributes, starting at a base price of 100,000 gold coins. In the VIP room above, a middle-aged man eagerly declared, "The Wong family must acquire this. It will elevate that cold girl's potential even further, ensuring she becomes a formidable being in the sacred domain." "Indeed, master," replied an elderly companion. 120,000 gold coins. The Wong family will take it. I hope everyone will show some respect. A deep, resonant voice echoed through the hall. What of the Wong family? We, the Fong family, shall take it for 140,000 gold coins. Came a sinister voice from the VIP room above. The rivalry between the prominent families drew the attention of lesser powers, who relished the unfolding spectacle. 140,000 gold coins. 160,000 gold coins. 170,000 gold coins. 190,000 gold coins. 200,000 gold coins. The Wong family is indeed wealthy, I shall concede. In the Wong family's VIP room, the middle-aged man's expression darkened. Although he incurred a substantial loss, the acquisition was worthwhile for the future of the sacred domain. 2 legendary items were subsequently auctioned off, fetching prices exceeding 1,000,000 gold coins. Below, an item of dubious origin was presented, its starting bid left unspecified. A beautiful woman, though perplexed as to why such an item was auctioned last, knew it was not her concern. What is this ominous black cube? It exudes no trace of magical energy, and my mental force cannot penetrate it. The audience below buzzes with incessant chatter. Observing from above, Tian's gaze sharpens. The black cube bears ancient Chinese characters. While others perceive nothing extraordinary, Tian, having mastered the cultivation techniques, discerns its uniqueness. As his mental force contacts the stone, it is absorbed entirely, intriguing him. 100 gold coins for the upper VIP room, announces a young man. Is there anyone willing to bid higher? The crowd falls silent, gazing at Tian's direction with bewilderment. 100 gold coins, going once. 100 gold coins, going twice. 100 gold coins, going thrice. Congratulations to the young gentleman upstairs for acquiring this item. Within the upper VIP room, Fong Yu exclaims, "Is that the exclusive chamber of the legendary director staff?" "Indeed, my lord." The voice belongs to a youth, likely the newly recruited prodigy, Tian, with saint-level potential. That makes sense. The attendant presents the black cube. and Tian pays the gold coins, examining it closely. Tian, what purpose does this dark stone serve? Are you collecting it? Elena questions him. Dear Elena. This object possesses uncommon significance. Only your man can sense its potential. Elena rolls her eyes, as Tian continues to probe the stone with his mental force. It is completely absorbed. Damn it. If this continues, my mental energy will be drained. He severs the connection and pricks his finger, allowing a drop of blood to fall onto the cube, which astonishingly absorbs it and vanishes, prompting a gasp of surprise from Elena. Upon introspection, Tian finds the black stone has transformed. A white, ancient stone now stands in his dantian. The dragon roar sword nearby recoils in trepidation, sensing danger. Assured that no threat lingers, Tian dismisses his concerns and returns his attention to the auction. The crystal core of the peak-level Holy Domain Bright White Tiger. Starting bid 500,000 gold coins. The noble families above swiftly engage, and the price rapidly escalates to 1,000,000 gold coins. Ultimately, it is claimed by the royal family for 1,300,000 gold coins. The beautiful hostess draws back the curtain, revealing a white staff emanating powerful magical waves, rippling through the surrounding space. The highlight of this auction is the semi-divine staff, the Scepter of Radiance, inscribed with the sacred incantation of light, starting at 5,000,000 gold coins. Heavens, a semi-artifact, 5,000,000 gold coins. The remaining bids are now a contest among the great families. The Grand Archbishop Rog, stationed in the Rose Empire, gazes longingly at the Scepter of Radiance, exclaiming, I am destined to possess this item, offering 5,100,000 gold coins. Some of the noble elites above curse him under their breath, as the royal family bids 5,300,000 gold coins, followed by the Balaton family at 5,500,000 gold coins. The Shao family counters with 6,000,000 gold coins. The Archbishop Rog, watching the prices soar, feels his resolve wavering as the sum approaches his limit. 7,000,000 gold coins. He prepares for a decisive move, hoping to secure it, yet his aspirations are lofty. 8,000,000 gold coins. 10,000,000 gold coins. In the end, the affluent Balaton family triumphs, acquiring it for an astounding 12,000,000 gold coins. As the final item of the auction concluded, the crowd began to disperse. However, a voice called out, urging everyone to pause. Breaking news had arrived. A newcomer had presented 3 extraordinary items to be auctioned. Attendees were advised to remain patient and prepare their finances during the hour-long intermission. Curiosity rippled through the audience as the hours swiftly passed. Several affluent families, previously short on funds, had gathered their resources in anticipation of the auction's resumption. Backstage, a 2-square-meter iron cage was wheeled onto the stage by 2 guards. A striking woman unveiled the cage, revealing an enormous beast egg. Gasps of astonishment erupted from the crowd as the woman, with a sultry lick of her lips, proclaimed, Indeed. This is a beast egg, the egg of the fire phoenix, a pinnacle beast of the sacred realm. There is no minimum bid. Let the auction commence. The bidding escalated rapidly, soaring from 2 million gold coins to 5 million, then 6 million. A voice rang out, 7 million. It was Tian, determined to secure the prize. The price continued to rise, ultimately reaching 8 million gold coins. Tian emerged victorious, having acquired the fire phoenix's egg. After completing the transaction, he took Elena's hand and declared, Nana, let us bond with blood. Elena, filled with a mix of surprise and joy, responded with a heartfelt affirmation and a sweet smile that left Tian momentarily speechless. Once the bonding ritual was complete, a minute later, a petite red fire phoenix emerged from the shell, its bright eyes sparkling as it called out, Mama, Mama. Elena blushed at the affectionate address. The tiny creature flew into her arms, wriggling comfortably, then turned to Tian, calling out, Papa, Papa? Tian's expression darkened, while Elena laughed joyfully. Glancing at the little fire phoenix nestled in her arms, Elena decided to name it Little Red. Joyfully, Little Red circled around the two. A lovely maiden then presented a basin containing a vial of elixir, Xuanji pill, which boasted a 50% chance of aiding a breakthrough to the sacred realm. with a minimum bid set at 1 million gold coins. Bidding ensued: 1,050,000, 1,070,000, 1,100,000. A voice boomed from the Fong family elder: 1,500,000. 18 million. Another countered: Old Fong, I shall contest you. 2 million. 3 million once. 3 million twice. 3 million thrice. Congratulations to the Shao family for securing the Xuanji pill. Finally, the last item was presented: a juvenile golden behemoth, capable of reaching legendary status. With no minimum bid, the charming woman exclaimed with excitement: the golden behemoth, the royal breed among behemoths, rarely seen in centuries. When nourished with magic crystals or cores, it can reach the pinnacle of the sacred realm and potentially break into the legendary tier. The Beast Emperor of the Orc Empire is a golden behemoth, possessing early legendary strength that can rival mid-legendary power. Although auctioning a golden behemoth may offend the Orc Empire, the Rose Empire remains unfazed. With millions of miles separating them, Rose has no fear of an orc invasion, especially since it is merely an auction. This frenzy ignited a competitive spirit among the noble families, each vying to secure the golden behemoth cub. In the Shao family's VIP room, Elder Gu urged the gathering of family funds to bid on the creature. Within a century, they would boast a peak saint-level powerhouse. At that moment, similar occurrences unfolded in other VIP rooms, as any family securing this creature could dramatically alter the power dynamics among the prominent clans. The bidding escalated wildly, starting at 1 million gold coins, soaring to 9 million, then 10 million, 11 million, declared Outyin, remaining composed amidst the chaos. The noble families were astounded. Outyin, a legendary figure, exhibited remarkable wealth. Ultimately, Outyin secured the bid at 16 million gold coins, a satisfactory outcome for all families who wished to avoid falling behind. After the transaction, Outyin established a sole contract with the Golden Behemoth Cub. With the auction concluded, he swiftly departed the royal auction house, accompanied by Elena. Chapter 22. Confirmation of 5 slots. Time passed swiftly. During the day, Outyin playfully embraced Elena, while at night, he devoted himself to training. Of course, there were interludes, such as ignoring the piercing glares from the resentful little beauty, Kaiselin. In the blink of an eye, half a month had elapsed, and the senior competition at the academy commenced. After weeks of intense training, the spirited youths were eager to secure their spots in the Six Nation Exchange Tournament. Most of the senior class possessed powers around level 4. At the Royal Academy of Magic and Martial Arts, a 5th level strength was required for graduation, though some chose to remain as mentors for further cultivation. Despite their apparent mid-level 4 strength, the participants had drawn lots to determine their opponents. Outyin, with Elena's slender waist in his grasp, effortlessly made his way to the viewing platform for a better view of the competition. Wu Yu and Chu Dao ascended the stage. Naturally, Outyin, capable of unleashing late level 4 prowess, had registered early on. The Grand Martial Arena buzzed with excitement, teeming with spectators like a swarm of ants. At the center of the elevated platform stood Principal Staff, flanked by the Vice Principal and several mentors. With fervor, Principal Staff ignited the crowd's enthusiasm. And after a recitation of the rules, the competition commenced under the management of Long Fei from the Royal Long family. The two competitors greeted each other respectfully before Wu Yu launched the first attack with a falling leaf slash toward Chu Dao. The battle unfolded with each exchanging blows for over 20 exchanges until Wu Yu found himself at a disadvantage. Ultimately, he fell to the ground. Chu Dao emerged victorious, and Long Fei's voice echoed throughout the arena, announcing the result. Xiao Yu and Wang Chong took the stage. "Wow, it's Xiao Yu, so handsome," some girls exclaimed, even declaring their love for him. With a graceful landing, Xiao Yu stepped onto the ring, while Wang Chong followed suit. Outyin pointed at Xiao Yu and remarked to Elena, "Nana, is that pretty boy from the Shao family? He is a collateral descendant of the Shao family, aged 21, yet possesses greater talent than Xiao Feng, the legitimate heir, reportedly boasting a late-stage level 4 prowess." A.O. Tian mused that a 21-year-old at late-stage level 4 could certainly be deemed a genius. The last encounter had seen him defeat Xiao Feng in a single strike, and since then, Xiao Feng had not reappeared. Given the Shao family's animosity towards him, it was unlikely they would make overt moves in light of the old man's presence, but they might well conspire in the shadows. Should he consider eradicating the Shao family? No, such a venerable family, having stood for centuries, would undoubtedly possess numerous hidden forces. This matter could wait. in a confrontation between the late-stage level 4 Xiao Yu and the mid-stage level 4 Wang Chong. It wasn't long before Wang Chong was left bloodied and incapacitated on the ground. Xiao Yu emerged victorious. Ao Tian and Lu Fei then took to the stage. "Nana, I'm heading up. Wait for me here, I'll return shortly." "Be careful, Ao Tian," she replied. With ethereal grace, Ao Tian leapt onto the arena, drawing a chorus of admiration from the ladies, inciting jealousy in Elena. Soon, a green-haired woman ascended the stage, her appearance unremarkable. Yet her fair complexion stood out, though her figure left much to be desired. Despite his reluctance to harm women, Ao Tian recognized her as an adversary. After exchanging a few feigned moves, patience waned, and he summoned the tempestuous wind elements, coalescing them into a violent storm that surged towards Lu Fei. She was blown off the platform, yet Ao Tian had tempered the force, sparing her from harm and earning a grateful glance in return. Director Long Fei regarded Ao Tian with a hint of admiration. Ao Tian triumphed. The morning passed swiftly, culminating in the announcement of the top 10 contenders: Xiao Yu, Long Linger, Fang Zheng, Ao Tian, Wang Hu, Sulo Balatin, Du Fei, Gan Bas, Fight, and Long Xiang. After lunch, the quarterfinals commenced. Inside a black barrel, 10 small balls were placed, and 2 were drawn for each of the 15. The matchups were set: Long Linger against Fang Zheng, Xiao Yu against Ao Tian, Wang Hu against Sulo Balatin, Du Fei against Gan Bas, and Long Xiang against Fight. The robust Fang Zheng stepped onto the stage first. Clad in a form-fitting swordsman's robe that accentuated his physique, paired with ultra-short shorts that revealed his long, slender, and powerful legs. His striking red hair and alluring features created an enchanting visage. In his hand, he held a silver spear, its tip glimmering ominously, forged from mysterious iron. Intricately engraved with a coiling dragon. Long Linger versus Fang Zheng. Commence. The aura of a peak level 4 warrior enveloped her, her fiery fighting spirit radiating fiercely. Dense fire elements surged toward the spear's tip, launching themselves at Fang Zheng with explosive force. Fang Zheng, his expression grave, retaliated with a wild blade strike. The collision of crimson elemental power against azure elemental force resulted in a heavy blow to his chest, causing blood to seep from the corner of his mouth as he staggered back 5 steps, the ground beneath him cracking. Seeing her opportunity, Long Linger pressed forward, channeling an even more explosive fire element into her spear, the surrounding space erupting with explosive sounds. Fang Zheng hurriedly attempted to defend, but was sent crashing off the stage. Unconscious, Long Fei stroked his beard, a satisfied smile gracing his features. Long Linger wins. Now it was my turn, Ao Tian thought, a mischievous grin on his face. Watch as I teach Xiao Yu a lesson. With Elena's concern in his heart, he stepped onto the arena. The 2 adversaries stood opposed, with a shadow of gloom cast over Xiao Yu's countenance as he recalled the family head's directive. If capable, he should eliminate Ao Tian. Yet, such an action would also incite the ire of Dean's staff, rendering him a pawn in this perilous game. He inhaled deeply, filled with resentment towards his own fate. A wicked smile played upon Ao Tian's lips as he extended his middle finger towards Xiao Yu, who was momentarily taken aback, confusion etched across his face. Ao Tian commenced his assault. With a thunderous crack, the ground beneath them shattered as Ao Tian, unarmed, lunged at Xiao Yu. The air compressed rapidly, creating a sonic boom that startled Xiao Yu with its speed. In a desperate bid to defend himself, Xiao Yu braced for the impact. But the overwhelming force shattered his bones, leaving him engulfed in a suffocating aura. He was sent hurtling 8 meters away, struggling to regain his strength as his arms grew weak and fatigued. Observing Xiao Yu rise once more, Ao Tian unleashed another punch aimed at his abdomen. Blood gushed from Xiao Yu's mouth as he fell, his face pale and contorted in agony. Such was Xiao Yu's plight. Indeed, collapsing once more, he gasped for air. With trembling left hand, he retrieved a berserk potion from his attire and consumed it in one swift motion, while Ao Tian watched in silence. Upon ingesting the potion, Xiao Yu erupted with a primal roar, his veins bulging ominously on his face, exuding a ferocious countenance. His arms swelled with newfound strength, and a tempest of rage surged through him, rendering him oblivious to the pain coursing through his body. His eyes blazed crimson as he charged at Ao Tian, his power amplified to the early 5th level by the potion. Some mentors gasped in astonishment, while Director Long Fei turned to consult Dean's staff, who responded with a calm, reassuring glance. Relieved by the unspoken confirmation, Long Fei sighed quietly. As Ao Tian faced the now formidable Xiao Yu, he felt a surge of disdain. In an instant, a chilling aura enveloped the surroundings, and white mist billowed forth as Ao Tian boldly declared, Frost Fist, launching his counterattack. Fist met fist, flesh met flesh, as the frigid air nearly encased Xiao Yu in ice, immobilizing him like a statue. Long Fei watched in awe. Ao Tian emerged victorious. With that, he swiftly dashed to Elena's side, while Xiao Yu was carried off for medical attention. Wang Hu faced off against Sarabaratan. The pinnacle 4th-level Sarabaratan clashed with the late 4th-level Wang Hu, landing blows with ferocity. Soon, Sarabaratan claimed victory in the bout. Du Fei confronted Gan Bas. The ice arrow Du Fei conjured 10 piercing ice arrows that sped towards Gan Bas. With a flash, Gan Ba activated his luminous shield, forming a translucent barrier that deflected the arrows. Freeze, he commanded, followed by Sword of Light. The luminous blade pierced through Du Fei's freezing spell, sending him flying out of the ring. Gan Bas emerged triumphant. Long Xiang faced off it. As the two entered the arena, Long Xiang, eyes closed in concentration, opened them with a glint of determination and leaped onto the stage. Off it floated gracefully onto the platform, utilizing a wind spell. The battle commenced. Long Xiang brandished his colossal sword, earthy energy swirling around him as he unleashed a mountain-shattering strike. Windblade, he shouted, shattering off its attack, forging ahead as numerous gusts of wind spiraled around him, tearing towards Long Xiang. At this moment, Long Xiang's expression was slightly grave as he donned his battle armor, cleaving through whirlwinds. After a series of arduous efforts, Offit's magical energy was on the brink of depletion. Although Long Xiang felt somewhat fatigued, he unleashed a ground-shattering strike that caused countless spikes of earth to erupt beneath Offit's feet. Despite raising a wind shield, his body was pierced, blood flowing freely. Long Xiang emerged victorious. Long Fei waved his hand, and some individuals lifted Offit away for healing. The 5 slots for the upcoming 6-nation exchange competition were confirmed. Long Linger, Ao Tian, Solo Baratin, Ganba, and Long Xiang. Let us cheer for them. The atmosphere ignited with fervor, waves of applause resonating throughout the venue. The director, Long Fei, raised his left hand to quell the noise. The 5 slots had been determined, and the quest for the top 3 would commence tomorrow. The 3rd-place winner would receive a level 6 crystal core, the 2nd-place winner an advanced magical potion, restoring all magical energy or battle aura below the saint rank within a quarter of an hour, and the 1st-place winner would be awarded a saint-level crystal core. The crowd erupted in excitement, wishing they could be among the victors. Chapter 23. The proposal. As the sun dipped behind the western mountains, the moon playfully ascended to take over its duties. After enjoying a sumptuous feast with Elena, Ao Tian inhaled the delightful fragrance of the empty space beside him. Feeling a profound sense of satisfaction, he chuckled to himself, realizing it was time to bid farewell to his bachelorhood. As he walked along the path, a sense of nervousness washed over him. Under Elena's fervent insistence, Ao Tian, now in the role of suitor, was to meet his future in-laws. Fearing their disapproval, he sought the assistance of the old man, threatening to withdraw from the exchange competition if he did not accompany him as a final touch. At that moment, upon receiving the news, Reborn hurried to welcome Ao Tian and his companions. Your Excellency, may I inquire the purpose of your visit? Reborn asked respectfully. As the guardian of the Rose Empire and a Grand Duke, he naturally humbled himself. The old man chuckled jovially. It was the first time Reborn had witnessed the director in such high spirits. Gently stroking his white beard, the old man said, Ah, my dear Rubim, I have come here for your daughter. Upon hearing this and glancing at his daughter nestled in Ao Tian's embrace, Reborn's astute mind quickly grasped the situation, a look of delight crossing his face. Director, please, try this exquisite elven nectar. After savoring a sip, the old man closed his eyes, observing with his senses. Ao Tian, understanding it was his turn, displayed what he believed to be a warm smile, though it came off as somewhat cunning. Greetings, uncle. I have come to propose. He then presented 2 legendary weapons, 10 million gold coins, 2 boxes of crystal cores, and 2 boxes of magical crystals, a grand gesture that made Reborn's brow twitch. Haha, my dear Tian, since my daughter Nana harbors feelings for you, as her father, I certainly cannot disrupt this bond. I grant my approval. With that, Tian quickly expressed his gratitude. Thank you, father-in-law. Elena in his arms beamed with joy. Shortly after, Tian's mother-in-law, Long Qiu, arrived upon hearing the news. Her face alight with happiness. Tian affectionately called out to Long Qiu, eliciting her delight. He then drew Elena aside for a private conversation, causing her to blush as she glanced at Tian, leaving him momentarily speechless. Before long, the grand brother-in-law Sarabaratan returned, exuding a bold and spirited demeanor. He shared a few bottles of wine with Yin, their camaraderie akin to that of blood brothers. Yin greatly admired his grand brother-in-law's gallant character. Sarabaratan, a warrior of the fire element, was presented with a legendary weapon that amplified his fire-based combat energy by 30%, igniting a surge of excitement within him. Ah, Xiaodian. Since it is settled, a week from now will be a propitious day. Let us make arrangements in these few days. After 7 days, you shall wed. He exclaimed with a hearty laugh. Yin and Elena naturally consented, and after a pleasant exchange, they parted ways. Elena remained with the Baratan family, while the elder returned home alone. As the long night unfolded, having accomplished a joyous event, Yin strolled leisurely through the streets. Suddenly, he found himself in the impoverished district. Amidst dilapidated shanties, where a faint voice echoed, "Mother, mother, please wake up." Approaching, Yin witnessed a scene that tugged at his heart. A frail boy, malnourished and pallid, clutched a woman lying on the bed, crying out in despair. Yin stepped forward, gently placed a hand on the boy's shoulder, and offered words of comfort. "Young man, take heart. Life and death are destined. Everything is cyclical. Here are 1,000 gold coins. Ensure a proper burial for her." The boy ceased his weeping, bowed deeply to Yin. "Thank you, benefactor. After I lay my mother to rest, my life shall belong to you." Yin reassured him. "Very well, once you have fulfilled the arrangements. Seek me at the Royal Academy of Magic and Martial Arts." With that, he turned to depart, leaving the boy kneeling in gratitude behind him. As Yin exited, a wave of darkness flickered momentarily, drawing his attention. He approached stealthily, peering through a crack to observe 2 figures clad in black. A hushed conversation ensued. "Your Highness, the missionary Luz, stationed in the imperial capital of the Ofa Empire, has been slain by the Church of Light. I have come to warn you to exercise caution. Moreover, His Holiness has granted permission to mobilize family resources." That foolish woman Luz is dead. Now only I and that hypocritical harlot Liffy remain," replied one. "Very well, Gabosi, I am aware. Ensure your departure is discreet. Do not attract the attention of the Light Division. Indeed, Your Highness, you too must take care." With that, they dissipated into mist and vanished. Yin, startled by the face he recognized, his history teacher, Catherine, revealed to be a princess and a saint of the Dark Church, quickly exited. Upon returning to his villa, Yin entered a meditative state. Ethereal energy surged into his body. Suddenly, the white square in his dantian trembled, drawing all the energy into itself. The square radiated with the essence of the heavens, humming for an indeterminate time. As the surrounding ethereal energy dissipated completely, the square's pull persisted, rapidly consuming the true energy within Yin's body. "Damn it, at this rate, I shall be drained to death," he thought, delving into the dragon god space where countless magic crystal cores lay. He extracted them one by one. As the cores were depleted to dust, he lost track of time until 80% of the cores had vanished entirely, leaving him bereft of magic crystals. The white cube gradually ceased its trembling, while the radiant brilliance of the 4 characters representing the way of heaven continued to shine. The white cube began to infuse its essence into Yin's entire being, a stream of milky energy circulating through him, expanding his meridians to greater size and resilience. His bones became denser and more tightly woven, as traces of melanin seeped from his skin's pores. After an indeterminate period, the milky power converged at his dantian, compressing into a singular white elixir. A surge of pure energy erupted throughout his body, washing away the dark impurities from his skin, rendering it a pristine whiteness that would evoke envy in any woman. Before long, Yin opened his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance illuminating his gaze. The tremendous enhancement of his strength left no lingering aftereffects, further elevating his perception of the white cube's extraordinary nature. He sensed that his physical power had surpassed 20 times that of his previous self. His mental acuity transformed into a divine consciousness. Where he once could perceive a range of merely a kilometer, he now extended that reach to 10,000 meters. Energized, Yin made his way towards the old man's stone abode, calling out, "Old man, are you there?" With a thunderous sound, the stone door swung open. "Come in, you rascal." The old man beckoned. "Hey, old man, I wish to spar with you." The old man paused. "So, you've grown some wings, have you? Let us head to the back mountain. I shall teach you a lesson about respecting your elders." With that, he soared toward the rear mountain. Yin quickly followed him into the vast space of the back mountain, devoid of trees, save for some rocks and flowing water, where small fish occasionally leapt from the river. Reaching the realm of transformation, even attaining its pinnacle, Yin radiated an overwhelming aura, exerting a palpable pressure upon Staff. Stunned, Staff exclaimed, "My heavens! You have actually entered the legendary realm. This aura rivals that of a legendary peak." At the moment Yin's power surged forth, several masters from the holy domain in the imperial city turned their gazes toward the academy's back mountain, wondering what the dean was up to. It seemed the dean's strength had ascended once more. Staff, with a glint of mischief in his eyes, inquired, "Yin, how have I treated you these past days?" Yin replied earnestly, "Quite well. Why do you ask?" "Well, since that's the case, let us forego our duel," Staff conceded, casting a resigned glance at Yin. Yin, momentarily speechless, insisted, "No, you must take one of my strikes. I shall use only 30% of my strength." As a legendary master for centuries, Staff's pride swelled. "Very well, let us see what you've got, young one." Two formidable auras enveloped the entire imperial city, as thunder rumbled and lightning flashed overhead. "Prepare yourself, old man," Yin declared, unleashing a soaring dragon strike accompanied by a resonant dragon's roar towards Staff. In retaliation, a colossal minor forbidden spell descended upon Yin like the wrath of a deity, unleashing a torrent of violent fire elements upon him. Yet, Yin pierced through the crimson tempest with a glimmer of golden light, landing before Staff. Stunned, Staff gaped as the minor forbidden spell struck Yin without causing him any harm. Suddenly, the ground trembled violently, creating a massive crater a kilometer wide, the shockwave radiating outward, prompting Staff to hastily ascend into the air. "You little rascal, are you not coming back?" "Ah, what a delight," Yin mused, reveling in the validation of his newfound strength before vanishing. Cursed be it, he left so swiftly. The duel had already stirred the entire imperial city, leaving Staff to clean up the aftermath, as he too disappeared from sight. Chapter 24. The top three emerge at this moment. Staff was in deep distress, soothing those who came to inquire about the situation. "Elder, what has transpired? Are you all right?" The two intense waves emanating from the imperial capital had startled him, powerful enough to obliterate it. Dressed in a dragon robe and crowned with gold, Emperor Yin arrived at Staff's residence. Given that Staff's mother was a royal princess, Yin addressed him as elder. Staff wore an awkward expression. "Little Yin, you are nearing the mid-stage of the sacred realm, are you not?" Yin, blushing at being called by his nickname, was relieved that no one else was present. "Indeed, elder. Little Yin, what do you think of my newly accepted disciple, Tian?" Reporting to the elder, Tian possesses extraordinary talent, and his prospects of entering the legendary realm are quite high. Staff smiled slightly upon hearing this, then continued, "Little Yin, I have watched you, your father, and your grandfather grow. As your ancestor, I shall share a secret. Tian is, in fact, a colossal dragon. As a member of the dragon race, this young man's ascension and strength is astonishing. You were curious about those two waves, right? One belongs to me, and the other is Tian. In a confrontation, even I would struggle against him. Remember, do not provoke him. Cultivate goodwill instead." Yin stood dumbfounded. "Heavens! Yes, elder, I understand. Upon returning, I will instruct the family that anyone who provokes Tian will be expelled." "Very well, take this tea from the ice field," Staff said, tossing a jar from the table to Yin, who beamed in response. "Thank you, elder." Afterward, Staff dismissed Yin. Upon returning to the palace, Yin reiterated his command against provoking Tian, warning that transgressors would be expelled, and summoned Long Linger and Long Xiang. Sitting upon the dragon throne, Yin closed his eyes in contemplation, tapping the armrest with his fingertips. After a lengthy pause, he opened his eyes. "Linger, I have just returned from the elder and received some news. What do you think of Tian?" Long Linger, her beautiful eyes trembling, replied, AO Tian is indeed impressive. With exceptional talent. Longyan smiled slightly. Linger, are you interested in AO Tian? Your father can speak to the elder on your behalf. Linger's cheeks flushed, clearly intrigued. Long Xiang chuckled. It seems I shall soon have an additional brother-in-law. Lingdoi playfully swatted her brother, while Long Xiang laughed heartily. Observing this, Longyan's smile deepened. Linger, put some effort into getting close to AO Tian. Xianger, spend more time with him as well, but do not be overly deliberate to avoid raising suspicions. Approach him with sincerity rather than the typical princely manner. Long Xiang responded solemnly, Yes, father. Meanwhile, Long Linger hesitated. But the Ba family has already announced that AO Tian is to marry their second daughter, Elena. Longyan laughed heartily. What of it? A strong man can have multiple wives. Linger, heed your father's words. If you cannot win him over, it is still essential to cultivate a good relationship. Linger nodded in agreement. Very well, it is late. You may retire. Tomorrow, you both have competitions. Yes, we take our leave. As the sun bathed the earth in light, life began to stir, and dewdrops glistened upon the leaves. On that morning, having enjoyed breakfast, many arrived early at the training grounds, for today was the day to determine the top 3 competitors. At this moment, AO Tian remained asleep on his bed, a glimmer of drool catching the sunlight, clearly dreaming a delightful dream. His eyes fluttered open, and he stretched lazily before yawning, washing up, and dressing before stepping outside. In the dining hall, as usual, he ordered an extravagant feast. With some students already accustomed to his voracious appetite, in their eyes, AO Tian was akin to a humanoid beast with an insatiable hunger. After savoring a sip of fresh fish soup, AO Tian continued to tear into the meat of a windstorm tiger. Good morning, AO Tian. Elena chirped as she gracefully took a seat beside him. AO Tian mumbled indistinctly, Nana, I'm looking for you, which elicited a slight smile from the beauty. After their delightful meal, he aimed to deepen his bond with Elena. On the martial arts stage, the director, Long Fei, silenced the noise below, announcing, Today is a splendid day, a day to witness the emergence of 3 outstanding individuals. Let us rejoice together. His words ignited the enthusiasm of the crowd. Cheers swelling like a tide. Now, I invite 5 contestants to the stage. 1 will be exempt, and the other 4 will face opponents with matching numbers. Luck is also a form of strength. Step forward. The 5 participants ascended the platform in succession. Long Xiang was exempt, with AO Tian matched against Gon Bas, and Long Linger against Saloba. Let us welcome AO Tian and Gon Bas to the stage. The crowd chanted, Go, AO Tian, among which Elena's voice rang loud. AO Tian turned to her, offering a smile, as Gon Bas, clad in a white mage robe and wielding a mid-level magic staff, ascended. Begin. Gon Bas initiated the duel by conjuring a radiant shield, while AO Tian brandished his Dragon-S Song sword, swirling it to create a cascade of sword blossoms. The air was filled with an ethereal aura as countless green leaves danced with the sword light, launching towards Gon Bas. With a searing sound, Gon Bas's magical shield melted away to a mere paper-thin layer, while the dazzling light of the holy light spell illuminated the arena. Accompanied by a surge of radiant magic aimed at AO Tian. With a subtle shift of his left foot, AO Tian formed a Tai Chi stance with the sword blossoms, repelling the onslaught of holy light. Suddenly, a thick fog enveloped the arena, obscuring visibility and even mental perception. With silent, graceful steps, AO Tian focused his awareness. Locking onto Gon Bas's position, a flash of sword light from the Dragon-S Song sword shot forth, poised to pierce Gon Bas's throat with a mere twitch. As the fog dissipated, it revealed a scene of Gon Bas's terror, with AO Tian standing, sword at his throat. AO Tian wins. Next, Long Linger and Saloba were invited to the stage. Dressed in a snug swordsman outfit, Long Linger exuded confidence, her fiery red hair cascading to her waist. Saloba wielded the legendary weapon, the Blazing Edge, a gift from AO Tian. Begin. The clash between the 2 fire element warriors commenced. Long Linger unleashed a red aura, extending a meter around her, clearly exerting her full power. With both hands gripping her spear, she lunged forward, while Saloba, not to be outdone, brandished the enhanced legendary weapon. The Blazing Edge, with his aura reaching the early stage of level 5, erupting into a protective barrier that extended 15 meters. The air was filled with the sounds of clashing weapons, and after several exchanges, blood trickled from Long Linger's lips. the vivid red streak adding a touch of allure to the beautiful youth. The Long family is a lineage imbued with draconic blood, possessing a connection to the dragon race. When the concentration of dragon blood within the clan reaches a certain threshold, one can transform into a dragon warrior. In a swift motion, Long Linger staggered back several steps, her wrist slightly aching. With a resounding crack, the ground beneath her fractured, her formidable presence becoming apparent as her fitted swordsman's robe tore apart, revealing glimmering dragon scales. The vibrant crimson aura intensified, surging 3 meters in height. A resonant dragon's roar escaped Long Linger's lips, sending a jolt of pain through Soroba's membranes. At that moment, Soroba's expression was one of unprecedented gravity. Long Linger had activated her transformation. Seeing this, Tian was taken aback, realizing she was in a semi-dragon state. Previously, Tian had discerned that Long Linger and Long Xiang bore the bloodline of dragons, but he had paid it little mind. Now, witnessing the transformation from a delicate maiden into a fearsome figure adorned with dragon scales, he shivered involuntarily. Thankfully, her face remained unchanged, still possessing an alluring charm. On the arena, the ground beneath Long Linger had already cracked, creating a large hole as her speed exponentially increased, propelling her towards Soroba. The dragon destruction slash manifested as a blinding 5-meter lance of light, striking down towards Soroba. Recognizing the impending danger, Soroba summoned his powerful crimson aura, transforming it into a small dragon-shaped lance to collide with her attack. Dust and debris erupted around them as the two fiery energies clashed, resulting in a fierce explosion. Both Long Linger and Soroba were sent flying, crashing to the ground. Soroba felt as though his internal organs had been rearranged, his body aching and devoid of strength. Meanwhile, Long Linger experienced a wave of weakness. Having forcibly utilized the Long family's secret technique, the dragon destruction slash, her energy was depleted. Fortunately, the accelerated blood flow in her dragon form mitigated her injuries, allowing her to rise and approach Soroba, the tip of her lance resting against his neck. Watching her brother in this precarious situation, Elena screamed loudly, while Tian offered his consolation. Long Linger emerged victorious. As she spoke, a wave of dizziness overtook her, causing her to collapse. The dragon scales on her body began to retract slowly. On the high platform, Long Fei vanished with a swift motion, carrying Long Linger away, while Soroba was subsequently assisted by Tian and the others. Thus, the top 3 were confirmed: Tian, Long Linger, and Long Xiang. The competition to determine the champion would take place that afternoon, as a lively discussion among the onlookers about the match ensued. Chapter 25. Tian claims the championship after lunch. As the sun rose high in the sky, the martial arts arena was once again filled to capacity. The exhilarating moment had arrived, heralding the fierce competition for the championship. Tian, Long Linger, and Long Xiang were invited to draw lots. Tian drew a number 1. Long Linger also drew a number 1, while Long Xiang had the fortune of a bye. Below, Tian encouraged Long Linger, urging the crowd to cheer for them. Roar! Tian go! Some girls, including Elena, shouted in support of Tian. Long Linger go! Defeat Tian! Exclaimed a group of spirited young men, rallying behind their beloved goddess. Tian wore a faint smile, softly suggesting, "My lady, shall we discuss this?" Long Linger gazed at him with her beautiful eyes. Recalling her father's admonition, a blush creeping onto her cheeks, which caught Tian off guard. Regaining her composure, Long Linger replied, "You. Go ahead." Yin revealed a dazzling, pristine smile, addressing the beautiful girl beside him. "Just be gentle. As long as you avoid my face, you may strike wherever you wish." Long Linger responded with a light scoff. The headmaster, Long Fei, observed the two chatting on stage and cleared his throat, announcing, "All right, let's begin." Long Linger, her smile fading, took the initiative with a swift thrust of her spear, the crimson energy seemingly piercing the very fabric of reality towards Yin. Yet Yin maintained his composure as he executed the flourish of the sword, summoning a surge of white energy that effortlessly countered her attack. The arena transformed into a misty expanse, and the ancestral sword techniques he had mastered in his past life now manifested with greater potency, unleashing a storm of verdant leaves that raced toward Long Linger. The audience below felt a chill run down their spines as Long Linger's expression grew grave. Every avenue of escape was sealed, heightening her sense of dread towards Yin. The overwhelming force drew nearer, and her fitted dragon attire began to tear, revealing fearsome dragon scales that emerged. She fortified herself with an armor of fighting spirit, bracing for the impending assault. On the high platform, Long Fei's expression shifted to one of concern. Tian's attack had escalated to a mid-level 5 intensity. The resilience of the dragon scales managed to deflect a portion of the oncoming leaves. Suddenly, those leaves became enveloped in a golden radiance, inflicting deep gashes of 2 to 3 centimeters on her scales, causing blood to flow freely and a searing pain to engulf her. This agony ignited a ferocity within Long Linger. The roar of the dragon echoed forth, overwhelming the audience to the brink of submission. Tian, undeterred by the oppressive dragon might, flickered with determination. He unleashed the dragon annihilation slash. Long Linger, in her rage, surged with an additional 10% of fiery energy, the immense dragon-like force tearing through the very air toward Tian. With a deft motion, Tian coated his dragon roar sword with his true energy, emanating a powerful aura. The sword's radiant arc cleaved through the fiery dragon, piercing Long Linger's left shoulder, deliberately avoiding any vital points. Blood gushed forth as she succumbed to unconsciousness, her already depleted energy leaving her vulnerable. Tian withdrew his blade and stored it away, retrieving a set of garments to cloister her dragon scales and cradling Long Linger's now serene form, indulging in the softness at his waist. He entrusted her to the approaching healing light mage and departed. After a brief intermission, the announcer called forth Tian and Long Xiang to the stage to determine the first and second places. Long Xiang strode confidently onto the arena, adorned in golden armor, his eyes ablaze with intensity as he declared, "This time, I shall avenge my sister and deliver a beating to you." The memory of his sister's horrific wounds, though healed without a trace, ignited a furious resolve within him, momentarily eclipsing the words of his father. Tian's lips curled into a wicked smile as he raised his left hand, palm up, gesturing provocatively for Long Xiang to come forth. The latter's eyes blazed with fury. "Begin." Long Xiang was acutely aware of Tian's formidable prowess, recognizing that his own abilities were comparable to those of his younger sister. With that thought, he transformed into a dragon, encased in golden armor that wrapped around his formidable dragon scales, significantly enhancing his defense. Harnessing the burgeoning power of his combat aura, Long Xiang launched an initial assault, his movements akin to a tempest, leaving trails imperceptible to the naked eye as he advanced towards Tian. Tian closed his eyes, extending his consciousness to pinpoint Long Xiang's location as a swift yellow streak hurtled towards him. The dragon cry sword trembled violently, slicing through the swirling sands and flying stones, its radiant energy intensifying. Long Xiang's colossal sword began to fracture under the pressure, and with a resounding crack, the sword shattered. However, the momentum of the blade did not diminish. It struck the golden armor with tremendous force, causing it to yield like snow under the sun. A sharp pain pierced Long Xiang's abdomen as the scales were breached, blood gushing forth. Overwhelmed by the agony, he staggered backward, expelling a mouthful of congealed blood. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Long Xiang addressed Tian, proposing a decisive showdown. "How about we settle this with one final move?" "As you wish," Tian replied. The two retreated 10 meters, gathering their strength for the impending clash. Long Xiang roared, unleashing a surge of combat aura as the dragon-destroying slash ignited in a blaze of fiery red and azure light, colliding with Tian's left fist, which was adorned with dragon scales. The clash produced a cacophony of screeching noises as the red and blue brilliance slowly began to dissipate like snow melting away. In the climactic moment, just as the dragon cry sword was about to pierce Long Xiang's arm, Tian sheathed his sword and delivered a powerful kick to Long Xiang's abdomen. The impact sent Long Xiang hurtling backward, blood spilling from his lips as he fell to the ground, unconscious and filled with resentment. Observing this, the headmaster, Long Fei, declared loudly, "Tian is victorious. Congratulations on winning the championship." With a wave of his hand, several light mages took to the stage to administer a grand healing spell to tend to the wounds. 15 minutes later, Long Xiang regained consciousness, casting a deep gaze towards Tian. The announcer then invited the first-place winner, Tian, along with the second-place Long Xiang and third-place Long Linger, to the stage for their awards. As the pale Long Xiang and the slightly rejuvenated Long Linger passed by Tian, They shot him a fierce glare, to which Ao Tian responded with a nonchalant smile. After the distribution of awards, Long Fei exchanged a knowing glance with Dean's staff, who approached Ao Tian, patting him on the shoulder and whispering in his ear, "Earlier today, Emperor Long Yin expressed his intention to betroth Long Linger to you. What do you think, my boy?" Ao Tian was momentarily taken aback, while Dean's staff chuckled heartily and moved to the center of the stage. "All right. The 5 selected students will prepare to embark on a journey to the Elven Kingdom in 10 days for the Six-Nation Exchange Competition. I hope you all continue to strive diligently in the coming days to enhance our chances of success," he encouraged passionately, igniting fervor among the audience. An hour later, the speech concluded, and Ao Tian, who had been on the verge of dozing off, felt fatigue creeping in after several battles. Yet the elder's impassioned words stirred his spirit. Subsequently, the throngs of people began to disperse in an orderly fashion, marking the end of the selection competition. In the days that followed, Ao Tian spent his days with Elena and devoted his nights to training. Occasionally, he would tease the unexpectedly encountered Long Linger or provoke his history teacher, Catherine, leading to a rather delightful existence. Chapter 26 today is a momentous occasion. At the break of dawn, Ao Tian was attended to by maids and servants, who adorned him handsomely, rendering him strikingly dapper. Gazing into the water mirror, he softly mused, "I am truly handsome. Ha ha, how can I be this charming? What will others do in comparison?" After adjusting his hairstyle, the nearby maid couldn't help but giggle. After a flurry of activity in the early morning, the Baratin family estate was already abuzz with excitement. Reuben Baratin and his wife welcomed esteemed guests from various noble families attending the wedding. Naturally, some lesser nobles were deemed unworthy of such personal reception and were delegated to the servants. "The Fong family has arrived," announced the guard at the entrance. "Oh, ha ha ha, congratulations. Reuben, my brother, I have come." A man with a strong, square face entered the estate, accompanied by several others. "Brother Fong Li, come in. Come in. Allow me to attend to you first, then we shall chat," Reuben Baratin said with a beaming smile. "Ha ha, Reuben, you carry on with your duties," came the reply. "The Xiao family has arrived. The Wang family is here. The Lavis family has arrived. His Majesty the Emperor and Her Majesty the Empress have graced us with their presence," announced a voice, sharp and piercing like a rooster's crow. A procession of nobles advanced to pay their respects to the Emperor and Empress. "All courtiers may rise," the Emperor declared. Dozens of banquet tables were set, with a myriad of conversations rising and falling. "The bride and groom have arrived." Instantly, countless eyes turned toward the couple. Elena, clad in a snow-white silk wedding gown, radiated an air of nobility and elegance. Her hair, parted down the middle, cascaded to her waist, and her subtly adorned face appeared even more enchanting, like a fairy descended from the heavens. Ao Tian, dressed in a splendid white noble attire crafted from glacial silk, bore a handsome smile as he held Elena's hands and ascended the platform. Thunderous applause erupted, accompanied by continuous shouts of congratulations. Then, the couple bowed to the heavens. Ao Tian, holding Elena's hand, offered a reverent bow to the void above. Next, they turned to salute the esteemed Reuben Baratin and his wife, as well as the staff family, in a gesture of respect. For the third bow, the couple exchanged glances filled with affection. Ao Tian gazed at Elena with adoration, while she shyly returned his gaze. They bowed to one another, sealing their bond. The ceremony concluded, and the couple was escorted to their bridal chamber amidst a flurry of applause, bidding farewell to the newlyweds. "Everyone, indulge in food and drink. Let us all revel in joy," Reuben Baratin announced to the guests, then mingled with other distinguished nobles. The couple entered the festive chamber, which had been Elena's former boudoir, and the maid closed the door behind them. "Ha ha, my dear wife, it is time for us to attend to our marital duties," Ao Tian said, turning to Elena. Flushed with embarrassment, Elena replied, "Ao Tian, what duties do you mean?" "Well, we have just wed. You should now call me husband," he teased. As dawn broke, Ao Tian awoke feeling refreshed. He lazily stretched, withdrawing his hand from Elena's embrace, causing her to awaken from her dreams, her eyes still hazy. He turned to her, grinning mischievously, indulging in a moment of playful intimacy, prompting Elena to exclaim in mock surrender, "No more. I yield." The entertainment lingered until midday, and after a refreshing bath, the allure of Elena's pristine and voluptuous form ignited both admiration and frustration in Ao Tian. Had it not been for Elena's loud pleas for mercy, Tian, feeling tender towards her as a first-time lover, would have succumbed to his desires. Once dressed, they made their way to the dining hall, hand in hand, where they encountered the Reuben Baratin couple and their elder brother, who glanced their way. As a seasoned individual, Reuben Baratin could easily perceive their situation. With a teasing tone, he remarked, "Youngsters, exercise some restraint, ahaha." Tian felt a faint blush rise to his cheeks, while Elena, her face aflame, lowered her gaze in silence. All right, Xiao Tian, nah, come eat," urged his mother-in-law, Long Qiu. "You must be tired after the day. Now's the time to replenish." After a hearty meal, they each attended to their own affairs. Tian had gathered some medicinal herbs from a previous endeavor and took Elena back to his room. Inside, Elena's beautiful eyes were captivated as she observed Tian concocting elixirs. Once the elixirs were ready, Tian stored several soul-cleansing pills in a jade vial. "Elena, come with me. I shall assist you in enhancing your strength." With that, Tian led Elena from the Baratin residence directly to the Royal Martial and Magic Academy. In a short while, they arrived at his villa. As they traversed the corridor and entered a room, Elena felt invigorated. The dense elements of nature coalesced into a mist, and upon taking a deep breath, she sensed a surge of magical energy within her. Tian guided her to the bed, explaining, "The spiritual energy here is concentrated by my formation. Now, let us not dwell on that. This is the soul cleansing pill, which will help you refine your tendons and marrow, thus improving your aptitude." Elena gazed in astonishment at the white pill in her hand, its ethereal aura shimmering intermittently. Under Tian's guidance, she consumed the soul-cleansing pill. Soon, she experienced a painful sensation coursing through her meridians, akin to being torn apart. Yet a soothing force gradually nurtured the strained channels, creating a paradox of pain and pleasure. "Elena, endure it. Do not faint," Tian's voice echoed. Despite her heavy eyelids, Elena bit her lip to resist the unconsciousness that threatened to engulf her. Moments later, the pain subsided, and a rush of cool, gentle energy flowed through her meridians, eventually dissipating the discomfort. When Elena opened her eyes, she caught a whiff of an unpleasant odor and glanced at her arm, letting out a startled scream. Tian hastily clarified, "That is the impurities expelled during your cleansing. Go wash it off." Realizing the truth, Elena's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she hurried to bathe. After cleansing herself, the previously stunning Elena now radiated an ethereal beauty, transcending the ordinary. She exuded an otherworldly grace, her face even more radiant, her figure increasingly enchanting. With skin as pristine as jade, Tian's eyes sparkled with admiration as he embraced Elena passionately, kissing her deeply. After their kiss, he selected a cultivation technique. The Burning Heaven technique, suitable for someone at the mid-stage of quasi-saint realm, before lightly touching her forehead. Elena felt an influx of new memories, a wondrous experience. As Tian had omitted certain details regarding the origins of this technique, Elena was overwhelmed by the formidable nature of this magical technique, the Burning Heaven technique, which comprised 8 levels. The first level, Qi transformation into spirit. The second level, the convergence of the void and the Tao. The third level, the realm of golden immortals. The fourth level, the celestial emperor. The fifth level, the divine king realm. The sixth level, the divine sovereign realm. The seventh level, the divine emperor realm. And the eighth level, the sage realm. Elena gazed, awestruck, at Yin, who smiled gently and affectionately tousled her hair, saying, "My dear, this continent is small. Together we shall grow. The world beyond is vast, and I will show you a more beautiful realm. Let us strive together." Elena replied sweetly. My love, I have a secret to share with you, but you mustn't speak of it to others," Yin whispered, playfully licking Elena's earlobe. "I won't tell anyone," Elena assured him. Follow me." They made their way to the training hall in the villa's rear. Releasing Elena, Yin transformed into his true form, revealing a majestic divine dragon measuring 20 meters in length. With an air of authority and splendor, Yin approached Elena, his bull-like eyes drawing near. Startled, she exclaimed, "So beautiful," which left Yin momentarily speechless. He quickly reverted to his human form. Elena inquired, "Darling, what kind of beast are you?" Yin chuckled softly, "I am not a beast. I am a divine dragon, and you will come to understand this in time." Elena, trusting, nodded in agreement. As dusk fell, Yin and Elena enjoyed a delightful meal together. After a day filled with battles, Yin fell into a deep slumber. In his dreams, he found himself in a pitch-black realm where chaos birthed all things, and the duality of yin and yang emerged, intertwining in the cosmic order. A voice of great authority resonated throughout the universe. Suddenly, Yin glimpsed a glimmer of light. Atop an unknown-sized azure lotus stood a colossal figure. In that moment, Yin felt as insignificant as an ant. Craning his neck to gaze at the towering giant, time seemed to stretch indefinitely as the giant brandished a massive axe, cleaving through the void. With each strike, fissures appeared, expanding relentlessly. As the darkness illuminated with countless sparks of light, the giant stepped into the crevice, prying it open with bare hands. The axe loomed above, elongating with the widening rift, until it ultimately transformed into a new world. A thought flickered in Yin's mind. Pengu, the creator of the heavens. Suddenly, a multitude of fierce creatures, slightly smaller than giants, rushed towards the colossus to attack. Enraged, the giant wielded a massive axe, cleaving through the air with ferocity. Some of the gigantic beings were shattered by the blows, yet a few formidable adversaries managed to withstand the onslaught. The cataclysmic strikes landed upon the giant, inciting greater fury within him. Blood poured from his wounds, seeping into the earth, giving rise to a myriad of rare and celestial herbs, adding a touch of verdancy to the desolate land. Time passed, and the giant, having inflicted grievous wounds upon some of the powerful creatures, saw them retreat in defeat. Consequently, his axe shattered and fell into the ground, while the azure lotus beneath him cracked and vanished into the earth. With no distractions, the giant could now expand his realm in peace, albeit he himself bore severe injuries. Without the support of his axe, he braced himself against the stretching heavens and earth. The giant roared, his stature growing once more. After an indeterminate period, fatigue overcame him. His eyelids grew heavy. Summoning his last reserve of strength, he struck the heavens, a tremendous sound reverberating through the pitch-black expanse. The world he had forged solidified, and from the depths of darkness, an endless golden light descended, enveloping the giant. A quarter of it entered the world, merging with the earth, while the final quarter drifted away into the unknown. Suddenly, the world began to contract. Observing this, the giant swelled again, his spine reaching towards the sky, his feet sinking into the ground. He gazed at the land, which, despite its slight greenery, bore an expression of contemplation. Abruptly, he cast a profound glance at Yin, who was rendered nearly breathless by fear. The giant then withdrew his gaze. Finally, he exhaled, transforming his breath into wind and the clouds above. His roar morphed into the thunder of the sky. His eyes blazed with divine light. His left eye transformed into the sun, illuminating the earth, while his right became the luminous moon. Countless strands of hair turned into stars, adorning the beautiful sky, and his flowing blood became rivers and seas, ceaselessly surging. His bulging muscles morphed into numerous towering mountains and fertile fields, his bones into countless spiritual herbs and wondrous trees, his veins into the veins of the earth buried beneath, and his essence into the pervasive life force of the cosmos. After an undetermined duration, life emerged upon the land, prompting a smile from the giant. Ultimately, his essence flowed into the earth, weariness evident upon him, and his spirit transformed into three entities, retreating into the colossal mountain formed by his spine. Witnessing the giant's creation of the world, Yin's mind suddenly ascended, and his soul's power surged to the pinnacle of enlightenment. Suddenly, a voice of authority echoed beside him. The 3,000 laws can all validate the great path. Only through strength can one transcend the great path. These profound and enigmatic words illuminated his surroundings, and Yin opened his eyes to behold the sweetly slumbering Elena in his arms. Realizing it was but a dream, he pondered the meaning of validating the great path through strength. What, after all, is the great path? What is the way? Shaking his head, he chose to cease his contemplation. In the early morning, as he walked along the path of the academy, a young lad with an oily face, panting heavily, rushed towards Yin. "Senior Yin, there is a child at the academy gate looking for you." "Oh," Yin mused, recalling the possibility of that little rascal. Embracing Elena, he made his way to the gate, where indeed stood the small figure of Yage. "Benefactor, I have come to find you," he said, bowing deeply. Lacking means, he expressed profound gratitude to Yin, whose support had allowed him to give his mother a proper burial. Yin smiled in silence, and then asked Yage, "What is your dream?" Yage, without a moment's hesitation, declared, "This life of mine belongs to my benefactor. I shall do whatever my benefactor commands, as long as I am provided with food." Upon uttering these words, he felt a rush of embarrassment. Elena, amused, chuckled heartily, causing Yage to lower his head in bashfulness. He then lifted his gaze to me. Hearing this, Yage straightened his posture, gazing proudly at Yin. "Since you have chosen to follow me, the first principle is unwavering loyalty. Should I discover any treachery, the consequences will be dire. My benefactor, Yage, will remain eternally loyal," he proclaimed, then bowed deeply, striking his forehead against the ground until blood smeared his brow. Yin quickly intervened, casting a healing spell that miraculously left no scar. "Now follow me." After a delightful meal at the restaurant, Yin took Yage to his villa, while Elena returned home for a visit. Upon entering the villa, Yin led Yage to the training ground and extended his hand. After a moment of contemplation, he placed his hand upon Yage's spine, retrieving the wind god's secret technique from his memory to bestow upon him. This technique, created by the Wind Emperor Orin, held the potential to elevate one to the realm of the Divine Emperor. Yage, feeling the immense power of the technique, expressed his gratitude profusely. "Yage, dedicate yourself to your studies. Here are 50,000 gold coins. I shall step out for a while. Should you feel hungry, help yourself to the restaurant. I must take my leave." Chapter 28. Arrival at the Elven Sanctuary. Unbeknownst to them, several days had slipped by as they prepared to embark on their journey. Elena's face revealed a trace of reluctance. That night, Yin held Elena tightly, indulging in a passionate embrace. As the sun rose, heralding the awakening of the earth, Yin bid farewell to Elena, reminding Yage to train diligently before heading to the assembly point. Accompanying them was the director Long Fei, a fire element warrior of peak strength, capable of ensuring their safety. Of course, with Yin's almost legendary prowess safeguarding them, their journey was assuredly safe. On the high platform, Dean Staff delivered an inspiring speech, concluding with an enthusiastic send-off from the crowd as they set forth towards the Elven Kingdom's capital, the Elven Sanctuary. Along the way, the five companions grew increasingly familiar through their shared battles. Yin's grilling skills won over the hearts of the Four and Long Fei. 2 days later, they departed from the border city of the Ross Empire and entered the chaotic city region, notorious as a haven for the wicked. Here, the inhabitants were predominantly malevolent, with countless criminals seeking refuge from their pasts. Over the years, the chaotic city had become a notorious stronghold for wrongdoers, frequently plagued by theft, murder, and assaults on women. While traversing the outskirts of the chaotic city, they successfully repelled several waves of bandits. That night, they reached the riverbank to rest. Yin ventured into the nearby forest and caught 8 wild chickens, preparing 4 as beggar-esque chicken and the other 4 as roasted chicken. The others, having savored the flavors over the past few days, eagerly eyed Yin. He chuckled and shook his head, then retrieved various seasonings from his spatial ring, thoughtfully prepared by Elena before their parting. After skinning, gutting, and cleaning the chickens, Yin evenly coated them with the spices and wrapped them in lotus leaves gathered from the river, binding them tightly with string. Yin conjured a small fireball to ignite the firewood collected by the others, placing 2 flasks of wine atop the flames. He then ground some soil into powder, mixing it with water, and skillfully spread it on a damp cloth. Then, Tian placed the bound mountain chicken in the center of the earth, ensuring that the soil adhered tightly around it. After removing the damp cloth, he wrapped it in a layer of lotus leaves and buried it beneath the fire. Once completed, he repeated the process for the other 3 chickens. For the remaining 4, he meticulously removed their skins, cleaned them, and set them over the fire to roast, occasionally sprinkling salt and spices. With the aid of a spatial ring, he had access to fresh water and an array of spices, everything one could desire. Soon, the tantalizing aroma wafted through the air. Some beasts, drawn by the enticing scent of meat, gathered around. After a brief skirmish, during which they dispatched several beasts, the chickens were nearly ready. The remaining roasted chicken was seized amidst a flurry of competition, leaving Tian momentarily stunned as he witnessed the last chicken vanish. He felt a pang of despair, and even after consuming a few bites, he still felt hunger gnawing at him. Shouldering a few slain beasts, Tian embarked on the task of skinning, cleaning, and roasting them, wary of his companion's potential to snatch away his meal. Laughter erupted from the others. Tian, why hide so far? We won't steal from you, Dragon Linger teased, her laughter ringing like chimes. The others echoed her sentiment. Yet, Tian paid them no heed and proceeded to season his barbecue before indulging in his meal. As the others drifted into a light slumber, Tian kept watch that night, sitting cross-legged on the ground with closed eyes, drawing in the spiritual essence of heaven and earth. His consciousness extended, enveloping the surrounding area for 1,000 meters, detecting even the slightest disturbance. The night passed uneventfully, and the group continued on their journey. Days later, they entered the tropical rainforest known as the Elven Forest, where their passage remained unobstructed. Shortly thereafter, they arrived at the sacred ground of the elves, where the elder guided them in assigning rooms. That night, in the enchanting elven sanctuary, the ancient giant trees shimmered with a faint green glow. Tian approached the tree, a serene aura enveloping him. In this moment, he felt an unprecedented sense of tranquility and comfort. After his cultivation and the refinement of his spiritual techniques, he radiated an essence of nature. A gentle breeze rustled the leaves, producing a soft, crisp sound. Sophia was particularly joyful today, busy hosting a delegation of academies and mentors from 5 neighboring nations, leaving her little time with her mother. Seizing the opportunity, she slipped out of the palace to frolic. Suddenly, she spotted a young man ahead, clad in white, with exquisite and handsome features, flowing black hair, and eyes as dark as the stars, exuding a comforting aura reminiscent of nature. As Sophia gazed at Tian, he too felt an inexplicable connection and turned his gaze towards her. Her long hair cascaded down her shoulders, with delicate eyelashes framing her strikingly beautiful face, complemented by a slender neck and a waist that seemed almost delicate to grasp. Her slightly pointed ears, rosy lips, and perfect visage affirmed the tales that the elven race were indeed children of nature. With polite grace, Tian addressed Sophia. On this long, starry night, beautiful elven maiden, are you here to admire the moon as well? Sophia stifled a giggle behind her hand, her sweet, melodious voice responding, Indeed, I am here to gaze at the moon. Tian smiled gently. What a wonderful coincidence, beautiful elven maiden. Might we share the pleasure of admiring the moonlight together? Sophia's enchanting eyes lingered on Tian for a moment, and upon seeing the clarity in his gaze, she replied, Of course. The beautiful elven maiden. I know of a spot that offers a better view of the moonlight. Where? Allow me to take you there. As he spoke, Tian gently took Sophia's incredibly soft little hand, which trembled slightly before returning to normal. With a swift leap, Tian and Sophia ascended onto a massive branch, affording them a clearer view of the moonlit sky. Tian couldn't help but muse, in the dust, one sees the moon, the heart finds peace. Especially in the serene autumn of the celestial realm. Upon hearing this, Sophia's beautiful eyes sparkled with curiosity. What is your name? Are you a student here for the exchange competition? Tian, inhaling the fragrant aroma wafting from her, replied, Beautiful fairy, my name is Tian, proud as the heavens themselves. You guessed rightly, I am indeed here to participate in the exchange competition. Sophia blinked her lovely eyes a few times, raising her left hand with delight. I am very pleased to meet you tonight. My name is Sophia. A crescent smile graced her lips as she spoke. Tian grasped her delicate, fair hand and said, It is I who am honored to meet the lovely lady tonight. As a gentle breeze caressed them, the refreshing scent of Sophia surrounded Tian. Gazing at the enchanting moonlight, he asked her, Sophia, what do you think exists upon the moon? Sophia blinked her beautiful eyes slightly and shook her head, replying, I do not know. With a faint smile, Tian continued, I once read an ancient tome which spoke of a beautiful moon goddess residing upon the moon. It described a palace called the Guanghan Palace where she dwells, accompanied by a jade rabbit to ease her solitude, and a magnificent osmanthus tree that adds vitality to the moon. Sophia listened intently, captivated by his words. Noticing a pause, she tugged at Tian's clothing, urging, and then? What happened next? Tian held her hands and asked, Sophia, do you wish to know why the goddess resides upon the moon? Sophia quickly nodded, her small face resembling a chick pecking at grains. Tian smiled gently and continued, It is said that long ago, there were 2 great tribes on earth, the witch tribe and the beast tribe. The beast tribe consisted of shapeshifters and some untamed beasts, with their powerful gods residing in the celestial heavens, while the weaker among them roamed the earth. The witch tribe governed the land, capturing countless beasts for sustenance. Eventually, war broke out between the 2 tribes. One day, a descendant of the witch tribe, fell in love with a frail human woman, and they became husband and wife. The witch tribe enjoyed eternal life, whereas the human tribe's lifespan was but a fleeting 100 years. One night, the beautiful wife of the god Ho-E, Chang'e, sighed, wishing to accompany him forever. Suddenly, a radiant woman appeared at her window, offering her a potion for immortality. Though hesitant, Chang'e ultimately desired the gift of eternal life and consumed the elixir. From a distance, Ho-E noticed an unusual glow emanating from their dwelling and rushed to her side. Alas, he arrived too late, witnessing Chang'e ascend to the moon, her heart breaking as she exchanged a final glance with him. This incident exacerbated the enmity between the two tribes, leading to Ho-Ye's demise. Yet, the potion Chang'e consumed was genuine, granting her eternal life as she resided on the moon forever. Sophia, moved by the tale, felt tears welling in her eyes. Tian comforted the weeping Sophia, who leaned against his embrace. Not long after, as time slipped away, Sophia, I must take my leave. Tomorrow's competition awaits. Well, good night. Good night. Chapter 29. The duel of the two champions. The following day, in the early morning light, Tian rose early to practice Tai Chi. Tian, up so early? What dance are you performing? Came the voice of Long Linger from behind. Tian finished his movements, exhaling deeply, and turned to Long Linger, saying, This is not a dance. Consider it a form of exercise to invigorate my blood and bones. Oh, let us go eat then. All right. As Tian followed Long Ling, he couldn't help but notice her swaying figure, which stirred something within him. Soon, they entered the dining hall assigned to the elven tribe. The absence of meat was unsettling to Tian, who compensated by consuming a great deal of fruit and drinking copious amounts of floral brew, managing to make do. Long Linger rolled her eyes at his table manners, scolding him to be mindful. Elven attendants continuously served fruits, astonished by Tian's voracious appetite. The representatives from the 5 nations had gathered. After drawing lots, 30 individuals were divided into 2 groups, each vying for supremacy. Tian discreetly surveyed his surroundings with his subtle awareness, confirming the formidable strength of the elven tribe. Among the gathered were the elven queen and several elders, including 5 legendary masters, with the elven queen reaching the pinnacle of legend. Truly, the elven tribe was powerful. In the vast arena, Queen Elizabeth wielded her staff, conjuring a colossal natural magic shield that enveloped a radius of 1,000 miles, capable of withstanding attacks from multiple sanctified realms. This area was divided into 2 sections, illuminated by a beam of light, with a 50-meter expanse separating them. Having drawn a later number, Tian observed as Long Linger competed against a warrior from the Ofa Empire, an ice elemental fighter. The opposing elements of ice and fire were in direct conflict, hinging on whose strength prevailed. After a fierce contest, the ice warrior from the Ofa Empire began to falter, and before long, Long Linger emerged victorious. Throughout the day of competition, 4 students were determined from each arena. From the Ross Empire, Tian and Long Linger, along with Long Xiang, advanced to the next stage. In Tian's arena, the other 3 competitors included Leo, a wind swordsman from the Chasing Wind Empire, Tren, a fire mage from the Ofa Empire, and Hoken, a lion man from the Orc Empire. Meanwhile, the other arena yielded the names of Long Linger, Long Xiang, Harka, an archer from the Elven Sacred Grounds, and Maurice, a paladin from the Holy Light Kingdom. That night, after enjoying dinner, they returned to their rooms to prepare for the following day's competition. In the deep of night, Tian evaded the patrolling elven guards and, like a breeze, leaped onto the branch of a towering tree. With 2 plates of fruit secretly stashed in his mouth, he gazed at the moon, a hint of sorrow crossing his features. Father, mother, and brother, I wonder how you fare, and dear sister Fayer, fret not. For I shall ascend to the highest realm and return. No one shall impede my path. With determination burning in his eyes, Tian clenched his fist. Leaning against the branch, Tian entered a meditative state. In these recent days, his cultivation at the peak of the transformation realm had deepened, and he was on the brink of breaking through to the void realm. The consciousness radiated outward, now extending to a remarkable range of 20,000 meters. The milky white stone nestled within the Dantian remained as it always was, centrally positioned. As the consciousness scanned the elven palace, a sudden rebound of energy jolted back. A terrifying force of the soul pursued Tian's consciousness. Realizing the peril, Tian swiftly severed the connection, finally escaping that dreadful power. Indeed, the elven race harbors formidable masters. Concealed by the shadows of the trees, Tian returned to his chamber. The following day, the quarterfinals of the competition were about to commence. The Elven Queen delivered a speech akin to her previous one, urging the audience to refrain from lethal force. Amidst the crowd, Tian spotted Sophia and surmised her identity as the princess of the Elven clan. Sophia seemed to sense someone gazing at her, with keen intuition. Her beautiful eyes turned toward Tian, whereupon she playfully stuck out her tongue and made a silly face, to which Tian responded with a smile. In the Rose Empire, Tian faced off against Trun of the Opha Empire. As Trun ascended to the stage, he immediately enveloped himself in a fiery shield. Seizing the initiative, Tian unleashed several sword energies, showcasing his early-stage, 5th-level prowess. Trun, wary of the threat, retreated while chanting incantations, causing a dense aura of fire elements to envelop the arena. The Fire Phoenix, transformed from the fire elements, surged toward Tian with unparalleled heat. With a commanding voice, Tian proclaimed, "Shatter," as the milky white sword light tore through the Fire Phoenix, maintaining its formidable momentum toward Trun. The fireballs that Trun conjured were met with the sword light, obliterating them, yet at the expense of diminishing the sword's power, which ultimately dissipated within the fiery shield. Trun, wielding a scarlet staff, saw the core of the staff glow fiercely. A dozen magma fire elemental creatures materialized, towering at 3 meters high, radiating intense heat. Upon receiving the command, they unleashed a barrage of scorching breaths toward Tian. Unfazed, Tian's milky white true energy surged forth, and a tempest arose, sweeping through the arena and amplifying the power of the whirlwind. Within this maelstrom, countless emerald leaves shimmered with a frosty glimmer, further enhancing the whirlwind's ferocity. With a swift motion, the scorching breaths were extinguished. Enraged by this, the magma fire elemental creatures conjured numerous firewalls in an attempt to obstruct the whirlwind. Following the tempest, Tian's speed surged dramatically as he leapt into the air, slicing through the firewalls with his sword light. The absence of barriers allowed the whirlwind to collide with the magma fire elemental creatures, producing a deafening sound of disintegration as they were torn apart. The tempest, having vanquished the elemental beings, could not dissipate in the air, as Trun, having amassed his energy, summoned a rain of fire that spread across the sky, enveloping a 200-meter radius with countless flames descending upon Tian. Tian revealed a look of comfort, leaving Trun momentarily stunned. After the fire dragon's assault, Trun chanted quickly as several fire dragons surged toward Tian. In a hushed tone, Tian declared, "It is time to conclude this." In an instant, he vanished, evading the fire dragon's strikes with astonishing speed. A streak of sword light cleaved toward Trun, shattering his fiery shield. With unrelenting force, the sword light struck his abdomen, inflicting excruciating pain and revealing a gruesome wound. Trun felt a sword pressed against his throat. He understood that a mere exertion would lead to his demise. Cold sweat trickled down his forehead as he uttered, "I concede." Tian emerged victorious for the Rose Empire, proclaimed the Elven Elder with a resounding voice. On the other side, as Long Xiang faced the archer Harka, Tian arrived, and the competition was still fierce. Harka's skillful archery, capable of launching arrows over 1,000 meters in an instant, left Tian feeling quite grave. Despite having broken through to the early stage of level 5, Long Xiang found himself in a stalemate with Harka, relying on his dragon transformation state. After 2 grueling hours, Long Xiang's transformation came to an end, his strength waning, unable to withstand the rapid onslaught of arrows. His body bore numerous wounds, and as he attempted to approach Harka, he was relentlessly pressed back. With a pale complexion and blood flowing profusely, he unleashed one final shockwave before collapsing onto the ground. Harka, having blocked the attack, was also sent reeling, spitting out blood, his countenance paling in response. Harka emerged victorious. In another match, Tian's companions battled the Lionman Horkin of the Orc Empire, who, with his formidable strength, secured victory. Longlinger faced the Holy Knight Morris of the Light Kingdom, and, though she emerged victorious by a narrow margin, she sustained serious injuries. The 4 slots were filled, and the day concluded. After a night of rest, the 4 regained their full strength. Tian faced Horkin, whose mid-level 5 power rivaled that of a late-stage human 5. However, Tian, a legendary peak powerhouse adept at feigning weakness, swiftly overpowered Horkin. leaving him gravely injured and claiming victory. Tian then approached the next match, where Long Linger faced Harka. At this point, Long Linger had transformed into her dragon form, yet her body was increasingly marked with wounds. It was a battle of ranged suppression against a close combat warrior, and as the pressure mounted, Long Linger became enraged, disregarding the arrows embedded in her body as she swiftly closed the distance to Harka. The Dragon Slayer, executed in her mid-level 5 dragon transformation state, was formidable enough to severely injure an average early-stage level 6 master. However, Harka, a prodigy in his own right, utilized his demon-breaking arrows to weaken the fiery dragon's attack. With a flourish of his cloak, he summoned a 5-meter magical barrier that enveloped him. The piercing sound of dissolution echoed as the fire dragon dissipated, and Harka struck with a magical arrow, hitting Long Linger in the abdomen. Long Linger cried out her surrender. Thus, the strongest from both groups were determined, with the first place set to be decided the following day. As night fell and the moonlight bathed the earth, 6 individuals gathered in Tan's room. Tan, Long Linger, Long Xiang, Solo Baratin, Ganba, and the instructor Long Fei. Tian, tomorrow is your final match against the archer Harka, said Long Linger, her beautiful eyes glimmering with concern. Indeed, Tian replied. From the very beginning, you must take the initiative and engage him in close combat. Be wary of his targeting abilities and the tremendous power of his explosive arrows. Proceed with caution. Long Linger shared insights gleaned from her own experiences in the competition. Understood. However, I have a request. If you can fulfill this, I will have a significantly better chance of winning tomorrow, Tian said with a hint of mischief. The group quickly gathered around him. Tian, speak up, and I shall surely assist you, said instructor Long Fei. Yes, tell us quickly, echoed the others. Rubbing his hands together, Tian shyly but eagerly replied, well, could you procure a dozen or so pieces of monster meat or a few barrels of fruit? I haven't been able to satiate my hunger during these past few days with the elves. He concluded with a hopeful expression. With a sudden thud, a group of individuals collapsed, clutching their heads. My heavens. Ahem. Well, I shall brazenly reach out to an old friend to procure some more fruits. Await my arrival, Outyin. Upon hearing this, Outyin's eyes sparkled with excitement. Director, hurry. I await your return. His brother-in-law, Solo Baratin, patted Outyin on the shoulder, speechless. I must say, brother-in-law, how can you eat so much? Outyin, feeling somewhat embarrassed, replied, well, I have a good set of teeth, an even better appetite, and my digestion is swift. Long Linger chimed in, the quantity you consume could sustain us for many days. Long Xiang added, indeed, you are quite the anomaly. Outyin, a vein twitching on his forehead, retorted, you are the anomaly. I am simply dashing. Nearby, Ganba burst into laughter. Shortly thereafter, Director Long Fei arrived with over 10 elven maidens, each carrying a basket brimming with fruits. Soon, the table was laden with the bounty, and the elven maidens departed. Outyin rubbed his hands together and swiftly devoured the fruits, leaving onlookers utterly speechless. Outyin, from now on, you shall be known as the glutton, Long Linger remarked, her eyes sparkling. After finishing a fruit, Outyin savored the rich juices and succulent flesh, licking his lips. As long as you provide me with delectable treats. Call me whatever you wish, he declared, continuing his feast. A group of people silently observed Outyin as he annihilated the fruits, the scene exuding an odd atmosphere. Soon after, having finished, Outyin looked at the crowd and rolled his eyes. Why are you all still here? Aren't you going to sleep? Ahem, Outyin, have you had your fill? If you fail to secure first place tomorrow, you will be in trouble, Long Linger warned. Outyin licked his lips. What if I do secure first place? Will you be my cook for a year? Long Linger paused, contemplating. If you truly achieve first, what of it? I shall be your cook for a year. Long Xiang interjected, sister, don't. You cannot even cook. Long Linger rolled her eyes. Do not stop me. I wager, if you do not take first, you shall serve as my guard for a year. Feigning weakness, Outyin hesitated. Well, perhaps we should not gamble. Long Linger was undeterred. No, we must wager. It is settled. With that, she exited the room. Once she departed, Outyin chuckled slyly, leaving a few perplexed. Long Fei's eyes sparkled as he stroked his white beard with a smile. Outyin turned to the remaining individuals. Does anyone wish to take part in my wager? Long Xiang mumbled a refusal and left, followed by Ganba, leaving the others to bid farewell as they departed. Thus, the night passed. The next morning, the group arrived early at the cafeteria. under Out Yin's insistence. Their fruits and flower nectar were commandeered by him. The group exchanged bewildered glances as they watched Out Yin consume everything alone, while the elven maiden delivering the fruit platter couldn't help but smile at the sight. Today, a multitude of elven kin gathered to witness the event, far surpassing the previous days. The elven queen gracefully parted her lips to announce, "We now proceed to the final competition. Who will emerge victorious? Let us welcome Harka and Out Yin to the stage." "Go Harka! Go Harka!" Countless elven maidens and a few elven gentlemen shouted in unison. The brother-in-law, unwilling to be outdone, erupted with spirit and cheered loudly for Out Yin, prompting others to join in the fervor. As the match commenced, Out Yin took the initiative with a resounding crash. The ground beneath him, conjured through magic, shattered. Out Yin surged forward at a maddening pace towards Harka. Although taken aback by Out Yin's swiftness, Harka swiftly readied his bow, unleashing a burst arrow enveloped in green energy. Suddenly, a barrage of arrows erupted, obstructing Out Yin's path. Unfazed, Out Yin smirked, bulldozing through with sheer brute force. In an instant, the distance between them dwindled to a mere 10 meters. Sensing danger, Harka activated the magical shield of his legendary cloak, a blade of light slicing through the air, causing ripples in the shield that vibrated incessantly. Harka quickly nocked 3 arrows, and with a technique akin to the alignment of 3 stars, he launched them to seal Out Yin's escape route. Meanwhile, from the sidelines, Long Linger exclaimed, "The arrows are coming fast. Don't close your eyes." Out Yin, undistracted by the commotion, kept his eyes shut. Grasping the longing sword, he twirled it, unleashing a melody of dragon cries. As the 3 arrows approached, Out Yin executed a Tai Chi-inspired sword dance, the blade's aura intertwining to form a colossal circle. A milky white ring spun with a distorted line bisecting it, radiating light on one side and darkness on the other, while 2 smaller circles rotated rapidly. The arrows, upon nearing the Tai Chi formation, inexplicably slowed and ultimately reversed direction, hurtling back towards Harka. Onlookers gasped as the elven queen, her eyes sparkling with intrigue, turned to Long Fei and inquired, "Who is this Out Yin from your empire?" Long Fei replied with a subtle smile, "Out Yin is a disciple of our academy's former principal. Beyond that, I am unaware." The elven queen responded with a soft "oh." Harka was astounded, never anticipating that the arrows he had launched would now be aimed back at him. The 3 arrows, now bolstered by the Tai Chi's reversal, surged with even greater force. "Magic tracking arrow, go!" Harka declared, firing 9 magical arrows in a single breath, 3 from each of 3 directions. The sound of impact echoed as the arrows collided, obliterating each other. However, the remaining arrows were still formidable, striking the shield and causing it to crack. With a final crackle, the last 3 arrows dissipated into the air, having fulfilled their purpose. A mist arose as Harka summoned a level 5 nature magic, enveloping the arena in an obscuring greenish-blue fog that stifled even the spirit energy. Unfortunately for Harka, he faced Out Yin, a true anomaly. Not only did Out Yin possess a consciousness impervious to such illusions, but his keen eyesight, a trait of the divine dragon of Huaxia, allowed him to pierce through all forms of deception. Absent a power that surpassed his own, no concealment could escape his gaze. Harka, amplifying his vision with a level 4 nature magic eagle eye technique, locked onto Out Yin. The 9-star alignment technique was initiated, and 9 tracking magical arrows sliced through the fabric of space, racing towards their target. Out Yin's countenance bore a cold demeanor as he unleashed a myriad of hundreds of milky white sword energies that sliced through the emerald mist towards Harka. In the air, the sound of shattering resonated as 9 magical arrows were obliterated. Some of the milky white sword energies, undeterred, pierced the fog and approached Harka. Sensing the imminent danger, Harka's expression turned frantic as he hastily retrieved the legendary item, the Earth Shield, from his spatial ring. A yellowish light enveloped Harka, and with a crackling sound, the sword energies collided with the shield. Out Yin soared through the air, and a streak of sword energy shattered the barrier, creating a brilliant arc of light. This was a new technique Out Yin had developed, unleashing his milky white true energy like a rainbow crashing towards Harka. In response, Harka invoked the Earth Shield's accompanying 8th level magic, Thorn Rebound. Although the sword energy was deflected, Harka was violently propelled backward, landing 5 meters away, his complexion pale and blood spilling forth uncontrollably. The backlash from the Thorn Rebound also caused Out Yin to stagger back a few steps. As the mist gradually dissipated, Yin, having exerted himself, appeared slightly pale with blood trickling from the corner of his mouth as he approached Harka, with the dragon's roar sword poised at Harka's throat. The defeated foe could only concede. The elven spectators were enveloped in silence, their incredulity palpable. Outside the arena, Long Linger stood in stunned disbelief, exclaiming, "He won. Yin has triumphed." Long Xiang sighed softly beside her, remarking, "Sister, this is a disaster. You must become a cook now." Long Linger, visibly flustered, struggled to accept the outcome, while Long Fei maintained a calm demeanor, offering a subtle smile. Congratulations to Yin of the Ross Empire for securing first place and becoming the champion. Now, may the top 4 ascend the stage, announced the elf Queen Elizabeth, her composure unwavering. After ensuring Harka received medical attention, she spoke again. Yin was the first to ascend the stage, soon followed by the Lion Man Hoking, who congratulated Yin before standing beside him. Long Linger walked past Yin, pointedly ignoring him, clearly intent on avoiding any interaction. Yin, however, would not let the moment slip away easily. "Oh, my beautiful cook, do you have nothing to say to me?" he teased. Resigned to the situation, Long Linger replied, "Humph, Yin, you will not escape this. I will fulfill my promise." Let's not get ahead of ourselves. You cannot even cook." "I would rather not be served a pot of poisonous dishes that could hasten my demise." Yin laughed heartily. Long Linger, determined, retorted, "If you refuse to let me be your cook, then I shall insist. I will prepare a repugnant dish just to vex you." Yin merely chuckled in response. Moments later, Harka, having stabilized his injuries, ascended the stage, his pallor still evident. The distribution of prizes commenced. Yin received the legendary staff, the Ice Dragon Scepter. Harka, being an elf, was presented with a legendary bow. Hoking was awarded a pair of high-level magical gauntlets, and Long Linger received a high-level spear, suitable for her to wield in the sacred domain. Thus concluded the Six-Nation Exchange competition, and Yin, having emerged victorious, would soon be renowned across the continent. Chapter 31. Return to the imperial capital. Upon their return, a group of travelers traversed mountains and waters, and after several days, they arrived at the capital of the Ross Empire. As they reached the city gates, they were taken aback. News of their victory had reached the emperor, Long Yin, who, in a fit of joy, had come to personally welcome Yin and his companions at the city entrance, accompanied by a retinue of nobles. "Oh, it seems we are quite popular, as even the emperor has come to welcome us," remarked Yin, observing the crowd at the entrance. "Indeed," came the response. "Yin, you have returned. I have prepared a grand feast to celebrate your homecoming," proclaimed Long Yin, leading the nobles in a humble greeting. "Very well, your majesty. Let us proceed." The group entered the imperial palace and took their seats, as beautiful attendants frequently presented delectable dishes. Seated upon the dragon throne, Long Yin joyfully raised his goblet, stating, "Let us toast to Yin for securing first place in the Six Kingdoms exchange competition, bringing honor to our Ross Empire. Here's to Yin." Cheers. Yin drank heartily. Long Yin, evidently pleased, encouraged everyone to eat. "This jade tofu is exquisite and enticing," Yin remarked as he indulged in the meal. Suddenly, Emperor Long Yin turned to Yin and inquired, "Yin, having brought such honor to our Ross Empire, what is your wish?" "Whatever you desire, I shall endeavor to fulfill." After a moment's contemplation, Yin replied, "Your Majesty, I only wish for some skilled chefs to prepare delicious meals for me each day." Taken aback by this peculiar request, Long Yin burst into laughter. "Very well. I grant you the title of First Marquis, 5 million gold coins, and 100 esteemed chefs. Are you satisfied, Yin?" "Yes, your majesty, I am quite satisfied." Both Gamba and Solo Baron were each bestowed the title of First Earl and awarded 2 million gold coins. Yin, overwhelmed by the flattery of the nobles, managed to endure their adulation until the banquet concluded. He instructed Emperor Ling Yan to escort the people and gold to the Academy Villa before the crowd dispersed. After exiting the palace, Yin and his brother-in-law returned to the Balaton residence. Parting ways, Yin quietly entered Elena's room, and indeed, she was there. He swiftly embraced her from behind, exclaiming, "Darling, I have returned." Elena opened her eyes with excitement. "Husband, you are back. I missed you so much." Yin caressed Elena's silky hair and said, "Come, let us go dine on something delightful." The two left the room and exchanged pleasantries with her parents before stepping out. With his arm around Elena's slender waist, they arrived at the finest hotel in the capital, Heaven on Earth, where they ordered a selection of exquisite dishes along with various meats and 5 bottles of cocktails. As they dined and teased each other, Tian picked up a piece of braised pork with his chopsticks and offered it to Elena, saying, "My dear, you have made remarkable progress during my absence, reaching early stage 5. Indeed, but truly, the cultivation method you provided is extraordinarily effective. My progress has been much easier." Elena's eyes sparkled as she looked at Tian and asked, "Husband, did you encounter any beautiful elven maidens in the sacred land?" Tian, feeling flustered under her gaze, straightened his posture and declared, "How could I ever harm such beauty? I have a wife, as lovely as a flower and akin to a celestial being, awaiting my return. How could I be tempted by mere mortals?" Elena beamed with joy, her face aglow with happiness. After satisfying their appetites, Tian took Elena back to the Academy Villa, where they found Jade diligently practicing swordplay in the training grounds, perspiration glistening on his brow. "Jade, come here." Hearing Tian's voice, Jade turned with delight, saying, "Noble benefactor, you have returned. Yes, from now on, address me as young master. Yes, young master. Come, this is a cleansing elixir, designed to expand the meridians and purify the essence. Be mindful to endure the pain." "Yes, young master, I shall," replied Jaeger. Upon consuming the elixir, he entered a meditative state as a profound energy surged through his body, gradually widening his meridians. However, the forced expansion of some narrower channels induced intense discomfort. After a while, the pain subsided, replaced by a refreshing energy nourishing his meridians, revealing numerous dark red impurities on his skin. In an instant, Jaeger awoke. "All right, go take a bath." Jaeger was momentarily taken aback, suddenly catching a whiff of an unpleasant odor from himself, his face turning crimson as he hurriedly rushed to bathe. Once cleansed of the impurities, he felt invigorated, and his absorption of magical elements accelerated, resulting in a breakthrough to level 2. "Jaeger, splendid. You have advanced to level 2 so swiftly. A mentor can guide you through the door, but personal effort is paramount. Of course, you may inquire with me whenever needed. Shortly, 5 million gold coins and 100 elite chefs will be sent your way. Ensure you manage them well." "Yes, young master." "All right, continue your cultivation. I must take my leave. Safe travels, young master." Tian resolved to assist his in-laws in altering their cultivation methods to strengthen their power. Upon returning to the Balaton family estate, he summoned his father-in-law, mother-in-law, and elder brother-in-law. "Do you wish to enhance your strength?" His father-in-law, Robin Balaton, laughed heartily. "Little Tian, how do we achieve this?" Tian replied, "Fear not, for I possess a clever strategy." With that, he transmitted the Burning Heaven technique, which he had previously shared with Elena, to his father-in-law and elder brother-in-law. As his mother-in-law was a water elemental mage, Tian selected a water divine technique for her, capable of reaching the divine emperor realm. The three, upon receiving the memories, were profoundly struck by the potency of the cultivation technique. Tian, I instantly feel that our continent is rather small," they remarked. Indeed, Tian chuckled. "This is the cleansing elixir, which purifies and expands the meridians." The trio consumed the elixir, and under Tian's protection, they all succeeded. After cleansing themselves of impurities, they were left in awe. Tian turned to his mother-in-law. "You possess the bloodline of dragons, do you not?" "Indeed, Tian, I am a princess of the royal dragon lineage. Our ancestors wielded dragon blood techniques. Hence our descendants inherit dragon blood, though mine is somewhat diluted. Fear not. Come, I shall reveal a great secret to you." They proceeded to a concealed stone chamber, a hidden refuge employed by the Balaton family during their extermination. Upon arrival, the chamber's narrow confines compelled Tian to transform into a magnificent dragon, exuding luxury, majesty, and an aura akin to that of a deity. Those present, excluding Elena, were left speechless. Tian displayed a hint of dragon might within a few meters, inducing tremors deep within Long Chio's soul. "Little Tian, are you of the dragon lineage?" This is dragon might." Tian reverted to human form and affirmed, "Indeed, I am a dragon, though I am, in essence, a divine dragon. You shall come to understand this in due time. Mother-in-law, I can enhance the concentration of your dragon blood." Long Chio's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Then let it be so." A drop of precious blood from Tian flew into Long Chio's body, radiating a golden glow. The majestic blood swiftly coursed through Long Qiu's veins, causing a bubbling sensation as it boiled with energy. After a while, he ascended to the peak of level 6, entering the sacred domain. Outyin, with a mere flick of his hand, restrained the overwhelming aura of the sacred domain to avoid alarming the imperial capital. Shortly thereafter, Long Qiu completed his advancement, his expression filled with excitement. Beside him, Rubing Barlton embraced Long Qiu, equally elated. Suddenly, Rubing Barlton's eyes sparkled with intrigue as he turned to Outyin, causing Outyin to shudder under his gaze. Ahem, why do you stare at me, father-in-law? He chuckled. Everyone knows that dragon blood is excellent for strengthening the body. It's a marvelous substance for physical enhancement. Outyin, do spare some. With that, he rubbed his hands in anticipation. Outyin found himself at a loss for words. Realizing he ought not to reveal too much, with a hint of regret, he compelled 2 more drops of his precious blood to soar into the bodies of Sora Barlton and Rubing Barlton. After a while, Sora Barlton reached the early stages of level 6, greatly enhancing his physical strength, while Rubing Barlton, having absorbed the precious blood, ascended to the pinnacle of the mid-sacred domain. How delightful! Little Tian, your dragon blood is truly remarkable. If one day I find myself in dire straits, I could sell some dragon blood to sustain myself. Rubing Barlton remarked, his eyes gleaming with ambition. How much can dragon blood be sold for? Outyin inquired, intrigued. Dragon blood is scarce on the market, as dragons predominantly reside on Dragon Island. Their immense power and influence deter anyone from seeking them out. Moreover, only a handful of dragons exist deep within the terrifying beast forest where no one dares to venture. Thus, a single drop of dragon blood is valued at 100,000 gold coins, and a small vial fetches 2 million gold coins. Outyin's eyes brightened even further. Could I simply dispense some dragon blood? Would ordinary dragon blood suffice? Ordinary dragon blood is indeed sufficient. It contains elemental properties that can significantly enhance one's physique, making it highly valuable, Rubing Barlton assured him. With a mischievous grin, Outyin promptly filled a large crystal vial with dragon blood and handed it to Rubing Barlton, leaving him momentarily speechless. I didn't expect you to actually do it. I entrust the sale of the dragon blood to you, father-in-law, with an arrangement of 80 for you and 20 for me. Oh, and do sell it gradually. Take your time, and don't indulge yourself. Rubing Barlton, brimming with excitement, replied loudly, rest assured, I won't indulge. Afterward, the group exited the stone chamber, with Rubing Barlton and his spouse bustling off to auction the dragon blood, while Outyin took Elena with him, and his brother-in-law eagerly resumed his training. Chapter 3. The Auction of Dragon Blood. A throng of individuals clamored to seize the delectable dishes laid out on the table, as maidens tirelessly brought forth plate after plate from the kitchen. At the dining table, Rubing Barlton polished off a dish and turned to Outyin, saying, Little Tian, I've bottled 32 vials of that dragon blood you provided, and 3 of them have already been sent to the royal auction house, which happens to commence today. Let us go and see. All right, father-in-law, Outyin responded, eager to discover the worth of his blood. The royal auction house was as crowded as ever, filled with patrons, some standing along the sides, creating a dense throng. Outyin, accompanied by his father-in-law, mother-in-law, brother-in-law, and of course, Elena, entered the exclusive VIP room reserved for the old headmaster. Truly, this VIP room is superior to our Ba family's, a testament to the old headmaster's status. Today, we bask in the glory alongside little Tian. With a grin, Outyin sampled the snacks and fruits presented by the maidens, savoring their delightful flavors. As usual, the auctioneer, a captivating beauty named Lan Bing, drew the attention of many with her exquisite attire. Her eloquence was equally remarkable. She had an uncanny ability to elevate the prices of certain items far beyond their typical value. After several hours, it was time for the grand finale, the 3 vials of dragon's blood belonging to Ao Tian. A woman clad in a tight black ensemble gracefully ascended the stage. Carrying a platter, Lan Bing pulled back a dark cloth to reveal 3 crystal vials, each sealed with dragon's blood. The audience erupted in whispers of confusion. While some faces displayed shock, their gazes fixated on Lan Bing. With a charming smile, she proclaimed, I believe some of you may have already guessed. Indeed, these 3 vials contain exquisite dragon's blood, certified by the esteemed Master Bloss as belonging to legendary dragons. To enhance her credibility, she deftly uncapped one vial. As the lid was removed, ripples emanated from the crystal, and the surrounding magical elements began to stir, releasing wisps of draconic aura. It was, without a doubt, dragon's blood. The crowd was visibly stirred, prompting Lan Bing to announce, "Let the bidding commence." Each vial contains 100 drops, with a starting bid of 1 million gold coins. From the noble's chamber, voices erupted. 1.5 million gold coins. 2 million. 3 million. 3.2 million. 3.6 million. A raspy voice from the crowd, belonging to a cloaked figure, declared, "For million gold coins. 5 million. The figure beneath the hood bore a pair of menacing eyes, silently observing the royal family's VIP room. Due to the rarity of dragon's blood, the first vial was ultimately sold to the royal dragon family for a staggering 6 million gold coins. This exorbitant price left Ao Tian in shock, as did Robin Ba. The second vial, also containing 100 drops, began its bidding at 1 million gold coins and swiftly escalated even faster than the first. In no time, it soared to 5 million gold coins and continued to rise. 550,000, 580,000, 700,000. Finally, it was sold for 9 million gold coins. The third vial was auctioned off for 7 million gold coins. Backstage, after a 28 commission was deducted from the auction proceeds, the group departed from the royal auction house. Upon returning to the Ba residence, Ao Tian turned to Robin Ba and asked, "By the way, father-in-law, did you personally deliver the dragon's blood to the royal auction house, or did you employ other means?" The crafty Robin Ba chuckled, "Fear not, my dear Tian. I had someone impersonate me to deliver the dragon's blood. No one will trace it back." Relieved, Ao Tian, feeling aimless, decided to take Elena for a stroll. Suddenly, the sound of a horse-drawn carriage echoed as it barreled down the road. "Move aside. Clear the way." The carriage raced forward as if it were unbridled. Out of nowhere, a small girl, around 3 or 4 years old, stood frozen in the middle of the road, oblivious to the impending danger. A woman on the roadside cried out, "Child! My child!" Desperately attempting to rush forward to save her daughter, she was restrained by passers-by, who scolded her to be careful. The onlookers, unable to bear the sight of the girl potentially meeting a tragic fate, sighed and shielded their eyes. At that moment, Ao Tian swiftly scooped up the young girl, evading the oncoming carriage like a gust of wind. Following this, he directed a surge of true energy from his fingertips towards the horses pulling the carriage, startling them and causing the carriage to topple aside. Ao Tian gently patted the girl's head before handing her over to the weeping woman, admonishing her to keep a closer watch on her child and prevent her from running off. The woman, filled with gratitude, exclaimed, "Thank you, benefactor. Thank you." Ao Tian smiled faintly and continued his stroll with Elena. Suddenly, from the overturned carriage, a man clad in resplendent robes emerged with the assistance of the guards. His expression was dark as he fixed his gaze upon Ao Tian, clearly aware that Ao Tian was the cause of his predicament. "Guards, restrain that fellow," he commanded. "Stop. Don't let him leave." Ao Tian smirked, a hint of mischief playing at the corners of his mouth. The fifth prince, visibly displeased, bristled at the audacity of being treated in such a manner upon entering the city. Had he known that this individual was the one his father had warned him thrice not to provoke, he would have acted differently. However, he had never encountered him before, nor was anyone willing to inform him. Suddenly, the fifth prince's gaze shifted to the enchanting woman beside Ao Tian. Elena, already a married woman, possessed an ethereal charm that radiated an undeniable allure. "Elena, you are here as well?" The prince clearly recognized her. "Oh, I wondered who it might be." "It turns out to be the fifth prince," Elena replied, her smile fading into a cool demeanor. The prince's expression darkened further as he addressed Ao Tian. "Who are you, to dare to lay claim to Elena?" Elena, now filled with indignation, retorted, "Fifth prince, mind your tone. He is my husband." "What? Elena, you are married?" The fifth prince, having been away for some time, was evidently unaware of this development. "Need I say more?" The prince's face turned a deep shade of green with fury. "Even if he is your husband, so what? You have provoked me, and I will not let this go unpunished." With the power of the royal lineage behind him, he felt no fear of the Ba family. Upon hearing this, Ao Tian's demeanor shifted. His smile vanished as he approached the fifth prince, piercing him with a gaze that could captivate hearts. "Oh, so you wish to kill me? I would be most curious to see how you intend to do that with your mere second-level strength." With that, Ao Tian delivered a swift kick to the fifth prince's abdomen, causing him to feel as though his very insides had shifted. The prince was sent flying over 20 meters before crashing into a tree, unconscious. After disdainfully calling him a worthless fool, Tian took Elena's hand and departed. Having significantly tempered his strength out of consideration for Long Linger, this kick would not be lethal, but it would certainly render the prince incapacitated for at least half a month. Once the two had left, the stun guards carried the fifth prince back to the palace. Chapter 33. Dispute. Upon his return to the palace, the fifth prince's guards reported the events to the emperor. Emperor Long Yen, with an imposing and cold demeanor, fixed his penetrating gaze upon the guards and asked, "Are you certain it was Elena, being embraced by the man beside her?" Long Yen sought confirmation once more. The guards, trembling under the weight of the emperor's formidable presence, replied, "Yes, your majesty. I heard the fifth prince mention her name, and Elena herself referred to that man as her husband." The confirmed Emperor Long Yen let out a disdainful snort, exclaiming in frustration at the incompetence surrounding him, "Take my command and summon the light mages from the Church of Light to heal the fifth prince. And if the fifth prince awakens, inform that fool that should he dare to provoke Yin again, I shall strip him of his title and his claim to the throne. Now go." The trembling guard, as if granted a reprieve, responded loudly in affirmation before hastily departing. Long Yen closed his eyes and murmured, "Truly a waste of space. I have issued 3 commands already." However, Yin paid no heed to such matters, seizing a jug of fiery liquor and guzzling it down, leaving little more than an empty barrel. Upon regaining his composure, Long Xiang observed the 9 barrels, haphazardly tipped in various directions, and felt a wave of exasperation. "Yin, do leave me a few barrels." With a chicken leg lodged in his mouth, Yin replied, "Look, there's still 1 barrel left." Long Xiang slapped his forehead in resignation and feigned submission, then shouted towards the outside, "Innkeeper, bring me another 10 barrels of fiery liquor." Before long, another 10 barrels arrived, and Yin, quick-witted, swiftly claimed 5, encircling them with his arms, exclaiming, "Mine, mine." Long Xiang, bemused, engaged in hearty drinking, then continued, "Yin, I must tell you, my 5th brother was beaten so badly that even the light mage's healing was futile. He's lying in bed, a disgrace to the royal family." Yin paused, then said, "Are you referring to the 5th prince? I believe I had a hand in his beating earlier today. Is he your biological brother?" Long Xiang, taken aback, responded, "Ah, it was you who struck him. Well done. Haha. The 5th prince is the son of concubine Lan. My sister, Long Linger, and I are the queen's biological children. The other princes and princesses are from different concubines. Your father is quite benevolent. I truly envy you," Yin replied with a chuckle. "But you have a wife, don't you?" "None of my father's concubines could possibly compare to the beauty of Elena." Yin laughed heartily. "Indeed, indeed. By the way, the annual hunting competition of the Ross Empire is just 2 days away. You must come, Yin. You certainly will participate. Many prominent families from the imperial capital will attend, and there will be a plethora of beautiful women. Even the great dukes from remote regions have already made their way here," Long Xiang remarked, his eyes sparkling at the mention of beauty. Yin's eyes gleamed with excitement. "Hunting? In the beast forest?" Long Xiang shouted, "Nonsense." Yin laughed even more heartily. As the evening descended, the sun dipped below the horizon, and Long Xiang declared, "Well, it is getting late. I must go find my beloved. I've been worried about her being taken away for so long." Long Xiang nearly choked on his fiery liquor. "Indeed, it is late. Let us depart." Yet, a group of noble youths among the guards remained indifferent, their bodies drained from indulgence, their faces pale, their eyes fixated intently on Long Linger and Catherine. Long Linger was evidently irritated. In the imperial capital, her own territory had been besieged. With a spear enveloped in flames, she had already dispatched 2 adversaries. When Tian arrived and beheld his wife surrounded alongside Long Linger, fury coursed through him. A terrifying aura akin to a dragon emerging from the sea erupted from him. Yet the common folk remained unharmed, merely pushed back by the force of his presence. Like a deity descending from the heavens, Tian appeared before Elena and Long Linger. With resounding impacts, dozens of guards within a 10-meter radius were obliterated, the ground littered with debris as a group of guards was assaulted. 2 6th-level masters and 10 5th-level masters, along with several below 5th level, met their demise in a gruesome spectacle. The surrounding onlookers were struck with terror, crying out in fear. A noble youth, paralyzed with fright, lost control of his bodily functions. "Tian, come!" Elena exclaimed, hastily grasping Tian's arm and pulling it close to her chest. Hee, I sensed you were in trouble. So I quickly abandoned my feast to rescue you. Wow, Tian, you are truly wonderful. Ahem, enough of your display of affection. You too. Tian chuckled awkwardly. Elena nestled into his embrace as he cast a cold gaze toward the trembling noble youth, Luo Yang, who, in a desperate attempt to mask his fear, proclaimed loudly. You are doomed. Do you know who I am? I am the sole heir of the Duke of Luogu City. My father is currently in a meeting with friends. And when he arrives, he will have you all captured. Are you scared now? Hand over the women beside you, or I shall break your legs and let you go. Tian burst into laughter, while Long Linger and Elena giggled uncontrollably. Shortly thereafter, a contingent of city guards arrived, led by a middle-aged man who, upon witnessing the chaos, recognized the Princess Long Linger, the noble Kesselin of the Ba family, and young master Tian. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Jack approached Long Linger and knelt, stating, I am late to the rescue. Please punish me, Your Highness. The guards behind him followed suit, kneeling and calling out in unison. At this moment, Luo Yang fainted from terror. Long Linger addressed Jack, We are unharmed. Please clean up these bodies and capture that scoundrel to present before my father. Inform him that this boy attempted to abduct me and Elena. Jack, understanding the gravity of the command, swiftly rose, declaring, As you wish, Your Highness. Did you hear that? Hurry and clean this up, find that scoundrel. With the dust settling, Tian and the two women departed. Chapter 34. The hunting competition begins after the uproar. The trio lost their enthusiasm. Tian escorted Elena back to the Balaton mansion, while Long Linger returned to the palace. At this moment, within the palace, Emperor Long Yin sat upon the dragon throne, his expression cold and silent, a heavy atmosphere enveloping the grand hall. Below, Luo Yang was no longer adorned in his daytime finery. Instead, he appeared pallid, his hair disheveled, trembling as he knelt in the hall. Beside him, a middle-aged man, bearing a slight resemblance to Luo Yang, also knelt on his knees in the grand chamber. After a prolonged silence, Long Yin spoke with a mixture of coldness and warmth. Luo Ri, while your parental instincts are commendable, wrongdoings cannot be overlooked. You have audaciously attempted to abduct both my daughter and the daughter of the Balaton family. Therefore, I hereby strip you of your ducal title, demoting you to a marquis, and you shall compensate 1 million gold coins. The territory of Luogu City shall shift from hereditary rule to a century-long tenure, effective immediately. Luo Ri, maintaining a calm demeanor, replied, I thank your majesty for sparing my life. With that, he bowed deeply. Very well, take your son and depart. As you command, your majesty. Luo Ri returned to the estate of his friend, Marquis Fuko, accompanied by his only son, Luo Yang. Within the grand hall, Luo Ri's expression was somber. Observing his friend's distress, Marquis Fuko comforted him, saying, Brother Luo, it is fortunate that your son has escaped with his life. Take good care of him. The political landscape in the capital is tumultuous, and it is audacious of him to act so recklessly. Come, let me take you to a beneficial place. We need not fear the royal family. What place do you have in mind? Luo Ri inquired. In a hushed tone, Fuko whispered into Luo Ri's ear. The branch of the Church of the Radiant God. Luo Ri was taken aback. Fuko, are you certain? Although the chief bishop, Rog, wields considerable power, the royal family's foundation cannot be matched by a mere branch, unless one is speaking of the holy mountain of the papal state. Fuko smiled enigmatically. Do not worry, Brother Luo. I will take you there tonight. That evening, under the luminous moonlight, within the inner sanctum of the Church of the Radiant God, Chief Bishop Rog sat in his elevated seat, while two figures clad in black robes occupied the seats below. This is Duke Luo Ri of Luogu City, Rog announced as the two figures lifted their hoods to reveal their faces. Ah, it is Duke Luo Ri. However, I have received word that you have been demoted to a marquis. Luo Ri's expression darkened upon hearing this, and he fell silent. Do you not feel any resentment? Duke Luo? Rog inquired. What do you mean by that, Chief Bishop Rog? With a subtle smile, Rog replied, I have received directives from above. Oh. Rog gestured to the two figures, whispering into their ears. Luo Ri, upon hearing their words, was taken aback. Very well, Chief Bishop Rog. I look forward to a fruitful collaboration. Fuko reassured him. Rest assured, Brother Luo, Chief Bishop Rog is confident in his plans. Soon we shall share a hearty laugh. In the blink of an eye, 2 days passed, during which Tian made slight advancements in his cultivation. One bright morning, accompanied by Emperor Long Yan, a group of noble elites from the capital and distant regions journeyed westward toward the vast Black Forest. Before long, they reached their destination. Tian, holding Elena, sat atop a 4-meter-high golden behemoth. Over the past few days, he had diligently fed the golden behemoth crystal cores, and now, with his newly acquired strength at the initial stage of the sacred domain, he garnered envious glances from the surrounding noble youths. "Mother, father, look. I have reached level 6. A small red creature fluttered around them. "I shall outline the rules. Noble offspring are forbidden from relying on their family's power. They must rely solely on their own abilities and contracted magical beasts. Of course, beasts of the sacred domain are not permissible." As the emperor spoke, the noble youths turned their gazes toward Tian, bursting into laughter, while Tian remained composed and silent. "The one who hunts the highest-level magical beasts in the greatest numbers shall be declared the victor of this year's competition. I shall bestow upon them the title of first-class earl and a reward of 1,000,000 gold coins. Let the contest commence." Tian retracted the golden bi-monster and, accompanied by Elena, waved to his brother-in-law, Long Linger, and Long Xiang before entering the dark forest. "Sister, lead the way. I'll follow behind," he declared. Their hands intertwined in a display of affection as Tian's off-key voice reverberated through the woods. Elena, seemingly oblivious to his lack of melody, encouraged him to continue singing with enthusiasm. Tian, evidently in high spirits, unleashed another round of discordant sounds that echoed through the trees, causing even the fearsome beasts to recoil. The level 6 lion-tiger beast, its eyes filled with defiance, slowly succumbed to the ground. "Hee, my dear, tonight we feast on mixed meat," he jested. "Sounds delightful," Elena replied. Suddenly, a distant scream pierced the air. "Ah, Elena, let's investigate," Tian suggested. Expanding his consciousness, he visualized the scene ahead. His expression turned grave as he encountered 3 corpses, their eyes reflecting disbelief, each bearing fatal wounds to their chests, suggesting the work of a large sword. Before long, Tian and Elena arrived at the bodies. Elena gasped. "I recognize them. They are collateral descendants of the Feng family. They were slain here." Tian nodded. "Indeed, observe the expressions in their eyes. Is this terror? No. It seems they witnessed something incredible. Let us leave, lest we be discovered and mistaken for their murderers. Though we may not care, it would certainly be troublesome." Agreed. Tian and Elena proceeded through the dark forest without trepidation, soon encountering Long Linger and Long Xiang, who had enjoyed considerable success. As night enveloped the woods, the 4 shared a meal, with Tian taking the first watch while the others slipped into a light slumber. The forest at night was a terrifying realm, filled with the continuous echoes of beastly roars and wolf howls, accompanied by faint rustling sounds. Tian opened his eyes and, scanning the surroundings with his consciousness, spotted a domain-level 2-headed serpent feasting on several noble offspring not far away. Tian pondered, recalling Long Xiang's assertion that there were no domain-level beasts in the dark forest. Suddenly, he recalled the 3 corpses from earlier, and a feeling of foreboding washed over him regarding the upcoming hunting competition. After devouring its meal, the domain-level 2-headed serpent retreated, only to halt before a cloaked figure. The raspy voice of the figure emerged. "Aduk, have you completed your task?" The serpent hissed in response. "Rest assured, I shall fulfill my duties." "Ah, and there is news from my lord. The resting place of that young Balaton has been discovered, just 1,000 meters to the northwest. I need you to pay a visit." "Very well, I shall make another trip," the serpent replied, speeding off in the northwest direction. Tian's expression hardened as he vanished from sight. Moments later, he stood atop a 100-meter-high tree, concealed from view, watching as his brother-in-law, Sora Balaton, lay soundly asleep just beneath him. Tian was at a loss for words. In a forest teeming with beasts, how could his brother-in-law sleep so soundly? He couldn't help but find Sora to be quite peculiar. Finally, the domain-level 2-headed serpent arrived, spitting forth a red line as it gazed at the sleeping youth nearby. "Is this the one?" It sneered. "Hee, this sacred beast shall grant you a most peaceful demise." A crimson mist billowed from the mouth of the left-headed serpent, enveloping Sorobaladin's surroundings. However, the serpent of the holy domain remained oblivious to the fact that Tian had stealthily cloaked his body in a milky white layer. As the red mist made contact with this ethereal shield, it was swiftly dissolved. The four vulture-like eyes of the serpent of the holy domain widened in alarm, realizing the peril it was in. In haste, it retreated. Was it too late to escape? Tian instantaneously positioned himself before the serpent, radiating an overwhelming draconic aura that enveloped it. The serpent felt its very soul tremble under the weight of this formidable presence, rendering its body weak and prone upon the ground. Trembling, it gazed up at Tian and stammered, "Who are you? Are you the dragon from the beast forest?" Tian remained silent, his demeanor cold. "I seek a sacred domain crystal core. Will you take your own life, or shall I send you to the afterlife?" The serpent of the holy domain quickly pleaded for mercy. "Great dragon, please spare me. I am willing to be your most loyal subordinate. Do not kill me." Tian allowed a faint smile to grace his lips. "Is that so? Very well. If you can answer but one question, I shall spare your life." "Great dragon, ask away. Who is the black-clad individual with whom you spoke, and what is your faction?" As he spoke, Tian intensified his oppressive aura. The serpent's four eyes narrowed, blood seeping from their corners under Tian's immense pressure. "Great dragon, could you possibly ask a different question? I cannot answer this one. For doing so would lead to my demise." Tian's expression grew colder still. "If that is the case, then, perish." The serpent was swiftly torn asunder, its four eyes dimming as life fled. Tian shattered the remnants of the serpent's spirit, casting a disdainful glance at the vengeful essence of its soul. "This corpse from the holy domain may fetch a fair price. Its flesh might be of decent quality." He extracted the crystal core from its abdomen and stored the carcass within the dragon god's space. Returning to the place where his comrade lay in slumber, Tian swiftly carried him back to Elena. Chapter 35. The conspiracy unveiled as the serpent of the holy domain met its demise. A cloaked figure in the distant black forest felt a jolt of shock, his eyes widening in disbelief. How could this be? The two-headed rattlesnake is dead? This situation appears dire. I must report to my master. The night passed, and upon awakening, Elena, dragon spirit, and Long Xiang gazed in astonishment at Sarabalayton, who was slumbering against a tree. "Goodness, how did he get here? Wasn't he with us?" Elena exclaimed in disbelief, touching her small mouth in shock. Awakened by the commotion, Sarabalayton opened his bleary eyes and murmured, "Why do I see my sister and the others? Am I still dreaming? This dream feels so familiar." Tian, witnessing this, felt speechless and playfully patted Sarabalayton's head. "Does that hurt?" "Yes. Are you still dreaming?" "Not anymore." Sarabalayton rubbed his head, trying to recall how he had arrived there. Tian, of course, would not divulge the truth, teasingly remarked, "Big brother, perhaps you missed us so much that you sleepwalked here. I have finally discovered one of your hidden talents." The others nodded in agreement, their expressions mirroring his sentiment. Sarabalayton chuckled sheepishly. "All right, now that we are all awake, let us hunt for some game to enjoy a hearty breakfast." "Sounds good, let us go." Not long after, Tian returned with 4 level 2 magical beasts. The Iron Northern Bulls, Long Linger, Long Xiang, and their brother-in-law each brought back a few magical beasts as well. Elena had already started a fire nearby. After skinning and gutting the beasts by the stream, they skewered the meat with swords and hung it over the flames to roast. Soon, the enticing aroma wafted through the air, prompting everyone to eagerly snatch at the grilled meat. After a hearty feast, Tian and his companions set off deeper into the forest, aware that the hunting competition spanned 3 days and that only 1 day had passed. Meanwhile, within the depths of the Black Forest, a massacre unfolded. "Nicole, weren't you quite arrogant back in the Imperial City? You never treated me with any kindness," he laughed maniacally. "Once all your gallant protectors are dead, I shall take good care of you." "Emohi sa chiego." "Humph, Wang Hu, don't be so arrogant. Do you really think we are easy to bully?" Lu Ji, standing protectively in front of Nicole, retorted. "What a joke. Do you think your 5 underwhelming level 4 fighters can stop us 3 level 5 experts?" He laughed, with a loud crash. Wang Hu's laughter echoed as he delivered a fatal blow. "Die, kid." The blade pierced through Guo Yuan's abdomen, blood spilling as he fell lifelessly to the ground. Wang Hu smirked. "Look, Nicole, now there are 4 left. I'll fight you to the end." "Nicole, run." Feng Xianpa. "Humph, seeking death." Breakthrough strike. Crack. "Ah, hee, Nicole. Don't look at me with those terrified eyes. There are still 3 left." Suddenly, 5 figures clad in black appeared, their hoarse voices echoing like whispers from the underworld. "Kill them all." Just as Wang Hu was about to claim another victim, a chill swept over him. Before long, the onlookers witnessed Wang Hu's death, terror flooding their faces as they fled, but they were too late. all perished. The hoarse voice resonated again. All right, let us move. Not long after, Tian and his companions ventured deeper into the forest. There's a scent of blood. Let us investigate, he urged. As they beheld the multitude of corpses, Tian muttered, strange. This time it feels less like hunting beasts and more like hunting humans. Wait, isn't that Wang Hu? Elena remarked. A heavy atmosphere cloaked them. Let us move, Tian instructed. Along the way, Long Xiang was deep in thought, feeling an impending change in the air. Let us stop here. With a day and a half left, let us avoid separating. I sense this is a competition of hunters, Tian stated. This year's hunting competition is unusual. Such occurrences have never happened before. Though some minor nobles have occasionally perished, nothing like today's severity, Long Xiang noted gravely. Xiangzi, it's up to you to unravel this mystery, Tian chuckled. Suddenly, Tian glanced toward a nearby thicket and whispered to his companions, Shoo, quietly follow me. I believe the ones who killed those nobles are near. With a swift leap, Tian, carrying Elena, soared onto a tree branch, followed closely by the others. Surrounded by dense foliage, they concealed their presence. Peering through the gaps in the leaves, Tian's group spotted 3 figures in black. He thought to himself, goodness. Another trio in black, 2 in mid-stage sanctuary and 1 in late-stage sanctuary. What kind of power is this? Beneath the tree, 3 figures clad in black surveyed their surroundings. One of them crouched down to examine the tracks below. After a moment, a gravelly voice emerged. They have escaped. Consider it their good fortune. Withdraw and seek the next target. Unable to contain her impatience, Long Linger fidgeted, eager to descend, but Tian swiftly grasped her hand, whispering, hush, stay still. As he felt the softness of her delicate hand, indeed, the 3 black-clad figures returned and soon departed again. Long Linger exhaled deeply, admiring Tian's astuteness. Tian scanned the vicinity with his spiritual awareness, and soon the 3 figures had ventured far beyond his perceptive range. All right, we may descend now. After slaying over 10 6th-level magical beasts, Tian and his companions gradually exited the depths of the forest, encountering several more waves of deceased nobles along the way, their hearts growing numb to the grim sight. Meanwhile, outside the Black Forest, Long Yin and his group were beset by over 10 domain-level attackers. The sudden onslaught resulted in the immediate downfall of 2 of Long Yan's companions. Boom, boom, boom. Terrifying waves of magic surged through the air, and Long Yin shouted, retreat quickly. But it was too late. 7th-level magical meteors rained down with a deafening crash. Within 1,000 meters, massive stones enveloped in searing heat plummeted towards the ground. Long Yin erupted with 5 meters of fighting spirit, shattering several boulders as he swiftly darted to the side of the caster. A hoarse voice commanded, Fu Lu, fall back. Long Yan's speed intensified, die? As he unleashed the Dragon Annihilation Strike, now elevated to the mid-domain level, the ground trembled violently, annihilating Fu Lu into a gruesome pulp. Receiving Long Yan's magical signal, Staff emerged from the imperial capital with a cold demeanor, urging everyone to hold their ground. Long Yin repelled another black-clad domain-level foe, shouting, Your Majesty, save me. The distant Count Lan Bo desperately pleaded for survival. With a clang, Long Yin severed the arm of a black-clad assailant before retreating. He swiftly reached Lan Bo, delivering a devastating blow to the initial domain-level attacker. Lan Bo, you are gravely injured. Retreat within the protective barrier. Yes, Your Majesty. Lan Bo responded, but his eyes glinted with a sinister light, revealing an evil smile. He thrust his great sword into Long Yan's back, piercing through to his abdomen. Enraged, Long Yin felt a surge of intense pain as his insides were penetrated. His body transformed, adorned with fierce golden dragon scales, a powerful aura erupting around him. Lan Bo was sent flying several meters away. Long Yin turned, his gaze cold and merciless as he sped towards Lan Bo. You dared to betray me? Humph. With a swift motion, he cleaved Lan Bo in half. At that moment, the legendary Old Dean arrived, emanating an overwhelming pressure of mid-legendary prowess. It was not long before all the black-clad domain-level attackers lay dead, for the terror of legendary power was immense. In the depths of the Black Forest, Tian and his companions sensed the pressure of the legendary figure. What has transpired outside? Let us exit the Black Forest first, Tian instructed his group. Indeed. Who possesses such a terrifying aura? Once we are outside, We shall know. With a whoosh, the legendary old dean staff addressed Long Yin. Little Yin, what transpired? Why were you attacked by this group of black-clad figures? Such a number of domain-level foes could not possibly stem from the forces of the Ross Empire. Reporting to my ancestor, I had just rescued a count when unexpectedly, that fellow betrayed me with a blade. I suspect there may be a traitor among us. As the dark shrouds were pulled away from the faces of the deceased in black, Staff said, Xiaoyan, do you recognize any of them? No, came the reply. Esteemed lords, come and take a look. The group examined the scene carefully, all shaking their heads in unison. Long Yan's expression grew grave. The situation was more dire than he had anticipated. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and his eyes narrowed. Everyone, into the Black Forest. Let us bring them out. The hunting competition must conclude early. Yes, your majesty. In an instant, several individuals darted into the forest. Luo Ri and Fu Ku walked side by side. With Luo Ri whispering to Fu Ku, I never imagined the old dean would show up. What a pity. Fu Ku's expression also darkened. Indeed. Let us find my nephew. Agreed. Their paths fortuitously crossed with Ao Tian and his entourage. Luo Ri spotted the princess and her 5 companions. Princess, have you seen my son? Ao Tian's group halted, and Long Ling inquired. And who might you be? Your Highness, I am Duke Luo Ri of Luogu City. My son is Luo Yang, the one who caused the disturbance that day. I apologize on his behalf. Ao Tian's demeanor turned frigid, while Long Ling replied coldly, Oh? I have not seen him. Ao Tian, let us depart. Very well. Ao Tian cast a lingering gaze at Luo Ri before moving on. Luo Ri's countenance darkened, his eyes shifting towards Fu Ku as he made a throat-cutting gesture. Fu Ku paused momentarily before nodding in understanding. Your Highness, please stop. I have something to discuss. Luo Ri and Fu Ku swiftly caught up with Ao Tian's party. Ao Tian maintained his composure, but his eyes began to chill. Long Ling turned, her tone icy. What is it? Speak quickly. Your Highness, a sudden arrival of black-clad figures outside. Your father. As Luo Ri spoke, he edged closer, prompting Ao Tian to focus intently, on high alert. Long Ling, alarmed, urged, What has happened to my father? Nearby, Long Xiang also showed signs of distress. Your father is dead. In an instant, the aura of the Luo Gu sacred domain erupted, viciously directed at Long Ling while Fu Ku launched a surprise assault. The speed was overwhelming. Long Ling was momentarily stunned by the sudden attack. By the time she regained her senses, it was too late. Fu Ku, his expression twisted with malice, wielded his great sword, aiming to cleave Long Xiang. Envisioning the fate of the lowly 6th-level prince beneath his blade, his face contorted with ferocity. Having anticipated the ambush, Ao Tian smirked coldly, swiftly forming a sword shape with his fingers. In a flash, Luo Ri and Fu Ku found themselves immobilized. Long Ling counterattack arrived, her fiery spear piercing Luo Ri's abdomen, blood gushing forth. The onlookers witnessed 2 sacred domain figures rendered motionless, their eyes gleaming with anticipation as they gazed at Ao Tian. With a smile, Ao Tian remarked, Let us first ascertain their motive for wishing to kill me. As Ao Tian's expression hardened, his merciless gaze fell upon Luo Ri. Paralyzed and unable to summon his aura, Luo Ri was engulfed in dread. Beads of cold sweat forming on his brow as he met Ao Tian's icy stare. Speak, why did you attempt to take our lives? Luo Ri remained silent, his pride unyielding. Observing this, Ao Tian sneered, and with a resounding crack, Luo Gu's anguished cries filled the air, cold sweat cascading from his forehead as his arms were brutally broken. Speak. Huh. Abandon all hope. I shall never divulge anything. Ao Yin continued to crush Luo Gu's feet, the sound echoing ominously. Fu Ku, standing nearby, wore a grim expression, beads of cold sweat cascading down his brow. Ao Yin coldly addressed Luo Gu. Will you not speak? Luo Gu remained tight-lipped, gritting his teeth in silence. Unable to bear the tension, the fiery dragon Linger intervened, delivering several resounding slaps. Speak now, or I shall see the Lu family face annihilation. The men shall suffer excruciating torment, while the women will bear the mark of slavery, sold to brothels for the amusement of many. Luo Gu's face, already reddened from the slaps, darkened further with rage. Ao Yin and his companions were taken aback by Dragon Linger's fierce words. Ao Yin instinctively pulled Elena away from her, fearing this tempestuous girl might cause harm to his little brother. Elena, observing Ao Yin's reaction, could not help but chuckle. Dragon Linger turned around, noticing the distance the group had created from her. Confused, she pondered for a moment before her cheeks flushed crimson. She then shouted at Out Yin and company. Why retreat so far? I want to harm you. Come help interrogate the prisoner. Despite numerous attempts, the two saints remained obstinately silent. Suddenly, Out Yin's eyes lit up with inspiration. I have a plan, he declared. What plan? They inquired eagerly. Wait here, I shall fetch some suitable items. With that, he dispersed his consciousness and swiftly departed. Moments later, Out Yin returned, carrying 5 jars of honey and 6 bottles of black ants. I'm back, he exclaimed. Quickly, let me show you my plan. Out Yin concentrated, channeling a milky white sword energy to carve a deep wound into Luogu's clavicle. He then uncapped a jar of honey, allowing it to flow into Luogu's body, followed by the contents of a bottle of black ants. Out Yin sealed the wound with a protective layer of energy, repeating the process 3 more times. The agony was excruciating, as Luogu howled in torment, his very bones seemingly consumed. Dragon Xiang and the others applauded Out Yin's ingenuity, exclaiming their admiration. Out Yin's expression was inscrutable, his icy gaze fixed on Luogu. Will you not speak now? Should I add more? Please, no. I will speak. Luogu cried out. Why did you suddenly seek to kill us? What transpired outside? It all began with my son's incident reaching the Emperor, resulting in my demotion from Duke to Marquis. When I encountered you 5 younglings, I intended to strike decisively, yet here I find myself, ensnared by your prowess. As for the commotion outside, a group of cloaked saints attacked us, slaying several. Fortunately, the old headmaster arrived, vanquishing the assailants, and we were instructed to venture into the forest to retrieve the noble offspring. I have divulged all, just in my misery. Out Yin employed the same method to interrogate Foucault, receiving a similar response. Just kill me. I fear blood, he lamented. Xiangzi, indulge in your desire. Xiang, taken aback, replied, fear blood? Very well. I shall take on the role of executioner. I have yet to slay a saint. Hearing this, Dragon Linger's eyes sparkled with excitement. Leave Foucault to me. Out Yin, exasperated, could only sigh. In this manner, the 2 saints met their tragic ends. After extinguishing their souls, Out Yin set their remains ablaze. Let us depart, he urged. Indeed. Let us go, came the reply. As Out Yin and his companions emerged from the forest, they were met with the harrowing aftermath of a fierce battle not far away. At that moment, Long Yin spotted them and exclaimed with joy, Xianger, Linger, Out Yin, you have returned. Thank goodness. Beside him, Robin Balaton approached with equal enthusiasm, warmly inquiring after Out Yin and Elena's well-being. My dear daughter, son-in-law, are you all right? With Out Yin here, what could possibly be amiss? He replied. Indeed. Long Xiang's expression turned grave as he leaned in to share with Long Yin the distressing news of several noble scions who had perished, as well as the unexpected assassination attempts by Luo Ri and Foucault, 2 formidable beings from the sacred realm. Fortunately, Out Yin had intervened, eliminating the 2 threats and ensuring their survival. Upon hearing this, Long Yin's countenance darkened, and with icy determination, he murmured, the Luo family, the Fu family. They deserve death. Out Yin approached Staff, who was resting with his eyes closed. Old man, why are you with your eyes shut? Staff opened his eyes and retorted. You insolent brat, I was meditating. What do you know? Out Yin scoffed dismissively. Hours later, the Sacred Realm members who ventured into the Black Forest returned with the remnants of the Shao family, Lavis, and a few scions from remote noble families, including that rascal. Luo Yang, Your Majesty, I was only able to recover these individuals. The forest is littered with noble corpses, most of which appear to be the result of foul play, reported the Sacred Realm member from the Shao family. Long Yin's expression grew grim. Send soldiers to retrieve the bodies and allow those families to claim their dead. Understood. Chapter 37. Traitors among the factions. Before long, soldiers entered the Black Forest, retrieving a multitude of noble corpses. Daughter, daughter, cried one, while another lamented, tiger. Ah. A wave of grief swept through the Sacred Realm members as they wept and clutched the lifeless bodies. The hunting competition came to an abrupt conclusion. And I must announce another matter. Luo Ri and Foucault, who had ventured into the Black Forest, suddenly turned against the Crown Prince and the Princess. Fortunately, our long family possesses some depth. Upon returning to the imperial capital, I shall enact a purge against both families, ensuring their annihilation. Long Yin concealed Out Yin's actions to prevent premature exposure and further bolster the Long family's stature. With a piercing gaze, he scanned the Sacred Realm members, though he found no signs of unusual reactions among them. Returned to the imperial capital. At this moment, within the chamber of the Church of the Radiant God, a cloaked figure stood behind Archbishop Rog. In a raspy voice, the figure informed him, "Archbishop, all the Sacred Realm members who went to attack have perished, including the two-headed rattlesnake of the Sacred Realm. The cause of death remains unknown." Archbishop Rog's expression darkened, and after a long pause, he replied, "I understand. You must immediately proceed to the Holy Mountain and request more personnel." "Yes, I shall depart at once." The figure melted into the shadows, vanishing from sight. Exiting the chamber, Archbishop Rog murmured, "It is time to weave the net slowly." Having finally returned to the imperial capital, Lone Yin and his party arrived at the palace amid the turmoil caused by the tragic deaths of numerous noble scions. In an instant, the Fu family was eradicated, while two Sacred Realm members from the royal family stealthily made their way to Luo Ancient City. 2 days later, the Luo family met its demise. Under the moonlight, Yin, Elena, his in-laws, brother-in-law, and the steward, Old Kong, gathered in the hall. Robin Balaton sighed. "I sense that a storm is brewing in the imperial capital." "Indeed," Yin replied, reclining in his chair while enjoying grapes. "In-laws, do not panic. The most crucial matter now is to enhance our strength. With greater power, any conspiracy will be rendered futile." "Yin, you are indeed correct. I must trouble you with the affairs of the family and the merchant association during these days while my wife and I retreat for a while," said Reuben Balaton. "Rest assured, my lord," came the reply. Yin glanced at Elder Kong and remarked, "Elder Kong, with your affinity for the dark attribute, I possess a martial art manual for you." Hearing this, Elder Kong was overjoyed. As a trusted confidant of the Balaton family, he was already aware of the significant enhancement in the cultivation of the master and his wife. The prospect of receiving a manual filled him with delight. "All right, Elder Kong, absorb this knowledge." "Thank you, young master." The shadow technique allows for invisibility in its first layer, a remarkable skill for evasion, created for the Shadow God Emperor. With his parents-in-law in seclusion and Elder Kong eagerly familiarizing himself with the manual, his brother-in-law also embarked on his cultivation journey, leaving only Yin and Elena in the hall. Yin pulled Elena close and kissed her earlobe, saying, "My dear, the capital is rife with turmoil. Do not venture out alone, lest I spank you." "I understand," she replied. "Come, my treasure, allow me to assist you in enhancing your cultivation." He. In the hall, as the sun blazed overhead, Yin cast a soundproof barrier, and the atmosphere was soon filled with fervent moans and breaths that stirred the blood. The following day, news arrived from the estate's servants. The Balaton branch in Snowfall City had acquired legendary items at a low price, prompting the headquarters in the capital to send personnel for collection. Since the old steward, Elder Kong, was occupied, Yin and Elena were tasked with taking 4 level 6 and 10 level 5 companions to retrieve the items. Their journey was uneventful, albeit slightly dull, and 3 days later, the carriage entered Snowfall City. Before long, they reached the Balaton branch, where guards called out, Miss. Elena responded. Upon entering the hall, they were greeted by a plump man with a jolly face, Kula, who brightened upon seeing Elena. "Miss, you have come in person." "Yes, where is the item?" Kula bowed and said, "Please, follow me." The guards remained in the hall as Yin and Elena followed Kula to the backyard. He opened a door, entered, and moved a vase aside, revealing a secret door. Kula stood at the entrance and gestured to Elena. "Miss, the item is inside." Without suspicion, Elena stepped in, while Yin cast a deep glance at Kula, sensing something amiss. Once inside, Kula joined them, and they found various magical devices, armors, and weapons displayed around them. Confused, Elena asked Kula, "What are you standing there for? Bring out the item." Suddenly, Kula revealed a strange smile, heightening Yin's vigilance. With a press against the stone wall, 20 people burst in, cackling, "Kula, what a beauty and a pretty boy you've brought." Elena, not naive, quickly grasped the situation. "Kula, are you plotting rebellion?" Kula sneered, "Hee. Miss, what a pity. It's a shame your parents did not come. We had planned to lure them here. But it seems we shall have to settle for you instead. I have yet to savor the taste of a Balaton family daughter." A middle-aged man in green echoed Kula's sinister intent. "Hee, the beauty is indeed a genius, reaching the pinnacle of level 6 at such a young age, but alas, without reaching the sanctum, you will ultimately perish. I shall have my taste first, Then you can follow, brothers. Upon finishing his words, the middle-aged man clad in green lunged toward Out Yin with a sinister grin, brandishing his blade with the intent to cleave him in two. Out Yin's eyes glinted with coldness, a smirk curling at the corners of his lips. He could not allow anyone who dared to harm his beloved to live. With a swift motion, he extended his left hand and sent the great sword flying. The green-clad man gazed at Out Yin in disbelief, his eyes dimming as his neck was crushed, leading to his demise. My dear, let the slaughter commence. Out Yin's voice resonated with icy resolve. A mere initial stage Holy Realm warrior had been effortlessly extinguished, leaving Kula and his companions in sheer terror. Run, you fools. Activate the secret chamber, quickly. Yes. Kula scrambled to press the protruding stone, but could he truly escape? Die? Out Yin's fist shattered the man's skull, capturing his soul. With a disdainful huff, the legendary pressure enveloped the remaining 19, whom Out Yin dispatched with ease, their souls obliterated. My love, let us interrogate, Out Yin commanded, holding Kula's soul, which bore an expression of horror, struggling to comprehend that he was not only dead but also imprisoned in this manner. Out Yin's expression remained frosty as a sliver of milky white energy brushed against Kula's soul, eliciting anguished cries. Who were those individuals? Kula's soul wailed incessantly, in my suffering. I shall not speak. Even if I did, my soul would be shattered immediately. Out Yin's consciousness meticulously scanned Kula's essence and indeed found a restriction upon his head. Yet, to Out Yin's dismay, his current power could not dismantle it. The moment he touched the restriction, Kula's soul shrieked, prompting Out Yin to grow increasingly grave. He unleashed a fiery orb, incinerating Kula's essence to nothingness. My dear, the situation is direr than anticipated. What is it? Elena inquired, puzzled. This rotund man's soul bore a restriction on his head to prevent information leakage, and despite my peak legendary strength, I could not break it. What? You have reached the pinnacle of legendary status? How long have you kept this from me? Out Yin was taken aback, unintentionally revealing too much. My love, I erred. Please do not strike me. Stop. You mutt. I shall have your head. In a fit of frustration, Out Yin scooped up Elena, playfully swatting her pert, soft backside with his right hand. This seemed to quell her defiance. All right, let us gather our spoils, he said, giving her a gentle rub. Indeed, there were legendary items to be found. My dear, take these and secure them. After thoroughly searching the secret chamber and the corpses for treasures, they exited, leaving no trace behind. Back in the hall, Out Yin addressed 2 6th-level masters. Bring everyone from this estate here. Upon our entry into the secret chamber, that deceased fool attempted to ambush us with 20 men. What? Are you both unharmed? Ruda exclaimed, shock and urgency etched on his face. We are fine. Hurry, gather them. I have matters to interrogate. Yes, at once. The 14 departed, and soon, 35 individuals were herded into the grand hall. Out Yin's demeanor was icy as he surveyed them. Their expressions remained unchanged. Could it be that the rotund man instigated a rebellion? I demand honest answers. Recently, has anyone unusual visited this estate? One of the guards spoke up, My lord, indeed, an extraordinary individual has come to the estate recently. Who is it? What do they look like? And how are they attired? My lord, a middle-aged man in blue attire was personally welcomed by the overseer of Kara. Oh, one by one, step forward. As Tian probed for any unusual fluctuations with his divine sense, he inquired further. Before long, all 35 individuals had been questioned, and none presented any issues. Very well. You may all leave now. Understood. Tian remarked. The matters here are concluded. We shall return to the imperial capital. Yes, my lord, came the reply. Chapter 3. The Radiant Church collects its pawns throughout their journey. Elena had lost her zest for sightseeing. Tian offered her words of consolation, and due to their expedited travel, they arrived in just 2 days. Upon reaching the Ba residence, Elena retreated to her chamber. After dismissing the entourage, Tian scanned the entire estate with his divine sense, extracting Rabinba from his secluded meditation. However, Rabinba's expression was far from pleasant. He had just been preparing to engage in intimacy with Long Xiao. Without much consideration, Tian had pulled him out. This left Rabinba quite exasperated. Demanding an explanation from Tian, if none were provided, he threatened to inform Elena, which would render Tian unable to share her bed for an entire week, leaving Tian speechless. All right, I have urgent business to discuss, he declared, subsequently revealing the situation regarding the branch in Piaoxua City. Upon hearing this, Rabinba's countenance darkened further. He felt immense relief that Tian had accompanied them. Had Elena ventured alone, the circumstances could have been dire, a thought he dared not pursue. Yet, what kind of force could it be? And what of the holy domain? Rabinba pondered the enemies of the Ba family, systematically filtering them out. In light of this, it would be prudent to abandon that branch. Indeed, fortunately, my wife and I have already thoroughly looted the treasures from the secret chamber there. Well done, Tian commended. Now, you may return to your duties. I too must attend to significant matters. Oh, what grand endeavor awaits? Rabinba queried, curiosity piqued. With a sly grin, Tian replied, to create life with your daughter. A line of frustration crossed Rabinba's face. Young man, one must exercise moderation and restraint. Tian laughed heartily as he departed towards Elena's boudoir. At this moment, within the palace where the fifth prince resided, the atmosphere was heavy. Lying on his bed, the fifth prince wore a sullen expression, his eyes frequently betraying jealousy and malice. Just then, a maid entered, addressing him. Your Highness, there is someone outside seeking an audience. The fifth prince cast a dark glance at the maid. You come here. The command was absolute, and the maid, visibly frightened, approached him. Suddenly, the fifth prince grasped her and pulled her onto the bed, raising her long skirt and exploring beneath it. Without warning, a figure clad in black appeared silently within the chamber. In a raspy voice, he remarked, Ah, the fifth prince seems to be in high spirits. I wonder why you have not come to see me. Indulging in beauty, it seems you are quite fortunate. The fifth prince halted, his expression darkening further. Who are you? What do you want? Do you not realize that intruding upon the palace is a capital offense? Intruding upon the palace? What of it? What will you do about it? The figure chuckled, extending an aged arm to knock the maid unconscious and cast her aside. In a swift motion, the cloaked figure seized the fifth prince by the throat, leaving him gasping for breath. Fifth prince, how about we strike a deal? The figure in black loosened his grip around the neck of the fifth prince, who gasped for air and spoke. Very well, tell me, what is the trade? With his life hanging in the balance, he had no choice but to comply. Huh, you are quite perceptive. Do not worry, it will benefit you. I will make you a leader. But you must agree that the authority of our radiant god sect reigns supreme, the man in black chuckled, sensing the tightening grip around his neck. The fifth prince hastily replied, I agree, as long as you assist me in ascending to the throne. Ha ha, that is easily arranged, provided you cooperate fully with our sect. However, I have two conditions. Once successful, you must help me capture the daughter of the Ba family and her fiancé, Tian. Heh, those requests are manageable. I agree, as long as you cooperate well. I can even help you bring back Longlinger. The eyes of the fifth prince sparkled with excitement. Very well, I also want Longlinger. Haha, I hope our collaboration is pleasant. Now, allow me to place a restriction on you. Until you reach the level of legend, no one will be able to break this seal. If you reveal our plans, you shall meet a dreadful end, he said, setting the restriction while whispering the plan into the prince's ear. Meanwhile, Tian turned around. Clad in a white mage robe, his golden hair shining brilliantly. His appearance was unremarkable, yet he possessed a certain cleanliness. My dear, feel free to wander. I shall catch up with Wang Wan, he said. Very well, enjoy yourselves, Tian replied. With that, Elena took Wang Wan's hand and departed. The old servant took his leave, saying, Young master, enjoy your time, before closing the door behind him. Tian sat beside the lady, smiling slightly. Might I inquire your name? I am called Mo Yen, she replied, her eyes glimmering. Mo Yen, what a lovely name, he remarked, grinning as he gently touched her hand. My lord, allow me to pour you a drink, Mo Yen invited. How could one refuse such a beautiful invitation? Cheers, he responded, clinking glasses with her. Chapter 39. Control. As Mo Yen witnessed Tian lose consciousness, a glimmer of delight crossed her eyes. She withdrew her hand and softly called, My lord, my lord. Moments later, realizing he was truly unconscious, a sinister expression crossed her face. Murmuring incantations, she released a surge of mental energy into Tian's mind, attempting to leave a mental mark on his soul for control. This technique had allowed her to dominate thousands, including those of level 6, level 5, and even nobles. Yet, unfortunately for her, she was now facing the prodigious Tian. Just as her mental energy was about to reach his soul, Tian's spiritual force erupted, shattering her attempt. Mo Yan's face turned pale with disbelief, a trickle of blood escaping her lips. Ao Tian opened his eyes, his gaze cold and devoid of emotion as he looked at Mo Yen. Who would have thought I would end up in a den of thieves? He remarked. Swiftly, Ao Tian brought his index and middle fingers together, sealing her pressure points. The enchanting woman found herself immobilized, her expression turning to one of sheer terror. This was an experience she had never encountered before. Is this sorcery? Mo Yen thought, and cautiously spoke. My lord, I was wrong. Please spare me. Yes, master, she uttered. Mo Yen, without a moment's hesitation, swallowed the cleansing elixir. Instantly, waves of energy surged into her meridians, causing the narrow pathways to gradually rupture under the overwhelming force, bringing forth excruciating pain. Suddenly, a voice echoed in her ears, urging her to endure. In that instant, Mo Yen felt as though she had ingested a tranquilizing charm. She clenched her teeth, braving the agony of her body being torn apart and mended. Gradually, the pain subsided, her meridians expanded, and pristine white skin began to exude dark impurities. Shortly thereafter, Mo Yen opened her eyes, catching a whiff of an unfamiliar odor. Ao Tian chuckled, suggesting a cleansing. Mo Yan's cheeks flushed crimson as Ao Tian gestured, encasing her in a flow of water. Slowly, the impurities were swept away by the current, and the once pristine water turned a deep black. Ao Tian then froze the tainted water, shattering it into a fine powder. After consuming the cleansing elixir, Mo Yan's skin radiated an even more captivating brilliance. Suddenly, Ao Tian's soul trembled with foreboding, as if an ominous event were on the brink of occurrence. Thoughts of Elena crossed his mind, and after issuing a few instructions, he vanished before Mo Yen. Chapter 40. Ao Tian's fury. Ao Tian darted out of the pavilion like a gust of wind towards the faint sensation he felt, having established a connection with Elena after their shared endeavor. Elena, with a timid gaze, remarked, Indeed, one can know a person's face, but not their heart. With that, disappointment clouded her features. Well, fortunately, I arrived in time. Now, I shall teach that fellow a lesson. Wang Wan, shall we not grant him a swift end? Elena replied somberly. Ao Tian's expression was frigid as he countered. No, I have already obliterated Wang Wan with a mere flick of my hand. Her soul has been extinguished. I am referring to this individual. With that, Ao Tian produced a jade vial, causing the spectral form of Wang Li to materialize. A malicious expression etched upon his visage as he regarded Ao Tian. Elena recognized Wang Li immediately. He was Wang Wan's brother. Curse it, this man once pursued me. But I had no interest. He even attempted to force himself upon me once, only to be repelled by my brother. Thus, a day passed, and at that moment, the Wang family was embroiled in an investigation regarding the mysterious disappearance of Wang Wan and Wang Li. Though not the foremost talents of the Wang lineage, their vanishing was intolerable for such a prominent clan. The fervor of the investigation was intense. Within mere hours, they uncovered that Wang Wan had been seen in the company of Elena, ultimately leading to her soul return, accompanied by Ao Tian. Within the Ba clan's estate, Ao Tian and Elena sat in positions of authority, while the elderly steward, Old Kong, stood nearby. Below them, a middle-aged man bore a calm demeanor, while another beside him wore a sullen expression. Elena, did the young Wang Wan and the young Wang Li accompany you? Inquired the dark-faced middle-aged man, Wang Ko. Elena's face flushed with anger, ready to respond, but Ao Tian raised a hand to halt her. His countenance remained icy as he fixed his gaze on Wang Ku, declaring, Wang Wan indeed spent time with my wife, but who is Wang Li? Seeing Ao Tian's implicit admission, Wang Ku unleashed his 6th-level aura, seething with rage. How can you not know who Wang Li is? He was present alongside Wang Wan and Elena. Yet, why have Wang Wan and Wang Li vanished while you remain? How dare you wreak havoc within the Ba clan? Ao Tian waved his hand dismissively, dispersing Wang Ku's aura, enveloping him in the peak of 6th-level pressure. With an expression of calm, Wang Chong was suddenly taken aback, his face filled with astonishment. At the pinnacle of level 6, he took a deep breath and remarked, Indeed, young Master Outyin possesses remarkable talent. It won't be long before another Saint realm emerges in the imperial capital. Outyin smiled faintly. Wang Chong continued with a slight smile. Young Master Outyin, I am merely inquiring about the whereabouts of my clan's 2 disciples, with no ulterior motive. If you or Elena have any knowledge of them, could you kindly inform us? Outyin, always gracious, replied, Wang Li, we truly do not know. As for Wang Wan, She was indeed with Elena, however. I ultimately took Elena back, and I genuinely do not know where Wang Wan went. Ao Yin's demeanor remained unflinching, his heart steady, and his eyes unwavering. Wang Chong, perplexed, pondered whether Ao Yin was indeed innocent of any wrongdoing. Then we shall take our leave, he said, turning to Wang Ku, who wore a grim expression, casting a cold glance at Ao Yin and Elena before departing. After their exit, the old steward, Kong Lao, inquired, "Young master, what of those two?" Ao Yin replied with a slight smile, "Indeed, I have scattered Wang Wan's soul, and Wang Li has met a fate far worse." Kong Lao was taken aback. "Young master, what transpired?" Elena's expression darkened. "Kong Lao, after a month without seeing Wang Wan, we caught up, and I was quite pleased. Ultimately, we went to a private room she had reserved without suspicion, only to discover my predicament afterward." At this point, Elena fell silent. Kong Lao, understanding the implications, quickly asked, "Are you unharmed?" Elena assured him, "No, thankfully Ao Yin arrived in time." Kong Lao exhaled deeply. Ao Yin's expression turned icy. "Kong Lao, have someone monitor the Wang family's movements." "Understood, young master," Kong Lao replied. Elena added, "Kong Lao, sever all ties with the Wang family. We have already made enemies, and our family need not fear them." Kong Lao concurred, and promptly departed to relay the orders. Chapter 41. The Archbishop Rog's strike upon returning to the Wang family estate. Wang Chong and Wang Ku bore somber expressions. Wang Ku addressed his elder brother, "Elder brother." Wang Chong waved his hand. "No need for words, I understand. The direct descendants of the Wang family cannot simply vanish without reason. Issue commands to closely monitor all movements of the Balaton family estate, if necessary. We shall abduct several key members for exchange." Wang Ku exclaimed, "Yes, elder brother, I shall see to it immediately." Before long, an elderly man, visibly alarmed, entered the hall. "Head of the family, it is dire. The Balaton family has severed ties with us, resulting in significant losses for our clan." Wang Chong's already darkening countenance grew even more shadowed. "The Balaton family, very well. The Wang family shall not retreat," he declared. "Wang Lao, you may go. Let them sever ties. We will reach out to other merchant associations, and from this moment forth, we shall seize every opportunity to undermine the Balaton family's commerce." Wang Lao responded, "Yes, head of the family." Meanwhile, within the secret chamber of the Balaton family estate, Reuben Balaton successfully ascended to the late Saint realm, his power surging. While his wife, Long Qiu, reached the mid-stage of the Saint realm. With smiles on their faces, they emerged from seclusion, only to find Elena and Ao Yin present in the hall. Ao Yin's eyes gleamed with delight. "Congratulations, father-in-law and mother-in-law, on your remarkable increase in strength." Elena's eyes lit up with delight upon seeing her parents emerge from their seclusion. She rushed to embrace her mother, Long Qiu, and exclaimed playfully, "Oh dear, you're all married now, yet you still act like such a little girl." Long Qiu teased as she playfully pinched Elena's nose. Elena chuckled in response. Subsequently, Elena recounted the events concerning the Wang family's approach and the incidents that transpired in the celestial realm, culminating in her decision to sever ties with the Wang family. Upon hearing her account, Reuben Balaton and Long Qiu's expressions turned to one of indignation. "Nana, well done. What a ridiculous family the Wangs are, thinking they can stride through life like a dragon." Ao Yin coughed, "Ahaha, but we do have a dragon here." To which Elena's mother, Long Qiu, jested, "Indeed. Whenever a family finds themselves in dire straits, they should just let this dragon shed some blood for a few gold coins." Ah. Ao Yin, taken aback, promptly took Elena's hand and fled, the sound of laughter trailing behind them. In the secret chamber of the Bright God Church's subchapter, Archbishop Rog received 5 elderly men clad in white robes and 15 in black. "Rog, how goes the implementation of the plan?" inquired one of the white-robed elders. "Lord Gikus, everything is proceeding smoothly. We shall soon commence the full-scale operation. The radiance of the bright God must illuminate every corner of the world. Rog, should you successfully execute this task, you will ascend to the position of cardinal and return to the holy mountain, embraced by the Lord," he declared. "Yes, all for the glory of the bright God." "Very well, depart now and inform me when the plan is fully underway." "Understood, Lord Gikus." Archbishop Rog exited the chamber, a smile gracing his lips. In the dead of night, Archbishop Rog donned a black robe once more, equipped with keen perception, a detailed map, and knowledge of the palace's military deployment. He swiftly made his way to the palace of the fifth prince, who was currently reveling in the company of a beautiful maid. Silently, Rog positioned himself before the fifth prince, a flicker of disdain crossing his face as he disregarded the fervent sounds of passion. With a swift motion, he knocked the maid unconscious. The fifth prince, upon turning to see Rog, nearly fainted, his composure crumbling. Rog's voice dripped with malice. "Fifth prince, the plan is set in motion. Remember, should you fail, well, you know what that entails." The fifth prince nodded vigorously, fear evident in his demeanor. Rog was satisfied with his response and produced a small vial from his robes. "This is a venomous concoction, distilled from the essence of the venomous dragon at the pinnacle of the holy domain. Remember, failure is not an option, your life depends on it." The fifth prince understood the dire consequences and assured, "Fear not, Archbishop." "Very well, I shall take my leave." As the fifth prince gazed at the black liquid within the crystal vial, a sinister expression crossed his face, his eyes gleaming with malevolence. In the chambers of the Balaton family, Yin was preparing to initiate a romantic endeavor with Elena when suddenly he received a message from Mo Yin. A cloaked figure had entered the palace, emerging just 10 minutes later, only to head towards the Wang family and depart shortly thereafter. Yin pondered the identity of this shadowy figure. Is it a royal agent? Unlikely. The Shao family? They lack the power unless it is an external force. Suddenly, Yin recalled that his history mentor was a prince of the Dark God Church. Could it be the Dark God Church? Yet, he had no time to dwell on this thought, for Elena soon ignited a flame of passion within him. Suddenly, the room was filled with a vibrant energy, overflowing with the essence of spring. Chapter 42, The Fifth Prince's Poisoning. A night of spring was, naturally, a sight to behold. Tian rose early to assist Elena in arranging her hair. At this moment, within the imperial palace, the fifth prince exited the grand hall, making his way to the imperial kitchen in the courtyard. The kitchen was bustling with activity, and delightful aromas wafted through the air, announcing that the emperor's breakfast of 8 treasure porridge was ready. A royal chef, with a bowl in his left hand and a spoon in his right, was busy serving the meal. Upon entering, the fifth prince heard the commotion and had a sudden thought. Is His Majesty's breakfast prepared? Upon recognizing the fifth prince, the chef immediately knelt and bowed. The prince gestured for them to rise. "Your Highness, there is still a quarter of an hour until the crystal lotus seed soup is completed." "Very well, I shall wait here. Inform me when it is ready." As His Majesty is awaiting his meal, the fifth prince replied. "Your Highness," the chef hesitantly inquired, "is it not usually eunuch who brings the meals to His Majesty?" "That is not your concern. Attend to your duties," the fifth prince replied, his excuse somewhat clumsy. "Yes, Your Highness." A quarter of an hour later, the chef prepared the plate, placing the 8 treasure porridge, the purple silk white jade soup, and the crystal lotus seed soup onto it before presenting it to the fifth prince. As he departed the kitchen, he glanced around to ensure no one was watching. With a sinister expression, the fifth prince discreetly retrieved a crystal vial from his robe, pouring a portion of its contents into each dish, leaving just a small amount for future use. Having completed his nefarious task, the fifth prince felt an unprecedented sense of joy and lightness, eagerly anticipating his ascension to the throne. After a 10-minute walk, he finally arrived at the tranquil palace, the residence of the empress, as Emperor Long Yin predominantly favored her company. Entering the palace, the fifth prince found the emperor reviewing official documents. "Shang'er, why have you come to deliver the meal today?" Long Yin inquired, puzzled. "Father, I observe that eunuch has served the imperial family for 2 generations. I wish to relieve him of his duties, so I took it upon myself to bring the meal," the fifth prince explained. Long Yin, comforted by his son's filial piety, had no suspicion of the fifth prince's intentions. Even if there were treachery, Long Yin was unafraid, as he was a formidable expert in the mid-stage of the sacred realm. Though the fifth prince had the support of the Church of Light. "Father, here is the 8 treasure porridge, the purple silk white jade soup, and the crystal lotus seed soup," the fifth prince announced as he presented each dish. It tastes delightful," Long Yin remarked, setting aside the documents and lifting a small spoonful of the porridge to his lips. As the emperor savored the dish, the fifth prince bowed slightly, saying, "Father, the meal has been delivered. I shall take my leave." A flicker of joy shone in his lowered eyes. "Very well, Shang'er, take care on your way back," Long Yin replied. The fifth prince exited the tranquil palace, returning to his own quarters. Meanwhile, within the tranquil palace, eunuch entered, saying, "Your Majesty, I am at fault. I delayed your majesty's meal due to a bout of illness. Long Yin would never punish Eunuch One, who had faithfully served both him and his father. It is no matter, as Shang'er has kindly brought it to me, he reassured. Eunuch One expressed his confusion, the fifth prince? Indeed, Shang'er is quite considerate, Long Yin affirmed. When Gong remarked, although His Highness the fifth prince lacks talent, his filial piety is indeed a blessing for the royal family. At this moment, Tian was on his way to the Royal Academy of Magic and Martial Arts. Since Elena had recently stepped out of the sacred realm and needed to consolidate her strength, she remained at home. Tian smiled as he engaged with a group of students who flattered him. Upon arriving at his villa, Tian finally let out a sigh of relief. He entered the villa, walked through the corridor, and stepped into the training hall, where Yage was diligently practicing his swordsmanship, sweat glistening on his brow. Tian felt a sense of satisfaction. Very well, Yage. Remember that training requires a balance of strength and gentleness. Take a moment to relax. Yage turned, his face lighting up with surprise upon seeing Tian. Yes, young master. Yage, you have made impressive progress. You are already a level 5 adept. Come, let me take you somewhere to unwind. Yes, young master, Yage responded eagerly. On their way, Tian said, what a pity, Yage, you are only 14. If only you could wait 2 more years, I would take you to a wonderful place. Yage's face brightened. Then, young master, can you take me in 2 years? Tian grinned mischievously. Of course, 2 years from now, I shall take you. Arriving at the establishment Heaven and Earth, Tian led Yage upstairs to a private room. Waiter, bring me 20 barrels of fire wine, along with your signature dishes, and 10 servings of meat. Make it the finest, as money is no object. Certainly, young master. Please wait a moment. Meanwhile, in a secret chamber on the top floor of Heaven and Earth, the waiter reported, Your Highness, the gentleman you asked me to keep an eye on has arrived. Sitting in a crystal chair, Catherine opened her eyes, a glint of malice flickering within. She instructed the waiter to add a strong laxative to the dishes ordered. The waiter hesitated, noting, We have poison, we have aphrodisiacs, but laxatives? Yes, Your Highness. I shall see to it immediately. As the chamber door closed, Catherine's thoughts turned darkly toward Tian. He was the first man to target her in such a manner. Remembering a past encounter, she felt a surge of anger and confusion. She could not allow him to tarnish her purity. Tian, I will ensure your demise, she vowed. Before long, the table was laden with dishes and meat, accompanied by 20 barrels of fire wine. Yage, eat well and replenish your strength. Grateful, Yage began to eat heartily. However, upon taking his first bite, Tian realized the food had been laced with laxatives, rendering him speechless. What sort of establishment was this? He had encountered poison and aphrodisiacs before, but never laxatives. If the waiter knew Tian's thoughts, he would surely weep in understanding. Tian looked at Yage with sympathy. Yage, cough, cough. I didn't expect my first meal treating you would turn out like this. Yage, confused, looked at Tian while chewing on a chicken leg. These dishes and drinks have been heavily dosed with laxatives. The realization struck Yage, and he promptly spat out the delicious chicken leg, desperately attempting to rid himself of the offending substance. Tian burst into laughter. Yage, I apologize, but it seems you are in for a rough time. These laxatives are indeed effective below the sacred realm. Yage, feeling despondent, succumbed to the temptation of indulgence, reasoning that it would be better to feast abundantly before facing the inevitable consequence of gastrointestinal distress. Tian, witnessing this spectacle, erupted into hearty laughter. After a grand feast, the table lay barren, stripped of all its offerings, as Yage, with a swollen belly, resigned himself and reclined in his chair. Tian, with a teasing glint in his eyes, remarked, Yage, do you truly wish to spend the day in such discomfort? Upon seeing his master's amused expression, Yage's face brightened. Master, you must save me. Tian chuckled, extending his hand. Yage, in a flurry, grasped it eagerly. Tian, enveloping Yage's hand in his own, transferred a stream of milky energy, which coursed through Yage's body, expelling the laxative in a subtle, pale liquid. All done. Yage, should I not be around? Be cautious in the realms of heaven and earth, Tian warned. Yage, understanding the gravity of the situation, replied, Rest assured, Master, I shall exercise caution. Here, a life of poverty in literature, yet wealth in martial prowess. Indulge without restraint. Do not skimp. lest you find yourself weak when I call upon you for assistance. And I shall surely scold you, Tian jested. Jade solemnly affirmed, Fear not, master. I shall eat well and possess the strength to assist you. Tian affectionately ruffled Jade's hair, laughing heartily. Come, master shall treat you to a feast. And with that, Tian whisked Jade away through a shattered window, vanishing in an instant. Before long, a young attendant entered the private chamber, intending to inquire if the young master desired anything further, but upon finding the room empty, he quickly retreated. The remnants of the banquet lay in disarray, the table completely cleared, and the broken window suggested a hasty escape. The attendant rushed to the upper floor to inform Catherine, who, upon hearing the news, was momentarily taken aback, muttering, What a rogue! May you suffer from this affliction. Chapter 43. The palace coup. After Tian escorted Jade away from the celestial establishment and returned him safely to the Academy's villa, he proceeded to the Balaton family estate to meditate and cultivate. In the Bright God Church's secret chamber, Archbishop Rog addressed Gygas, My lord. The task with the fifth prince has been completed. We may commence. Gygas opened his eyes, which gleamed with a peculiar light. Very well, Rog, proceed. The 5 of us shall ensure the defense, while you command the 15 dark-robed knights. Archbishop Rog, his expression filled with excitement, replied, Yes, my lord. In the deep of night, within the serene palace, Emperor Long Yen of the Ross Empire and Queen Ophini engaged in pleasant conversation, when suddenly, Long Yen felt a tumultuous churn within his abdomen. Ophini, alarmed, rushed to embrace Long Yen, exclaiming, Your Majesty, what troubles you? With a sudden spurt, Long Yen coughed up blood. Struggling to regain his composure, he sensed his internal energy was in disarray, the essence within him darkening. He pondered when he might have been poisoned, and recalled the peculiar behavior of Shang Er that morning, her unexpected kindness in personally delivering breakfast. His expression grew grim. Ophini, be wary of the 5th prince. I suspect I have been poisoned. Take this token. Beneath the dragon throne, there is a hidden compartment. Use this to summon the ancestors. And instruct Xiang Er and Ling Er to remain outside. Also, notify elder staff. Long Yin managed to articulate with great difficulty. With that, he could no longer withstand the strain and collapsed onto the bed. Ophini, in anguish, cried out, Your Majesty, Your Majesty. She delicately placed her alabaster fingers beneath Long Yan's nose, feeling the faintest breath. Bring the imperial physician. Not long after, a level 6 light mage arrived to pay his respects to Her Majesty the Queen. Rise, and tell me what ails His Majesty. Yes, the level 6 light mage advanced, placing his hand upon the dragon flame meridian. His expression suddenly grew grave as he began to chant an incantation, invoking the purifying light that dispels negative effects and toxins, restoring the body to its peak condition. The once ashen visage of dragon flame began to regain its color, yet abruptly, he coughed up a large mouthful of blood, his pallor worsening and his breaths becoming faint. Ophine's countenance darkened with anger as she inquired, What is the situation? The light mage trembled slightly, replying, I fear. Your Majesty, that is Majesty. Before he could finish, Ophine erupted, Begone, leave at once. Yes, Your Majesty, he stammered, retreating with a glimmer of hope in his eyes. Ophine, recalling Dragon Flame's instructions, swiftly summoned her trusted aides to relay a message to Dean's staff. She then urgently called for Long Xiang and Long Ling Er. They soon arrived at the tranquil palace, only to be taken aback upon seeing their father lying on the bed, his complexion ashen. Mother, what has happened to father? With tear-streaked eyes, Ophine replied, Your father has been poisoned, and the imperial physicians are unable to cure him. Before falling unconscious, he urged me to send you both to safety. You must leave the palace through the secret passage at once. Long Ling Er and Long Xiang exchanged alarmed glances, asking, But what about you, mother? Ophine, her expression solemn, replied, I must attend to the matters your father entrusted to me. Also, summon that 5th prince, bring him before me. Upon hearing the mention of the 5th prince, Long Ling Er and Long Xiang exclaimed, Mother, could it be that our 5th brother is behind this poison? Ophine's face turned a shade of iron as she stated, His Majesty deduced that the breakfast served this morning was provided by the 5th prince. You must hurry to find him. Yes, mother. Moments later, Long Ling Er and Long Xiang returned to the tranquil palace, their faces pale. It's dire, mother. All the maids and guards in the 5th prince's palace are dead. And he is missing. Ophine's expression darkened further, and taking a deep breath to suppress her fury, She ordered, Ling Xiang you must leave the palace immediately. Quickly, Wen Lao, you must protect His Majesty while I attend to this matter. Yes, mother, we are leaving. With that, Long Ling and Long Xiang turned away, their eyes red-rimmed. Meanwhile, Eunuch Wen's expression was also grim. Rest assured, Your Majesty, as long as I draw breath, no one shall lay a finger on His Majesty. Afin hastened to the dragon hall and discovered a hidden compartment beneath the dragon throne. With a click, she entered, and the golden door sealed behind her. Navigating through the dark passageway, she soon emerged into a space of 100 square meters, where 12 elders awaited. Little girl, how did you arrive here? Dragon Xing Tian opened his weary eyes, a legendary aura pressing down upon Afin, causing her to tremble. Gritting her teeth, she produced a token, and the oppressive atmosphere relaxed instantly. The elders immediately turned their attention to the token, their expressions shifting in surprise. Dragon Xing Tian asked, Little girl, what has transpired? With tears streaming down her reddened cheeks, Afin replied, Esteemed ancestors, I am the current queen. His Majesty has been harmed and poisoned, falling into a coma. Before losing consciousness, he sensed impending chaos within the palace and requested that the esteemed ancestors emerge from seclusion. Long Xing Tian Dao, enough now, little girl, cease your tears. It has been 3 centuries, and it appears the world has forgotten us. Dear child, come, let us discover what poison has ensnared the current emperor. With that, a group of 12 venerable elders and Afin departed from the dragon hall, making their way to the tranquil palace. Long Xing Tian, touching the meridians of Long Yan, began to wear a grave expression. A wisp of legendary late-stage battle aura emanated from his fingertips, penetrating Long Yan's body. With closed eyes, Long Xing Tian directed this battle aura towards the Dantian, where darkness enveloped him, having already tainted the internal organs. A chaotic mass of battle aura shielded him from further toxic invasion, yet a trickle of poison slowly surged through the meridians leading to the heart. Competing with the chaotic battle aura, Long Xing Tian endeavored to eradicate the poison, but upon mere contact, Long Yan instantly spat out a mouthful of blood. Afin, her face etched with concern, witnessed this, and Long Xing Tian opened his eyes, his countenance grim. This toxin is indeed tyrannical, seemingly derived from the venom of a poison dragon. Only the quelling grass, found deep within the monster forest, can counteract this poison. Afin's face turned ashen as she murmured, Your Majesty, ancestor, can we venture into the depths of the monster forest? Long Xing Tian's expression darkened. My dear girl, while I could perhaps navigate the legendary regions of the forest, the depths harbored demigod-level beasts. A journey there would spell certain death. Afin was instantly in tears. Ancestor, how long do we have? Long Xing Tian sighed. 3 days. After 3 days, even divine beings would be powerless. Afin fainted at once. Long Xing Tian instructed the nearby eunuch when to lay the unconscious Afin upon the bed. He then inquired, How fares the situation in the imperial capital? Eunuch 1, with a respectful demeanor, replied, Ancestor, while the capital appears tranquil on the surface, turbulent undercurrents stir beneath. Long Xing Tian continued, What of the princes? The eldest prince, Long Xiang, and the second princess, Long Linger, have secretly fled the palace to seek refuge. The empress has already informed the old dean, who will arrive shortly. Is that so? Excellent. Is that rascal staff involved? Eunuch 1 nodded. Indeed, it is the esteemed dean's staff. Suddenly, 30 individuals approached from outside the hall, led by none other than the 5th prince. Eunuch 1's face contorted in anger. You wretch, 5th prince, why have you poisoned His Majesty? And you, Wang family, Ravis clan, Xiao family, do you intend to rebel as well? We merely seek to fulfill our own needs. Now that the 5th prince has found support, he coldly scoffed. Since my father has stripped me of my claim to the throne, I bear no responsibility for my actions. Long Xing Tian's expression grew grave as he assessed the situation. Among the 30, 1 was of late-stage legendary status, 3 at the early legendary stage. 1 he could not discern, likely at the legendary pinnacle, 4 at the peak of the sacred realm, 5 in the late sacred realm, 10 in the mid-sacred realm, and 5 in the early sacred realm. Archbishop Rog appeared, addressing Long Xing Tian. You must be the legendary dragon blood warrior, Long Xing Tian, renowned across the continent 3 centuries ago. Do you intend to overthrow the dynasty, members of the Church of Light? Long Xing Tian's expression darkened. It's good that you understand, my lord. Let the games begin. Kill. Little one, take his majesty and the young lady away. Quickly, he ordered. Understood. In an instant, Gygus intercepted Long Tian, the radiance of the god of light illuminating the world, urging faith in our lord. Humph, retreat and fight. Can you escape, sword of light? Gygus swiftly unleashed an 8-meter-high sword of light aimed at Long Tian. Boom. Transformation into a dragon. Long Tian's body swelled, golden dragon scales covering him entirely. Dragon annihilation slash. Divine protection. Zika. Long Tian turned to see. No, the dragon's transformation has occurred. Retreat quickly, out of the palace. Gygus wore a cold, mocking expression, exuding immense pressure. Stop them. Kill as many as you can. Yes. In an instant, within the tranquil palace, magical energies radiated in all directions. The opulent palace shattered in an instant. The rooftop sliced away. Boom. Staff received the notification and hurriedly rushed to the scene, noting the intense battle energy emanating from the palace. His expression hardened as he summoned the red dragon Harus. Harus, it's time to fight. To the palace. Finally some action, old man. Staff mounted Harus, who flapped his wings, the dragon's roar resonating throughout the entire imperial city. Heavens! Is it a giant dragon? The dragon is attacking the imperial city. Run. Look. The dragon bears the emblem of the esteemed director staff. Chapter 44. Repelling the Church of the God of Light. The roar of the dragon spread across the imperial city. In the Balaton family estate, Aelenai's boudoir, Yin was momentarily stunned. A giant dragon. Who could it be? Aelenai, I'm stepping out for a moment. Be careful, my dear. Yes. Yin vanished from his spot, quickly exiting the Balaton estate. The illusionary mask of the artifact morphed into the visage of a burly man as he ascended rapidly. The red dragon, the old man's steed. What business does he have in the palace? With a swoosh, staff, riding the red dragon Harus. Arrived at the epicenter of the battle's intensity. Harus, charge. At that moment, Gygus, who was blocking Long Tian's transformation, sensed a powerful aura from outside, accompanied by the dragon's roar. Staff. Moments later, Staff dismounted from the red dragon, grinning. The Church of the God of Light. Boom. Staff's mid-legendary momentum erupted, instantly slaying 2 mid-level holy domain warriors. Gygus's expression turned icy. Staff, you shouldn't have stepped into this quagmire. This is the Ross Empire, not your holy mountain. Harus, let's fight. Old man, I'm coming. Roar. The tranquil palace was utterly annihilated, the peak holy domain red dragon targeting the early legendary light mage directly. Ancestral vengeance for me. Lonku self-destructed in an instant. Boom. 2 nearby holy knights were heavily injured. Ancestral vengeance. I'm coming too. Long Ting charged into a group of holy knights, self-destructing. Transformed, Long Tian bellowed no. His eyes glowed crimson, his attacks growing more ferocious, yet Gygus remained composed. Being at the pinnacle of legendary power on the verge of breaking through to demigod status. Witnessing his side almost overwhelming the Long family, Gygus smiled. Suddenly, from the dark prison, a surge of dark magic energy surged forth, trapping 2 late holy domain and 3 early holy domain warriors. In an instant, the Long family's holy domain retaliated, and 5 were severed in half. Damn the dark church. Catherine, accompanied by 10 sanctified ones, arrived at the scene, where the hoarse voice of the black-robed mage at the pinnacle of the sanctified ones remarked, when did the Church of Light become so malicious? Even seeking to slaughter the Empire? Seeing the reinforcements arrive, Long Tian felt a surge of joy and expressed his gratitude to the Dark Church for their assistance. Assistance is a stretch. We merely find the Church of Light displeasing and wish to intervene, the black-robed figure retorted. Uncle, enough talk. Let us kill quickly. Catherine urged from behind. Very well, Dark Celestial Veil. With a swift incantation, a 50-meter black shroud enveloped the battlefield, allowing the Long family to counterattack and eliminate several sanctified ones. The holy light descends. The elderly sage of light, having severely wounded Long Dong, began to chant a spell, and a wave of sanctified light dispersed the dark veil. Retreat. Long Tian bellowed, forcing back Gygus. The remnants of the Long family, 1 legendary figure and 4 sanctified ones, immediately fled the battlefield. Catherine, let us go, urged the black-robed man, pulling her along as the dark church retreated. Gygus smirked coldly. Do you think you can escape? Sanctified light barrier. Having remained composed before Long Xingtian, Gygus had already been chanting a spell. Instantly, a thick aura of light elements enveloped the surroundings, forming a barrier hundreds of meters wide to obstruct the retreat of Long Xingtian and the Dark Church. Damn it! Long Xingtian's expression grew grave. Focus your energy. Let us break through. Boom! Shouted Archbishop Rog, as the sword of light cleaved through one of the Dark Church's sanctified ones. Staff held off two early-stage legendary figures, roaring to drive them back, then directed his attention to the red dragon. Harus used draconic magic to assault the barrier. Great dragon, grant me strength. Inferno consumed the world. The explosive fire elements coalesced in the mouth of the red dragon, striking the sanctified light barrier, causing it to flicker momentarily. Gygus' expression shifted. Kill. With a thunderous roar, chaos erupted. Elemental storms began to coalesce, and the overwhelming combat aura caused the very fabric of space to fracture. Tian arrived outside a palace reduced to ashes, observing the fierce battle, and spotted Catherine among the fray. He mused, feeling the milky white true power surge within him. The dragon claw hand struck fiercely against the barrier, shattering the sanctified light barrier at last. What? Gygus' face paled. Long Xingtian and his allies rejoiced, turning their gaze towards Tian, who remained impassive, locking eyes with Gygus, who solemnly commanded, retreat. In an instant, Long Xingtian shouted, block them. Get lost. With a resounding clash, only 15 of Gygus' group managed to escape. As the battle concluded, Long Xingtian hurried to express his gratitude to Tian. Catherine, we must leave. The black-robed figure rasped. With a swift motion, the Dark Church departed as well. Staff studied Tian's attire, finding it oddly familiar. Suddenly enlightened, he regarded Tian with a bemused expression. Noticing the old man's gaze upon him, Tian felt a jolt of surprise and glanced at his own garments, silently cursing himself for forgetting to change. Preferring silence, he vanished without a word. Seeing Tian depart, Staff's smile faded. Grandfather, what just happened? What of His Majesty the Emperor? Staff inquired, puzzled, turning to Long Xingtian. Long Xingtian sighed and said, the young emperor has been poisoned by the dragon's venom and is in grave danger. I have sent one to escort his couple away. Come, my grandson. We must leave the palace. Shall we go to the Baratin family? I need to find someone, he continued. Long Xingtian paused. Oh, who might that be? Hee. A rather interesting fellow, was the reply. Harless, you may return for now. I will call upon you when there is fighting. The red dragon Harless seemed to relish the prospect. Ah, splendid. Truly splendid. Tian returned to Elena's chamber only to find her absent. Tian, come quickly. A voice called from outside. Tian stepped out and followed the sound to the hall, where 8 individuals awaited. What brings you here? What has happened to the emperor? Long Linger and Long Xiang looked distressed. My father has been poisoned, they revealed. Tian approached and took the emperor's pulse, feeling his forehead. A faint milky white energy surged within him, and after a long moment, he remarked, this poison is indeed vicious. How long can the emperor hold on? Asked Afin, her eyes red with concern. 3 days, came the grim reply from one, who lowered his head in sorrow. Tian fell silent, offering comforting pats on the backs of Long Linger and Long Xiang. The atmosphere grew heavy with silence. Before long, Staff entered the Baratin family residence accompanied by Long Xingtian and 6 others. After notifying the guards, they arrived at the hall, where the emperor and his couple were also present. Staff approached Tian with a conspiratorial wink, to which Tian responded with an exasperated look. Have you lost your mind? Old man. Staff nearly choked on his breath, nearly mortified with indignation, prompting laughter from those nearby. Upon seeing the ancestors arrive, Afin inquired, esteemed ancestors, what is the current state of the palace? Long Xingtian's expression darkened. Several nearby palaces had already been destroyed, and he advised against returning to the palace just yet. Reuben Baratin's eyes lit up. Could it be that you are the legendary Long Xingtian from 300 years ago? Long Xingtian allowed a faint smile to surface. Someone remembers me. Indeed, that is I. My lords, you must be weary after such a great battle. Feel free to rest at my home. That would be agreeable. But we must discuss the current predicament. The Shao family, the Wang family, and the Lavis family have all aligned with the Church of the Light. Our Rose Empire is in dire straits, Long Xingtian lamented. Staff stepped forward to examine Long Yan's symptoms. After a long while, he, well-versed in herbal poisons, remarked, who was so cruel as to poison His Majesty with a toxin from the pinnacle of the sacred domain. This poison appears to have been refined. It is indeed extraordinary. Yin inquired curiously, is there an antidote? There is, but for us, it is nearly impossible to obtain, Staff sighed. Pray, enlighten me, Yin urged. In the depths of the Beastmaster Forest, there exists the snow spirit herb, capable of counteracting all poisons. If crushed and refined into a pill, its efficacy can be enhanced. Alas, the depths are guarded by a demigod overlord, Staff lamented, shaking his head. Yin, momentarily taken aback, coughed and declared, everyone, step aside. Instantly, a large space cleared in the hall as the onlookers watched in shock, while Yin produced various life-restoring herbs. Tian was astonished to see dragon blood grass, bewitching grass, holy return root, 7-petal lotus leaf, and ghost cutting grass. Yin then revealed a snow-white herb exuding a chilling aura, asking, is this the one? Tian was once again astonished as the snow spirit grass materialized before him. Stammering, he said, indeed, this is it. Well, I shall proceed with alchemy. You may entertain yourselves for now. With that, he gathered the remaining herbs, granting no opportunity for the others to speak, and vanished from sight. Chapter 45. The antidote. Tian observed how Yin departed the hall without allowing him a word. His curious gaze turned towards Staff, who felt a sudden pang of anxiety. Grandfather, please do not look at me. I am equally in the dark, he replied. What is the origin of this fellow? Tian inquired. Do you truly wish to know? Staff smiled. Speak quickly, Tian insisted solemnly. You must swear not to disclose this to anyone else, Staff replied with newfound gravity. Very well, I promise not to speak of it indiscriminately, Tian declared, sensing the seriousness of the situation. Staff then conveyed through his spiritual energy, Grandfather. This young man is a dragon, possessing legendary strength. Beyond that, I know not. Tian was taken aback, immediately responding with his own spiritual energy, legendary? Why can I not see through his true form? Staff's energy flickered with amusement as he replied, that is because I have bestowed upon him a half-illusory mask. Understanding dawned upon Tian. Meanwhile, Linger, Xiang, and Ophini shed their earlier sorrow and awaited Yin's emergence. Inside the chamber, Yin focused intently, enveloping the snow spirit with a milky white essence. The energy began to burn, the temperature steadily rising. As the half-meter-high snow spirit gradually melted into a small pool of spiritual liquid. At this juncture, it was crucial to expend energy wisely, and ultimately, a snow-white pill was formed. Exiting the room, Yin made his way to the hall. Upon entering, he was met by a myriad of glowing eyes, all fixed upon him. All eyes on me, are they? Yin, have you succeeded? They pressed. Yin remained silent, approaching the unconscious Yin. He flicked Yin's chin, opening his mouth wide, and deftly inserted the pill. With a gentle push of the jaw, he closed his mouth, supporting Yin. It was not long before he expelled a torrent of black blood, prompting Ophini to swiftly step aside. After releasing 3 streams of black blood, Yin's complexion began to regain its color. Linger, Xiang, and Ophini exchanged looks of joy. Soon, he shall awaken, remarked Yin. I cannot thank you enough. Linger expressed gratefully, her beautiful eyes shimmering. Xiang added, Yin, my life henceforth belongs to you. Call upon me whenever you need assistance. Ophini expressed his gratitude as well, kneeling deeply. Thank you, Yin. All right. I am but a peace-loving young man. I wish not to witness chaos in the Empire. Yin replied, chuckling. Behind him, Elena playfully pinched the flesh at his waist and whispered, I did not realize you possessed such treasures. Yin lifted Elena with a grin. Those are my prized possessions. Before long, Emperor Yin opened his eyes, surveying the crowd in the hall. Why am I here? He inquired. Ophini exclaimed joyfully, Your Majesty. You are awake. Linger and Xiang rushed to his side, their faces lit with excitement. My poison, has it been cured? But why am I not in the palace? Dragon ascending to the heavens spoke. Allow me to elucidate, young one. It is this fellow who has aided you in dispelling your poison. He gestured towards Tian and continued, numerous palaces within the imperial palace have been ravaged. The Church of the Radiant God has dispatched 1 peak legendary figure, 1 legendary mid-tier, 3 legendary novices, and 24 beings of the sacred domain to assault the palace. Yin expressed his gratitude to Tian for his antidote, while simultaneously feeling astonished by the church's formidable reinforcements. Ancestor, Is this all that remains of your kin? Long Xingtian sighed and nodded. Indeed, I am left with but one legendary novice and 4 late-stage sacred domain relatives. The 5 companions present also appeared despondent. Suddenly, Staff interjected. Little Yin, now that you have recovered, let us commence preparations for our counterattack. Moreover, the Xiao family, Wang family, and the Lavis family have all betrayed us. Long Yan's expression darkened. What about the 5th prince? A sacred domain late-stage member behind Long Xingtian replied. Are you referring to that fellow who hasn't even reached level 4? I dealt with him using the residual force of my sword technique. Long Yan was taken aback. Well, good riddance. It seems that the only prominent families left in the imperial capital are the Fong family and Brother Reuben. Long Xingtian remarked, no. There are also a group of sacred domain members from the Church of Darkness, which is indeed a significant boon. Yet, he lamented, I do not know where to find them. I truly have no idea. A.O. Tian, cradling Elena, declared, very well, I shall take my leave. You may continue your discussions. I have pressing matters to attend to. With that, the two exited the grand hall. Let us proceed, Nana. The imperial capital is in such disarray. I shall assist in enhancing your strength, he chuckled. In the chamber, A.O. Tian instructed Elena to release Xiaohong. As soon as Xiaohong appeared, she flitted around the two, chattering excitedly. A.O. Tian produced some fire elemental essences and placed them before Xiaohong, who joyfully consumed them and soon fell into a deep slumber. A.O. Tian remarked, Xiaohong needs to digest that energy. Let us store her away. Indeed, came the reply. However, we have suffered significant casualties. I did not anticipate that the Church of Darkness would also arrive. How vexing. We must defend our branch. As long as we evade their counterattack, we can annihilate them. My lord, the 5th prince perished within the palace. If he is dead, then so be it. We can always seek another to assume the throne, Kigis replied nonchalantly. Indeed, my lord. By the way, keep a close watch on the sacred domain members of the Wang family, Xiao family, and Lavis family. Should they display any treachery, eliminate them at once. Rest assured. My lord. In a concealed chamber on the top floor, a cloaked figure addressed Catherine. Catherine, the imperial capital is on the verge of upheaval. I did not foresee that the Church of the Radiant God would even dispatch peak legendary experts. During these days, do not venture out alone. Following the conflict at the palace, we have been exposed, and you are still only at mid-level 6. It is perilous, if you must go out. Take several sacred domain members with you. I understand, uncle. Could you do me a favor? Speak. Capture the son-in-law of the Ba family, A.O. Tian. Why bother with a mere individual of sacred level aptitude? This fellow. Uncle, just tell me if you will help or not. I shall assist. Hee. Then I shall await your arrival. Chapter 46. Catherine's assassination in the dead of night. The moon hung like a disk, casting its luminescence upon the earth. Catherine departed from the celestial realm accompanied by 2 mid-level experts from the sanctuary. Her spirits elevated as she envisioned the moment when she would subject A.O. Tian to a series of humiliations and torments. An exhilarated chuckle escaped her lips, sending a chill down the spines of her companions. In the hall of the Church of the Light, a middle-aged man clad in white robes entered and whispered to Archbishop Rog, Your Excellency. Catherine of the Church of Darkness has been spotted in the slums with 2 mid-level sanctuaries. Rog's eyes darkened with a cold gleam as he replied with a smile. Deploy 5 temple warriors to apprehend her. The man clasped his hands in acknowledgement. Yes, Your Excellency, before departing. Meanwhile, a group of individuals gathered at the Balaton family estate to strategize, with Elena being drawn into their plans. Bored, A.O. Tian stifled a yawn and stepped out of the estate. Despite the late hour, the streets were bustling with people, and the enticing aromas of street food wafted through the air. Catherine and her 2 mid-level experts arrived at a modest dwelling in the slums. Audra, the legendary master of the Church of Light, has made an appearance in the capital. Inform the church to send reinforcements, she commanded. Audra's expression grew serious as he replied. Yes, Your Highness. I will relay the message immediately. Make haste. The situation is dire, she urged. Understood, Your Highness. Having completed her task, Catherine prepared to return. But Morris deftly intercepted an attack from a hidden temple warrior. Miss, we must flee. It's a temple warrior from the Church of Light. He warned. Do you think you can escape? In an instant, 5 temple warriors appeared, accompanied by 5 mid-level experts. With a grave expression, Kitra retrieved a frenzy pill from his pocket. Causing an explosion as his aura surged from mid-level to late-level sanctuary, rippling through the air. Fearlessly, Kitcher confronted 3 mid-level experts, his blade flashing as he unleashed his power. However, the forced elevation left him at a disadvantage. Despite sustaining injuries, he roared and managed to severely wound one temple warrior. Morris found himself blocked by another temple warrior, while the remaining one stood relaxed before Catherine. Miss Catherine, come with me to the Church of Light. Catherine's expression turned icy as 5 3-meter-long bone spears erupted from the air towards the temple warrior. The warrior sneered, a mere trick, as his crescent blade effortlessly shredded the bone spears. Catherine had anticipated this. Her incantation whispered. The dark prison spell momentarily hindered the temple warrior, but he quickly resumed his assault. It's over. A brilliant white aura illuminated the dark night sky, but it was too swift to evade. The temple warrior's strike landed on Catherine's abdomen, tearing through flesh and eliciting a piercing scream as excruciating pain surged through her nerves. As Kitchela and Morris heard their mistress's anguished scream, they swiftly turned, calling out her name. In that fleeting moment, the Templar Knight Cootie, engaged in combat with Morris, seized the opportunity to strike at Morris' neck. Although Morris reacted instantaneously, it was still too late. A head fell slowly from the body, and with a thud, the lifeless form grew cold. Morris had perished. Kitchela fared little better. In turning, he was seized upon by 3 assailants who exploited his moment of vulnerability, inflicting grievous wounds upon his abdomen, chest, and back. The injury to their mistress, coupled with Morris' death, sent Kitchela into a frenzied rage, burning his very soul. He sacrificed his life force, reaching the pinnacle of the sacred domain, and delivered a devastating blow to a Templar Knight's heart, ending his life. Tian sensed a powerful aura emanating from the peak of the sacred domain, despite the distance. His keen awareness captured that faint presence. The slums? In an instant, Tian vanished from the street, causing passers-by to curse in astonishment at his sudden disappearance. Witnessing Kitchela's reckless surge in strength, Baden felt a tightening in his chest. His expression grew cold as he turned to Catherine. It is time to end this. With a whoosh, Baden vanished, reappearing behind Catherine. A sudden pain struck her nape, and darkness enveloped her as she collapsed to the ground. Task accomplished. In an instant, 4 Templar Knights charged at Kitchela. The clash was deafening, and despite his bloodshot eyes and the excruciating pain coursing through his body, Kitchela wielded his great sword with determination. An explosive dark shockwave of battle energy erupted, surging towards the 3 Templar Knights with an unstoppable force. It was swift, too swift. With a series of sickening thuds, 2 of the knights fell dead, while the third lay severely injured. Having expended his ultimate move, Kitchela felt a wave of emptiness wash over him. Baden's crescent moon blade, glimmering ominously in the darkness, swiftly descended upon Kitchela's right shoulder, slicing down towards his heart. Kitchela's heart was cleaved in 2, and with a final thud, his eyes dimmed in bitterness as he collapsed. At that moment, Tian arrived in the slums, following the trail of energy to the site of the battle. There lay a headless corpse, 2 mangled bodies, a severely injured mid-stage sacred domain knight, and a corpse with a shattered heart. Tian's gaze then fell upon the unconscious Catherine, clad in a form-fitting black robe, her luxurious purple hair cascading down her back. With her right cheek pressed against the ground, her back arched upwards, and the robe accentuated her figure, blood pooling beneath her. Fury ignited within Tian. The woman he had marked was now harmed by another. He cast a cold glance towards Baden, who shivered under the intensity of his gaze. What brings you here, Templar Knight of the Church of Light? I urge you to depart swiftly, Baden stammered, feeling the weight of Tian's icy demeanor. Tian's expression grew even colder as he advanced towards Baden. The Church of Light, is it? How delightful, he said, his tone dripping with sarcasm. As Baden braced himself, Tian vanished in a blur. In the next heartbeat, Baden felt a sharp pain in his heart, and darkness enveloped him. The mid-stage sacred domain knight had met his end. The severely injured Templar Knight Chatsi, lying not far away, looked on in terror at Tian. Tian regarded Chatsi with a mocking expression, and in the next moment, Chatsi succumbed to an eternal darkness. With a dismissive snort, Tian rummaged through the corpses, exclaiming, "Bah, merely a bunch of paupers, not a single coin to their name." He then turned Catherine's body over, channeling a stream of pure energy to mend the gruesome wound on her abdomen. The bleeding ceased, and gradually, flesh began to grow over the deep gash, leaving no trace of a scar. Embracing Catherine's delicate waist, Tian departed, deciding against visiting Elena's quarters to avoid chaos in the harem, opting instead for the villa at the academy. Moments later, he scaled the already closed gates of the academy and arrived at the villa entrance. After encouraging Yage to continue his efforts, Tian carried the unconscious Catherine into a room. Chapter 47, Conquest. Stepping outside, Tian felt a pang of hunger and swiftly climbed over the academy gates once more. At 1 o'clock in the morning, Elena returned to her chamber, noticing Tian's absence. She murmured, "I wonder where that rascal has wandered off to. When he returns, I shall ensure he spends a week away from my bed." As Tian strolled along the bustling streets, he absent-mindedly touched his nose, pondering who might be thinking of him. Delicious pancake meat is ready. Only 1 gold coin for a fragrant serving. A bearded middle-aged vendor called out nearby, attracting a few eager customers. Approaching the stall, the enticing aroma filled his senses. "I'll take 40 servings, Tian declared, handing over 40 gold coins. The vendor's face lit up with surprise. "Please wait a moment, young sir, I'll package it for you." Before long, the vendor returned with a massive bag containing 40 servings, each neatly wrapped in smaller packets. "Here you go, sir. Come back again." Tian smiled silently as he took the bag and departed. Freshly brewed pear water. Cool and soothing, detoxifying and skin rejuvenating. Only 1 silver coin per bottle. An elderly woman, her forehead lined with wrinkles, called out to passers-by. Tian approached her stall, which displayed over 100 bottles. "I'll take them all," he said with a smile, handing her 2 gold coins. The woman packed the bottles into a large bag, which weighed heavily in Tian's hands as he easily lifted it and turned to leave. "Young man, wait. Here's your change," she called after him. Tian turned back with a smile. "No need for change, ma'am. It's late. You should get some rest." "What a kind-hearted young man," murmured Anluini. At that moment, Catherine slowly opened her heavy eyes, greeted by a bright light. "Where am I?" Rubbing her slightly painful shoulder, she weakly rose to survey the room. It was spacious, suffused with a mist-like aura that wafted past her. Taking a deep breath revitalized her spirit. Goodness, how can a room be so magnificent? The Church of the Light only possesses such grandeur on the Holy Mountain. Have I truly reached the Holy Mountain? Yet, this room felt different. Surrounding the space were 6 luminous pearls illuminating the area, with walls of white jade and floors of ironwood. Weakly, Catherine made her way to the door and opened it to step outside. As soon as Catherine stepped outside, the scenery before her underwent a startling transformation. The grand hall she had anticipated was nowhere to be found, replaced instead by an expansive forest. Catherine wandered aimlessly, traversing the same path countless times. Yet she found herself perpetually in the same spot, perplexed by the strange occurrence. What is this place? My goodness, is it not akin to a labyrinth? Could it be some form of a formation? As the daughter of the Pope of the Dark God sect, she was well versed in the profound heritage of her lineage. Having perused countless ancient tomes, she recalled tales of an ancient demigod mage who had ensnared dozens of demigod masters within a maze of formidable power. However, the methods of arranging such a maze had long since vanished. Now, confronted with this phenomenon anew, Catherine was filled with dread, recalling the terror of those ancient formations. A wave of fear washed over her, followed by a deep melancholy. It seemed as though her life might be forever trapped in this place. Suddenly, the thought of that detestable Tian crossed her mind, evoking a complex whirlwind of emotions. As a woman of icy demeanor and authority, aside from a brief embrace with her father, no man had ever truly touched her. Therefore, Tian had left a profound impression upon her. Meanwhile, Tian, indulging in a delicious pancake filled with meat and sipping on a delightful pear water, leisurely made his way towards his villa after crossing the courtyard gate. It wasn't long before he entered the villa and approached his room, only to find Catherine dazed at the doorway, her face marked by terror and her eyes filled with a sorrowful hue. Tian, feeling perturbed, remarked, "So you've finally awakened. How unruly of you. Enjoying the maze. Were you?" Heh. He swallowed the last bite of his pancake, stowed the pear water in his dragon god space, and slowly approached Catherine, wrapping his arms around her waist. A shiver ran through her as she seethed internally. Damn it, who set this malevolent formation? Suddenly, Catherine felt a bright flash, and she found herself back in her room. The warmth enveloping her waist drew her attention, and upon raising her gaze, she discovered that it was Tian who held her. "Ah, how dare you, you rogue!" Catherine's heart burned with fury. Despite her confusion about how she had returned to this place and her concerns for the two sacred domains, the sight of Ao Tian instantly ignited her wrath. She raised her delicate, alabaster hand to strike him, but Ao Tian, with a carefree smile, effortlessly caught her hand. "My dear historical mentor, haha, I saved you. Is this how you treat your savior?" Catherine's anger seemed to dissipate as she questioned, "You saved me? With your insufficient strength, far from the sacred domain?" Her disbelief was evident. Chapter 48. Transmission of power. As the sun rose, the earth began to awaken, and busy souls once again greeted the promise of a beautiful new day. Catherine opened her bleary eyes, her gaze falling upon a ceiling of white jade. Memories surged forth like a tidal wave, recollections of the previous night's madness, helplessness, and ultimate resignation. She glanced at Ao Tian, who lay asleep atop her, his hands wandering restlessly in slumber. My goodness, resigned to her fate, Catherine decided to continue sleeping, pondering the loss of her purity and the sanctity of her status as a saint, feeling deeply ashamed before her father. Suddenly, Ao Tian awoke, instinctively shifting, causing Catherine to involuntarily moan. Ao Tian's gaze fixated on Catherine, who feigned sleep. After being nourished by the rain, her complexion had grown increasingly radiant, her features more exquisite and beautiful, exuding the allure of a mature and seductive woman. Ao Tian chuckled, "Continue your charade, my bride." Catherine's expression was complex as she sighed. "Ao Tian, how will you deal with me?" Ao Tian extended his hand to caress her bosom, leaning closer to her blushing face. "I shall carry you back to be my wife." A glimmer of joy flashed in Catherine's eyes, a sentiment she herself was unaware of, yet Ao Tian, perceptive as ever, noted it immediately. He grinned. "Well then, my wife, now that you have entered my harem, I shall ensure you are well taken care of." Ao Tian rummaged through his memories and soon found a powerful technique known as the Devil's Soul Annihilation Sutra, cultivated by a pinnacle quasi-saint sorceress who had fallen due to her ambition to attain sainthood, becoming a thorn in the side of many at her level. He pressed his fingertip against Catherine's beautiful, luminous forehead, imparting the memories of the sutra into her mind. Moments later, Catherine absorbed the information, her shock evident on her face, her chest rising and falling in excitement. With a grateful expression, she looked at Ao Tian. "Thank you, Ao Tian, for bestowing upon me such a divine technique." This method was immensely powerful, and Catherine could hardly fathom how Ao Tian possessed such strength. Ao Tian waved his hand dismissively. "You are my wife. There is no need for thanks. This is your due. You must grow stronger to meet my ambitions." Catherine's face flushed instantly as she retorted, "You have caused my demise. I cannot return to my father or the dark cult in the capital. You must support me." Her cheeks grew even redder as she spoke. Ao Tian laughed. "How have I caused your demise? Did I not bring you pleasure?" Catherine huffed, lightly smacking him with her delicate hand. "I was to become the quasi-saintess of the dark cult, soon to be the saintess, yet a saintess must remain pure." Ao Tian scoffed. "What is so great about being a saintess? Being my wife is far better. You can eat whatever you desire, play as you wish, and enjoy freedom. We can even turn cultivation into a delight." His expression grew increasingly lascivious as he spoke. "What wicked thoughts you harbor," Catherine blushed. "Oh, perhaps it's innate," he replied. "Ha! Ah, my little wife dares to mock me. I shall discipline you. Prepare yourself," Ao Tian chuckled, and soon the room was filled with a chorus of moans, as passion and fervor enveloped them. Meanwhile, within the branch of the light god cult, Archbishop Rog sat in his chair, his expression grim. Despite having 5 mid-level saints, they could not capture a single quasi-saint like Catherine, who was merely guarded by 2 mid-level saints. Suppressing his anger, he meticulously pieced together the situation, logically. Capturing her should have been straightforward, yet something had evidently gone awry. The circumstances were more intricate than he had anticipated. The situation in the capital was becoming increasingly dire. With 5 mid-level saints absent, the chances of success for this mission had diminished yet again. Kahong Rog entered the secret chamber to report to Gygas. After listening, Gygas's expression darkened. He was well aware of the prowess of the paladins. It seemed that the waters in the imperial capital were deeper than he had anticipated. "Very well. Rog, you may leave. I shall send a magical message to summon more personnel from His Majesty." Rog's face lit up with joy. He had not been punished. "Yes, my lord." In the hidden chamber on the top floor of heaven and earth, Asida noticed that Catherine had not returned overnight, and neither had 2 mid-level holy domain warriors. His expression soured as he addressed the remaining 7 Holy Domain members. Search for her. Ensure you find Catherine, and exercise utmost caution. Yes, my lord. After a night of passion with Catherine, Tian presented her with a cleansing elixir, stating, "This is a cleansing pill, capable of purifying and expanding your meridians, while also enhancing your beauty." Catherine was taken aback by the initial claim, but felt a surge of joy upon hearing the latter. What woman does not wish to appear more beautiful? Will it truly make me more attractive? She inquired. How can you doubt your husband? Hurry and take it. Do you think I would deceive you? Tian urged. With a playful pout, Catherine swallowed the cleansing pill. She soon felt waves of energy radiating from her dantian, coursing through her meridians, causing a brief pain as if they might burst. However, after the shattered meridians were bathed in a soothing energy, they swiftly healed, becoming broader and more resilient. Over time, her meridians were continuously torn and mended, as impurities and filth were expelled from her body. After a while, Catherine opened her eyes, her keen senses detecting an unusual odor. Looking at her hands and body, her face flushed as she hurried to cleanse herself. Moments later, emerging wrapped in a white cloth, Catherine was now a vision of beauty to rival that of Elena, possessing an enchanting aura that left onlookers mesmerized. Tian, observing her with satisfaction, clapped his hands and remarked, "Not bad at all. Take a look at yourself." He then cast a water mirror spell. As Catherine gazed into the mirror, her delight was palpable. Her skin appeared fairer and more delicate, with a rosy glow gracing her cheeks, radiating an ethereal charm. "All right, Catherine, stay here and practice your skills. I shall step out for a while, but will return to accompany you shortly." A fleeting look of sorrow crossed Catherine's face as she playfully entwined her now even whiter hands around Tian's neck. "Are you off to spend time with Elena again?" she teased, her sultry demeanor combined with her captivating charm and flowing purple hair rendering Tian nearly unable to resist. Cough, cough. "All right, my dear, focus on your training. I promise to return and play with you later." With that, he planted a kiss on her alluring lips and caressed her chest before departing. Watching his retreating figure, Catherine stomped her foot, declaring, "I must train diligently. I aspire to greatness. Tian will surely attract more women in the future, and I cannot fall behind." Chapter 49. The incarnation of a thief. At this moment, Tian returned to the Balaton family estate and, upon passing through the hall, was met with a cacophony of voices engaged in heated debate. Tian, wishing to avoid involvement, quietly slipped past the hall. Noticing him, staff exclaimed, "Ah, you're back, lad. Elena has been waiting all night. Come, come, we have matters to discuss." Tian gave a sheepish smile as he approached everyone, remarking, "Goodness, you're all up so early. Putting on quite the show, aren't you?" Suddenly, an irate voice erupted from behind. Well, Tian, you scoundrel. You dare to stay out all night? Don't even think about coming to my bed for a week." Elena, her face flushed with anger, stood hands on hips. Tian turned around, his eyes brightening at her stance, finding her instantly adorable. "You all carry on," he said hastily. "I must tend to a fire in the backyard." With that, he swiftly embraced Elena and whisked her into the bedroom. Witnessing Tian's quick departure, the hall fell into a bewildered silence before erupting into chatter, debating whether to eliminate the branch of the light god sect or gather strength first. Inside the bedroom, Elena kicked and slapped, exclaiming, "Let go of me, you rascal. So you do remember to come back." Her tone was laced with a hint of reproach. Tian chuckled, "My dear, I admit my fault. I have returned, have I not? Besides, I brought you a sister." Elena, her mouth agape, retorted, "Who is she?" Tian replied with a grin, "The daughter of the Pope of the Dark God sect. Catherine, our history tutor at the academy. You might even consider her a little sister." Elena gasped in surprise, "Wow, so it's her. I didn't realize she had such a noble background. I can't believe you managed to win her over. It feels wonderful to have the Pope's daughter under your thumb." Understanding that Tian's women would be essential, Elena felt relieved. Having more sisters would be beneficial for her. "Indeed, Nana, you will always be the greatest in my heart," Tian declared. Elena's face lit up with sweetness. Humph, such flattery, clearly relishing his words. "By the way, Nana, what were they all arguing about in the hall?" "It was quite lively when I arrived," Tian inquired, puzzled. Elena sighed, "Just a bunch of idle folks, squabbling over strategies. They split into 2 factions, one advocating for the immediate annihilation of the Light God Sect branch, while the other insists on reconnaissance and gathering forces before making a decision." "I see," Tian chuckled, But that hardly concerns me. Recently, chaos had erupted in the imperial capital due to palace events, plunging the commoners into panic. While minor nobles frequently clashed, intruders had been searching for treasures within the palace. But alas, Dragon Xing Tian had already plundered everything before his departure. In the royal mansion, Wang Chong and several elders of the Holy Domain gathered in the hall. With the palace in ruins and Emperor Long Yin poisoned, now presumed dead, only the Balaton and Fong families remained in a state of watchful waiting. With a weary expression, Wang Quan stated, "Indeed, head of the family, although the royal faction has a few legendary ancestors, the light god sect's reinforcements are relentless. They will surely eradicate the remaining royal members. At that point, our Wang family shall ascend further. Currently, we have the light god sect as our stronghold. So perhaps we should make a decisive move against the Balaton family," he suggested, gesturing as if to cut a throat. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Chong remarked, "Very well, the disappearance of the two direct descendants is indeed linked to the Balaton family. In these tumultuous times, let us first send some vassal families to wreak havoc on Balaton's enterprises and teach them a lesson." Upon hearing this, Wang Quan responded, "Master, this plan is feasible." "Very well, proceed with it." It was noon, and the sun blazed fiercely, casting its relentless rays upon the earth, causing wisps of heat to rise from the ground in the sweltering summer. Suddenly, a guard rushed into the hall, kneeling to report, "Not good, master. The shops in the South City have been vandalized by a coalition of small families, and the losses are substantial." The gathering in the hall, which had been engaged in heated debate, fell silent as Reuben Balaton's expression darkened upon hearing the news. More reports followed, detailing the destruction of shops and the confiscation of their goods. The atmosphere in the hall grew tense. Reuben Balaton's countenance was grim. Those petty nobles dare to act so boldly. It must be the work of the Wang family, the Shao family, and the Ravis family. Investigate this matter thoroughly, and ensure that the remaining shops are closed and their contents returned to our family estate. "Yes, master," the guard replied, clasping his fists in acknowledgement before hastening out. The scrutiny imposed by powerful families was indeed formidable, and soon, information was laid before Reuben Balaton. His icy demeanor revealed his fury. "So it is the Wang family behind this. Elder Kong, relay my orders. Divide into 4 teams, each accompanied by skilled fighters, and demolish the Wang family shops and markets in the imperial capital." Elder Kong, his expression equally grim, replied swiftly, "Understood, master. I shall accompany you as well." "Very well. With you there, I shall feel more assured." At that moment, Long Yin, filled with remorse, addressed Reuben Balaton. "Brother Reuben, I apologize. It is my fault that you have become embroiled in this conflict." Long Qiu interjected angrily, "Brother, what are you saying? We are all in this together. Our fortunes rise and fall as one." Reuben Balaton concurred, "Indeed, your majesty, let us not speak in such a manner." After washing up, Tian and Elena emerged from their quarters and, upon seeing the troubled expressions of their in-laws, inquired, "What has transpired, dear father and mother-in-law? Your faces are darker than that of a dwarf." Reuben Balaton's face brightened at the sight of Tian. "Ah, Tian, our family shops have been vandalized, suffering severe losses." With a heavy sigh, he continued. Tian's face flushed with anger. "Who are those audacious individuals who dared to attack our shops?" Elena's expression mirrored his fury. Reuben Balaton replied with a smile, "It was those ruffians from the Wang family who instigated some petty nobles." Tian's expression hardened. "So it was the Wang family scoundrels. Do we have a list of those small nobles?" "That is precisely what I was waiting to hear," Reuben Balaton said, producing a piece of paper and handing it to Tian. Tian glanced at it and declared, "Elena, you and your father should stay safe at home. I shall embark on a grand heist. After all, I have never played the role of a thief before." With that, Tian vanished from the hall. Long Xingtian, witnessing Tian's sudden disappearance, sighed, "This young man is truly unfathomable. I cannot discern his depths." Reuben Balaton, Long Qiu, and Long Yin were all taken aback. Even a legendary ancestor in the late stages could not see through him. Reuben Balaton felt a surge of delight within, thinking to himself that he had stumbled upon a treasure. Tian swiftly exited the estate of the Balaton family, guided by the information recorded on paper, and arrived at the modest abode of the Baron of York. Like a specter gliding through shadows, he entered the treasure trove revealed by his mental scan. There lay an array of 16-level crystal cores, countless boxes of magic crystals, an assortment of mundane armor and weapons, and a fortune of 2 million gold coins, all of which Tian promptly collected into the dragon god space before departing the premises. Upon witnessing the devastation, Tian felt a twinge of discomfort. It was a scene of sheer brutality that was almost unbearable to behold. After a moment of silent tribute for the unfortunate Baron of York, he left, igniting several fires within the estate. Chaos ensued as the inhabitants shouted in alarm, clamoring for assistance in extinguishing the flames. Tian mused upon his potential as a master thief, having successfully plundered one estate, with 3 more to go. As before, he swiftly raided the next estate, gathering crystal cores, magic crystals, gold coins, and equipment without hesitation. Passing through the corridors, he felt a sense of bemusement after setting fire to the estate and moved on to the next target, Viscount Tian Kuzi's residence, which was notably twice the size of the previous 2 estates. Stealthily, he infiltrated the manor and eavesdropped outside the grand hall, where voices echoed within. "Congratulations, master, on gaining the favor of the royal family," an elderly man fawned. "What a pity about the recently captured elven maiden, just as one might indulge. She is already handed over to the royal family." Viscount Tian reminisced about the maiden's visage and form, his heart aflame with longing. After a series of mundane discussions that failed to pique Tian's interest, he slipped away to a hidden chamber below, where he quickly amassed a considerable fortune of gold, crystal cores, magic crystals, and enchanted armaments. After setting a few more fires, he departed, leaving only one estate remaining. In the final chapter, he approached the estate of Viscount Das, navigating expertly to the treasure's location, where nothing escaped his perceptive awareness. He rapidly collected gold, crystal cores, magic crystals, and various armaments. Just as he prepared to leave, a faint knock echoed through the dim chamber. In the oppressive darkness, the sound stirred Tian's boldness, and he moved cautiously toward its source. The knock grew louder, and as Tian extended his senses through the wall, a surge of indignation washed over him. Behind the wall lay a small chamber measuring 5 square meters, where a man was forcefully asserting himself upon a woman. "You wretched creature," he sneered. "Pretend to be virtuous all you want. Royalty matters not. You, a mere princess, are still beneath me." With the palace in ruins and the Long family vanished, "Accept your fate and indulge me." The woman's eyes blazed with fury, her once radiant face now marred with blood as she spat defiantly. "I would haunt you as a specter before I ever yield." The man's expression shifted to one of shock, and in a fit of rage, he struck her with tremendous force. The already weary woman succumbed instantly, her eyes wide with gratitude for the brief moment of relief. Tian sighed softly. "May you find peace and joy in your next life. Go in peace." The woman bowed deeply to Tian, being drawn into the void by an unseen force, likely the fabled realm of reincarnation. Tian set the corpses of these women ablaze, granting their souls peace, while he encased the male body in ice, shattering it with a mere touch. Exiting the secret chamber, Tian unleashed a torrent of flames before departing. With the matter concerning the minor nobility resolved, his sights were now set on the Wang family. As he traversed his path, a chilling glint flickered in his eyes. His recent encounter had left him less than fond of the Wang family, and now, with justification, he intended to engage them thoroughly. As throngs of people surged through the streets, Tian glided like a gentle breeze, weaving through the crowd with ease. Soon, he beheld an expansive mansion, several hundred meters in size, indeed, a testament to a prominent family. Although it paled in comparison to the Ba family estate, its worth was undeniable. At the entrance, 2 4th-level guards stood sentinel, their gaze unwaveringly fixed upon the masses. Tian scaled the 6-meter-high wall, leaping into a tree, evading a patrol of 10, and stealthily infiltrated the hall. The hall was deserted, and Tian's keen senses discreetly scanned every inch of the Wang estate. Indeed, it was a grand family. Deep within the earth, 10 meters down, he uncovered a peak Saint domain expert, along with one in the later stages and another in the mid-stages of the same realm. Tian recalled the Ba family, realizing they too possessed significant depth, and resolved to conduct a thorough examination upon his return. Behind the 3 Saint domain figures lay a stone chamber, 100 square meters in size, filled with an abundance of treasures, rubies, emeralds, and various precious gems, akin to an endless ocean. Ao Yan's lips curled into a wicked smile before he vanished from sight. In the depths below, Wang Pa sensed a sudden gust of wind. Initially dismissive, he soon felt a chill. This was underground, devoid of ventilation. Instinctively on high alert, he warned his companions, their essay draft, be vigilant. Instantly, Wang Yang and Wang Lu stood poised, scanning their surroundings. In an instant, Ao Yan struck with the swiftness of breaking through the void, delivering a heavy blow to the shoulders of the three Saint Domain experts. They felt their heads grow heavier, terror gripping their hearts as they succumbed to unconsciousness. To prevent any chance of their awakening, Ao Yan deftly sealed the acupoints above their hearts. A faint smile graced his lips as he located a hidden compartment in the stone wall and pressed it. With a rumble, a stone door swung open, releasing a cloud of dust, evidence of long neglect. Ao Yan stepped inside, the door closing automatically behind him. Piles of gold coins, worth tens of millions, lay to one side, and he couldn't help but salivate at the sight. All mine, he mused, quickly gathering the coins, which vanished into the dragon god space. Along with dozens of chests filled with magic crystals and various Saint Domain and early legendary cores, the Wang family's collection proved bountiful. After thoroughly plundering the chamber, he also discovered 2 legendary-grade greatswords and several high-tier magical devices. The stone chamber lay barren, yet Ao Yan stumbled upon a fragmentary sheepskin map, reminiscent of one he had previously acquired. Amidst a cloud of dust, several sheets of paper were discovered. The first, a 1-meter blueprint, depicted a grand cannon. Its intricate structure meticulously annotated, with the words Demon Crystal Cannon inscribed below. Ao Yan was taken aback. This ancient artifact had long since vanished, and yet here lay its schematics. However, Ao Yan deduced that the power it could wield would only rival that of a peak mid-tier expert in the sacred domain. For the central mechanism required a mid-tier sacred domain crystal core as its energy source. In ancient times, the Demon Crystal Cannon was said to unleash power akin to that of a demigod at its zenith during warfare. The second sheet illustrated an aerial airship. It was said that transportation flourished in ancient times, with various magical tools facilitating movement. Ao Yan, recognizing the inevitable enmity, decisively struck each of the 3 sacred domain warriors in the chest, causing their hearts to rupture and blood to spill from their lips. Thus, they perished, their souls departing in a mix of fury and confusion directed at Ao Yan. With a smirk, Ao Yan waved his hand, and the 3 souls dissipated into the void. Having completed this grim task, Ao Yan felt a sense of satisfaction as he leisurely traversed the corridor, quietly emerging from the underground and returning to his study. "You vile creature, release me. My mother Empress will not spare you." Ao Yan chuckled. "Ah, dear Empress, as long as you reside within my royal family. How could the Elven clan ever discover your whereabouts? Little did I expect to soon take an Elven princess for myself. Ha." With keen senses, Ao Yan soon detected a familiar feminine voice emanating from nearby. Intrigued, he swiftly exited his study and raced towards the source of the sound, bursting in to find Wang Chong on the verge of tearing the clothing from a woman. Wang Chong, startled by Ao Yan's sudden entrance, quickly transformed his surprise into a menacing glare. "You little brat," he sneered, "I know not how you infiltrated the Wang residence, but you shall die here today." Ao Yan had initially found the voice familiar, and to his astonishment, the elven woman was none other than Sophia, the daughter of the Elven Queen. Although their interaction had been limited to a single night, her clear, natural eyes and vibrant aura left a profound impression on Ao Yan. He gave Wang Chong no chance to finish his threat, launching his attack with claws formed by his fingers, piercing directly through Wang Chong's heart. As Wang Chong's heart crumbled into nothingness, terror swept across his face, disbelief shining in his eyes. He attempted to articulate a final remark, but the words failed him as he collapsed. Within a fraction of a second, Ao Yan obliterated the corpse, shattering Wang Chong's soul, and turned to the astonished Sophia. After a prolonged moment of shock, Sophia exclaimed, "Ao Yan, is it truly you?" Without hesitation, she rushed to embrace him, tears streaming down her face. Ao Yan wrapped his arms around her delicate waist, gently patting her back in a gesture of comfort. There, Sophia. How did you come to be in the Rose Empire?" Suddenly, a thought struck Ao Yan, recalling a conversation he had overheard among a minor noble family. "Could it be, Sophia, that you were captured?" Sophia, still weeping, replied, "Indeed. Out of curiosity about the human world, I slipped away while my mother and the elders went to the sacred land to seek the elemental spirit lord. Alas, I was captured as soon as I left the forest. There, no more tears. I shall avenge you, Ao Yin reassured her. Ao Yin cradled Sophia in his arms and entered a room in the backyard, where he swiftly seized a trove of gold coins and crystals before hastily departing from the royal residence. Upon exiting, he navigated through the bustling crowd and returned to Qian Ku's estate. With a keen perception, Ao Yin swiftly detected Qian Ku's movements. Qian Ku, displaying impatience, exclaimed, "What is this?" "And hand over the enchanting sprite you hold." Ao Yin's expression suddenly turned icy. "I shall collect your soul." With a swift motion, a beam of pearlescent energy emanated from his fingertips, striking Qian Ku's head. Blood and brain matter splattered across the vicinity, causing a nearby maid to faint in shock. Without hesitation, Ao Yin obliterated Qian Ku's soul and turned to Sophia, saying, "There, I have vanquished the culprit who sought to capture you." "Thank you, Ao Yin," Sophia replied, her gratitude evident. "How long have you been out? Your mother must be deeply worried about you. Should I send someone to escort you home?" "Oh no. I want you to take me back personally," Sophia insisted, fear evident in her eyes as she distrusted anyone but Ao Yin. "However, the capital is in turmoil at the moment, making it difficult for me to leave," Ao Yin lamented. Sophia's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Then, Ao Yin, will you take me on an adventure? I've been out for so long. I beg you." She pouted adorably, wrapping her soft hands around Ao Yin's left arm. Ao Yin felt a sense of comfort as her touch enveloped him, and he took a deep breath, gazing into her naturally bright green eyes. "Very well, but you must not wander off. You must heed my words." Sophia nodded eagerly, her head bobbing like a chick pecking at grain. Chapter 51. Return to the estate. Ao Yin returned to the Ba family estate with Sophia. In the hall, a group of individuals scrutinized Ao Yin and Sophia with discerning expressions, one among them revealing a palpable sense of resentment. Ao Yin felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. He had not anticipated such a crowd upon his return. Elena, momentarily shedding her resentful demeanor, approached Ao Yin with a charming smile. Ao Yin's eyelids twitched, and Elena's smile broadened as she glanced at Sophia before turning back to Ao Yin, standing a mere 3 centimeters apart. Elena delicately brushed the dust from Ao Yin's clothing with her alabaster hands, saying, "My dear, you must be weary from your journey. Come, let someone take the sprite to rest. As for you, I've prepared your favorite meal. Let us dine together." Elena's playful tone, infused with charm, sent shivers through the crowd. Although Sophia lacked worldly experience, she was astute. Elena's actions signified that Ao Yin was hers. With a gentle smile, she remarked, "You are truly beautiful, sister. Where's my room? I feel quite tired and wish to sleep." Elena's eyes sparkled with approval, praising Sophia for her thoughtfulness. "Since you are weary, dear sister, go rest. Someone, please escort her." As Sophia departed, Elena pushed Ao Yin aside and seated herself, her expression radiating displeasure. Ao Yin was bewildered by the situation, realizing that he would have to reaffirm his role as a husband that evening. Rubinba arrived to alleviate the tension, inquiring, "Ao Yin, how did it fare?" With a smile, Ao Yin responded, "Indeed, the outcome was quite fruitful." The eyes of the gathered individuals brightened with interest. Ao Yin chuckled, as if he had discerned the thoughts of the gathering. "Do not even think about it. All of this belongs to me. I must also provide for my beautiful wife. Come, my dear, behold this endless ocean and these splendid red agates, as well as these exquisite pearls." Swiftly, Ao Yin produced the gems, presenting them to Elena with an air of charm. Instantly, Elena's demeanor shifted, her crescent moon smile fading as she accepted the gems and pearls, exclaiming, "Oh, how beautiful. Thank you, my dear husband." Once Ao Yin had assuaged her, he turned around and remarked, "What are you staring at? Have you never seen gemstones before?" Long Xingtian approached with a smile, saying, "Hee, young man. Seeing how effortlessly you've acquired a few family's treasures, I suppose you also managed to take from the Shao and Lavis families?" Upon hearing this, Elena instinctively embraced Ao Yin protectively, declaring, No. What are you talking about? My husband is simply attending to matters. It must be exhausting for him. Why don't you, a legendary figure, take care of it yourself? Come, dear, let us leave and ignore this crowd. I shall prepare some delightful treats for you." Ao Yin shared her sentiment and followed Elena away. Rubinba observed his daughter's actions and discreetly glanced at Long Xingtian's expression, finding no sign of discontent. He quietly breathed a sigh of relief, saying, "Haha, esteemed Long. Please do not take offense. My daughter has been rather spoiled and has a bit of a temper. I hope you will forgive her. Long Xingtian paid little heed, for he could not fathom Yin and thus remained unperturbed, replying, no trouble at all. Why would I be surprised by the whims of youth? A guard entered the hall and bowed, reporting, Master, there is a group of individuals in black robes seeking an audience. Oh, very well, I understand. You may leave now. The master replied. Yes, master. I suspect they are from the dark god cult. Let us go and see. Agreed, replied Long Xingtian, Long Yin, and staff in unison. Upon reaching the entrance of the estate, they encountered 8 black-robed figures. Rabinba gestured, Please, gentlemen, let us converse in the hall. Very well, came a hoarse voice from the leader of the black-robed figures. As they entered the hall, the foremost figure, Asida, addressed them, Greetings. I am the 4th of the Houston family. We have come for 2 reasons. First, to form an alliance to dismantle the branch of the Radiant God cult in the imperial capital. Second, my daughter, Catherine, has gone missing, and I request your assistance in locating her. Long Xingtian exclaimed, so you are of royal blood from the dark god cult. I am honored. We, the Long family, shall certainly accept this alliance and will assist in the search. Rabinba added, Naturally, my Ba family also agrees to the alliance and will help find Catherine. Asida expressed his gratitude, saying, Thank you all. If you have any news, please come to the top floor. We shall take our leave for now. Thus, Long Xingtian and the others finally realized that they were dealing with the assets of the dark god cult. Upon returning to their chamber, Yin meticulously scanned the entirety of the Ba residence with his spiritual consciousness. Due to the subtle nature of this ability, the legendary Long Xingtian remained entirely unaware of Yin's presence. As Yin expanded his awareness, he gradually discerned a hidden chamber in the backyard, located merely 10 meters from the last one he had visited. Within, he discovered a fire element warrior at the initial stage of legend, accompanied by 3 peak stage Holy Domain fire warriors and 2 late stage Holy Domain warriors, one of water and the other of earth. Truly, the Ba family possessed remarkable depth. He then observed 8 cloaked figures entering the hall, realizing that they must be the group brought by Catherine, and ultimately understood that these were, in fact, Catherine's assets. A sly thought swirling in his mind. Nana, I must confess, I am currently consumed by a singular thought. Elena retorted, Get lost. How dare you contemplate such things? Chapter 52. Yin reveals his brilliance in the chapel of the Church of Light. Archbishop Rog held a magical letter in his hand, his expression filled with surprise. The Pope had consented to provide support, dispatching 2 peak legendary figures along with a multitude of Holy Domain warriors, expected to arrive in the imperial capital within 2 days. Rog murmured to himself, The Long family. It seems the mission for the Ross Empire is nearing completion. Rising, Rog swiftly entered the hidden chamber and bowed before Gygas, saying, My lord, news has arrived from the Holy Mountain. The Pope has agreed to send reinforcements. 2 peak legendary warriors and a host of Holy Domain experts are anticipated to reach the imperial capital in 2 days. Gygas opened his eyes, a flash of brilliance momentarily blinding Rog. Good, excellent, Rog. Which prominent families in the imperial capital have yet to align with our Church of Light? Rog responded with conviction. My lord, the only notable families yet to pledge allegiance are the Fong family and the Balaton family. The matriarch of the Balaton family is the sister of the current emperor, Long Yin, and they will undoubtedly side with the Long family, while the Fong family remains neutral. Very well. Tonight I shall accompany you to the Fong family. If we can persuade them to join our cause, it would be advantageous. Otherwise, do not blame me for taking action. No one shall impede the radiance of the Church of Light. Yes, my lord. At the Balaton family estate, in the Grand Hall, Long Yin pondered. Now that the Wang, Shao, and Lavis families have aligned with the Church of Light, the Fong family remains neutral. Perhaps we should attempt to sway them, thus providing us with additional support and alleviating some pressure. Reuben Balaton solemnly replied, Your Majesty speaks wisely. The night is drawing near. Why not visit the Fong family after our evening meal? Long Yin agreed, and the others voiced their support. As the sun descended, the moon, reluctant to remain in darkness, ascended the sky, casting its silvery light upon the land. A feast of enticingly fragrant dishes was served on the grand table, where Yin embraced Catherine, flanked by Sophia, his in-laws, and the members of the Long family, including the elder Kong and the elderly staff. At the dining table, laughter and conversation flowed. as Tian frequently selected dishes and placed them into the bowl near him. Elena sweetly savored the morsels Tian offered, while Sophia's sparkling eyes continually scanned the array of dishes, occasionally picking up vegetarian options to enjoy. As the others ceased their feasting and began engaging in conversation, Tian finally indulged in his meal with fervor, ultimately consuming nearly all the meat and some vegetables. After dinner, the final attendees were determined: Long Yin, Ruben Balaton, staff, Long Xing Tian, and the early legendary clan members. Naturally, Tian was also summoned, albeit reluctantly. However, after Ruben Balaton caused a commotion with his daughter, Elena implored Tian, leaving him with no choice but to comply. At that moment, the hall of the Fong family welcomed a delegation from the Church of the Radiant God, including Jigus, a late legendary mage, an early legendary mage, two peak Holy Realm individuals, and Bishop Rog. Bishop Rog, with a smile, addressed Fong Li, the head of the Fong family. Master Fong, regarding the matter just discussed, I wonder how you shall decide. Do not keep me waiting too long. A glint of coldness flickered in his gaze. Fong Li's expression darkened as he inwardly cursed the audacity of the situation. It felt as though he were being coerced. His heart sank like a stone into the ocean. The Fong family had deep ties with the Balaton family, naturally leaning towards the Long family. He had not anticipated the shameless Church of the Radiant God would come to force his hand. Now, all he could do was delay for as long as possible. As if the heavens were aiding him, a guard entered and announced, reporting to the master, the Balaton family has arrived. A glimmer of hope appeared in Fong Li's eyes. The Fong family shared a profound friendship with the Balaton family and knew that the Long family was with them, hoping they would assist in repelling the Church of the Radiant God. Very well, let them in, Fong Li commanded, instantly on guard against the church's delegation. Indeed, Bishop Rog's countenance instantly turned cold. Very well, Master Fong, since you refuse to show me courtesy, then. Boom. Fong Li barely evaded an attack, shouting in desperation to attract the attention of Ruben Balaton and his group, who were on the verge of entering the hall. Upon hearing Fong Li's voice, Ruben Balaton's party hastened their pace. Jigus shouted, "This is bad. Quickly, seize Fong Li." Dragon Xing Tian, who had just arrived at the entrance and saw the church's entourage, transformed into a dragon and charged at Jigus. The impact resonated as Jigus attempted to block him. Staff called forth a red dragon, and each found their adversary. Tian faced off against the late legendary mage of the Church of the Radiant God. Upon seeing reinforcements arrive, Fong Li's expression brightened, while Gucha's face displayed disdain as Tian charged at him. The radiant sword was unleashed in an attempt to eliminate Tian and assist the others. Tian revealed a ferocious smile, his aura surging with intensity, stunning everyone present. Cracks appeared in the space around his dragon claw, causing ripples to radiate outward as magical elements became chaotic. Gucha's expression shifted dramatically as he barely managed to conjure a shield, hoping to withstand a fraction of the impending force. Quickly, too fast. With a roar, the red dragon turned to Tian in shock. The magical shield shattered effortlessly under Tian's might, and with a thunderous strike, his 5 claws pierced Gucha's abdomen, as easily as tearing through thin paper. His body exploded, scattering flesh and blood, his soul shattered. The entire assembly was left in awe of Tian's power, and Jigus, horrified, exclaimed, "Quickly, retreat, retreat." After speaking, he directly relinquished his subordinates, forcing Long Xingtian to swiftly retreat outside. Tian quickly flashed to the side of the bright mage at the early stages of legend, his formidable physical strength piercing through the mage's heart. The mage's eyes widened in disbelief before ultimately dimming as life departed. His gaze emitted a white light that penetrated the soul, causing it to dissipate. After several days, Tian finally revealed his terrifying and ferocious fangs. Soon, apart from the legendary peak warrior Jigus, everyone else perished at the hands of the Fong family. In this fierce battle, the onlookers were left in awe of Tian's terrifying capabilities, having effortlessly slain a late-stage legend and casually dispatched an early-stage legend. Respect was etched on their faces, while staff burst into hearty laughter, patting Tian on the shoulder, exclaiming, "Well done." That was exhilarating. The battle concluded, and although the hall lay in ruins, it mattered little. What held significance was the resounding counterstrike against the Church of the Light. The red dragon was sent back by staff, and Fong Li welcomed the group. Expressing profound respect, towards Ao Tian. Fong Li addressed Long Yin, stating, "Your Majesty, our Fong family can only rely on you now." Long Yin replied, "Rest assured. Loyal Minister Fong Li, only one has escaped this time. I expect the Church of the Light will not trouble us for a while. Should we not launch a full-scale assault?" Long Xingtian voiced his concerns. "I believe we ought to refrain. Who knows how many formidable warriors lie within their branches? Indeed, we must adopt a defensive strategy," came the consensus. To guard against sudden attacks, they decided to establish a code for relaying messages. Should the Fong family come under attack, they would ignite a meteor of flames in the sky, while a 6th-level expert would remain vigilant, monitoring the celestial anomalies above both families. "Very well, this plan is feasible," they agreed. "Let us return and prepare for the potential onslaught from the Church of the Light." Meanwhile, Gygus, who had fled back to the branch, wore a grim expression, cursing under his breath. When did such a terrifying young man emerge? I hope they do not attack our branch in the next 2 days, or it will truly be our end. Chapter 5, Meeting Asida. At this moment, Ao Tian and his companions were unaware that the branch of the Church of the Light had become internally hollow, missing an opportunity for a significant counterstrike. After all, the Church of the Light's reputation loomed large, and to claim indifference would be false. Within the Ba residence, shortly after finishing a meal, another celebratory feast commenced. The entire Ba family was abuzz with excitement, as beautiful maidens frequently presented exquisite dishes. "Cheers! This has made me aware of Ao Tian's ferocity," exclaimed Reuben Ba, raising his goblet. Long Xingtian wholeheartedly agreed. Indeed, this young man conceals his depths too well. "Cheers!" Staff laughed heartily. "Ahaha! Ao Tian is still my nominal disciple, truly bringing me honor." His laughter resonated like a blooming flower. "Ahaha! Ao Tian is truly formidable. You should have seen it. He dispatched a late-stage legend with a single claw. I was utterly stunned." "Yes, yes," as the group lavished praise upon Ao Tian without reservation. Elena smiled like a crescent moon, radiating joy. Sophia mirrored her happiness, as if praising Ao Tian was akin to praising herself. Their pure and natural smiles captivated even the training-obsessed brother-in-law, leaving him entranced. Upon learning the news, Long Xiang and Long Linger were utterly flabbergasted, their expressions revealing disbelief. Their eyes conveyed a sense of profound hidden truths as they gazed at Ao Tian, who merely smiled faintly. "Come, everyone, indulge yourselves," he exclaimed jovially. During the dinner, most guests hardly touched the dishes, opting instead to drink, while Ao Tian devoured the food with great delight. The table was soon cleared of all dishes, and amidst the lively conversation, the guests watched Ao Tian feast with wide-eyed astonishment. Thus, the meal concluded in an atmosphere of peculiar mirth. Returning to their quarters, Ao Tian and Elena shared a moment, revealing that Elena had advanced to the late stage of the sacred realm, while Ao Tian had merely increased in capacity, still far from breaking through to the void realm. As the sun rose, casting a rejuvenating glow upon the earth, Ao Tian awoke and gently kissed the lovely Elena before dressing and stepping outside to breathe in the fresh air, feeling invigorated. He proceeded to the backyard, where, as per his routine, he began to practice Tai Chi slowly. As he entered a state of tranquility, his spirit soared towards the heavens, and his consciousness drifted into a chaotic realm. The spiritual energy of the surroundings gradually coalesced, forming an elemental storm that enveloped him. Having risen earlier, Long Xingtian sensed the commotion in the backyard and was taken aback by the sight. Ao Tian felt as if he suddenly comprehended something, yet simultaneously sensed a lingering ignorance. He began to contemplate how to break through to the void realm, realizing he had found a direction for his enlightenment, and sensed that a breakthrough was imminent. As the elemental storm gradually dissipated, Ao Tian opened his eyes and turned to Long Xingtian, saying, "Old sir, you're quite early today." Long Xingtian smiled slightly, remarking, "Youth indeed brings vigor." Ao Tian retorted with a grin, "You are hardly old. You fight with more ferocity than the young." "Ah ha ha. Come, old sir, I invite you for a drink." "Very well," they agreed. Upon reaching the hall, Ao Tian called for servants to bring 10 barrels of rum. As the lids were removed, a rich aroma filled the air, and Ao Tian promptly raised a barrel to his lips. Long Xingtian, undeterred, followed suit and asked, "Young man, may I pose a question?" Ao Tian coughed lightly before replying, "Please, go ahead. As a mighty dragon, what brings you to the human realm?" Ao Tian paused, realizing the old man must have been informed by someone. As for why I am here, that is not for you to know, he replied, his expression turning serious. Longxing Tian recognized he had overstepped and hastily added, "Ah, it's nothing. I was merely curious. Let us drink." The atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Chapter 54. The meeting of two ladies. Ao Tian embraced Catherine as they exited the room and made their way to the training hall. Yage was diligently practicing, and Ao Tian nodded in approval, acknowledging that while talent is essential, effort is indispensable. Upon noticing Ao Tian's arrival, Yage paused and greeted him, "Young master." "And this lady, greetings to you both." Ao Tian smiled warmly. "Ahaha, Yage is quite earnest. This is my newly acquired wife." Catherine smiled at Yage and introduced herself. "Hello, little one, I am Catherine." Yage replied respectfully, "Hello, young mistress." "All right, Yage, continue your practice. But remember to relax appropriately as well. Now, I shall take my leave. Should anything arise, do not hesitate to seek me out." "Yes, young master, travel safely." Catherine, witnessing this scene, remarked to Ao Tian, "Look at the way they glare at you, as if they would relish in your demise." Ao Tian scoffed, "Let them come. I shall vanquish them all." Her melodic laughter echoed through the air. As they walked along the street, Catherine's captivating presence and enchanting beauty turned heads, prompting a flurry of clumsy remarks and missteps from passing men. With each stumble, Catherine found herself in fits of laughter, which only deepened the infatuation of onlookers, resulting in a chaotic flurry of collisions and mishaps. Baisa, reveling in the chaos, collected protection fees from a few young nobles and, accompanied by 5 guards, indulged in a lavish meal. Suddenly, he sensed a shift in the atmosphere. "Ah, the goddess," he thought, his heart racing at her breathtaking beauty, her alluring form, exquisite features, and flowing violet locks. Her amethyst eyes sparkled playfully, captivating him entirely. However, his gaze shifted, and he noticed an arm encircling her waist, belonging to a young man. Enraged, he exclaimed, "How dare a mere pretty boy lay claim to such a goddess? Seize that man and beat him mercilessly," he commanded his 4 level 4 guards. "Yes, young master." As they approached, Ao Tian furrowed his brow. The 5 guards charged at him without uttering a word. Baisa envisioned Ao Tian being overwhelmed and subsequently himself comforting the terrified goddess. However, such fantasies were soon dashed. Though unaware of the trouble he had stirred, Ao Tian found himself facing 5 adversaries. In less than 3 seconds, a flurry of blows ensued, leaving the guards battered and bruised, their faces swollen and arms contorted in unnatural angles. Baisa's complexion turned pale, but thoughts of his family's prestige invigorated him. "You insolent pretty boy, do you even know who I am? I am Baisa of the Lavis family. Kneel before me and surrender that woman to me, or I shall ensure your life becomes a living hell." His arrogance radiated as he faced Ao Tian. Catherine chuckled, her laughter a delightful symphony. Ao Tian's expression shifted to one of mockery, yet his eyes grew icy as he stared at Baisa. The intensity of Ao Tian's gaze sent shivers down Baisa's spine, rendering him frozen in place. Ao Tian stepped closer to Baisa, extending his right hand to grip the latter's throat. "You dare demand I kneel? You wish for me to relinquish my wife to you? Who do you think you are?" With a swift motion, he tightened his grip, causing Baisa to struggle for breath. As darkness enveloped him, Ao Tian's eyes emitted a brilliant white light, swiftly obliterating the unseen essence of Baisa's soul. "All right, let us go," Ao Tian declared, his mind now elsewhere as he wrapped an arm around Catherine and vanished from the street. Catherine, however, did not feel the same. In the past, she might have considered the position of the saintess to be admirable, but ever since she encountered Ao Tian and subsequently became his woman, her perspective transformed as if she had discovered a new world. Her vision was no longer narrow. She realized that only through greater strength could one acquire what they desired. And in doing so, she could also aid Ao Tian. She was a woman of formidable resolve. "Fourth uncle, I have no regrets," Catherine stated with composure. Aside. "Very well, you have always been resolute. I shall not dissuade you. However, how do you intend to address your father, the emperor?" Catherine replied nonchalantly. "I will simply tell him the truth. There are no stipulations forbidding the daughter of the Pope from marrying." "Ah, very well. This young man indeed possesses exceptional talent and is worthy of you. You have even broken through to the initial stage of the Saint realm. It seems you will soon catch up with me," Asida remarked, initially surprised but then pleased. "Hee hee, All thanks to Ao Tian, Catherine said with a smile, grasping his arm. Asaida regarded Ao Tian with keen eyes, leaving him momentarily speechless. While he would gladly accept the attention of a beautiful woman, the figure before him was a man cloaked in black robes. Clearing his throat, Ao Tian presented a pill. This is a cleansing elixir. Consuming it will yield unforeseen effects. Oh, the potion radiated a potent aura of magical elements, instantly showcasing its extraordinary nature. Without hesitation, Asaida consumed it, and Ao Tian nodded inwardly, recognizing her decisiveness. This elixir could cleanse the meridians, requiring endurance through the pain. Asaida felt her body as channels ruptured and then mended by the overwhelming magical energy, leaving her meridians more expansive. Soon after, Asaida opened her eyes, surprised by the peculiar sensation permeating her body. I need to wash up. Feel free to make yourselves comfortable, she said. Chapter 55. A grave message. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the sky was adorned with countless fiery clouds rising along the skyline, and soon after, a full moon ascended into the night. The two women each took hold of Ao Tian's arms as they exited the room and entered the hall. The early arrivals, Long Xiang, Long Linger, and Saloba, displayed expressions of astonishment. Isn't that Catherine, the history instructor? I never imagined, Ao Tian, that you would engage with her. Long Xiang exclaimed with a hearty laugh. Saloba, with a knowing look, directed his gaze at Ao Tian. Ao Tian, treat my sister well. Do not let her down, or I shall take drastic measures, even if it means self-detonation to have a word with you. Elena interjected, Brother, what are you saying? And even if you were to self-detonate, please refrain from transforming into a dog to bite him. Haha. Saloba's previously solemn demeanor instantly flushed with embarrassment. Big brother-in-law, rest assured, I would never let Nana down. I shall protect my woman with my life, Ao Tian stated earnestly. Hearing his words, both Elena and Catherine's eyes sparkled with joy as they nestled into Ao Tian's embrace, displaying their excitement. Ao Tian held both women as they sat down, and Long Linger glanced at them, feeling a surge of jealousy that even she was unaware of. Before long, the hall was filled with people, many of whom frequently cast glances at the trio. Rabinba cleared his throat and said, Ao Tian, do not let my daughter down. Or, suddenly recalling Ao Tian's formidable nature, Rabinba ceased his ominous warning. With a sly smile, Ao Yin addressed his esteemed in-laws, assuring them, rest assured, I shall devote my life to safeguarding my beloved. Whatever I possess, I shall share abundantly with them. Even in dire straits, I would willingly shed my blood to procure sustenance for their needs. The two women exchanged a glance and retorted, Do you take us for swine? Oh. Allow me to introduce you to none other than Catherine, the daughter of the Dark God sect's Pope. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. Rabinba remarked, interestingly, the last time, 8 individuals claiming to be from the Dark God sect sought us out. Could it be that you are the Catherine they mentioned? Catherine's face turned crimson as she confirmed, indeed, they were seeking me. Rabinba ordered, now that we have located her, someone should head to the top floor and report this. Hold on, father-in-law, there's no need. I have already taken Catherine to speak with her uncle, Ao Yin replied with a smile. Ah, I see. That is excellent news. This alliance with the Dark God sect will now be more stable. Ao Yin reassured, you need not worry. The Dark God sect will certainly side with us. Catherine nodded in agreement. After a delightful feast, Catherine, Elena, Sophia, and Long Linger gathered to converse, while Ao Yin, Long Xiang, and Saroba settled into stone chairs in the courtyard, gazing at the moonlit sky. Suddenly, Long Xiang broke the serene atmosphere, asking, Ao Yin, do enlighten us on how you won over Mentor Catherine. Saroba, equally intrigued, turned his gaze towards Ao Yin. With a mysterious grin, Ao Yin teased, are you truly eager to know? He glanced around furtively, as if to ensure Catherine was not within earshot, then cleared his throat and began, well, this tale unfolded on a dark and stormy night. I happened upon a bustling street, and while traversing it, I inadvertently found myself in the slums, where I heard a cry for help. What I witnessed next ignited my fury. The beautiful Catherine was cornered by 5 assailants in an alleyway. In that moment, I was consumed by righteous anger and, as if a celestial being had descended, I stood before Catherine, declaring, Fear not, fair maiden, I am your guardian angel, sent to vanquish your foes and protect you. Enchanted by my commanding yet gentle presence, Catherine's heart was captivated. With a display of my might, I swiftly dispatched the 5 ruffians, and in her gratitude, Catherine embraced me, revealing her affections. Thus, we became inseparable. Ao Yin concluded with a playful arch of his brow, a cheeky grin adorning his face. The two men fell silent, with Long Xiang remarking, "Your storytelling is quite remarkable. You could easily regale the masses in the mortal realm, and I assure you, an audience would gather, relieving you of any concerns about sustenance." Saroba echoed, "Indeed, Long Xiang speaks the truth." Ao Yin's lips twitched as he turned his attention away from the two unamused companions, focusing instead on the luminous moon. After a prolonged silence, the three eventually departed. After an evening of passion, Catherine advanced to the mid-stage of the sacred domain, while Elena made further strides into the late stage. The night passed swiftly, and by morning, the four women were playfully engaged with one another, leaving no opportunity for Ao Yin to approach. Frustrated, he indulged in a hearty breakfast before stepping out into the day. As Tian strolled down the bustling street, he suddenly halted, sensing a pair of eyes filled with animosity fixed upon him. Turning around, he discovered it was none other than the loathsome Xiao Feng. A wicked smile crept across Tian's lips as he approached Xiao Feng, his expression radiating amusement, while Xiao Feng's eyes darkened with even greater malice. "Young Master Xiao, have your injuries healed? You still owe me a few words," Tian teased, maintaining his grin. With a playful turn, he added, "Oh ho ho, I shall await your response, but next time, I won't allow you to linger so long." As Xiao Feng departed, his countenance grew more venomous, silently vowing, "Just wait, Tian. When the Church of the Light strikes back and annihilates your Ba family, I will relish in your demise. And your woman shall be mine as well." Tian glanced around, noting the absence of familiar faces, and swiftly slipped into the brothel, his demeanor gleeful as he rewarded the attendant with a tip, who promptly led him to Mo Yan's room before discreetly departing. Upon seeing Tian, Mo Yan's face lit up with joy. "Tian, you've come." With a mischievous grin, Tian replied, "Indeed, I've come to play with you." Without hesitation, he embraced her slender waist and captured her lips in a kiss. After a prolonged moment, news arrived that over 20 individuals had entered the capital. Among them 8 elderly men clad in white mage robes, accompanied by a throng of black-clad figures wielding curved blades, ultimately entering the branch of the Church of the Light. Mo Yin softly remarked, "Listen closely." Tian's expression grew serious. The Church of the Light and the Church of Darkness were the two most enigmatic and powerful religious factions on the Xintian continent. The Church of the Light possessed an undeniable depth, capable of summoning angels. Upon hearing this news, Tian's mood shifted, and he resolved to return promptly to convey this alarming information. "My dear, continue to savor the news. I must attend to an urgent matter." With a gentle kiss on Mo Yan's cheek, Tian vanished in an instant. Mo Yan, caught off guard, fell onto the bed, huffing, so impatient. Chapter 56. The message. Tian swiftly exited the brothel, navigating through the throngs with remarkable speed. Before long, he arrived back at the Balaton estate. Once inside, he scanned his surroundings and summoned his father-in-law, Reuben Balaton. "Reinforcements from the Church of the Light have arrived. Over 20 individuals, 8 elderly mages in white robes, and the rest are black-clad men armed with curved blades. I suspect those holy warriors and those 8 white-robed mages are at least legendary figures." Reuben Balaton, roused from his slumber, instantly regained his composure upon hearing Tian's words. "Tian, are you certain? How do you know this?" With a mysterious smile, Tian replied, "That is of no concern to you. Regardless, I've informed you. Now you can relay the message." He began to turn away. Reuben Balaton hastily grasped Tian's arm. "Wait, don't go. Come with me to discuss matters with them. After all, you are a legendary expert as well. Come, come." Reluctantly, Tian followed. Moments later, Reuben Balaton summoned Long Xingtian and his entourage. Long Xingtian, puzzled, inquired, "What is it?" Reuben Balaton, his expression grave, replied, "Do not rush. Let us gather everyone first." Subsequently, the perplexed Long Yin was summoned, and upon recalling the dark god cult, orders were swiftly dispatched to heaven and earth to gather individuals. The elder staff was called to the hall, where the assembly awaited the arrival of the dark god cult. Reuben Balaton remained tight-lipped, asserting that he would not divulge anything until the dark god cult appeared, leaving the others speechless, while Tian observed with amusement. At the pinnacle of heaven and earth, the attendant informed Asida of the developments. Asida, accompanied by the remaining 7 saints, hastened to the Balaton estate. In the branch of the Church of Light, Bishop Gigas and Bishop Rog stood beside a figure clad in white, reporting to Lord Gandalf that currently only a few from the Long family were present in the imperial capital, while the Balaton and Fong families were gathered together. Gandalf opened his eyes, his gaze radiating divine light that illuminated the entire chamber. Rog, speak plainly. Which family shall we eliminate first? With utmost respect, Rog addressed Gandalf, stating, Lord Gandalf, the Long family, led by Long Tian, is residing with the Balaton family. Furthermore, the son-in-law of the Balaton family, Tian, possesses the terrifying ability to vanquish late-stage legends in an instant. The Fong family is insignificant and distanced from the Balaton estate. Lord Gandalf, let us first eradicate the Fong family. Even if they have a legendary expert, there is but one at the initial stage. We shall swiftly eliminate them, and the Balaton family will scarcely have time to render assistance. Gandalf responded calmly, very well, proceed as you propose. Let us strike under the cover of night. Ensure a swift and decisive kill. Indeed, Lord Gandalf, Rog affirmed. Upon exiting the chamber, Rog encountered a light mage entering, who respectfully bowed and reported, Bishop, we have received word that 8 members of the Dark God cult have been sighted heading towards the Balaton estate. A mysterious smile crossed Rog's face. It appeared Gandalf's reinforcements had been discovered. Understood, you may leave now. At the Balaton estate, as the Dark God cult arrived, Reuben Balaton surveyed the anxious expressions in the hall and gravely announced, since everyone is here, I shall begin. Tian has received news that over 20 reinforcements from the Church of Light have arrived, including at least 8 legendary experts and a host of holy knights. Upon hearing this, the expressions of everyone in the hall, except for Tian and Reuben Balaton, changed dramatically. Long Yin, with a serious demeanor, remarked, it seems the Church of Light has indeed replenished its forces. With these reinforcements, they will undoubtedly strike. Since the Long and Balaton families are together, the Church of Light should not target us. I suspect they will soon take the initiative against the Fong family. Brother Reuben, we must send word to Brother Fongli. Magical messages attract too much attention and are easily intercepted. It is prudent to dispatch someone discreetly. The others nodded in agreement. Reuben Balaton responded, Your Majesty speaks wisely. Someone, come forth. Shortly after, a level 5 armored warrior entered the hall and bowed. Head of the family, please give your orders. Reuben Balaton quickly penned a letter and handed it to him, saying, You must deliver this letter to Fong Li, the head of the Fong family. Remember, it is imperative. Be cautious on your way. Rest assured, head of the family, even if it costs my life, I will ensure this letter reaches Fong Li. Good, be on your way. The 5th level warrior, Ta, clasped his hands in a gesture of respect before departing. At the Bright God sect's branch, he reported to the Archbishop that a 5th level guard from the Balaton family had left their estate, appearing quite anxious. Upon hearing this, Rog smiled and dispatched several 6th level guardian warriors to apprehend him. Meanwhile, Famo's heart raced with urgency. The task entrusted to him by the head of the family was pressing and of paramount importance. From the moment he stepped outside, his instincts honed from years on the battlefield alerted him to several presences tracking him. He inwardly hoped that the letter would reach the Fong family safely. Suddenly, a finely crafted silver spear shot toward Famo with alarming speed. Thanks to his keen intuition, he narrowly evaded a fatal blow, yet the spear pierced his left palm. In an instant, 3 radiant warriors, whose abilities he could not fathom, surrounded him. Alarmed, Famo steeled his resolve and consumed a berserk pill he had taken from his room before departing. A surge of savage power coursed through him. His veins and muscles swelling as he ascended to the 6th level, his strength significantly amplified. He wielded his heavy sword to drive back one of the radiant warriors and, without a backward glance, sprinted toward the Fong residence. Observing Famo's rapid escape, the peaked 6th level warrior, Ka Luo Yun, smirked coldly and drew his bow. His piercing gaze fixed on Famo, the chilling arrowhead glimmered ominously in the sunlight. With a release of the bowstring, the arrow flew toward Famo like a streak of light. Aware of the cold presence behind him, Famo dared not be complacent, constantly shifting his position. The arrow seemed to possess a mind of its own, and the icy aura intensified rather than diminished. Onlookers in the streets scattered in fear as Famo felt as if his insides were being crushed. He forced himself to focus and swiftly leaped into a nearby room. A middle-aged man, startled and about to scold him, was silenced by Fei Mo's overwhelming strength, producing 15 gold coins along with the letter bestowed upon him by Reuben Balaton. Fei Mo implored the man. This letter is from the head of the Balaton family. I am about to face death at the hands of my pursuers. I beseech you to deliver it to Fong Li, the head of the Fong family. This is your reward. I beg of you. The middle-aged man, observing Fei Mo's arrow-pierced abdomen and the sincerity in his eyes, assured him, rest assured, I will personally ensure it reaches the head of the Fong family. Fei Mo's face softened with gratitude as he swiftly exited, employing various feints to successfully divert the attention of the 3 6th-level Radiant Warriors. After fleeing for some time, exhaustion set in. With the Radiant Warriors drawing closer, only one thought remained in his mind. Master, should I perish, please ensure my son is taken care of. He envisioned his 4-year-old son, a lively boy who had lost his mother, and a smile flickered across Fei Mo's face. As the pursuers closed in, he made the ultimate sacrifice and self-detonated. The explosive force enveloped him, severely wounding the nearby 6th-level Radiant Warriors. Moments later, 2 more Radiant Warriors arrived, surveying the devastation, and cursed, damn it, since he is dead, let us leave. Back at the Balaton estate, discussions regarding strategies continued, ultimately concluding with the principle of if the enemy does not move, neither shall I. The middle-aged man, Bushi, journeyed for a considerable time before finally reaching the gates of the Fong residence. Esteemed sir, he announced, by the command of the head of the Balaton family, I implore you to deliver this letter to Fong Li, the head of the Fong family. Originally intending to rush someone, Fu Tuo was taken aback upon hearing the 5 words from the head of the Balaton family. He quickly took up the envelope and declared, I shall deliver it to the head of the family, before hastily entering the estate. The middle-aged man, having ensured the envelope was delivered, deemed his task complete and departed from the entrance of the Fong family estate. Before long, Fong Li tore open the envelope he held, his expression shifting drastically upon reading its contents. He commanded those present, elderly, women, and children, to swiftly gather and seek refuge in a hidden chamber. Fong Li urged everyone in the front courtyard to heighten their vigilance. Chapter 57. The Return to the Pavilion in the Chapel of the Church of the Radiant God. 3 level 6 paladins knelt within, reporting to Rog. Upon hearing their account, he replied, since he is dead, let it be. You may leave now. At noon, the blazing sun scorched the earth, yet pedestrians continued to traverse the streets. In a previous life, such weather could easily cook an egg placed on the pavement. Tian walked along the thoroughfare, reflecting that although the imperial capital had descended into chaos, the bustling streets were still alive with various stalls and lively vendors. With a serene countenance and a chilling demeanor, Tian felt the temperature around him drop further. Since this was the territory of the Radiant God Church, he could not be held accountable for his actions. In a flash, Tian vanished, leaving 2 astonished women in disbelief. Moments later, they felt themselves lifted off the ground, a powerful hand gripping their necks, making it difficult to breathe. Tian's cold voice echoed, since you 2 are spies for the Radiant God Church, I cannot be blamed for what follows. He then licked his lips, channeling a thread of consciousness that transformed into 2 streams of mental power, effortlessly penetrating the minds of the 2 women. Before long, both ladies, at the initial stages of the sacred domain, were under his control. Releasing his grip, the 2 women knelt before him, calling out, Master, Master. Tian smiled faintly. Rise, and tell me what your primary tasks for the Radiant God Church are. The woman in white, by Dan, replied, Master, we previously established our pavilion to gather wealth and intelligence for the Radiant God Church in the imperial capital. Tian, intrigued, asked, and what of the present? By Dan, blinking her beautiful eyes, responded, Now, my sister and I are collecting money and intelligence for you, Master. Pleased with her answer, Tian said, Excellent. Continue your correspondence with the Radiant God Church, but any messages they send must be relayed immediately to Mo Yin at the Tianzi Pavilion on the 2nd floor. She will pass the information to me. Remember, Mo Yin is my woman, you should understand. Bai Dan and Bai Ling promptly affirmed, Yes, Master. As soon as we receive news from the Radiant God Church, we will inform Mistress Mo Yin without delay. Tian nodded, satisfied. Chapter 58. The Radiant God Church's Assault on the Fong family as the sun set. The sky was painted in hues of crimson, gradually fading until the sun disappeared completely, making way for the moon to rise slowly. casting its silvery light upon the earth and enveloping it in a veil of white. Returning to the Balaton family, after exchanging a few pleasantries with the four ladies, the five of them settled into their seats around the grand hall. Before long, the gathering was complete, and Ao Tian, along with Long Xiang and his brother-in-law, engaged in lively conversation. Delicious dishes were served, and the atmosphere grew increasingly vibrant. Ao Tian savored the meat and vegetables that Elena and Catherine occasionally offered him, while Long Linger, seated nearby, cast a glance of jealousy. The pure, nature-imbued beauty of Sophia, noticing Elena and Catherine serving Ao Tian, also joined in by placing a chicken leg into his bowl. Ao Tian praised Sophia, prompting Long Linger to contribute as well, placing more food in Ao Tian's bowl. Soon, as Ao Tian enjoyed the dishes provided by the four ladies, Long Xiang and his brother-in-law felt a twinge of envy, while Long Yen observed with a faint smile. In the hall of the Temple of the God of Light, Archbishop Rog leaned towards Gandalf and said, "My lord, everything is prepared. With 30 experts from the Saint Realm, alongside your esteemed self, we have a total of 9 legends. This time, the annihilation of the Fong family is inevitable." Gandalf smiled, stroking his white beard. "Excellent. After we eliminate the Fong family, without any need for ashes, the 9 of us legends will unleash minor forbidden spells upon the Balaton family estate, eliminating as many as possible." Rog's eyes gleamed as he replied, "My lord, would not 9 minor forbidden spells against the Balaton family be too cruel? What if it incites a coalition among the nations?" Gandalf maintained his smile. "Among the nations, only the elven race possesses some strength, and only our arch-nemesis, the Dark Church, can rival us. What do the other nations amount to? There is no need for concern." Rog felt reassured. "Indeed, my lord." Gandalf continued, "Very well, Rog. Let us prepare to depart. We must be discreet and ensure the Fong family is caught off guard." Rog replied solemnly, "Understood." After gathering, they comprised 10 peak Saint Realm experts, 15 mid-stage Saint Realm practitioners, along with 5 in the early stages, Gandalf, a quasi-demigod, 3 peak legends, for mid-stage legends, and 1 early-stage legend, an elite assembly, without even including some early-stage Saint Realm members. "My lord Gandalf, there lies the Fong family." Rog pointed towards the distant tall house. "Good. Let us halt here. I shall deliver them a grand surprise." Gandalf smiled mysteriously and began to chant a spell. Rog, though puzzled, obediently awaited. Within the Fong family's secret chamber, Fong Quan, a peak early-stage legend, suddenly changed countenance, instantly transmitting a warning through the ground to Fong Li's mind. "Shao Li, hurry. Command a retreat into the secret chamber, quickly." In his study, Fong Li, hearing his ancestor's urgent message, immediately changed his expression, rising to relay the retreat order while also notifying the 6th-level mage to send an emergency signal. The 6th-level mage, upon hearing the news, also turned pale, instantly launching a fierce firework into the sky, illuminating the entire imperial capital. Far to the east, a 6th-level mage from the Balaton family noted the unusual phenomenon in the sky and, upon seeing it, his expression changed dramatically as he hurriedly ran to the hall. "Report. Master, red fireworks have appeared in the sky over the Fong family's territory." The group, still dining, immediately turned pale upon hearing this news. "This is bad. Let's go support the Fong family." Long Yen sighed. "It may already be too late. We will handle it when we arrive," came the resolute reply. In the final moments, the people hastily rushed towards the Fong family estate, while Ao Tian set down the meat in his hands, instructing the 4 women, along with his brother-in-law and Long Xiang, to remain indoors before vanishing from the hall. Gandalf intoned a spell, and within 5 minutes, a terrifying wind element coalesced into a small forbidden spell, unleashing a tempest that shattered the Fong residence, sprawling over hundreds of square meters. The fearsome wind blades tore through the estate, leaving countless guards dismembered, their blood and flesh scattered. Agonizing screams filled the air as a level 6 mage was cleaved in 2 by a wind blade shortly after sending a signal. Fong Li was frequently struck by the wind blades, yet miraculously remained unscathed. Within that minute, apart from the elderly, women, children, and several members of the Saint Realm who had prudently hidden in the underground chamber, all other servants and guards below the Saint Realm met a gruesome end, their cries of terror echoing throughout the estate. Rog's expression brightened, praising Gandalf for his prowess. Meanwhile, in the underground chamber of the Fong family, Fang Quan's complexion turned pale as he surveyed the destruction of their once magnificent abode. He turned to the gathered individuals and implored, "Stay hidden here, no matter what." After uttering this, Fang Quan began to chant a spell, and moments later, his pallor deepened as he cast a small forbidden spell, erecting a defensive earth barrier. "Ancestor!" Fang Li exclaimed, observing Fang Quan's waning strength and excessive magical expenditure with worry. Fang Quan raised a hand reassuringly, "Fear not. Casting a small forbidden spell at the early legendary level is still quite taxing." Gandalf and his companions beheld the remnants of the Fang mansion, now a mere shadow of its former glory, with shattered walls and scattered remains. After scanning a radius of several hundred meters with his mental acuity, Gandalf declared, "There is no one above ground now. However, there are still survivors below, including a legendary early-stage presence. Prepare for a seismic upheaval, Frolok." An elder with gray-white hair responded, "Do not worry, my lord." Before commencing his own incantation, Ao Yin and his team arrived near the Fang estate, only to be confronted with a scene of devastation. Akin to a hellscape, grief surged within them, prompting Ao Yin to urge, "Let us hasten." As Longxing's countenance shifted in alarm, "This is dreadful. The earth element is overwhelmingly potent," he remarked, but Ao Yin interrupted him. Staff had detected the terrifying concentration of earth elements within the ley lines and shouted at Ao Yin. Ao Yin nodded gravely, his consciousness extending to perceive Frolok, who was intently chanting spells not far off. He accelerated, vanishing into thin air. Gandalf also noticed Ao Yin's rapid approach and, with his formidable mental prowess, warned, "Everyone, be cautious. Protect Frolok." It was too late. Cold words reverberated around Gandalf. Ao Yin unleashed a powerful strike with his dragon claw technique, forcing Frolok to break his incantation, blood surging from his mouth as he struggled to conjure a 7th-level earth shield. The earth shield, merely a meter away, was instantaneously dissolved by the ferocious dragon claw. With a resounding thud, Ao Yin's dragon claw pierced Frolok's abdomen, sending him hurtling backward. In that fleeting second, Gandalf regained his composure, urgently commanding, "Quick, heal Frolok." The rift in the void had already brought Gandalf perilously close to becoming a demigod. Within 3 seconds, he had coalesced a formidable wind element, unleashing a white wind blade more than 10 meters long that tore through the air towards Ao Yin with terrifying velocity. Ao Yin's expression grew grave as he sensed a profound aura, one that seemed to resonate with the very fabric of the cosmos. It was formidable, almost insurmountable. Ao Yin's heart raced with trepidation. Could it be a demigod? No. While the aura had locked onto him, preventing any form of defense, its intensity did not seem to reach that of a true demigod. This realization brought him a flicker of solace. In an instant, he sprang into action, his body surging with a pearlescent energy, his 5 claws manifesting in their full glory. With all his might, he unleashed a resonant dragon's chant that reverberated through the air. The 5 claws morphed into a dragon's head, and in a moment of climax, Ao Yin transformed into a streak of white light, colliding fiercely with the menacing wind blade. Between the two forces, spatial fissures opened and closed in a continuous dance. The terrifying wind blade ultimately dissipated into the void, leaving Ao Yin's claws with a twinge of pain, momentarily numbing him. Before long, Tian arrived, confronting the members of the Radiant Church. The expressions of Tian and his companions were solemn, as they discerned 4 formidable figures, legendary peaks, among them. The elder in the center exuded an even more terrifying aura, invoking a sense of reverence akin to gazing upon the heavens. Gandalf, witnessing his own fully concentrated attack effortlessly dismantled by Ao Yin without a trace of injury, displayed a look of intrigue. Turning to Tian and his group, he smirked coldly, remarking on the inadequacy of a late-stage dragon blood warrior to withstand a legendary peak. Tonight I am in a generous mood. I shall spare your lives. Enjoy what remains of your time," he proclaimed with arrogant disdain. "Yes, my lord." Rog and his group vanished in an instant. Tian's group appeared twisted with disbelief. "We must depart. The Fang family surely has a hidden chamber. Let us search for it," Long Yin declared. Ao Yin, having made his presence known, urged, "Follow me." Though puzzled, Tian's group complied. Ao Yin descended swiftly, leading them to a location obscured by shattered stone and wood. His eyes gleamed with a bright light that disintegrated countless stones and wooden planks into ash. Taking a few steps forward, Ao Yin's foot suddenly found no support. and he plunged downward, followed closely by Long Xingtian's group. Shortly after descending, they reached the entrance of a hidden chamber, where a 5-meter-tall earthy yellow barrier thwarted their entry. Out Yin remained unhurried, and soon, Long Xingtian's group arrived. Upon seeing the barrier, Long Yin understood and called out, "Brother Fong Li." Chapter 59. The annihilation of the 3 great families within the hidden chamber. Fong Li heard a voice and swiftly approached the entrance. Spotting Long Yin and his companions, his face lit up with surprise. "Ancestor, it is His Majesty and the venerable Long Xingtian," he exclaimed. Fong Quan, regaining a semblance of color, smiled upon hearing this. "Your Majesty, what is the situation outside?" Fong Li inquired. Long Yin sighed heavily. Alas, none survived. Fong Li's expression darkened. His wife had succumbed to the grim grasp of death, his hands clenched tightly, the bones whitening and cracking under the pressure. Long Yin continued. "The Radiant Church has dispatched 4 legendary peaks along with numerous sanctified beings. Brother Fong, gather your people and join us, otherwise it is only a matter of time before you too." Fong Li pondered deeply before responding, "Very well." Thus, 100 members of the Fong family, laden with treasures and wealth, proceeded towards the Balaton family under the protection of Out Yin. The lengthy procession traversed the streets, causing countless onlookers to gasp in fear and astonishment at the annihilation of such a prominent family within the imperial capital. The throngs of pedestrians parted to allow passage, for even those unaware of the circumstances understood the gravity of the situation, and respect compelled them to yield the way. After all, to obstruct such a formidable entourage would likely result in dire consequences. "Look, is that Fong Li, the head of the Fong family? What has befallen the capital? A prominent family is relocating just like that," one passerby remarked. "Indeed, ever since the palace's destruction and the disappearance of the Long family, the order in the capital has descended into chaos. Just the other day, my aunt's stall was overturned," lamented another. "What will become of our days?" Speculation about the next family to face such a fate filled the air, with murmurs of ancient forces at play that could bring the mightiest royal house to its knees. Before long, they arrived at the Balaton family estate, now resembling a refugee camp due to the influx of hundreds. Fortunately, a vast expanse of lake lay behind the estate, and Out Yin, employing his magical prowess, filled the lake to create several 3-story structures, providing temporary lodging for the displaced. This endeavor required a formidable amount of magical energy, akin to casting 3 minor forbidden spells, and these constructions would only endure for a month before necessitating further magical replenishment. Amidst the gratitude of the crowd, Out Yin and his companions returned to the main hall of the Balaton estate, where the atmosphere was thick with tension. Fong Li, accompanied by a legendary ancestor and 3 peak-level saints, as well as 2 mid-tier saints, joined Out Yin in the hall. After a moment of silence, Long Xingtian remarked, "The Church of the Light will not attack us tonight." Out Yin, taken aback, found the statement rather redundant. Fong Li inquired, "Your Majesty, can the various families from the remote towns be contacted?" As soon as Fong Li spoke, Long Yan's already dark expression deepened. With a sigh, he replied, "Those scoundrels have slaughtered everyone I sent. I dispatched 6, and none have returned." Fong Li remained silent, contemplating the grim news. Staff spoke up, "Our current situation is dire. The Church of the Light boasts 4 peak-level legends, one of whom emanates an even more terrifying aura, likely nearing demigod status. The ranks of saint-level experts are numerous, and we have yet to account for the saint-level masters from the Shao, Wang, and Lavis families, who may harbor hidden legends among them. By the way, Out Yin, when we arrived, you interrupted a legendary expert's spellcasting. Having faced that nearly demigod figure, how would you assess his strength?" Out Yin's expression turned serious as he responded. "He is formidable. Within mere moments, he conjured a strike capable of annihilating a late-stage legend, his presence cloaked in the profound principles of the universe, akin to gazing upon a towering mountain." Long Xingtian's complexion darkened as he remarked, "We are likely on the brink of encountering a demigod. Should he ascend during these days, it is improbable that any of us will escape. At present, the only ones capable of contending with the pinnacle of legends are Tian and myself in my transformed state." The atmosphere fell into an immediate hush. Tian, feeling ill at ease with such a despondent air, spoke up, "Let us face our demise with dignity. If we must fall, let us take a few down with us. It is already late into the night. You should all rest. I shall take down the Wang, Shao, and Lavis families. If I must perish, At least I shall have left my mark. His father-in-law, Reuben Baralton, interjected, Xiao Tian, while I do not oppose your intention to eliminate the three families, refrain from uttering such words of despair. If the time of annihilation arrives, you must escape. You possess extraordinary talent, and your future holds limitless potential. When the time comes, seek vengeance for me, and ensure you bring them along as well. Ao Tian understood precisely whom he referred to and assured him, do not worry. I shall certainly take them with me. Well then, there is no use in dwelling on such thoughts. You should rest well. The impending battle may arrive tomorrow or the day after, and any chance to break through during this time is an opportunity for survival. With that, Ao Tian departed the hall. His first destination was the Shao family. Having already eradicated the Wang family's hidden sanctum, where the patriarch Wang Chong was caught and swiftly dispatched, Ao Tian intended to leave the Wang family for last. His next target was the Lavis family. The conflict at the Fong family did not stir the Shao family. Leaping over several meter-high walls, Ao Tian effortlessly evaded layers of patrolling guards. Expanding his consciousness, he discovered that merely 3 experts of the sacred domain resided within the estate, all gathered in one location. Approaching the entrance to what resembled a grand hall, he overheard the 3 experts conversing. Patriarch, the Fong family estate has been destroyed. Countless lives lost. The great family is all but extinguished, a middle-aged man exclaimed with delight. Xiao Yi smiled slightly, replying, this was all within my calculations. Opposing the Church of the Light, even the most formidable dragon family of the empire has been annihilated. What is the Fong family in comparison? Indeed. The Xiao family far surpasses the Fong family. He laughed heartily. Ao Tian, having lost interest, swiftly entered the hall. In a matter of seconds, 2 initial stage sacred domain experts met their end at the hands of Ao Tian, their skulls crushed. Xiao Yi himself was decapitated with a single strike. As his flying head beheld its own headless body, a look of confusion crossed his eyes before they dimmed upon colliding with the ground. After obliterating the corpse and extinguishing the soul, Ao Tian directed his consciousness towards the earth below. 20 meters beneath the surface, a 50-square-meter hidden chamber emerged before him, where 2 peak sacred domain experts and 1 mid-stage sacred domain expert sat cross-legged, their eyes closed in meditation. Tian vanished from the grand hall, instantaneously arriving in a secret chamber. With effortless ease, his formidable physical strength obliterated the heads of 3 Saint Realm warriors, skillfully eradicating the evidence and extinguishing their souls. Tian turned to press a hidden panel in the wall. As dust cascaded down, a stone door opened, revealing a room brimming with gold coins, chests, and several high-tier magical artifacts, including a legendary axe. After thoroughly pillaging the room, Tian returned to the surface to scour another treasure vault. He had developed a fondness for such activities. Following the annihilation of several 6th-level masters, Tian hesitated over whether to eradicate their entire lineage, ultimately deciding that cruelty towards enemies was a form of mercy towards oneself. Reflecting on his past life, he sighed softly. With a surge of true energy, he unleashed a torrent of sword-shaped energy that plummeted toward the ground, resulting in a cacophony of explosive impacts. Before long, the entire Shao family was left without a survivor. Tian composed himself and proceeded to the Lavis family. The Lavis estate was comparable in size to the Shao family's. Entering as casually as if it were his own home, Tian extended his consciousness throughout the estate. He discerned 2 Saint Realm warriors within. One was at the mid-stage, and the other at the early stage. Tian approached the mid-stage warrior, who lay vulnerably asleep with a similarly unclad woman. Tian sighed quietly, wishing for a peaceful end. He sent a needle of consciousness piercing into the mid-stage warrior's brain, causing it to explode under the unbearable stimulation. With a flash of white light in his eyes, he obliterated the soul, leaving the woman still deep in slumber. Exiting the room, Tian moved to the chamber of the early-stage warrior, effortlessly crushing his skull and extinguishing his soul. In the backyard, he amassed a substantial collection of gold coins and magical crystals. Penetrating the earth with his consciousness, he detected a peak Saint Realm warrior and 2 late-stage warriors within a stone chamber, roughly 10 meters away. Tian's expression turned icy as he swiftly arrived at the stone chamber. In the astonished gaze of the 3 Saint Realm warriors, he shattered their skulls. After annihilating their souls, Tian departed the chamber. The Lavis family was comparatively impoverished, lacking treasures within their stone chamber. following the familiar pattern. He unleashed a wave of sword energy, reducing the expansive estate to mere history, with its inhabitants swallowed by the annals of time. Now, only one destination remained, the Wang family. Shortly thereafter, he arrived at the Wang family estate, where he found only a single early-stage Saint Realm warrior. After swiftly eliminating him, Tian unleashed his sword energy, and the Wang family too became a relic of history, its people serving as mere sacrifices. That night, the three prominent families were utterly annihilated. Chapter 60, Rog arrives. After the obliteration of the three families, Tian had amassed a plethora of treasures. The remnants of the three family estates stirred countless individuals from their slumber, and within a single night, news of the annihilation spread like wildfire. Panic ensued, as many felt as though the sky had fallen. Numerous lesser nobles, fearing for their own safety, hastily concealed their wealth and arranged for their descendants' safety. Upon returning home, Tian found his room devoid of company. He smirked slightly, realizing he would once again be alone that night, as the four women had completely left him no opportunity since their union. The night passed quietly, as news of the annihilation of the three prominent families spread throughout the imperial capital. In the chapel of the Church of the Light, Archbishop Rog remained silent upon receiving the news. To him, the three families were of little consequence. However, Lord Gandalf had detected the remnants of the destruction and identified a master swordsman among them, indicating that the dragon family harbored yet another legendary expert in their ranks. After vanquishing the three agents of the Church of the Light, the Baralton family was filled with joy, celebrating early in the morning. "Report, my lord, Archbishop Rog has arrived," announced a guard, kneeling in the hall. The gathered assembly exchanged puzzled glances, and Reuben Baralton commanded, "Let him enter." Subsequently, Archbishop Rog entered the hall unaccompanied, wearing a confident smile. "Greetings, everyone. I come at the behest of Lord Gandalf to challenge you to a duel. The loser must withdraw from the Ross Empire." "What say you?" "Haha, the Church of the Light certainly has audacity," Dragon Yin scoffed. Archbishop Rog replied with a slight smile, "Ah, Dragon Patriarch. Lord Gandalf is merely offering you a glimmer of hope. Otherwise, in the face of our absolute strength, who among you could escape, save for that legendary pinnacle, Tian and Tian?" The reference to Dragon Patriarch further darkened Dragon Yin's countenance, reducing the Emperor of Ross to merely a family head. Nevertheless, the might of the Church of the Light was indeed formidable. Tian interjected, "What form will the contest take?" Rog seized the opportunity, grinning. "Regardless of whether you wish to compete, once the battle commences, there will be no return for you. Let us engage in 9 contests, each a duel between legends. We shall send forth our champions first, and you may observe." The faces of those in the hall contorted with anger, as their own legendary forces were scarce. Rog smiled faintly. "Enough talk. We shall convene tomorrow at the palace." "Ahaha." With that, he departed as if ignoring them entirely. Dragon Yin, seething with fury, crushed the teacup in his hand into powder, while the others displayed their discontent. Tian remained composed. He sensed danger solely from Gandalf, who was nearly a demigod. Yet he remained confident that he could vanquish him if pressed. Tian turned to Tian. "You, being the strongest among us, what do you propose we do?" Tian replied with a slight smile, "A duel, akin to a banquet of death. Regardless of the outcome, one side will certainly perish. Gather all the peak sanctuaries and legendary experts you trust." "Very well." Before long, Tian, 3 early-stage legends, and over 20 peak sanctuaries had assembled. Tian addressed his father-in-law. "Father, lead us to the secret chamber." Reuben Baralton understood Tian's intentions instantly and took the lead. Shortly thereafter, they traversed underground to the secret chamber. Tian turned to the assembly. "Do not be alarmed by what you are about to witness. Due to the confined nature of the chamber, Tian transformed into a divine dragon over 20 meters in length. The members of the Long family, imbued with dragon blood, found themselves in awe, as though they stood before a celestial deity. The oppressive aura emanating from the dragon caused their bodies to tremble, while Tian managed to withstand the overwhelming force. The others knelt in submission, and those without dragon blood collapsed under its weight. Tian summoned forth several drops of his blood, which fell before them, compelling them to consume it. The majestic voice of the dragon echoed, and the multitude, no longer hesitant, ingested the offerings. After a prolonged period, Tian, having absorbed the dragon's blood, experienced a significant enhancement of his lineage, ascending to the early pinnacle of legend. The individual at the initial stage of legend advanced to the mid-stage, while those at the peak of the holy domain transitioned to the early legendary stage. This remarkable progression left the assembly in astonishment, although not all shared such extraordinary enhancements. A few at the peak of the holy domain were stimulated to break through to the early legendary stage, resulting in a total of 8 new individuals at this level. Tian, observing their transformations, nodded in satisfaction, considering the substantial cost of his own blood, amounting to millions of gold coins. With the duel approaching the following day, arrangements were made to relocate the direct descendants below the holy domain to a concealed area. Tian reverted to his human form and stated, "Long Tian. It is unnecessary for you to know what type of dragon I am." Long Tian, after a moment of contemplation, replied, "Very well, father-in-law, please proceed with the arrangements. We should retain only the most capable to guard the estate, while the key personnel are moved to secure locations." Tian affirmed with gravity. Upon returning to the hall, Tian summoned 2 women. Inside the chamber, they gazed at him with sparkling eyes, awaiting his words. "Tomorrow, the duel commences. Tonight, you will take Long Linger, Long Xiang, and my brother-in-law into the secret chamber and await our signal. Lin, ensure that the members of your dark divine sect remain in the realm of heaven and earth, and do not venture out recklessly. Furthermore, I find myself in discomfort. I trust you do not wish for me to be unprepared for battle tomorrow." Tian said with a playful grin. The previously tense atmosphere dissipated with his smile, as the 2 women, understanding his intentions, shed their garments, transforming into innocent lambs. They simultaneously disrobed Tian, exchanging heated glances that ignited a passionate encounter. After an extended period, Tian, cradling each woman in an arm, carried them to the bathhouse. In the large pool, he assisted in cleansing the remnants of their prior affections, only to be reignited by desire once more, leading to another fervent engagement. Chapter 61. Tian strikes. Within the span of a day, key members of the Fong and Balaton families convened in another secret chamber beneath the Balaton family estate. Stocked with provisions sufficient for a year, the night was as round as a disk, and the moonlight flowed like water. In a quiet and eerie atmosphere, the group finished their dinner and departed. Tian returned to his room with the 2 women, prepared to exercise his authority, when a message from Mo Yin reached him. The news from the Church of Light indicated that the 2 women from the Soul Captivation Pavilion were to accompany the warriors of the Holy Hall in the duel scheduled for tomorrow, to ensure the safety of those left behind in the estate. After listening, Tian's expression turned frigid. The 2 women, noticing his demeanor, exchanged puzzled glances and inquired about his distress. Tian took a deep breath and replied, "I have just received news that tomorrow our group of legends will engage in a duel, and a faction of the Holy Realm will come to the base to create chaos." Although he did not elaborate, the 2 women, astute as they were, immediately grasped the gravity of the situation. Tian, as their anchor, prompted them to respond, "What shall we do?" He decided to venture out. The 2 women quickly pulled him back, concerned for his safety. Tian gently patted their heads and reassured them, "Do not worry. If I wish to escape, they cannot stop me." With that, he vanished from sight. Tian completely concealed his presence and stealthily approached the branch of the Temple of Light. Fearing detection due to the presence of Gandalf, a burgeoning demigod, Tian refrained from using his spiritual senses, relying instead on his acute perception. He silently entered the Grand Hall, finding it deserted, and glided through like a whisper, making his way to the back courtyard. Outside, the wind howled, further masking his movements. Upon entering the room, Tian sensed that the one asleep was none other than the Archbishop Rog, who had been present earlier in the day. A cold smile crept across his face as he approached Rog, delivering a powerful punch that resonated like a bursting watermelon, causing Rog's head to shatter completely. After extinguishing Rog's soul, Tian exited the room. In silence, he traversed the branch, eliminating several dozen 6th-level guardians without alerting any other legends or members of the Holy Realm. It appeared that there was indeed a hidden chamber beneath. Tian relied solely on his perception to meticulously explore the area until he finally detected an underground corridor within the Grand Hall. Observing the concealed panel on the wall, his expression darkened. Activating it would surely raise alarms. Suddenly, he recalled the semi-divine artifact, the illusory mask, bestowed upon him by the old man. Swiftly returning to Rog's quarters, he was fortunate not to have destroyed the body. After shedding his outer robe and donning Rog's attire, his His features morphed to mirror Rog's, even altering his hair. Rog's somewhat corpulent physique conveniently concealed Outyen's own slight build. With everything in place, Outyen practiced mimicking Rog's voice from earlier and found it satisfactory. He then returned to the grand hall and pressed the concealed panel, causing a stone door to rumble open before closing again behind him. Descending a lengthy corridor, he pushed open another door to reveal nearly 40 individuals. Through his senses, he discerned 9 legends among them, with the remainder being various members of the Holy Realm. Gandalf opened his eyes and regarded the transformed Outyen, addressing him as Rog. "What brings you here at such a late hour?" Maintaining his composure, Outyen replied, "My lord, I have received word from the soul-devouring pavilion that there is a traitor among the Holy Realm." As he approached, Gandalf's gaze swept over the assembly of Holy Realm members, their expressions darkening as they sought to discern the identity of the traitor. Trusting Rog implicitly, Gandalf declared, "Whoever among you is the traitor, step forward. Otherwise, should I uncover your identity, it will not be a simple matter of death." Outyen found himself parallel to Gandalf, casting a cold glance at a group of holy domains. Suddenly, Outyen sprang into action, and with a swift strike of his dragon claw, over 10 holy domain warriors were obliterated in an instant. Gandalf wore an expression of disbelief, unable to fathom how Rog, so fervently loyal to the God of Light, could so effortlessly annihilate a cadre of holy domain fighters. However, in just a few breaths, Gandalf's thoughts crystallized, and he roared, "Stop him! He is Outyen." Realizing his identity had been unveiled, Outyen sighed softly and unleashed his full fury upon the remaining holy domain warriors. With ease, he decimated another 15, leaving the ranks of holy domain experts exceedingly thin. At that moment, Gandalf unleashed his Void Blade, and 3 legendary peak warriors simultaneously invoked an 8th-level spell, Earth Prison, Fire Dragon Technique, and Sword of Radiant Light. Outyen felt a brief moment of restraint, understanding that he would not have time to eliminate the last of the holy domain fighters. 3 terrifying spells converged to seal Outyen's escape, ripping through the fabric of space. Outyen's countenance grew solemn as he transformed into a massive dragon, stretching 200 meters in length. The assaults merely grazed his colossal form, causing little more than a slight numbness. Gandalf and his companions were taken aback. The sight of such a majestic dragon was beyond their expectations, especially from a youth. After a moment of stunned silence, Gandalf shouted, "Stop him! I will cast a minor forbidden spell." The situation had become perilous for Gandalf, and Outyen's tail swept across the ground, shattering it. A brilliant white light emanated from his draconic form as he burst through the earth, sending debris cascading down and engulfing Gandalf and his party. At that juncture, Gandalf's psychic energy locked onto Outyen, and he bellowed, "Great Severing Technique." A blade of white light, over 20 meters in length, tore through space, aiming to cleave Outyen in two. Outyen sensed the impending danger, an instinctual fear rising within him as his dragon's roar echoed through the Imperial City, awakening its inhabitants. The Baladons were left in utter shock, questioning who wielded such power. Dragon Xing Tian, along with staff, the Rubens, their 4 daughters, Long Xiang and Solo Baladon, hastily emerged from their abode and ascended into the sky. They beheld a massive dragon, glowing with white light, hovering 100 meters above the branch of the Church of Light, while a 20-meter blade of darkness crackled ominously, poised to strike. Elena and Katerina wore expressions of deep concern, recognizing the overwhelming aura emanating from the colossal blade, which seemed capable of rending the very heavens apart. Dragon Xing Tian and his companions wore grave expressions, silently anxious. As Outyen flicked his tail, he observed the encroaching white blade. He lowered himself, claws poised, and exhaled a torrent of dragon breath to counteract the blade's formidable power. The impact of his claws collided with the blade, sending forth a resonating shockwave. Outyen felt a sharp pain reverberate through him, his anguished roar echoing throughout the Imperial City. Ultimately, the blade vanished, leaving behind a dark rift of over 50 meters in the void that gradually began to mend. Outyen's right claw was now stained with blood, several scales torn asunder. Suddenly, a radiant light burst forth from the void as the 8 elemental forces of light, darkness, wind, water, fire, earth, ice, and thunder rapidly coalesced within Outyen's maw, forming a colossal sphere of 8 colors that illuminated the entire Imperial City. Below, Gandalf's expression shifted to one of alarm as he exclaimed, "Quickly, Raise the barrier. With all your might, defend against it. Hearing the commotion from behind, he quickly recited the incantation, invoking the earth's barrier, the flame shield, and the wind barrier. Gandalf also swiftly erected a thick wind barrier, extending over 50 meters in both depth and breadth, overlapping with others. The cold gleam in the eyes of the Dragon of Pride flickered as he uttered in Huaxia, the dragon tongue of this world. O elemental spirits that wander between heaven and earth, I tenderly summon you to my side. The enemy is exceedingly malevolent. I beseech your assistance. Come forth. Wrath of the Dragon God. Through a minor forbidden spell, Pride unleashed the wrath of the Dragon God, instantly releasing an 8-colored sphere of light that shot forth like a pillar, piercing through the layers of barriers with explosive force. One by one, the barriers disintegrated under the onslaught, while Pride's claws were not idle, emitting waves of sword light towards the barriers. Beneath, the 9 legendary figures turned pale, with the light mage of the early legend stage spitting blood and collapsing. Gandalf's expression grew grave as he silently recited his spell. After 10 minutes of stalemate, only the final layer of the barrier maintained by Gandalf remained, slowly eroding away. Finally, Gandalf uttered his last incantation with a thunderous roar, void tear. Dozens of blades, akin in power to the Great Divide technique, pierced through the barrier, tearing apart space and locking onto Pride's massive dragon form. Pride's demeanor turned unusually solemn as he relinquished the magical enhancement of the minor spell, ascending rapidly. The earth barrier, the light barrier, the wind barrier, the water barrier, the dark barrier, the freezing realm, and the fire source barrier sequentially enveloped the dragon's body before propelling him skyward. Gradually, he felt the atmospheric layers, unable to ascend further. With a cold gleam in his dragon eyes, dozens of white blades finally made contact with the barriers. With a series of ripping sounds, 7 barriers were torn asunder. Yet more than 10 white blades followed in swift succession. With a roar, Pride exhaled dragon breath to counter the oncoming onslaught. His colossal form plummeted swiftly, enveloped in a milky white aura as the surrounding space fractured. After a resounding dragon's roar, his tail and claws collided with the oncoming blades. Injuries marred his tail, dragon blood gushing forth, extinguishing 5 of the white blades. With a thunderous crash, 8 blades struck his milky white claws. Pain, a searing agony penetrating to the marrow, surged through him, and dragon blood cascaded from the sky. Below, the terrified onlookers scrambled to catch the falling blood. Some drank it directly, while others collected it in jade vials. Finally, after the last wind blade dissipated, Pride's form was riddled with wounds. With a flick of his tail, he vanished into the air. Reflecting on this venture, Pride deemed himself overly impulsive, having focused solely on annihilating that group of sanctified beings. Just moments ago, alongside that terrifying Gandalf, he had neglected any form of defensive magical ability, realizing he could have obliterated them. Alas, he lamented missing a pivotal opportunity to turn the tide. He recognized his own youthful naivety, a stark lesson learned. When dealing with mages, one must deny them any chance to retaliate. Shortly thereafter, he transformed into human form and returned to the Baradun estate, where the 4 women promptly welcomed him, inquiring about his well-being. After assuring them he was unscathed, he dismissed them, and they departed. Chapter 62. Staff's first victory. Upon witnessing Pride's retreat, Gandalf and his companions exhaled a sigh of relief, deciding to check on the subchapel. Moments later, their faces turned ashen. The Archbishop Rog had been reduced to a headless corpse, his robes stripped away, and all 6 of the Guardian Knights lay dead. Gandalf took a deep breath and commanded, "Send someone to bury them and prepare for tomorrow's duel." At this moment, Gygas's face was ashen. After hearing Gandalf's words, he replied, "Yes, my lord." That night, countless souls were restless. The colossal figure, stretching 200 meters, roared like a dragon, filling the imperial city with its echoes. The heavens were stained with dragon's blood, and numerous 5th-level masters ascended to the 6th level. Some pinnacle 6th-level hermits broke through to the sacred domain. These individuals were grateful to the monster, Tian. Long Tian, Staff, and Rabinba arrived at Elena's chamber, inquiring about Tian. "What business do you have at the Church of the God of Light?" Tian's wounds had completely healed, leaving no trace behind, though his lips were slightly pale. With a faint smile, Tian replied, "I received sudden news that we are to participate in battle tomorrow. Rog will lead a group of sacred domain beings to our residence as guests, so I went. Rog is dead, And I have also vanquished over 20 sacred domain individuals. The sacred domain is now dwindling, and the plan cannot be executed. It is a pity, in my haste, I was solely focused on eliminating the sacred domain, neglecting Gandalf, who had no defenses. After speaking, Outyin sighed, acknowledging his mistake. With a calm smile, Outyin remarked, "Old fellow, you should be more concerned about your own safety, lest you inadvertently find your head crushed." Gandalf's expression darkened further as he recalled the scene of Rog and those 6th-level guardians having their skulls obliterated. Anger surged within him. When had the Church of the God of Light ever endured such humiliation? With a cold sneer, Gandalf declared, "Since we are all gathered, let us commence. Branch, you go forth and let these heretics know that the God of Light is not to be profaned." Upon hearing this, Branch's previously serene demeanor transformed into one of icy resolve as he responded, "Yes, my lord, rest assured. Staff, you shall go and have a word with him. Remember, if it becomes too much, concede." Outyin instructed Staff, who smiled broadly in reply, "Don't worry, little Tian. I possess some skill in the art of escape." Outyin smiled slightly. "That is reassuring." Staff retrieved a legendary great sword from his spatial ring, fiery energy erupting forth, causing the ground beneath to tremble. The atmosphere grew chaotic, rippling with energy. Although Staff wore a smile, he exerted his full strength. With a powerful leap, the ground shattered beneath him. Branch's eyes gleamed coldly as he murmured, "The guardian of the God of Light." In an instant, a transparent white shield, towering at 4 meters and 3 meters wide, materialized before Blanche. Staff remained impassive. His speed in the void surged dramatically, and with a fiery descent, he executed the void slash, reaching 50 meters high. Bathed in sunlight, Staff resembled a deity of fire, propelled by a torrent of heat as he sliced through space towards Blanche. Chanting incantations, Blanche summoned the Great Sword of Light, a magnificent white blade measuring 5 meters in length and 2 meters in thickness, to counter Staff's assault. Staff smirked disdainfully, leveraging the force of gravity to augment his speed. His sword enveloped in an endless blaze of combat energy. With a resounding hiss, he cleaved through the white sword of light, undeterred by the resistance. With a mighty roar, the distance between them dwindled to a mere 3 meters. Blanche raised his shield above his head, casting the holy light spell. However, the shield quickly began to dissolve under the searing combat energy. Staff roared once more, intensifying his energy. The dual strike shattered the luminous shield as if it were mere glass, and with a swift motion, Staff's great sword severed Blanche's right arm, blood gushing forth. Remarkably resilient, Blanche did not flinch, retreating rapidly while evading Staff's relentless attacks. Murmuring incantations, he conjured a storm of light elements around him. Staff's expression turned grave. 5 minutes had passed, and Blanche's magic was nearing completion, putting Staff at a disadvantage. The technique transformation into a rainbow was Staff's proud escape maneuver, equally potent as an offensive strike and a means to pursue foes. Enveloped in combat energy, Staff transformed into a streak of red light, swiftly traversing several hundred meters as though tearing through space. He directed his great sword towards Blanche's neck, now a mere half-meter away. At that moment, Blanche's magic finally took form. The blinding radiance of the God of Light erupted in the sky, enveloping Staff in a fierce aura of luminous magical energy, eroding the crimson combat energy surrounding him by 1 meter. Staff bellowed, invoking the 8 forms of the fiery sun. In that instant, he radiated with the brilliance of the sun itself, his fiery sword slicing through the void towards Blanche's heart. Panic surged within Blanche. How could such speed be possible? With no time to hesitate, he unleashed a 7th-level spell, the Guardian of Light. With a sound akin to a balloon bursting, the fiery sword pierced through, directly impaling Blanche's heart. Staff, relentless, unleashed the remaining 7 strikes within a single second, targeting Blanche's abdomen, thighs, calves, left arm, chest, neck, and head with rapid precision. With 7 successive thrusts, Blanche transformed into a veritable fountain of blood. Ultimately, he collapsed to the ground, his eyes dimming. On the sidelines, Tian wore a faint smile. Gandalf, his expression icy, retrieved Blanche's body and declared, "You have won the first round, but do not be too elated. There are still 8 matches to go." Chapter 63. The Prison of Space. Well done, old man. Tian praised Staff with a grin. Staff, beaming with joy, replied, "Ah, it feels exhilarating." I sense that the breakthrough into the later stages of the legendary realm is not far off. Congratulations, old Dean. The group chimed in, offering their well wishes. Gandalf's demeanor turned cold as he announced, for the second match, Kalar, you shall go forth and show these heretics what true power is. Kalar acknowledged with a respectful nod, stepping forward 5 meters, as a cyclone enveloped him, dispelling the dust around him, his robes billowing without wind. Tian gazed at Kalar, whose expression was grim. Despite their numerical advantage in the late stages of the legendary battle, their peak combat strength was woefully inadequate. Who among you will step forward? A group of early legends exchanged grave looks, hesitating in uncertainty. Long Xingtian, clearly aware of the situation, declared, I shall go. Tian, you are our trump card. I will expend their strength. Tian nodded solemnly. Very well. Be cautious. Long draped in golden armor, Long Xingtian brandished his great sword and, with a swift motion, appeared 10 meters away. With a thunderous roar, he absorbed Tian's blood, significantly enhancing his own power. His fighting spirit transformed into a brilliant gold. The radiant energy surged forth, shattering the ground beneath him, as an overwhelming aura of a legendary peak resonated through the air. Kalar's expression grew more serious. He understood he had no chance of victory. He glanced at Gandalf, who nodded in tacit understanding. With confirmation, a smile spread across Kalar's face. Noticing their subtle exchange, Tian's brow furrowed with foreboding. Suddenly, the ground erupted, and a beam of golden light pierced through the void, landing directly before Kalar. The sword, enveloped in golden energy, lunged toward Kalar's heart. Yet Kalar did not flinch. With a sickening crunch, his heart was pierced, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, yet his smile only widened. Long Xingtian felt a chill as he observed Kalar's grin. Something was amiss. The great sword became lodged, and Kalar's smile intensified. In a surge of divine power, Kalar's aura expanded, luminous energy radiating above him. Long Xingtian relinquished his sword and retreated, looking skyward. A spatial portal opened above Kalar, from which emerged an angel with 4 pairs of wings. The angel's eyes were cold and merciless as it descended, transforming into divine light that swiftly entered Kalar's body, amplifying his aura to that of a legendary peak. Kalar's eyes shifted, the once vibrant hue replaced by a pair of icy, silver orbs. He conjured an energy sword, disregarding the great sword embedded in his chest, and with a slight flap of his wings, launched himself toward Long Xingtian. Long Xingtian, now tense, summoned his power, transforming into a dragon, his body adorned with magnificent golden scales. The 2 auras clashed violently, creating a sonic boom that reverberated through the air. Thousands watched the fierce duel from afar, their spirits lifted by the spectacle of legendary combat. Look, it is the Dragonblood warrior of the Empire. Go, Dragonblood warrior. Glory to the Ross Empire. The fervent cheers of tens of thousands echoed across the sky, with none supporting the side of the Church of Light. Gandalf remained silent, his demeanor dark, while Long Xingtian felt a surge of reassurance. Their presence ensured the Empire's strength. With renewed vigor, Long Xingtian roared, his dragon-scaled fists clenched, shattering the void as he charged at Kalar with an indomitable spirit. The golden energy-clad fist collided with the white energy sword, resulting in a deafening explosion. A flicker of surprise crossed Kalar's cold, indifferent eyes. The Dragonblood warrior is impressive. This realm is intriguing. As an archangel, I, Adaroth, deem you worthy of combat. Long Xingtian, remaining composed, retorted, silence. The momentum of the fist remained unabated. With a resounding crack, Kalar's eyes blazed with fury as the energy sword reappeared. The angelic combat technique unleashed a radiant white light from the sword, illuminating the surroundings. Long Xingtian felt a searing sound emanating from his left fist, as a dragon's roar escaped his lips. With a thunderous shout, the dragon destruction fist surged with golden fighting spirit, revealing a 2-meter-long miniature Huaxia divine dragon. A smile appeared on Tian's face, exuding a noble and majestic aura. The dazzling white energy sword, which had radiated brilliance, shattered into fragments. Long Xingtian pressed on, roaring once more, akin to golden light crashing towards Kalar. A thunderous impact left a gaping hole in Kalar's abdomen, blood spewing forth from his mouth. Yet his expression remained unchanged. With a scoff, the energy sword struck again. Long Xingtian narrowly evaded the blow, violently withdrawing the massive sword embedded in Kalar's heart. Kaler's silver-white pupils gleamed as the white energy sword became enveloped in a layer of burning holy flames. The angelic combat technique unleashed a searing wave of heat. Tian's soul resonated within Long Xingtian's mind, urging him to shatter his skull. Long Xingtian paused momentarily, then quickly made his decision. Roaring that the dragon destruction slash had been empowered by the weapon, its momentum intensified. The golden radiance resembled the sun god, surging like a celestial aurora towards Kaler. Surprise flickered in Kaler's silver-white eyes as Long Xingtian channeled his strength anew. The golden fighting spirit swelled, severing the white energy sword imbued with holy flames. Unrelenting, he charged towards Kaler's head, who could no longer defend himself in time. With a sickening sound, his entire head exploded, the headless body collapsing to the ground. Suddenly, from the decapitated corpse, an angelic figure emerged, a chilling voice echoing, "Heretic, you are impressive. I have taken note of you." It then tore through the void, returning to the divine realm. Long Xingtian smirked coldly as he rejoined Tian's side. Gandalf, with icy eyes, collected the body without uttering a word. "Bardis, you go?" he commanded. Bardis opened his earthy yellow eyes, a cold glint in them. "Yes, my lord Gandalf." He then stepped forward 10 meters. Tian remarked softly, "This time, I shall take the lead. Long, you should recuperate. Here is a chi recovery pill to replenish your fighting spirit." With that, he tossed a vial of elixir to Long Xingtian, who caught it with one hand and promptly consumed a pill, settling into meditation on the spot. Tian's cold gaze fixed on Bardis, who returned the icy stare. In an instant, Tian vanished from view, while Bardis muttered, invoking the Earth Guardian. He then reinforced his Earth Holy Armor, which shattered like tofu under Tian's might. With a roar, Tian's right fist surged forth once more, and Bardis found his heart obliterated by a tremendous blow. Bardis's expression dimmed. He could hardly fathom how swiftly he had fallen as a legendary figure. After effortlessly dispatching his foes and extinguishing their souls, Tian returned to his side, while Gandalf remained silent, collecting Bardis's body. Contemplating, Gandalf realized that with the presence of this colossal dragon, none but himself could stand against them. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. "Gygus, this time, you shall go." Indeed, the figure clad in a flowing white mage robe stepped forward, the robe billowing in an unseen wind, swirling with a vortex around him. Long Xingtian opened his eyes and declared, "This time, I shall go." With measured strides, Long Xingtian advanced more than 10 meters, confronting Gygus. Gygus smiled and said, "Congratulations on reaching the pinnacle of legend. However, even at the pinnacle, there are levels. You cannot defeat me." Long Xingtian retorted with a cold smirk. "Whether I can defeat you or not, I will know once we engage. With your frail and decrepit form, I could easily dispatch you with a single slap." Gygus, undeterred by the provocation, maintained his composure. Suddenly, a radiant shield of light enveloped him as Long Xingtian unleashed his golden fighting spirit, stepping into the void. The sky appeared as if two suns were vying for brilliance, with a massive, searing airflow permeating the atmosphere, causing vapor to rise around them. Gygus murmured, "Praise of the light." At first glance, it seemed merely a display of light. However, upon closer inspection, one would notice the illumination spanned 100 meters. With holy flames flickering within, Long Xingtian, sensing the intense heat below, wore a solemn expression. Harnessing the momentum of his fighting spirit, he roared, unleashing a strike that shimmered like golden light, swiftly traversing layers of space. The white light began to erode the golden fighting spirit enveloping Long Xingtian. Gygus continued to murmur incantations, and Long Xingtian let out another powerful roar, his dragon-like voice resonating through the heavens. Gygus felt the shockwave reverberate, nearly interrupting his spell. Regaining his focus, he persisted with the incantation. The Dragon Annihilation Slash, wielded by Long Xingtian's golden fighting spirit, surged with apocalyptic might, producing a thunderous sound as it approached Gygus, mere meters from victory. Suddenly, the surrounding elements erupted chaotically, concentrated light elements flooded the area, and countless radiant points emitting terrifying heat rapidly advanced toward Long Xingtian. His expression shifted dramatically. In an instant, he transformed into a dragon, his body adorned with golden scales, a fierce countenance emerging. With a powerful strike, he shattered the approaching light points. Gygus continued to chant, the overwhelming light elements swirling chaotically around them. Long Xingtian, without needing to think, understood that Gygas was about to unleash an even more formidable spell. Without hesitation, he allowed his golden fighting spirit to surge, and the tip of his great sword became a whirling storm of energy, resembling a high-speed gyroscope, obliterating countless light points in an instant. At that moment, both Gygas and Gandalf simultaneously uttered, "The realm of light," a declaration that came too late, as the spatial prison began to take shape. Gandalf, having touched upon the mysteries of space, was on the verge of semi-divinity. He felt a stable space manifest within a 5-meter radius around him. With a powerful punch, he struck, creating sparks, yet the barrier remained unbroken, leaving him with a grim expression. Chapter 64. Unforeseen anomalies. Gandalf quickly shouted, "Take action, eliminate them." The arena descended into chaos. Staff glanced at Outyin and inquired, "How is it?" Outyin, with a darkened expression, replied, "Not well. I cannot break through the spatial barrier. You all hold your ground while I devise a plan." Gygas wore a smile as he kept Long Xingtian at bay, while Gandalf, expending a significant portion of his magical energy to maintain the spatial prison, charged towards Outyin's position. Great Void Tear. A 20-meter-long white wind blade tore through the fabric of space, moving with incredible speed, instantly cleaving two unsuspecting early-stage legends in half. Guk murmured, "Earthquake." Hundreds of meters away, a high-intensity seismic shockwave erupted, and within a mere second, for early-stage legends perished, their bodies overwhelmed and corroded by the intense earth-based magical energy. Staff swiftly summoned the red dragon Halus, soaring high into the heavens atop its majestic form. The dragon, adorned with urgency, gazed upon its strongest ally, Tian, ensnared within the confines of space, as several legendary figures met their demise. Gandalf faced no opposition, and the wrath of Long Xingtian ignited as he relentlessly struck at Gikus, unleashing the Great Rift technique and the Infinite Tempest without Tian's interference. Gandalf thrived in this chaos, dispatching the early-stage legends with alarming efficiency. The ancient ancestor Balaton, displaying a countenance of reluctance, was cleaved in twain by a blade of wind. In mere moments, only Tian, Staff, and his red dragon remained, the situation turning dire as victory began to tilt in favor of Gandalf's faction. Within the spatial prison, Tian pounded against the barrier to no avail until an epiphany struck him. Channeling his formidable soul power, now at the pinnacle of the Tao, Tian cast aside his confusion, closing his eyes in concentration. The barriers around him transformed into a myriad of intricately linked silver particles, constructing the very essence of this confined space. Indeed, Tian's vast soul energy discerned the instability of this realm, revealing a minute flaw in an obscure corner above. A sharp pain pierced his mind. His cultivation was insufficient, and forcefully wielding the pinnacle of Tao was a daunting task. Yet, having uncovered the secret, Tian gathered his 5 claws, channeling milky white true energy toward the flaw. With a series of forceful strikes, crack, 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 like shattering glass, the prison forged from spatial particles crumbled. The benefits of exerting his soul power at the pinnacle of Tao became evident, leading him closer to the demigod realm and marking an inevitable breakthrough beyond the void. Emerging from the confines, Tian beheld a battlefield strewn with corpses, his expression icy. Gandalf's visage paled, astonished that Tian had so swiftly transcended his spatial prison. "Retreat!" Gandalf bellowed. In a fit of fury, Tian transformed into a colossal dragon, stretching 200 meters in length. With a resounding sweep of his tail, he dispatched 3 legendary elders. Countless onlookers, witnessing a man morph into a magnificent dragon from thousands of meters away, wore expressions of disbelief. "I recognize that individual. He is Tian, the son-in-law of the Balaton family, a being of sacred domain potential, and now he is a dragon. My heavens! Oh, how grand! How splendid!" A young maiden exclaimed, her eyes alight with wonder. "Go, Empire of Ross! Rise, mighty dragon! Vanquish the invaders!" A middle-aged man shouted, igniting a chorus of support among the masses. The air swirled with a terrifying cyclone, reverberating through the imperial capital as people rushed to the scene. To them, the followers of the radiant god were invaders, having wrought destruction upon the palace, obliterating 3 noble families, and laying waste to the Fong estate. With the capital in disarray and the populace suffering greatly, their disdain for the intruding radiant god faction intensified. Hearing the rallying cries of the multitude, Tian unleashed a dragon's roar, a golden breath that obliterated a late-stage legendary elder. Thus, the Radiant God faction was reduced to but 3, Gandalf, Gikus, and the peak legend, Bola. As long as the proud Tian can withstand Gandalf, and the Dragon King can endure the assault of Gigas, it seems I must take further action if the old man cannot withstand Bala. Upon witnessing Tian effortlessly dispatch several legendary beings, Gandalf's expression darkened with fury. The destruction storm consumed another 30% of his magical power, while the colossal dragon, Tian, whose length reached 200 meters, was surrounded by countless furious wind elements. Within mere seconds, the storm took shape. However, Tian, already aware of the impending danger, swiftly propelled most of his dragon body forward. A multitude of terrifying wind blades, imbued with spatial force, sliced through the air and struck Tian's tail. The dragon let out a pained roar as blood gushed forth, and many of his golden scales shattered. Enraged, Tian lashed his tail, tearing through the void as his claws lunged toward Bala. Having just executed a powerful spell, Gandalf, feeling slightly fatigued, realized he could not react in time and bellowed, "Bala, retreat at once." Bala, who was engaged in combat with staff, suddenly heard Gandalf's voice and noticed the sky darkening above. A terrifying claw, over 20 meters long, rushed toward him with alarming speed. In a moment of desperation, Bala cast several earth shields, hoping to deflect the dragon's attack. Seizing the opportunity, Staff unleashed a series of 8 consecutive strikes, breaking through the void and reaching Bala in an instant. The earth shields began to shatter, and Bala was left aghast, not expecting such power from a mid-legendary being. He hastily summoned more earth shields to defend himself, but just then, Tian's attack arrived. With a sound reminiscent of crushing tofu, the earth shields were obliterated, and Bala found himself ensnared within Tian's claws. With a slight squeeze, he cried out in agony as his bones shattered. Tian released his grip, and a rain of blood and flesh fell from the sky. Tian turned to Staff and commanded, "Old man, go assist the Dragon Elder. I'll handle Gandalf." With that, he swiftly pivoted and unleashed a torrent of dragon breath toward Gandalf's location. Gandalf remained unfazed, conjuring a 5-meter-tall azure shield that intercepted the dragon's breath with a sizzling sound. As Gandalf murmured incantations, the elements around him became chaotic and frenzied, darkening the sky. Tian felt a tremor of alarm. He could not allow Gandalf to complete his spell. With a flick of his tail, he sent his claws crashing downward, enveloping his body in a milky white aura of true power. As the energy compressed and rotated above his claws, rifts in the void began to form. In an instant, his claws reached Gandalf's head, tearing through the azure shield. It was too late. The angels were descending, drawing upon his soul's energy and all his magical power. Gandalf invoked the sacred secret art of the light divine, summoning celestial angels from the divine realm. Tian sensed a significant slowdown in his attack, as if the very fabric of space was being held at bay. His dragon eyes widened in horror as he gazed skyward. The atmosphere was oppressive, dark clouds loomed, and thunder rumbled. Suddenly, a radiant beam of 7 colors pierced the clouds, revealing a white portal, 5 meters high and 3 meters wide. Before the figure even arrived, a cold and emotionless voice echoed, "Who dares summon the great seraphim, Lord Potoka?" An angel with 6 pairs of pale wings emerged, causing ripples in the void with each step, creating fissures in the air. Gandalf, witnessing the successful casting of the secret art, erupted into laughter. "Tian, let us see how you will counter the seraphim in its early divine stage." "Ahaha. In the presence of the esteemed Lord Padoka, a humble being calls upon your magnificent existence." The colossal dragon in the sky stands as a heretic, obstructing the progress of the radiant goddess church. As the words remain unspoken, the proud dragon, Tian, seizes Gandalf with his powerful claws, crushing him with a force that causes flesh and blood to erupt violently. With a sudden whoosh, Padoka effortlessly pierces the void, appearing before Tian. An intriguing dragon, he muses, "This is quite peculiar. However, since you are a heretic, the mighty seraph of the radiant god shall enlighten you, allowing your dragon soul to find repose in the divine paradise." Chapter 65. Tian wounded and unconscious, Padoka wields a white sword engraved with celestial runes. In a fleeting moment, a surge of energy manifests as a sword of spatial force, slicing through the void and striking Tian's dragon form. Tian lets out a pained roar. The strength of a demigod angel is indeed overwhelming. There is no escape. Dragon Xing Tian and staff observe in horror as Tian falters. In the distance, a crowd stands in stunned silence, one side illuminated by the holy radiance of the angel, the other a magnificent golden dragon. Suddenly, a group of women exclaims, "Angel! Praise the radiant god! I see an angel! Go, angel!" Upon hearing their words, Padoka smiles, "Insects, prepare to meet your demise." Instantly, terrifying flames erupt from the great sword, scorching the void with an unbearable heat, crackling and causing spatial rifts to form and mend in rapid succession. Padoka's silver-white eyes glimmer, and he disappears from sight. Tian's eyes narrow, unable to perceive his form. Suddenly, pain strikes his head as Padoka's sword, enveloped in sacred flames, cleaves between Tian's skull, leaving a profound gash of 5 meters deep. With a flick of his tail, Tian employs his newly acquired spatial power, vanishing into the void. The once radiant sky begins to dim again, as thunder rumbles ominously, and the elements of space stir violently. Unfazed, Padoka surveys the void with his silver-white gaze. "Ah, there you are." With a swift motion, a beam of sword light slashes through the void, striking Tian's abdomen, causing dragon blood to spill forth as he is compelled from the spatial realm. Padoka smiles. Having achieved a legendary pinnacle of comprehension of spatial power, your understanding is commendable, but the chasm between demigods and legends is vast. Prepare to perish, Longworm. Though Tian has been forced out, his murmurs do not cease. Heavenly thunder, heed my command. Dragon god, unleash your wrath. With a thunderous roar, hundreds of terrifying bolts of lightning tear through the air, striking Padoka. He is enveloped in scorching holy flames, shattering many of the lightning strikes. Yet some still find their mark, causing wisps of black smoke to emanate from his once pure form. His wings begin to char, and Padoka, enraged, realizes that even as a formidable demigod, he has suffered under the might of a legendary peak dragon. Die, Longworm, transcending the void and disregarding distance. Padoka struck a deep wound onto the body of the proud dragon, as the white holy flames gnawed like a parasitic worm. A searing pain surged across the proud dragon's back. With a flick of its tail, Padoka was sent hurtling away. In an instant, Padoka vanished into the void, and the proud dragon suddenly felt an intense heat above. A massive surge of white holy flames descended, engulfing an area of several hundred meters, unleashing terrifyingly high temperatures. The void crackled ominously as the dragon was enveloped in flames, its blood rapidly draining, leaving its mind in a haze. Was it time to call for Uncle Rock? No. I must endure. I sense the barrier of the demigod is on the verge of breaking. At that moment, the white stone at the center of the proud dragon's abdomen shone brilliantly, absorbing all the holy flames. Instantly, the pain subsided, and joy illuminated its countenance as the stone completed its absorption, circulating a soothing white power throughout the proud dragon's body. The wounds on its head and all over its body healed in an instant, restoring the proud dragon to its peak condition. At this juncture, Padoka's expression turned grave. The holy flames had consumed a third of his fighting spirit. Without hesitation, Padoka radiated a sanctified brilliance, his great sword engulfed in white flames 3 meters thick, scorching the void as he charged towards the proud dragon like a meteor. The proud dragon's eyes glinted with cold calculation. Its mind processed the situation with the precision of a supercomputer, rapidly solving countless equations. In the air, white light particles arranged themselves, the milky white essence permeating the space. Success. A spatial prison enveloped Padoka, who suddenly found himself trapped within a 10 square meter milky white space. Within this realm, the milky white essence manifested various attacks against him. As he deflected the incoming strikes, Padoka sensed the space with his mental energy, astonished by the intricate arrangement of spatial particles, something he could not replicate. Shock turned into fury. How could a mere peak legend surpass a formidable early demigod like himself? His silver eyes blazed with fiery wrath, igniting flames enveloping his entire being. Breaking free, the seraphic flames, his innate fire, surged forth with tremendous power, causing ripples across the spatial barrier. Padoka's expression darkened, clearly displeased with the outcome. With a flick of its tail, the proud dragon appeared beside the spatial prison it had conjured, unleashing a breath of dragon fire directly into the space towards Padoka. Cursing, Padoka braced himself against the onslaught of the searing dragon breath. The proud dragon, with a cunning glint in its eyes, unleashed a flurry of sword-like light from its claws. The clashing sounds echoed as Padoka found himself increasingly cornered, trapped in this space while the proud dragon continued its relentless assault. His fighting spirit dwindled rapidly, leaving him with only 40%. Long Tian and staff observed the proud dragon suppressing Padoka with delight, erupting in cheers. "Nephew, give it your all and vanquish this old man." Staff shouted back, "Yes, grandfather." The Dragon Slayer's golden light enveloped the area, resonating with the roar of a divine dragon, tearing through space to strike at Gygas. Staff, embodying the essence of the sun, created illusions in the void with his solar eightfold slash. Gygas winced from the pain, besieged by a torrent of attacks from all directions, though thankfully the intensity was manageable. The luminous barrier cracked as Long Tian's assault reached it. Tian now revels in his triumph, having endured torment at the hands of this avian foe for far too long. At last, it is his turn to unleash his fury upon the wretched creature. Dragon breath and sword light flow freely, wreaking havoc upon Padoka, whose fighting spirit wanes to a mere 20%. Enraged beyond measure, Padoka's silver eyes blaze crimson, igniting the power of his soul, heedless of the toll this takes. He fervently channels his energy, causing his body to swell with divine flames that scorch the very fabric of space itself. In his wrath, Padoka's strength surges to that of a mid-demigod as the radiant angel blade manifests, a colossal beam compressing the very air around it, causing the confines of the space prison to fracture and ultimately shatter. Bursting forth, Padoka disregards the depletion of his life force and charges directly at Tian. The terrifying holy flames engulfing the massive sword send tremors through Tian, who cannot afford to underestimate the overwhelming heat. In an instant, he erects various barriers before him, swiftly making a decisive move. The dragon claw, having attained an understanding of spatial power, now evolves, allowing its true form to slice through the void. Elements in the air spiral chaotically as the dragon claw secures a firm grip on the great sword. With a sudden, forceful squeeze, Padoka's expression shifts drastically. A surge of holy flames erupts from his left hand toward Tian, who responds with a cold smirk as his right claw strikes down fiercely, extinguishing the flames. Yet the searing heat from the sword still penetrates Tian's body, seeping into the white stone beneath him. Padoka's face pales with fear as he realizes that his prideful radiant angel flame has been absorbed. In a desperate gambit, he ignites the remainder of his soul power. A tremendous force surging skyward, piercing the clouds, causing shockwaves across the continent as all eyes turn toward the imperial capital of the Ross Empire. With a maniacal laugh, Padoka, now translucent, speeds past the speed of light to Tian's side, embracing the dragon's head before detonating in a cataclysmic explosion. A vast cloud of darkness engulfs the sky, the sound of the blast reverberating throughout the imperial capital. Thankfully, this unfolds high above 5,000 meters, yet the devastation is profound. Those engaged in battle below, including Long Tian and his companions, are thrown to the ground, blood spilling from their lips, while the crowd thousands of meters away is also knocked down, many succumbing to gruesome fates. What unfolds is a horrific tableau of hell on earth. Tian, closest to the epicenter of the explosion, is violently rocked by the overwhelming elemental force, his horns shattered, though he manages to close his eyes just in time. The surface of his dragon scales is stained with blood, and his jaw disintegrates under the blast. A wave of unconsciousness washes over him, and the divine dragon plummets from the sky, crashing into the ground with a thunderous impact, creating a chasm 1,000 meters wide. Tian falls into a deep unconsciousness. At that moment, in the backyard of the Balaton estate, Alina and Catherine witness the fall of Tian's divine form, their faces turning pale with shock. They instantly depart the Balaton residence, racing toward the palace. Reuben Balaton's expression shifts dramatically as he follows suit, while Long Linger, Long Xiang, and Sol Balaton, all equally alarmed, feel the weight of the cataclysmic explosion. Within the confines of the Balaton estate, they sense an apocalyptic dread, unaware of Tian's fate amidst the explosion. They hastily make their way to the palace, their faces etched with concern. The three individuals who were knocked to the ground by the explosion of the void horror experienced a sudden shift in the atmosphere. Staff's expression changed dramatically as he swiftly grasped his great sword. With a fluid motion, he executed the solar eightfold slash, vanishing into thin air. Poor Gygas, still reeling from the impact, was caught off guard by the 8 successive strikes, each landing with devastating precision. Naturally, Tian would not let such an opportunity slip away. His dragon annihilation slash struck Gygas, whose frail mage-like physique was utterly defenseless against the gruesome assault, resulting in his body being torn apart, blood and flesh scattering. Chapter 66. The Awakening of Yin. During the tribulation with Gygas's demise, the entire contingent of the Church of Light met their end. Tian and staff swiftly arrived at the massive pit where Yin lay unconscious, gasping at the sight of the dragon's grievous state. Staff, filled with urgency, landed directly before Yin's colossal head, placing his finger on the dragon's nostrils and feeling a faint breath. He exhaled in relief, declaring, "Thank goodness, he still breathes." Hearing this, Tian felt a weight lift from his heart. However, the sight of Yin's battered form was distressing. The 200-meter-long dragon was a gruesome spectacle, its body a patchwork of blood and shredded flesh, with scarcely a scale intact. Particularly alarming was Yin's head, where both horns had been obliterated, the whiskers reduced to mere centimeters, the jaw utterly destroyed, and a deep gash marred the forehead. Nearby, the onlookers, overcome with terror, immediately fixated on the fallen dragon, their minds racing with thoughts of dragon blood and scales. "Quick, gather the dragon's blood. Collect the scales." Their eyes gleamed with greed, and several rogue archmages were drawn toward Yin's body. Staff, already seething with rage, could hardly contain himself at the sight of these opportunists targeting Yin's remains. Before the hundreds could approach, he unleashed his fury, crashing into them like a meteor, scattering them into a bloody mess and creating a massive crater in the ground. This display of power quickly silenced the remaining onlookers. It was the old Dean, still alive. Staff found a grim satisfaction in this. His icy gaze fell upon a middle-aged man whose face turned pale with terror, leading to an involuntary release of fear. Soon after, Elena and Catherine arrived, tears welling in their eyes at the sight of Yin's immobile form, battered and broken. They rushed to Yin's head, observing the destruction, the jaw obliterated, the horns gone, and the horrifying wound on the forehead. They embraced the massive head of the dragon, weeping uncontrollably, tears cascading down their cheeks without restraint. Tian sighed in sorrow, exclaiming, "Do not worry, Yin is not dead, he still breathes." Quickly, summon a healing light spell. The two women, momentarily uplifted by his words, soon fell back into grief at the sight of Yin's horrific injuries. Then, a group of familiar faces arrived: Ruben Balaton, Dragon Flame; Fong Li, Dragon Xiao, Dragonling; Long Xiang, Old Kong, and Sarabaladin, each bearing expressions of profound sorrow as they surveyed the wreckage of the palace, now reduced to ruins, with only Tian, staff, and the fallen body of Yin remaining. "What has happened to Yin?" one asked, concern etched on his face. Staff, his expression dark, replied, "He still breathes, but alas, we lack a legendary light mage. Father, look, the flesh on Yin's abdomen is writhing, healing itself." Sarabaladin pointed out to Ruben Balaton. Instantly, the group turned their attention to Yin's body, and indeed, they observed the flesh around the deep wound stirring and gradually mending, the blood flow slowing as the injuries began to close. Expressions of hope brightened their faces. Staff declared, "Surround this area. We must not allow anyone to disturb Yin." "I will stay. I wish to be by my husband's side," came the resolute response. "I too shall remain, for I wish to accompany my husband. I choose to stay." Ultimately, we all decided to remain. As a day passed, a group of individuals learned from the conversation between staff and Tian that Tian was engaged in a fierce battle with a demigod angel. It was said that the demigod angel, unable to withstand Tian's ferocity, resorted to sacrificing its life force in a desperate explosion. Tian, being perilously close to the blast, suffered grievously, while the other members of the Radiant Church perished, along with several of our elders. Within a single day, Tian's dragon form began to heal and sprout scales. A multitude of spectators, numbering in the tens of thousands from several kilometers away, watched in awe. The impact of this monumental clash was profoundly felt. None had ever witnessed a battle of such legendary caliber, leaving them utterly astounded. The palace, situated thousands of meters away, lay in ruins, a testament to the terrifying force of the demigod's explosion, which could even affect the ground from such heights. Many were astonished that Tian had survived. and they dared not approach the dragon's magnificent form, guarded by two formidable legendary masters. Thus, they waited for Tian to awaken. Meanwhile, Tian found himself in a world of white stones within his abdomen. This realm was vast, and Tian's dragon's soul meandered through it. In the distance stood a monolithic stone tablet, nearly 1,000 meters tall. Tian approached it, gazing intently at the myriad ancient characters inscribed upon its surface. Unable to decipher their meaning, time slipped away as a breeze stirred, infused with the spiritual essence of the world, overwhelming Tian with its richness. What could those inscriptions signify, and how could he escape this place? Contemplating the scene outside, a shadow of concern crossed Tian's visage. Suddenly, the winds of spiritual essence enveloped his dragon soul, and as the 200-meter-long dragon's spirit absorbed this energy, a golden radiance emanated from Tian's dragon body. The onlookers gasped in astonishment. Moments later, their anxiety subsided as they observed Tian's jaw slowly expanding under the golden glow, while his horns began to sprout like saplings breaking through the earth, and the other injuries on his dragon body began to heal. In the world of white stones, the stone tablet before Tian erupted in a brilliant golden light, coalescing into an immense character for strength that embedded itself into Tian's forehead. Gradually, he began to assimilate this concept of strength, and a vivid image flashed through his mind. Upon a wild expanse of land, a giant stood towering above, surrounded by numerous ferocious beasts emanating an aura of terror that rippled towards the heavens. The giant moved, delivering a simple yet devastating punch in the void around him. Nothing appeared amiss, yet the monstrous beasts, filled with fear and defiance, burst apart into gory fragments. Following that, the giant's foot struck the ground, causing it to crack open and unleash a torrent of magma. Such was the terrifying force that penetrated deep into the earth's molten core. The giant ascended swiftly, delivering another unadorned punch, which tore the sky asunder, splitting the azure heavens apart, widening the rift through which the giant vanished. Simultaneously, Tian withdrew from this vision, murmuring to himself, "Strength, the strength to pierce the void, to rend the very fabric of the heavens." Suddenly, Tian's eyes ignited with brilliance. "Ah, I understand now. I know," he exclaimed joyously. Tian comprehended the profound truths, the essence of power, the essence of speed, and the essence of space. The seemingly mundane punch from the giant, now imbued with the forces of power, speed, and space, granted him clarity in an instant. It was akin to a plant in the depths of darkness receiving a glimmer of light, heralding a new dawn. Tian's path ahead illuminated, and he understood the significance of the three essences: the essence of power, amplification; the essence of speed, the interplay of pace; and the essence of space, the art of traversal. He grasped a fragment of their profound mystery, which was sufficient. In that moment, the stone tablet before him radiated a brilliant golden light once more, and Tian felt the surrounding space warp. Instantly, he comprehended another fragment of the mystery of space and swiftly departed from the stone's confines, succumbing to unconsciousness. Outside, the golden light emanating from Tian's dragon form intensified as torrents of formidable spiritual energy surged towards him, coalescing into a tempest of elemental fury. The onlookers, filled with astonishment, beheld the terrifying elemental storm rising hundreds of meters high, realizing that if a being of divine realm were to enter, it would likely be torn asunder within mere moments. The elemental storm infiltrated his dragon body, rapidly restoring Tian. His jaw had fully regenerated, and his horns completed their growth, transforming his dragon form from a gruesome crimson to the resplendent golden scales of a divine dragon. Elena and Katarina's faces radiated joy. Suddenly, the sky darkened, prompting Elena and her companions to gaze upward. A massive storm cloud, several hundred meters wide, ominously gathered above, rumbling with thunder that seemed poised to strike at any moment. Longxing Tian's expression shifted dramatically as he declared, "This is the calamity cloud one must face to ascend to the demigod realm." Elena and Katarina exchanged worried glances, exclaiming, "But Tian is unconscious. What shall we do?" The atmosphere grew tense, and staff urged, "We must cast a barrier to protect Tian's body." In agreement, they nodded, laying down layers of barriers in earthy hues, azure, fiery red, and black, perfectly enveloping Tian's colossal dragon form. The thunderous roars from the heavens intensified. Just then, a flash of golden light pierced through, illuminating the ground. Tian had opened his dragon eyes. After the blinding radiance, the crowd erupted in cheers of joy. Tian, looking at those guarding him, nodded reassuringly. Rest assured. My injuries have healed. You must retreat at least 1,000 meters. I am about to face the tribulation. Be careful, Elena and Katerina said, their tear-streaked eyes pleading with him. Tian's dragon flames shimmered with affection as he reassured, Fear not, my dear wives. You have yet to bear me children. I shall not come to harm. At that moment, the calamity cloud completed its brewing, and with a thunderous roar, a 5-meter-thick pillar of lightning broke through the clouds. Slicing through the void towards Tian, he soared into the air, unafraid of the thunder, and as the dragon's head met the lightning column, he felt an invigorating sensation throughout his body. The lightning transformed into streams of power, cleansing him of hidden impurities. Another 9 bolts of lightning descended, which Tian effortlessly absorbed, purging the remnants of filth within him, causing his golden scales to shine even brighter. As the final bolt struck, divine light descended from the heavens, enveloping Tian. He soon realized that his body had become immovable. Could this be the power of the laws of this realm? Tian felt a profound transformation within him as the milky white essence was forcibly altered by the power of the laws. At that moment, a white stone in his abdomen trembled, emitting an enigmatic hum. The forces of the laws recoiled as if confronted by a specter, only to be swiftly absorbed by the stone, which further impressed Tian with its formidable nature. He successfully ascended to the initial stage of the anti-void. His power now magnified 100-fold, an astonishing feat for a typical demigod at the early stage. This would merely amount to a 30-fold increase over the pinnacle of legend. Chapter 67. Aftermath and organization. As Tian completed his tribulation and divine light descended from the heavens, shockwaves rippled across the continent. On Dragon Island, dozens of demigod dragons, several second-tier divine dragons, and a primordial golden divine dragon opened their eyes, gazing toward the direction of the Rose Empire capital. At the sacred mountain of the Papal Kingdom, 3 second-tier divine beings awakened, peering through the grand hall toward the same destination. In the depths of the Death Island within the endless ocean, 3 figures cloaked in black unveiled their piercing gaze upon the Rose Empire capital. Numerous ancient family ancestors from the ocean also stirred, their eyes fixated on the capital. Deep within the sacred grove of the elven race, in a grand hall constructed from vibrant green trees, a stunning figure adorned with flowing green hair cascading to her waist. With a visage seemingly bestowed by the heavens and a flawless golden ratio physique, donned in a form-fitting white robe, the elemental elf queen murmured, "How intriguing. The completion of a demigod's tribulation has indeed attracted the attention of the laws." Tian, feeling utterly invigorated, released a resonant dragon roar that reverberated throughout the capital before descending to assume his human form. Embracing the 2 women rushing toward him, he reassured them, "It's all right. It's all right. See, I'm fine, no need to cry." Those surrounding the scene smiled at this heartwarming display, while Long Linger cast a slightly envious glance at the trio. Long Yin smiled and declared, "Now that Tian has awakened, it is time for me to summon people to reconstruct the royal palace. Though it was destroyed, the treasures recovered are sufficient to rebuild." Fongli added, "I too shall call upon others to rebuild my residence. I owe much to Brother Reuben." "Haha, it's no trouble at all," Long Yin replied, as he regained control of the military previously stationed in the capital under the leadership of Long Tian and his strong allies. Order began to stabilize once more. Following this incident, the relationships among the Balaton family, the Long family, and the Fong family rapidly intensified, binding them closely together. The power of connections was formidable. Within just a few days, hundreds of thousands enthusiastically shouted "Long live the Empire" and willingly participated in the reconstruction of the royal palace. Even the Fong family received assistance in their own residence as construction. Within a matter of days, the Fong family estate was completed, and after expressing gratitude to the Balaton family for their hospitality, they relocated to their newly built home. After several days of consolidation and stability, Elena and Catherine inadvertently noticed a flicker of jealousy in Long Linger's eyes. A playful scuffle ensued, prompting Long Linger to confess her true feelings for Tian. The 2 women, unfazed, encouraged and playfully urged Linger to express her feelings to him. They even suggested a rather audacious plan to directly deliver her to his bed, claiming that once the rice was cooked, there would be no turning back. Longlinger blushed deeply at the suggestion, her cheeks aflame with embarrassment. High atop the sacred mountains of the West, the legendary Pope Orpheus XLV wore a somber expression. The plans of the Ross Empire had faltered, resulting in the loss of many legendary and sacred realm experts. Suddenly, Orpheus dispatched individuals to the Ross Empire. However, the proud Tian would pursue relentlessly once he stepped out of the empire. "I shall send some demigod experts to assist you," conveyed the sole transmission of the 31st Pope, a being of divine caliber. Orpheus solemnly replied, "Yes, ancestor." In recent days, Sophia found joy in the company of the three women, thoroughly enjoying herself, completely abandoning her yearning to reunite with her mother in the elven forest. Ever since Tian reached the demigod stage, his nightly dual cultivation with the two women proved immensely beneficial. In just a few days, Elena directly broke through and solidified her position at the pinnacle of the sacred realm, leaving her father-in-law Reuben Baratin profoundly astonished. Meanwhile, Catherine also ascended to the late pinnacle of the sacred realm and was on the verge of a breakthrough as well. During these days, Tian had successfully grasped the nuances of speed and spatial principles, enhancing his power thrice. Moreover, he had learned to manipulate space, creating explosive distortions, and most significantly, he comprehended the concept of a domain, extending approximately 50 meters around him. Within this domain, he was akin to a deity, with spatial forces permeating effortlessly. Tian also conducted experiments revealing that Elena and the others, upon entering his domain, would experience pressure and be unable to absorb the spiritual energy within. Additionally, his draconic might could amplify the pressure within the domain. If Locke were to discover that Tian had comprehended the domain just days after entering the demigod realm, he would undoubtedly be astounded, considering it took him 50 years to achieve the same after entering the demigod stage. As days passed, both women reached the zenith of the sacred realm. Simultaneously, the construction of the palace was completed, with opulent palaces rising magnificently, thanks to an overwhelming amount of manpower and financial resources. However, the number of royal family members had substantially diminished. Long Yin would shed no tears for the consorts devoid of emotional ties, or for the princes. Only the queen held his affections, as the other consorts were merely a result of the previous emperor's coercion. Now, this arrangement suited Long Yin perfectly. He and his companions returned to the palace after bidding farewell to the Baratin family. On the same day, Long Yin issued several imperial edicts, bestowing the Baratin family the title of national guardian, placing their status on par with the royal family, and granting the Fong family the title of the. Countless nobles in the imperial capital rejoiced, but the most astonishing decree came after Long Yin, with Tian's consent, joyfully announced the elevation of Tian, the son-in-law of the Baratin family, to the status of national divine beast. Furthermore, he ordered the creation of a grand plaza, spanning 1,000 meters in the heart of the imperial capital, to erect a statue of Tian in his draconic form. Yin would not allow those individuals to operate freely. He took personal charge of the supervision and guidance. Countless precious iron ingots were cast according to blueprints without cost. And after 3 days of tireless efforts from hundreds of thousands who volunteered, the project was completed. Beneath the towering statue, standing at 200 meters, Yin let drops of his blood fall from his fingers. As it touched the ground, the crimson fluid transformed into gold, seeping into the statue. In an instant, the statue's dragon eyes came to life, radiating an aura that evoked reverence among the gathered crowd. Yin retrieved several legendary crystal cores from the dragon god's domain, arranging them into a formation that harnessed the essence of life, which then coalesced into a beam of light that engraved itself into the dragon's head. This radiant beam shot into the sky, illuminating the surroundings and ultimately enveloping the imperial capital in a protective barrier. The entire city was astounded. Such divine craftsmanship inspired countless individuals to worship in awe. Gradually, the spiritual energy beneath the statue thickened, transforming it into a sacred ground, beneficial only to those below the realm of the saint. For those above, it held no value, as the potent energy was absorbed and sealed within the dragon's head and body. To avoid drawing attention, Yin cast an illusionary formation impervious to all but demigods. Regrettably, there were insufficient crystal cores. Otherwise, he could have constructed a formation that would bewilder even demigods. Out Yin informed Long Yin that this barrier could withstand 3 full-force strikes from a demigod, eliciting expressions of joy from Long Yin and his companions. Meanwhile, neighboring small nations, believing the imperial capital of the Ross Empire to be vulnerable, hastened their plans to capture the border cities. Within days, after the imperial capital was reorganized, troops were dispatched, including formidable experts from the Saint Realm, swiftly conquering several small nations and incorporating them into the Ross Empire's territory. Concurrently, the fierce battles within the Ross Imperial Palace were vividly recounted across the continent. The Ross Empire, bolstered by its demigod guardian beast, sent the pursuing Wind Empire into a state of panic, as it was the weakest among the nations. Deep within the Death Island of the Endless Ocean, in a grand hall, the early-stage demigod, the Dark Pope Houston the 43rd, adorned in a crown and a luxurious black robe, received a message from his youngest brother. After reading it, he could not help but smile wryly. Indeed, a demigod dragon was worthy of you, Lin Lin. He picked up a quill and penned a letter before summoning someone to dispatch it. Chapter 68. Confronted the following morning, after a delightful breakfast, Out Yin, accompanied by the 4 women, departed from the Ba residence amid their farewells. On the streets, a 6th-level expert, having witnessed the battle at the palace and recognizing Out Yin, quickly took a detour, his eyes filled with respect and admiration. Shortly after, the group exited the imperial capital, and along the way, the 4 women chattered joyfully about various matters. After walking several kilometers from the capital, Out Yin turned to the 4 women and remarked, "This pace is rather slow. Shall I carry you through the skies?" His suggestion was promptly declined, as the 4 expressed a desire to savor the beauty of the renowned mountains and waters, leaving Out Yin speechless. The Ross Empire was quite distant from the Elven race, with 2 routes available. The first involved departing from the border city of the Ross Empire, circumventing the chaotic capital, and then traversing before finally reaching the Elven forest. The second option was to pass directly through the Beast Forest, cross the sea, and after 100 miles of land travel, arrive at their destination. Out Yin informed the 4 women of 2 potential routes, allowing them to choose their path. After much animated discussion, they unanimously decided to traverse the Beast Forest, driven by their curiosity and reassured by Out Yin's semi-divine presence. "This is perfect. I can check if Uncle Locke has emerged from his seclusion," Out Yin murmured upon hearing their decision. Among the 4, the least powerful, Sophia, was at mid-level 5. Yet the proximity allowed them all to hear Out Yin's whisper. Curiously, they inquired about Uncle Locke. Out Yin, gazing into their sparkling eyes filled with wonder, chuckled. "You will find out in due time." The 4 women responded with playful punches, prompting Out Yin to burst into laughter and flee. Upon returning to Sunset City, Out Yin was filled with nostalgia. The 4 women led him to the family estate of Catherine, who promptly presented a token, causing the attendant to bow and announce, "Please, follow me." They ascended to a room on the 3rd floor. Out Yin jested, "I must say, marrying a wealthy lady like you means I shall never go hungry." The others erupted in delightful laughter. Catherine playfully stepped on Out Yin's foot, retorting, "Humph, as if you are the wealthy one. Merely dripping some dragon's blood brings you a fortune." Out Yin feigned pain, exclaiming, "Ouch, that hurts." The women rolled their eyes in disdain, but Out Yin remained unfazed, grinning, "I'm so hungry. Lin Lin, bring out the feast." Catherine tossed a napkin at him and called for the attendant to order an extravagant array of dishes, leaving him astonished. The efficiency of Catherine's family was remarkable. Within a quarter of an hour, platters of food adorned the grand table, complemented by 20 barrels of fiery liquor. Sophia, the young lady, maintained her decorum, savoring her vegetarian dishes delicately, while Elena and Catherine displayed proper table manners. In contrast, the more boisterous Long Linger and Out Yin engaged in a friendly competition for the delectable fare, especially after Out Yin had enhanced Long Linger's bloodline, greatly increasing her appetite. With little effort, Out Yin swiftly claimed 3/4 of the feast, leaving only a small portion for the others. Chapter 69. The Reunion and Uncle Locke's Gift of Divine Skill. The 5 departed from the heavenly realm, heading toward the city gates of the Beast Forest. The journey was rather mundane, with no troublesome individuals approaching them, yet numerous lustful gazes fixated on the 4 women. Their beauty clearly astonished the testosterone-fueled men who glanced at Out Yin with envy and admiration. As the 5 exited Sunset City amidst the awestruck expressions of the guards, they quickly covered nearly 1,000 miles. At last, They arrived at the periphery of the beast forest, the largest forest on the continent, rich with treasures and teeming with magical beasts that lured countless fortune seekers. Soon, under the slight aura of dragon might emanating from Tian, numerous low to mid-level magical beasts scattered in fear, allowing the group to proceed with ease. Suddenly, from a distance of about 100 meters, the sounds of a fierce struggle echoed. 5 figures approached, revealing a scene where 15 mercenaries were besieging a mid-level 6-ranked beast, the bloodthirsty demon wolf. Among the 15, only one was at mid-level 6, one at early level 6, while the rest were below 6, varying from levels 5 and below. As Tian and his companions drew nearer, he inadvertently released a hint of dragon might, which the bloodthirsty demon wolf was particularly sensitive to. Instantly, its ferocity dissipated, and it lay trembling on the ground, while the 15 mercenaries found themselves immobilized by the oppressive aura. Realizing the trouble he had caused, Tian stepped forward, followed closely by the 4 women. The mercenaries gazed in awe at the 4 ladies, while the bloodthirsty demon wolf, with terror-stricken eyes, cast a fearful glance at Tian. Once he retracted his dragon might, the wolf humbly bowed to him and quickly fled. As the oppressive aura vanished, the mercenaries felt a weight lift from their bodies, and they relaxed. Witnessing the wolf's submission to Tian startled them, prompting them to look at the remarkably young boy, with black hair and eyes, exuding an inexplicable aura. Chelsea, the leader, quickly rose and clasped his fists in gratitude, saying, "Thank you, young brother, for saving our lives." The rest followed suit, expressing their thanks. Tian felt a flicker of goodwill towards them and replied, "It's nothing. We shall continue on our journey. You may do as you please." With that, the 5 of them ventured deeper into the beast forest. Tafa turned to Chelsea, asking, "Brother, shall we hunt more beasts?" Chelsea retorted, "Of course. But let us target the weaker ones. That bloodthirsty demon wolf nearly overwhelmed me. We were fortunate that young man scared it off. It was truly terrifying. The pressure nearly brought us to our knees." Tafa nodded in agreement, sharing his fear, and the group turned to leave. Before long, Tian and his 4 companions entered the inner depths of the beast forest. Tian emanated a trace of dragon might, feeling quite at ease as they traversed the sacred domain's beast region. Eyes watched them from the shadows, yet none dared to approach too closely. With each step Tian took, they retreated in fear. As dusk fell, they had traversed through the legendary beast territory. Along the way, the 4 women were deeply impressed by the densely packed sacred domain beasts and the numerous legendary ones, feeling an overwhelming sense of dread regarding the forest's dangers. All while Tian led the way. "Here we are," Tian breathed as they reached a deeper area. Elena blinked her beautiful eyes and inquired, "Darling, where are we?" The others also displayed curiosity. Tian smiled broadly and replied, "This is one of my homes." He extended his consciousness, searching for Uncle Locke. Suddenly, from 100 miles away, sensing Tian's familiar presence, Locke vanished from his location. In an instant, he appeared before Tian, observing the transformation in him, no longer the naive boy, but a figure with a resolute demeanor and refined features, evidently carrying stories of his own. Locke smiled warmly, saying, "Kid, you're back." The 4 women were taken aback by Locke's sudden appearance, with Elena and Kesseline particularly startled, unable to fathom his legendary early-stage presence, especially in such depths. Tian, beaming, responded, "Uncle Locke, I've returned to see you." Locke, with his robust hand, playfully patted Tian on the shoulder and exclaimed, "Well done, young lad. To have swiftly stepped into the early stages of demigodhood is truly remarkable. Haha, these lovely ladies must be your companions, am I right?" "Uh-huh." At his words, the 4 women blushed. Locke laughed heartily. "Indeed, young man, you have an eye for beauty, 3 top-tier beauties, and an enchanting elf. Haha, you certainly surpass your father in prowess." "Uncle Locke," Tian interjected with a grin, "I have brought some fine wine from the human realm. Let us indulge ourselves." Upon hearing of the wine, Locke's expression brightened even more. "Splendid. Haha." As the full moon hung high in the sky, Tian produced 100 barrels of fire spirit wine he purchased from the celestial market. Even before uncapping the barrels, the fragrant aroma wafted through the air. Locke inhaled deeply, laughing. "Ah, it has the scent of fiery herbs." Tian replied, "This wine is indeed brewed from fiery herbs." Locke chuckled, "Haha, young lad. While we wait, how could we possibly indulge in wine without some meat?" With that, he vanished in an instant, only to reappear shortly, tossing 5 Holy Realm magical beasts carelessly onto the ground. The 4 women, accustomed to such displays, remained unfazed. Tian chuckled, swiftly skinning the beasts, cleaning their entrails, and extracting their cores. He then erected a grand spit and ignited a flame, slowly roasting the 5 Holy Realm beasts. From the dragon god space, Tian retrieved seasonings and evenly sprinkled them over the meat. The fire crackled with vigor, and soon the aroma of roasting meat filled the air. Locke bellowed with laughter. Delicious. You possess quite the culinary skills, young man. Saying this, he uncorked a barrel and drank deeply. Thus, that night unfolded with Tian and Uncle Locke feasting, drinking, and conversing. Locke felt a wave of satisfaction as he listened to Tian recount his experiences. But his expression turned grave upon hearing of the battle with the demigod angels. He scolded, "Young lad, did I not give you the jade? Why did you not call for me?" Tian smiled faintly. When a dragon soars through the sky, it must ultimately grow. It cannot rely solely on Uncle Locke for its growth. Locke's expression softened with approval. Well, you have now reached the early stages of demigodhood. However, I must remind you that if you wish to return to Dragon Island, do not venture there without the strength of a peak demigod or a lower god. The 4 women looked at Tian in surprise, clearly unaware of this hidden knowledge. Tian smiled slightly. Uncle Locke, is a lower god a realm above demigods? I had thought that beyond demigods lies only divinity. Locke took a hearty gulp of fire spirit wine and replied, above demigods lies the lower god realm. Demigods comprehend the essence of their abilities and minor domains. I trust you are aware of this. Tian nodded. I have just begun to grasp the essence of power, speed, and spatial principles, and I can also manifest a domain. Locke nodded approvingly and continued, once you perfect a principle, you will ascend to the lower god level. However, remember that the elements in the world encompass more than one principle. For instance, the wind element has 7 principles. To break through to the next tier of lower godhood, one must comprehend 3 principles. The foundational god, also known as the pseudo-god, requires the integration of 2 principles into oneself before transcending to true divinity as a lower god. As for what lies beyond that, I must confess my ignorance. After listening to Locke's guidance, Tian's eyes sparkled with clarity, illuminating the path ahead. After taking another sip of fiery liquor, Locke remarked, Tian, your aptitude is remarkable, and your comprehension is profound. Remember, do not rush to ascend to the demigod realm. It is advisable to linger in the demigod stage as long as possible, striving to grasp as many esoteric truths as you can. The more you understand, the greater your potential to become a deity and enhance your power. Tian nodded deeply, reassuring Locke. Uncle Locke, you need not worry. I will devote myself to understanding. By the way, Uncle Locke, I believe you have now advanced to the mid-stage of demigod, correct? Locke smiled and replied, Indeed. I have made some progress and am nearing the latter part of the mid-demigod stage. Perhaps it won't be long before I break through to the late demigod stage. Tian smiled and said, Uncle Locke, I have encountered a fortuitous opportunity and wish to present you with a valuable item. Locke's interest piqued. Oh, a valuable item? Tian retrieved the memory of a technique called the Devouring Heavens from the Chaos Pearl in his mind. This technique was created by the Devouring Beast, a pinnacle of quasi-saint power, culminating in the ultimate realm of Devouring Heavens. Alas, at that time, the heavens were merely a wish. The Devouring Beast was but a step away from breaking through to that realm, but that final step was akin to a chasm. Ultimately, during the Saint War, the Devouring Beast was given special attention and met its demise with lingering resentment. When Tian first ventured deep into the monster forest, he found joy in his interactions with Uncle Locke, yet felt vulnerable due to his own weakness, fearing what thoughts might cross Locke's mind. Now, having reached the initial stage of demigod, he felt capable of self-protection. Tian lightly touched Locke's forehead with his fingertip, transmitting the memory. Moments later, Locke absorbed the knowledge, his face revealing astonishment, followed by a deep, contented breath. Young man, I truly thank you. With this technique, I believe my bloodline will flourish, and my future will be boundless, allowing me to attain true devouring heavens. Tian was pleased to see no trace of greed in Locke's eyes. Uncle Locke, you will surely reach that realm. Young man, drink up, and let the ladies eat as well. Cheers. Chapter 70. A conversation after a lively feast. Out Yin and Uncle Locke engaged in cheerful conversation. Out Yin, how long do you plan to stay this time? Locke inquired, clearing his throat. After devouring a roasted leg of meat, Out Yin replied, Uncle Locke, after tonight, I must take my wife to the elven sacred land to meet her mother. Locke's eyes brightened. Heh, young man. I must tell you, there are some exquisite treasures among the elves. Heh, if the opportunity arises, I might be able to bring something back for you. Out Yin's eyes sparkled with interest. Uncle Locke, do tell. The four women leaned in, eager to listen. Heh, young man, what do you think of the monster forest? Locke did not answer directly, but shifted the conversation. Out Yin, puzzled yet curious, responded, Uncle Locke, the monster forest is teeming with beasts, and with you here. It is indeed a formidable territory. Locke chuckled softly and remarked, Not at all, my boy. Let me tell you, if we delve deeper, just my half-divine self. Well, to be candid, the Beastmaster Forest has long since become a hunting ground for humanity. The Church of Light boasts demigods and lesser gods, capable even of communicating with the divine realm to summon angels. The Church of Darkness shares this ability, summoning fallen angels as well. Furthermore, do not underestimate certain families. Some ancient clans residing on the endless islands of the ocean possess lesser god ancestors. The reason the Beastmaster Forest has become a formidable forbidden zone is primarily due to my grandfather, who stands at the pinnacle of lesser gods, along with a multitude of lesser god brethren. Thus, while humans may dare to hunt at the periphery and in the holy domain, none dare venture into the depths. Upon hearing this intriguing revelation, Out Yin felt a surge of enlightenment and inquired, Uncle Locke, where exactly are they located? Locke sipped his fiery liquor and replied, Now that you've stepped into the realm of demigods, you must have some understanding of spatial manipulation. Out Yin nodded in affirmation. Locke continued, Upon reaching the level of lesser god and advancing further, one's domain transforms into a miniature world. Of course, certain small flora may still be unplannable, as the essence of life is profoundly mysterious. My grandfather, currently at the apex of lesser gods, has his domain existing deep within, akin to a parallel space. We cannot perceive what lies inside, yet they can observe our realm. The elements within are remarkably rich. I have visited a few times, but it was too stifling, constantly being reprimanded by the old man, so I chose to leave. Out Yin found this secret amusing and burst into hearty laughter. Locke, feeling slightly embarrassed, turned to Out Yin and asked, What do you think of the elven race? By the way, how do you perceive the strength of your elven kin? Sophia, noticing Locke's inquiry directed at her, responded with sparkling eyes and a melodious voice. Uncle Locke, in the elven sanctum, the most formidable individual I have encountered is my mother, the queen. According to the elders, she is at the pinnacle of legendary status, and some elders themselves have reached the legendary realm. Beyond that, I am unaware. Locke, taken aback by Sophia's mention of her mother, turned to Out Yin and said, Well, my boy. It seems you have managed to win the favor of the daughter of the elven queen. Quite impressive. Sophia's face flushed crimson upon hearing this, while the three girls erupted into laughter, and Out Yin chuckled in response. Locke took another sip of his fiery drink and said, The little girl speaks only of the surface. Within the elven sanctum, there exists another space, the inner sanctum of the Tree of Life, a realm truly capable of nurturing life. The elemental spirits dwell there, representing the true essence of the elven race. I have heard from the old man that aside from the two formidable churches, which can communicate with the divine realm, the elemental spirits of the elven race are the most powerful, followed closely by the dragon clan. Within the Tree of Life, there is a substance known as the Water of Life. For those at the legendary level, only a trace of breath remains. A mere sip can restore one to full health instantly. Additionally, the Water of Life enhances tranquility and focus, expediting the comprehension of profound truths. For instance, if one typically requires 10 years to grasp a concept, with the Water of Life, it can be reduced to 7 years, thereby shortening the time required. The Water of Life is a closely guarded secret of the elven race, bestowed only for deeds beneficial to them. Out Yin's eyes sparkled with intrigue as he glanced at Sophia, who noted, As long as my mother can partake in even a small amount, it is said that the yield is quite limited. Out Yin chuckled to himself, contemplating how he might acquire some. Not long after, Locke finished his last barrel of wine and said, My boy, now that you have ascended to demigod status, let us engage in a friendly spar. I shall offer you some guidance while indulging my own desires for combat. You cannot fathom how tedious it has been since stepping into the realm of demigods, especially after being warned by the old man to refrain from unnecessary outings. Tian shared his sentiments, responding, "All right, Uncle Locke. I have also grasped some profound insights and wish to test their efficacy through practical combat." The four maidens retreated several kilometers away as Tian and Locke faced each other from a distance of 1 kilometer. The surrounding air stirred, and a vortex began to swirl around them. When the two vortices collided, a thunderous explosion echoed towards the heavens. In an instant, Tian moved, augmenting his right hand with the power of threefold enhancement, alongside the acceleration of speed and the might of spatial energy. In a heartbeat, fissures tore through the space around his right hand, hissing ominously. With the swiftness of a dragon's claw, Tian appeared before Locke, the force of his charge stirring a wild wind that tousled Locke's golden locks. In that fleeting moment, Locke responded with a seemingly mundane punch. Yet it contained the essence of speed from the wind's power, the earth's pulsations from the soil, and the gravitational force of space. The collision of Tian's dragon-like claw and Locke's fist tore open rifts in the space between them, sending both combatants reeling backward. Locke shook his slightly numbed left hand and remarked, "Good lad, your strength is formidable. Let us continue." With each strike, the ground beneath them fractured into large craters. The two exchanged blows with such speed that the four maidens could scarcely perceive the techniques employed. They only witnessed the clash of a milky white energy sphere and a golden energy sphere. The pressure of the demigod duel reverberated through the sacred domain, causing the legendary beasts to roar in agitation. Tian closed his eyes, mastering the nuances of speed through their exchanges. Suddenly, Locke's expression tightened as Tian's velocity surged, leaving him astonished at the monstrous prowess of his opponent. Locke swiftly reacted, unleashing a punch that seemed to extinguish the very fabric of reality, plunging the sky into darkness. Lightning crackled through the void as the milky white and golden spheres collided with a cataclysmic force, resonating toward the heavens. The four maidens dropped to the ground, instinctively retreating from the overwhelming pressure of their clash, even at a distance of 10,000 meters. Elena, wide-eyed, exclaimed, "This is utterly terrifying." "Indeed, it is a complete upheaval." Catherine concurred, while the other two maidens nodded in agreement, equally awestruck by the spectacle. With a thunderous roar, Tian unleashed his domain, retreating 1,000 meters into the void. A small domain, over 50 meters in length, materialized around him, radiating a golden white hue. Locke, upon witnessing Tian's domain, smiled faintly and activated his own 100-meter golden domain. As their domains collided, a hissing sound echoed as they began to merge. Tian felt his domain gradually constricting, his expression growing grave as he channeled his milky white energy to reinforce its strength. Meanwhile, Locke was alarmed to discover that his 100-meter domain was depleting at a faster rate than Tian's, shrinking by 3 meters every second. In response, Locke unleashed his golden fighting spirit to replenish his domain. The clash of their domains generated a shockwave that extended for miles, causing the four maidens to retreat further still. The once vibrant green earth lay ravaged, marred by deep craters and desolation. Suddenly, a voice, ancient and resonant, echoed through the void, bringing an immediate hush to the surroundings. The tempestuous atmosphere of thunder and lightning dissipated in an instant. Tian felt as though his body was ensnared, and his domain was reluctantly retracted. Locke, filled with exasperation, cursed inwardly, "Damn it, how did the old man awaken? This is disastrous." "Humph, young Locke, look at the chaos you've wrought in my domain." With another dismissive huff, both of them fell uncontrollably to the ground. The four women rushed over to assist Tian, while Locke, disregarding the dust clinging to him, addressed the void. "Grandfather, why are you awake? I am truly sorry." "Humph, after this, you shall retreat to the space for proper cultivation. You only bring trouble." A shimmering figure manifested in the void, a golden-haired elder who instantly appeared before Locke. Locke, with a sheepish grin, sought forgiveness. The elder playfully rapped Locke on the head, his authoritative gaze shifting towards Tian. Tian felt as though he was being drawn into a black hole by those eyes, and he steadied himself, overwhelmed by their terrifying intensity. The four women, protective of Tian, regarded the golden-haired elder with caution. Lionheart, sporting a faint smile, gazed at Tian and inquired, "Young one, are you a descendant of Cardia? I sense his essence within you." Tian was taken aback, Cardia was not mentioned in the memories of his inheritance. Shaking his head, he replied, "Grandfather, I do not know." Lionheart, maintaining his smile, insisted, "I cannot be mistaken. The essence of that old fellow is unmistakable. At such a young age, you are already at the preliminary stage of demigod. Impressive, far surpassing this lad Locke." Locke, standing nearby, continued to smile, unfazed by Lionheart's comments. Tian merely smiled, remaining silent. Lionheart, with a warm expression, continued, "Very well, young one, since you have ventured into the depths of my beast realm, I shall not let you leave empty-handed. Here, should you encounter any peril outside, shatter this jade." After examining the ancient jade closely, Tian noticed a terrifying surge of soul power within, equivalent to the peak of the anti-void realm. "Now, young one, whenever you return to Dragon Island, convey my regards to that fellow Cardia." With that, Lionheart and Locke disappeared without a trace. Chapter 7. The Onslaught of the Sea Tribe. All right, let us depart. I am quite intrigued by the waters of life, Tian announced to the four women. In unison, the five of them left the desolate pit and journeyed onward. Not long after, they arrived at the seaside, where the night had deepened. The waves roared fiercely. Tian turned to the four women and suggested, "Let us wait until dawn to continue our journey." "Sounds good." As Tian snapped back to attention upon hearing a voice, he quickly called out, "Wives, I'll be right there. Hey, wives, let us rest for a while." With that, Tian shattered his clothing and dashed towards the four women. Stretching his arms wide to inhale the fresh morning air, Tian turned to the four women and declared, "Wives, we are setting off." Upon hearing this, the four women tidied up, and together the five of them stepped into the domain. Sophia, now at the initial stage of the sacred domain, propelled the five of them to soar above the sea, suspended 100 meters in the air. The sea breeze tousled their hair, causing the four women's locks to dance gracefully in the wind. Suddenly, the distant sound of anguished screams mixed with the clashing of swords reached their ears. Carried by the sea breeze, Tian said, "Let us investigate." The four women nodded in curiosity. Before them stood a peculiar assembly of humanoid beings, wielding a diverse array of weapons including swords, spears, axes, and hammers, divided into two factions engaged in combat. Their strength was below the Holy Realm, and the group, including Tian, hovered aloft, unnoticed by the combatants. "Darling," Catherine chimed, "these are the sea tribes of the ocean realm." "Oh," Tian exclaimed in surprise. Such extraordinary creatures of the ocean realm also existed among the celestial creations of the elven race. It was only natural that this vast expanse, brimming with spiritual energy, would give rise to numerous races. After dispatching a member of the crab tribe, Yolanda turned to Kaji, the leader of the crabs, and said with a grin, "Since you dare to hinder the great third prince's endeavors, brothers, let us slay." "Kill," echoed the chorus. "Humph, Yolanda, do not rejoice too soon. The first prince will soon learn of this and avenge us," Kaji retorted, his imposing claws and stout legs giving him an air of menace. "How dare you, Seal tribe, speak ill of the first prince?" Yolanda taunted, and the Seal tribe swiftly annihilated the crab tribe before retreating into the ocean. "Let us proceed," Tian declared as the group continued their journey. In the depths of the sea, at the center of the vast expanse known as the Soul Sea, lay a magnificent palace, resplendent in gold and jewels, surrounded by several smaller edifices. The grand structure was named the Sea Emperor's Palace. Within one of the adjacent smaller palaces resided Shui Luo, the third prince of the Soul Sea dynasty, characterized by his azure hair, fair complexion, and piercing eyes that occasionally glimmered with a predatory gleam. Clad in an ornate blue robe, a member of the Seal tribe knelt respectfully before him and reported, "Your Highness, the crab tribe obstructing us on Blue Wave Island has been eradicated." A smile graced Shui Luo's lips as he replied, "Excellent, Yolanda. You have performed admirably. I shall assist you in your quest for the chieftaincy." Gratefully, Yolanda bowed deeply. "Thank you, Your Highness. Now, relay to your father to safeguard the mithril mines on Pasa Island and keep them a secret," he instructed. "Yes, Your Highness," she affirmed before rising, clasping her fists, and departing. At that moment, a guard with a fish-like head entered the hall, exclaiming, "Report." "What is it?" Shui Luo inquired. "Your Highness, Lord Wu Go has discovered 5 individuals flying at an altitude of 100 meters above the sea, 1 male and 4 females, likely experts in the Holy Realm." Intrigued, Shui Luo asked, "How do the women appear?" Wu Go, having beheld the four women with astonishment, surmised that they were indeed strikingly beautiful. Being a mid-stage expert of the Holy Realm, Wu Go possessed discerning taste. With a smile, Shui Luo commanded, "Prepare our forces to intercept them. No one dares to fly freely within the territory of the Soul Sea dynasty." "Yes, Your Highness," came the reply, oblivious to the impending ambush. Ao Yin and his companions continued their flight above the ocean's surface. Shui Luo smiled as he surveyed the two Sacred Realm warriors behind him, accompanied by 4 in the late stages of the Sacred Realm and 5 in the mid-stages. His innate talent was exceptional, the finest among the princes, having achieved the Sacred Realm at a tender age, thus attracting numerous followers. These formidable figures were elders and even clan leaders from various sea tribes. His power commanded respect, and he had indulged in the affections of many powerless women in the ocean, including numerous beautiful members of the Sacred Realm. This time, capturing 5 individuals was a matter of utmost importance for him. "All right, let us proceed. Kill the men outright, and capture the women," he commanded. "Yes, Your Highness the Third Prince." Ao Yin and the 4 women delightedly admired the vast ocean and its breathtaking scenery. Suddenly, a splash erupted from 100 meters away, and soon 12 Sacred Realm warriors from the sea encircled Ao Yin and his companions. The 4 women remained unfazed, while Ao Yin maintained his smile, sensing the situation. Among the encroaching sea warriors, there were 3 in the Sacred Realm, 4 in the late stages, and 5 in the mid-stages. Aside from their leader in blue, who bore a resemblance to humans, the others were a diverse array of appearances, which astonished Ao Yin, revealing the vast variety within the sea tribes. Upon seeing the 4 women, Shui Luo's heart raced with shock. They were breathtakingly beautiful. Compared to the women he had previously dallied with, they were incomparable. With the presence of elven women, he felt fortunate. Shui Luo's entourage approached Ao Yin, their expressions arrogant as he proclaimed, "Brat, hand over the 2 women in your arms and the ones beside you, and I might grant you a swift death. Quickly surrender. This is His Highness the Third Prince of the Soul Sea dynasty. You, a mere Sacred Realm human, cannot provoke him," another chimed in. "Indeed. Hurry up, or I shall make it quick for you." The crowd of sea warriors clamored threateningly. The expressions of the 4 women turned cold, while Ao Yin maintained a smile, his eyes icy. The temperature above the sea plummeted. Those nearby were no benign figures, laughing heartily in agreement. Chapter 72. The Sea Emperor leads the charge. A dragon has its reverse scales. Touch them and provoke its wrath. Anger flared in Ao Yin's eyes as he unleashed an overwhelming aura, charging towards the sea warriors. Shui Luo and his group were taken aback, unable to remain airborne. Plummeting to the ocean below, realizing he had stirred trouble, Shui Luo felt a flicker of hope as he glanced at the sea beneath him, knowing that even legendary experts could not wreak havoc underwater. Humph! Ao Yin suddenly scoffed. Instantly, the bodies of the sea warriors froze mid-air, suspended 10 meters above the water like statues. With a swift motion, Ao Yin appeared before the group of sea warriors. A series of 11 crushing sounds echoed, leaving Shui Luo horrified as he witnessed the effortless demise of 11 Sacred Realm warriors at Ao Yin's hands. Flames engulfed the corpses, reducing them to nothingness, while Ao Yin's eyes glimmered with a cold light as he obliterated the vicious souls left behind. Only water remained. "Yes, I guarantee it." Ao Yin crushed Shui Luo's hands and feet with ease, declaring, "What are you worth? What is a peak legendary warrior to me? Did you think you could toy with my wife before me?" With a swift motion, Ao Yin unleashed his true power, shattering Shui Luo's third leg. Shui Luo convulsed, his face turning pale. "Play on, continue to play," Ao Yin taunted, extending his hand to crush Shui Luo's shoulder. In the depths of the oceanic imperial palace, the Sea Emperor, with a grim expression, seethed with fury, demanding to know who was responsible for the death of Luo heir, insisting on an investigation. "Yes, Your Majesty," came the reply, as the sun sank beneath the horizon, painting the sky with hues of fiery clouds. Ao Yin and his companions alighted upon an island. Upon arrival, they discovered several fruit-bearing trees. Ao Yin sampled a few, relishing their succulent sweetness. Continuing to scan with his divine sense, Ao Yin noticed a group of sea dwellers vigilantly guarding a cave entrance, while several squads of royal guards patrolled nearby. Curiosity flickered across Ao Yin's face. "Ah, Mithril! My heavens, so much of it!" Deep within the Soul Sea's heart, a serpent-tailed guard entered the palace and reported, "Your Majesty, we have uncovered the truth. The third prince summoned 11 elite cultivators to intercept a group of 5. Enchanted by the presence of 4 beautiful women, my kin happened to witness them soaring to Paso Island. The Sea Emperor's countenance darkened as he murmured, Luo heir, alas. You ultimately fell to the hands of a woman. I had urged you to amend your ways, but you remained obstinate. Since one of my imperial progeny has been slain, Chafan, you shall descend. Yes, your majesty. Subsequently, the Sea Emperor pressed a button concealed behind his golden throne, and a resplendent door swung open. With a somber demeanor, he entered, descending a staircase of 100 meters, addressing the ancestral figure of Watercloud. Ancestor, Luo heir has been murdered. What? Who could it be? Watercloud's face flushed with rage upon hearing the news, erupting in outrage. I have identified the assailant, Ancestor. Luo heir, accompanied by several elite cultivators, was ruthlessly slain. I wish to summon additional experts to annihilate the murderer. Very well. Shui Lu, Shui Tao, Shui Pe, accompany Boer. Understood. As Ao Yin and his party approached the island's center, the patrolling sea warriors swiftly detected their presence. Halt. This is sacred ground of the sea folk. Depart at once. Bellowed a fish-headed humanoid. Look, that woman appears to be of the elven race. One of the sea warriors whispered to another. Indeed, Ao Yin's group was not fond of the sea dwellers. Without further ado, Ao Yin unleashed his fury. Screams filled the air as the sea warriors fell one by one, their lives extinguished in an instant. Let us explore the cave, Ao Yin proposed. Agreed. Inside the cave, remnants of recent mining operations lay strewn about, with mithril left unextracted. Fortunate for Ao Yin and his companions. Ao Yin smiled and suggested, let us have a contest to see who can extract the most mithril. The 4 women cast him a disapproving glance, with Long Linger indignantly exclaiming, Darling, you are bullying us. We 4 combined cannot match you. Indeed, indeed. The other 3 chimed in agreement. Very well, let the contest commence. Haha, mithril, here I come. In an instant, all 5 sprang into action, brandishing their tools to excavate. Time passed, and while the 4 women labored exhaustively, Ao Yin remained invigorated, continuing to dig. The sight left the 4 women speechless, pondering how this could possibly be a fair competition. After a stick of incense had burned, all the secret silver was collected by Ao Yin into the dragon god space. In high spirits from his newfound wealth, Ao Yin turned to the 4 women and exclaimed, Aha, I have finished mining, you have lost. The 4 women merely rolled their eyes and paid him no heed. Hee, Linger, Linlin, and Feier, since you do not possess spatial rings, I shall take the liberty of storing this secret silver for you, Ao Yin continued. The 3 women exchanged exasperated glances, and without waiting for a response, he swiftly gathered the remaining silver. Elena, fearing that Ao Yin might turn his attention to her secret silver next, quickly stashed the silver on the ground into her spatial ring. As the 5 of them emerged from the cave, night had fallen, and the full moon hung high in the sky. However, a dark cloud soon obscured the moon, plunging the island into complete darkness. Suddenly, a surge of magical energy erupted around them, with magical elements rapidly coalescing. Ao Yin, who had been playing with Catherine, sensed a tremendous surge of magic emanating from the island, powerful enough to reach the legendary realm. Extending his consciousness, he swiftly scanned the area, only to find the 4 individuals channeling a fearsome spell. Ao Yin smirked slightly and unleashed his consciousness, piercing into their minds. With a series of muffled sounds, akin to watermelons bursting, the 4 fell into silence, their expressions dimming as they glanced at one another, slowly being drawn into a void. A cold snort echoed across the island, followed by inaudible cries of anguish from the 4, who were swiftly reduced to nothingness. The beasts on the island, terrified by this chilling sound, ceased their howls and trembled on the ground. Chapter 73. Meeting the mother-in-law with matters settled, Ao Yin turned to the 4 women and said, Let us return. Hee, these old fools dared to impede my good fortune. Come, let us continue. Upon returning to the small dwelling, Ao Yin, filled with impatience, quickly disrobed the 4 women to commence his conquest. As the sun gradually rose above the eastern horizon, its rays glittered upon the sea, while small fish leapt joyfully in and out of the water. A beam of sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the room and warming the air. Elena awoke, rubbing her eyes slightly, and called out, Time to get up, time to get up. The others were roused from their slumber, and after washing up and dressing, the 4 soared into the sky, departing from Paso Island. In the depths of the Soul Sea dynasty, within the Sea Emperor's palace, the ancestral figure of Shuiyun sat upon a golden chair, his expression darkening. Throughout the night, several of his descendants had not returned. Impatient, he swiftly exited the grand hall. With a whoosh, Shuiyun broke through the surface of the sea and ascended rapidly towards Paso Island. After some time, he reached the skies above the island and scanned the entire area with his mental prowess, finding no one except for the magical beasts. To his dismay, he discovered 4 headless corpses, his face darkening as he sighed. Is the heavens intent on destroying my Soul Sea dynasty? He collected the 4 bodies and departed the island, growling, 5 of you, do not let me catch sight of you, or I shall ensure you suffer unbearably. At that moment, Yin and his companions flew swiftly, their eyes trained ahead, where land was becoming visible in the distance. Yin's face broke into a smile as he declared, wives, we are about to reach the land. The 4 women also smiled in agreement. Sophia's small face radiated excitement as she anticipated her reunion with her beloved mother, the Empress, after such a long separation. The sun hung high in the sky, marking the zenith of noon, its fierce rays scorching the earth, while some lesser magical beasts lay resting by the stream. Before long, a lush tropical rainforest emerged before them, and the 5 members of the Yin group descended, gradually making their way deeper into the forest. Suddenly, they were confronted by a group of 5 youthful elves wielding emerald green bows, with the leading elf addressing them. Humans, what brings you to the elven forest? In an unexpected turn, the leader, Fuka, exclaimed, Princess, where have you been? The Empress has searched the entire kingdom for you. Why are you with humans? Sophia stepped forward, saying, Fuka, I was just on my way to the sacred land to reunite with my mother. Please step aside. These are my sisters, and this is my husband. Husband? What? Fuka's expression darkened in disbelief. Princess, how could you marry? Did this man force you? I will slay him. With that, he drew his bow, unleashing an elemental arrow towards Yin with remarkable speed, his mid-level 6th-tier strength propelling the arrow swiftly. However, to Yin's eyes, the arrow seemed to move in slow motion. The 4 women were unconcerned about Yin being struck. With a calm demeanor, Yin raised a finger, as if invoking a miracle, and with a mere touch, the arrow disintegrated into specks of light that vanished into the void. Fuka's eyes widened in shock. He realized that this young man was at least of the sanctuary level, a feat that made it effortless for him to dispel Fuka's furious attack. Despondency washed over him as the only son of the 3rd elder, who had long admired the innocent and charming Princess Sophia. Now, the princess was another's wife, possessing remarkable talent and strength. With a slight tremor of his spirit, he conceded, Very well, you are worthy of the princess. Proceed. With those words, the 5 elves stepped aside, allowing passage. Sophia smiled gently, extending her delicate hand to lead Yin towards the sacred land, with the 3 women hastily following. Upon entering the elven territory, Sophia felt at home, joyfully skipping through the underbrush. After traversing several towns, the 5 finally arrived at the elven sacred land. As they approached, Yin remained composed, no longer awed by the breathtaking scenery that had captivated him during his previous visit. Along the way, elven maidens and youths observed the return of the princess with a human, their expressions a mix of confusion and curiosity. With her azure hair styled into an elegant updo, adorned with a phoenix hairpin that swayed with her movements, the elven empress, Elizabeth, upon receiving the news, hurried towards Yin and his companions, her eyes sparkling with joy. Fia, you are finally back. I was so worried. The elven empress rushed to embrace Sophia, whose eyes were also red with emotion. Mother, I have returned. Sophia replied, her heart swelling with joy. After being captured by the human guards and contemplating her own demise, she had never expected to see her mother again, only to be saved by Yin. This reunion was a moment of pure elation. Fia, you must not wander off again. Oh my, you've reached the sanctuary level. Come, let me see you properly. The elven Queen Elizabeth had not closely observed Sophia before, but this time, she sensed a remarkable change. To her astonishment, her daughter, who had only been at the 5th level before her disappearance, had returned with the strength of a mid-stage Saint Domain. This filled her with joy, for which mother does not wish for her children to excel and grow stronger. Sophia possessed both water and wood attributes, with her primary affinity being wood. Tian had imparted to her a divine technique from the primordial era, the wood goddess scripture of Junmang. Junmeng had achieved mid-stage quasi-saint status before his demise, which meant that with diligent effort, Sophia could certainly reach that realm. Naturally, her cultivation surged significantly due to her dual cultivation with Tian. After sharing their heartfelt reunion, Queen Elizabeth lifted her gaze to Tian and his companions. The beauty of the three women astonished her greatly, especially Elena and Catherine, who had already attained early legendary strength, leaving her utterly surprised. The late-stage strength of Longling also impressed her. Upon looking back at Sophia and observing her closely, she noticed something amiss. Sophia, it seems you are no longer a maiden, the elven queen remarked, her expression darkening. Do you have a favored man? Sophia's cheeks flushed crimson as she grasped Queen Elizabeth's hands and shook them gently. Mother, this is Tian. He is my husband. Tian stepped forward with a gentle smile, greeting, hello, mother-in-law, we've met before. Queen Elizabeth then focused on Tian, a flicker of recognition crossing her mind. Upon reflection, she realized, you are the champion from the Rose Empire's exchange tournament. How curious. I cannot perceive your cultivation level. Tian smiled faintly and remained silent. Queen Elizabeth pointed at Elena, Catherine, and Longling, addressing Tian. Are these three also yours? Tian smiled and replied, Indeed, mother-in-law, they are all my wives. Upon confirmation, the elven queen's expression turned furious. As a matriarch of a grand race, she found it intolerable that her daughter, a princess of the elves, would serve a human man alongside other human women, unless Tian demonstrated extraordinary capabilities. Suddenly, a peak legendary aura erupted, directed at Tian. If he lacked legendary strength, this strike could easily crush him. The surrounding elves gazed in shock at their queen's fury. Sophia remained unperturbed, a mysterious smile gracing her face, while the three women exchanged subtle smiles. In the midst of the overwhelming pressure, Tian felt no discomfort. He simply waved his hand, dissipating the peak legendary aura in an instant. Queen Elizabeth's face turned pale with shock. Tian's casual display of power left her terrified, and the image of two demigods flashed in her mind. Taking a deep breath, the elven queen's expression transformed into one of joy. I did not expect you to reach the demigod realm at such a young age. With you, I am at ease about Sophia. Tian smiled slightly and replied, Thank you, mother-in-law. This is the advantage that strength brings. Just a moment ago, the overwhelming pressure of the legendary pinnacle could have crushed him. But once Tian revealed his prowess, the situation transformed in an instant. Tian exclaimed internally, Strength, strength, it is the same everywhere. Only with strength can one earn respect and avoid being bullied. Had I been powerless now, one can only imagine how the might of the legendary pinnacle would have obliterated me into mere fragments. This resolute conviction to ascend to the peak only grew stronger within him. Chapter 74. Queen Elizabeth of the Elves acknowledged Tian's strength and led him and his companions into the palace. Elven maidens presented platters of fruits, while Queen Elizabeth engaged in conversation with Sophia, who occasionally cast a shy glance towards Tian, her cheeks flushed. Upon hearing about her daughter's ordeal, Elizabeth realized that Tian had saved Sophia. Tian, I sincerely thank you for rescuing Sophia, expressed Queen Elizabeth with heartfelt gratitude. Tian smiled as he savored a grape, replying, Mother-in-law, there is no need for such formalities. From the moment I met Sophia, I felt an affinity for her. It was only natural that I would come to her aid. Queen Elizabeth smiled gently in response. Suddenly, a group of elder elves accompanied by a young man entered the grand hall. After bowing to Queen Elizabeth, they turned their attention towards Tian and his companions. The third elder addressed the young man behind him, saying, Fuka, is that the young man? With a smile and a glint of pride in his eyes, Fuka replied, Father, it is he. Tian had become the chosen of the elven princess, which infuriated Fuka. He quickly rallied his fellow young noble elves to witness the character who had captured the heart of the princess. The third elder observed Tian with a serious expression. From his son, he understood that Tian was at least at the sacred domain level, yet he could not discern the depth of Tian's power. Even though he had reached the mid-legend stage, the other young nobles lacked the insight of the elders. Rika, the only son of the Grand Elder, approached Tian, briefly surveying the three women with astonished admiration. Their beauty rivaled that of the princess. A flicker of jealousy crossed Rika's gaze as he addressed Tian. You must be Tian. Your reputation precedes you, and I would like to spar with you. He then glanced at Queen Elizabeth, feeling a sense of superiority. Believing his strength in the late sacred domain would easily overpower Tian, reducing him to begging for mercy. Queen Elizabeth smiled and said, "Very well." Sophia gently tugged at Elizabeth's sleeve, whispering, "Mother, aren't you inviting Rika to seek trouble?" Elizabeth communicated telepathically, "FIA. These elders and their offspring have come to confront us, and it is ultimately for your sake. Moreover, with Tian's formidable strength, if he defeats them, no one will dare speak ill of him." Sophia considered this and chose not to argue further. Elena, Katrina, and Longlinger regarded Rika with indifference, continuing to enjoy their fruit, unperturbed for Tian's sake. Upon receiving the queen's consent, Rika turned to Tian and said, "Tian, shall we have a match?" Tian smiled slightly and replied, "No, I must decline." Upon hearing Tian's response, Rika erupted into laughter, a wave of satisfaction washing over him. "Tian, you are quite perceptive. You understand that you cannot defeat me. Very well, since you are so self-aware, you should take your leave from the princess. A person as inept as you is unworthy of her." Tian's expression turned cold, and an icy chill swept through the palace. "My refusal is simple. You are beneath me, unworthy of my effort." Rika's fury ignited instantly. "I am the son of the great elder of the Elven clan, currently at the peak of the holy domain. Do you fancy yourself a legendary master?" With that, he struck, summoning his elven sword, its green aura bursting forth as he swung it toward Tian. Rika envisioned this arrogant fool bleeding and gravely injured from his attack. The younger elves behind some elders looked on with smiles at this unfolding scene. Slow, too slow. Tian's eyes narrowed, and suddenly, the atmosphere around him stilled. A cold snort echoed through the hall, causing a group of elders and young elves to collapse, blood spilling forth from their wounds, suffering internal injuries. This snort was expertly controlled by Tian. The four women and his mother-in-law, Elizabeth, remained entirely unharmed, a testament to Tian's mastery of spatial essence. Elder Liwa's face was filled with shock, and the other elders turned pale, fear evident in their gazes fixed on Tian. The elder felt the most acutely. Even the pinnacle of legendary power could not withstand the impact of that casual cold snort, resulting in internal damage. A demigod. He is a demigod. Elder Liwa, disregarding his own injuries, bowed deeply to Tian. "Thank you for sparing our lives." Soon, the other elders and some disciples followed suit, bowing in fear. Tian smiled slightly. "Very well, do not provoke me again." Elder Liwa responded solemnly, "Yes, thank you, esteemed one. Your Majesty, we take our leave." As they departed, the moon hung high in the night sky. After enjoying the elven specialty fruit wine, the five returned to Sophia's chamber, where a natural fragrance enveloped them, refreshing and invigorating. Having indulged in the wine, the women refrained from suppressing their intoxication, their senses clouded. Sophia's cheeks flushed a rosy hue, her eyes sparkling with clarity as the women, in a fervor of passion, engaged in a spirited melee that lasted until they finally calmed. Chapter 75. Healing the Tree of Life. As the sun rose, the mist in the forest dissipated, a ray of light piercing the darkness of the woods. In the forest, birds flitted about, their songs filling the air, as beautiful elven maidens ventured forth to gather nectar. Tian and the others rose early, and soon after finishing breakfast, Sophia led Tian and the others to admire the breathtaking scenery of the sacred land, the refreshing essence of nature surrounding them. Deep within the sacred realm of the Elven clan, the Tree of Life stood tall, its branches soaring over 1,000 meters. Its leaves radiated a vibrant green light, while the treetop glowed, ripples of energy emanating through the air. A barrier enveloped the Tree of Life, and suddenly, a patch of white light appeared beneath the thick trunk. A 3-meter-high and 2-meter-wide portal opened, revealing an elven maiden with flowing red hair cascading down her back, a white robe failing to conceal her perfect figure, and the exquisite beauty characteristic of her kind. However, the panic in her wide eyes betrayed the turmoil within. Stepping through the portal, the red-haired elf flew directly towards the royal palace of the sacred land. The crimson-haired elf descended into the palace, where the guards on either side recognized her and bowed respectfully. In a state of urgency, she waved her hand and entered the grand hall. "Daughter, daughter!" The melodious voice echoed throughout the chamber. Elizabeth, hearing her mother's anxious tone from the inner sanctum, hurried to the front hall. Upon seeing her mother's distressed expression, confusion swiftly crossed Elizabeth's face. Taking a deep breath, Kelly exclaimed, "Daughter, it is dire. The Tree of Life is experiencing depletion, and the birth rate of elemental elves is dwindling. The elemental elf queen has forewarned that within a year, we may no longer be able to conceive elemental elves, and when that occurs, their powers will vanish entirely. Elizabeth's countenance shifted dramatically. As the queen, she understood that the elemental elves were the cornerstone of their elven lineage. Many ancestors of the elven tribe had cultivated within the inner realm of the Tree of Life, and the life-giving water it produced deepened their understanding of profound truths. The elemental elves represented the greatest heritage of the elven race, with the elemental elf queen, whose power was formidable and had endured for countless millennia. The two great divine churches of the continent had never dared to encroach upon the elven realm, largely due to the formidable might of the elemental elf queen. Yet, despite their strength, the elemental elves relied upon the Tree of Life. Now that it was aging, the future of the elven race was unfathomable. In her panic, Elizabeth implored, "Mother, what shall we do?" Kelly replied, "Summon the members of our clan who possess mastery in wood-based magic at the sanctuary level and above to assist the elemental elf queen in healing the Tree of Life." "Understood. I shall relay the orders immediately." Time was of the essence, and commands were dispatched promptly. Tian and his party of 5 were summoned, along with over 200 sanctuary and legendary mages, all adept in wood magic. Kelly noticed 4 humans among them, one of whom possessed the strength of a demigod in his early stages. Casting a puzzled glance at Elizabeth, Elizabeth clarified, "Mother, this is Tian. He is the husband of Phyllis, and these 3 are also his wives." Kelly nodded. It was not uncommon for a young man with the prowess of a demigod to have several wives, even in a distinguished clan like the elves. With everyone gathered, she continued, "The Tree of Life is suffering from depletion, and the elemental elves have ceased to reproduce. You are all aware of the consequences. I have summoned you here to enter the Tree of Life and assist the esteemed elemental elf queen in its healing. Rest assured, Your Majesty, we shall do our utmost to cooperate," came the resolute responses. "Indeed, we shall give our full support." Elizabeth added, "Tian, you and your companions should join us as well." Very well. Before long, the group exited the palace and ventured deeper into the realm. Tian was astounded by the towering height of the Tree of Life. Reaching over 2,000 meters, with a trunk several hundred meters wide, a radiant portal opened at the base, and in an orderly manner, they stepped into the inner world of the Tree of Life. Within this realm, spiritual energy abounded, and liquid essence was visible everywhere. Tian was taken aback. As he extended his consciousness, he quickly discerned more than 10 demigod-level experts. He couldn't help but inhale sharply, realizing the depth of the elven heritage was indeed formidable. Tian refrained from further probing with his senses, fearing that it might lead to misunderstandings. Not long after, a group of individuals arrived at the exterior of a verdant palace. At that moment, Tian sensed the presence of over 40 demigod experts, along with 7 enigmatic elven masters intertwined with elemental spirits. Leading them was a strikingly beautiful woman with flowing azure hair, clad in a flowing white robe that, despite its loose fit, could not conceal her exquisite figure. The ample curves of her bosom made Tian swallow hard, and among the 4 women, Catherine's figure was the most pronounced. Yet, at this moment, the elemental spirit woman appeared to surpass even Catherine in that regard. Her visage was a divine masterpiece, flawless and enchanting. The elven race, known for their beauty, evoked envy. The other 3 women marveled at the radiant countenance of the leading elemental spirit. Elizabeth stepped forward, addressing the elemental spirit queen, Chris, with deference. "Your Majesty, the elven wood magic experts have all arrived." "Indeed," came a melodious voice that resonated around them. Chris parted her crimson lips and proclaimed, "Then, follow me." After a considerable duration, the group accompanied the elemental spirit queen to a location where Chris gestured towards a prominent black root and addressed the assembly. "Here lies the heart of the world of the Tree of Life. Observe, for it is from there that the decay has spread. Let us all channel our wood magic to nourish it back to health. Begin." Yes. A surge of power erupted from a multitude of sacred domain, legendary, demigod, and lesser god-level masters, alongside the elemental spirit queen. The black root absorbed the immense magical energy voraciously. After a lengthy period, many of the sacred domain practitioners collapsed, and the black root had only slightly lightened in hue. Time passed, and the legendary masters eventually succumbed to exhaustion. Tian supported the weakened Sophia, gazing at the now slightly dimmer black root with a heavy heart, fearing that it might not recover. After an indefinite interval, the demigod experts had already weakened and fallen, while the lesser god-level masters succumbed after several hours. Only the elemental spirit queen continued to radiate a green pillar of light into the black root, though its color remained slightly muted. 3 hours later, the elemental spirit queen still persevered, her countenance betraying no hint of fatigue, which filled Tian with admiration for her formidable prowess. Tian stepped forward, channeling his milky white true energy to transform into green with magic elements, which flowed into the black root. Chris regarded Tian with gratitude as he joined the healing effort. Although she doubted his contribution's significance, she maintained her politeness. However, what followed was sheer astonishment. For reasons unknown, perhaps due to the black root's selective nature, it immediately began to change in color at a visibly discernible pace upon absorbing Tian's wood elements. Within half an hour, it transformed to white, leaving the elves and elemental spirits in a state of shock, their eyes wide with disbelief as they turned to Tian. Chris, too, was taken aback, a flicker of unusual emotion crossing her gaze as she glanced at him, while Tian continued to release his magical energy. Suddenly, a weak voice of a middle-aged woman echoed in his mind. "Blood, I need blood." Tian paused in surprise, wondering who. The middle-aged woman's voice responded, "You are in my realm. I am the Tree of Life. Please, grant me your blood." Her tone remained frail, and Tian nodded in confirmation. In the midst of a crowd filled with bewildered gazes, Tian ceased to channel his magical energy and stepped forward. "What do you intend to do, young human?" queried Chris. Tian solemnly pointed at the root, stating, "She communicated with me, requesting my blood." The assembly fell silent in astonishment, and Chris, seemingly struck by a thought, revealed a glimmer of brilliance in her eyes as she gently replied, "Very well, you may proceed." With the elemental spirit queen's consent, the other spirits who had previously contemplated intervening fell silent. Tian pressed forth drops of golden blood from his fingertip into the root. Upon witnessing the golden droplets, Chris's eyes sparkled with a hint of excitement. Moments later, the root transformed from a pale white to a vibrant green, pulsing with life energy. Within a large cluster of water above the root, a petite elemental spirit began to take shape, igniting a wave of exhilaration throughout the gathering. "Thank you, my master." A mature voice resonated, no longer frail, echoing in Tian's mind. He was momentarily taken aback, sensing a profound connection between this world and himself. "It's nothing. I merely shed a bit of blood." Gratitude radiated from Chris as she gazed at Tian, exclaiming, "Young human, thank you for saving the elven tribe. The elven race owes you a great debt." Tian smiled modestly, responding, "I hold a deep fondness for the elven race. Such deeds are trivial within my capabilities." The crowd expressed their gratitude towards Tian, with even those who had previously harbored resentment towards him, both the younger generation and elder spirits, now regarding him with respect and appreciation. The 4 women present felt a surge of happiness for the man before them. Chapter 76. Re-entering the stone world, the elemental spirit queen, Chris, guided Tian and his companions into the emerald-hued elemental palace. A gathering of demigods and ancient spirits from the elven clan regarded Tian with benevolence and warmth, while Chris took her seat at the center. With a gentle parting of her ruby lips, her melodious voice resonated throughout the grand hall. "Tian, you have saved the elven race. Here, take this jade shard infused with a fragment of my soul. If you ever face peril, shatter it, and I will tear through the fabric of space to rescue you. Furthermore, the elven tribe shall eternally stand by your side." The 3 women gasped in astonishment, realizing that such a formidable power had now allied itself with Tian. An elven demigod proclaimed, "Brother Tian, our fates are intertwined. The elven race stands with you, and do not hesitate to voice any requests." The other 2 demigods nodded in agreement. Tian beamed, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you all. I am rather curious about the life water of your nobility. Would you be so kind as to share some with me?" No sooner had he spoken than a mist materialized before him, enveloping a cubic meter of translucent green water exuding vitality. The assembly gasped in astonishment, with a spark of delight flickering in Chris's eyes. A voice resonated in Tian's mind. "Master, following this event, the production of life water has significantly increased. You may take as much as you require." Tian's expression brightened. This was indeed a precious resource. Without further ado, He retrieved several jade vials to contain it. Chris smiled, remarking, "I did not anticipate that the tree spirit would directly grant you life water." With a subtle smile, Tian chose not to disclose his newfound status as the master of the Tree of Life, though he too was intrigued by its miraculous restoration after absorbing his blood. "Bring forth the elemental water to honor our esteemed guests," he commanded. Elemental water? Water imbued with elemental essence? Shortly thereafter, a number of whimsical elemental sprites fluttered in, presenting bowls filled with vibrant, multi-hued water. Tian took a sip from his bowl, savoring the refreshing sweetness, and upon finishing, he felt a slight surge of vitality within him. The three ladies also relished their bowls of elemental water, their faces lighting up with delight. Elemental water is sourced from a pond situated to the north of the realm of life, where magical elements converge, explained Chris with a smile. "It is a staple for us elemental sprites, known for its delightful taste and effectiveness in replenishing magical energy." Tian and the others nodded in agreement, confirming its efficacy. The reinforcements from the elven clan had long departed. After spending several days in the presence of demigods, lesser deities, and the enigmatic elemental queen, they finally took their leave. As they exited through the luminous gateway of the Tree of Life, Tian and his companions returned to the sanctum of the royal palace. Their bountiful harvest marked notably by the acquisition of the elemental water. Regrettably, Uncle Locke and his grandfather had ventured into the beast realm for training. As dusk fell, darkness enveloped the jungle. Following lunch, the four ladies returned to their quarters, where Tian distributed 4 portions of elemental water. "Linger and fire. You should wait until you break through to legend before partaking in this. It holds little benefit for those in the holy domain." The 2 girls understood and nodded in acknowledgement. Tian drank a few mouthfuls of the elemental water, feeling the cool liquid cascade down his throat into his dantian. Clearing his mind and accelerating the flow of his soul's power, he swiftly departed the room, stepping into the inky void above, where a gentle wind swirled around him, creating a harmonious cyclone that rustled his robes. Time became the universe, space the cosmos. Yet, a frown creased Tian's brow. He had erred in his understanding of power. It was not merely the essence of elements, but rather the raw physical strength and magical might within himself that constituted true power. In that moment, enlightenment dawned upon him. His physical form was the key to unlocking profound mysteries. Tian's eyes gleamed with determination as he activated the chaotic golden body technique. A vast accumulation of spiritual energy gathered in the air above, drawing the attention of several legendary elven elders and Queen Elizabeth, who marveled at the dense magical elements swirling around Tian, rapidly being absorbed. His arms surged with vitality as blood coursed vigorously through his veins, and the sound of cracking bones echoed as they grew denser and more refined, each marrow resonating with formidable strength. With a thunderous roar, Tian unleashed a powerful punch towards the heavens, sending a radiant fist piercing through the void. The already darkened night sky deepened, fissures in space rippling outward as his body trembled with explosive force. "This is my path," he declared, embodying the essence of power itself. The image of Pangu splitting the heavens flashed before his mind, his thoughts crystal clear. Clenching his fist, he gazed resolutely towards Dragon Island, where his father, mother, and brother awaited, alongside Sister Feyerty. "Wait for me." At this moment, as if sensing the deep longing of Tian, the white stone at his dantian began to tremble. The 4 characters representing the Tao of heaven and earth radiated a brilliant light. In an instant, the figure in the void vanished, and Tian disappeared into the air. His vision brightened as he returned to the realm of the white stones. The massive stone tablet he had seen last time had already vanished. Tian shifted his gaze to the second stone tablet, and upon sensing his attention, it erupted with dazzling brilliance. Instantly, a multitude of stone tablets behind it emitted white light, illuminating the entire pitch-black world. Even Tian, who had reached the early stage of demigod status, could not endure such blinding radiance, and hastily closed his eyes. After a considerable time, feeling the light no longer blinding, Tian opened his eyes. Suddenly, a transparent sound coalesced before him, reverberating like the shattering of heaven and earth, heralding the arrival of the apocalypse. A tremendous pressure descended upon Tian in an instant. His entire being surged with true energy to withstand the oppressive force. But the cracking sound of his bones echoed as they began to yield to the pressure. Gritting his teeth, Yin gazed at the source of the sound, questioning who it was and why the pressure was so terrifying. Could it be a deity? As the figure gradually took shape, it revealed an old man in a gray robe. With black hair and eyes, the marks of time etched upon his aged forehead. A benevolent expression adorned his face, and his eyes resembled a shattered universe, speckled with stars. Yin was taken aback. What a fearsome gaze it was. His body was on the verge of collapsing under the terrifying pressure. Yin threw his head back and roared, his blood and energy igniting wildly, consuming his true power rapidly. Suddenly, the oppressive force dissipated, and Yin felt his entire body relax. Under such immense pressure, his mind was tempered, and his flesh was forged. If anyone were to glimpse Yin's bones, they would undoubtedly see a jade-like hue radiating with white light. Although Yin's milky true energy was on the brink of exhaustion due to the recent pressure, the benefits were evidently substantial. His true power surged, reconnecting his fractured bones, while some shattered meridians began to heal. Yin's eyes, now filled with determination, were fixed upon the old man. The gray-robed elder smiled slightly, his ancient voice resonating with divine authority throughout the realm. Young man, you are quite impressive. Not even a year old, yet your physical strength is remarkable, and your soul has reached the pinnacle of harmony. Well done. Yin's heart sank in shock. Indeed, he had not yet reached a year since his birth. He had not expected this elder to see through him, particularly when even the formidable queen of the elves, Krista, had failed to discern his true potential. He was astonished that the elder recognized his soul's strength. Moreover, the elder's black hair and eyes evoked a sense of familiarity in Yin. In this otherworldly realm, he had yet to encounter anyone with hair and eye colors akin to his own, and now he finally had. Taking a deep breath, Yin inquired, Elder, who might you be? The gray-robed elder replied with a gentle smile, Young man, first tell me how you arrived in this world. Yin's eyes narrowed in alarm, his heart racing. Could it be that this elder had also inadvertently come to this world? For some reason, Yin felt an urge to confide in him about the secret of not being a native of this realm. However, he steeled his resolve. The elder's terrifying power could easily end his life. Moreover, the joy of encountering someone with similar hair and eye colors in this foreign world was overwhelming. Chapter 77. The Monument of the Great Path. Yin was reluctant to disclose that he had been transported to this otherworldly realm by the Chaos Pearl, for its terrifying nature might incite greed among his fellow countrymen. After taking a moment to compose himself, he gazed with clarity and said, Esteemed elder, I was born on a cerulean planet, where I held the position of head of my household. During an outing, I fell victim to an unseen peril and, for reasons unknown, found myself reborn in this world. The elder nodded thoughtfully and remarked, The mysteries of space are boundless. The occurrence of interdimensional travel is indeed plausible. Is this cerulean planet known as Waterblue Star? His eyes glimmered with hope as he fixated on Yin. Yin replied, Waterblue Star? We refer to our home planet as Earth, though from the vantage of outer space, it does indeed appear water blue. Upon receiving confirmation, the elder trembled with excitement, whispering, Waterblue Star still exists. Waterblue Star still exists. Ahaha. He erupted into wild laughter. Yin was taken aback, perplexed by the elder's reaction. Could it be that he was truly from Earth? The elder soon regained his composure, admitting, Forgive my earlier outburst, young man. Would you care to hear a story? Without waiting for Yin's response, he began his tale. In the primordial chaos, the innate demon gods roamed the void. The mighty Pangu created a world from the chaos, but was soon attacked by the heavenly consciousness that emerged from this nascent realm. Thousands of innate demon gods besieged Pangu, who, gravely wounded, managed to slay countless foes, with only a handful of the innate gods escaping with their lives. In his injured state, Pangu received a reward from the Great Path, restoring his body. He shattered the heavenly consciousness of the newly formed world, allowing it to develop independently. After an indeterminate period, Pangu beheld the desolation that persisted and ultimately chose to dissolve his own essence, ensuring the prosperity of the grand world. Thus, millennia later, the world began to flourish. The revered Hongjun Daozu took 7 disciples, each ascending to sainthood. Sensing the need for further development in the primordial realm, he wielded the shattered creation jade butterfly to bless the land and became the embodiment of the Great Path, subsequently imprisoned and unable to leave. With the 3 clans in conflict and the war between the witches and the demons raging on, following the reign of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, The opportunity for further sainthood arose. The saints, eager to produce another saint among their ranks, engaged in fierce battles, causing the primordial land to crack and fragment. Witnessing such turmoil among his disciples, Hongjun, having transformed into the Great Path, disregarded his confinement and forcefully emerged to intervene. Ultimately, the seven saints were forbidden from acting, as only a cataclysm could grant them freedom. Using his supreme powers, Hongjun reformed the shattered land, dividing it into countless planets of the mortal realm, the celestial realm, and the parallel levels of the demonic realm, along with the divine realm above. Thus began a prosperous era for heaven and earth. Upon hearing this, Yin's thoughts crystallized. The myths spoken of on earth truly held a kernel of reality. After hundreds of millions of years, the venerable Hongjun Daozu, who had transcended the Great Path, proclaimed the impending arrival of calamity, urging all realms to prepare for battle. The seven reappearing sages were not filled with joy at the prospect of freedom. Instead, their faces were etched with sorrow. 50,000 years later, the heavens and earth shattered, the divine realm fractured, and the celestial laws of another universe led the sages to assault the Panga universe. That battle plunged the world into chaos, with an unusual cultivation system. Although the sages were fewer in number, they commanded millions of quasi-saint-level creation gods, while our universe could muster only a meager million at that level. Calamity began to descend, as countless peak quasi-saint masters were annihilated by the explosive power of the masses. Blood rained from the sky, casting a pall of darkness across the firmament. The seven sages, witnessing the near-total demise of their disciples, were consumed by fury, resorting to desperate tactics to vanquish the six sages from the other universe, whom they referred to as the Chaos Gods. However, this fierce confrontation left the seven sages severely weakened, leading them into a deep slumber. Master Hongjun, possessing superior skills, devoured the celestial laws of the opposing universe, ultimately securing victory for the Panga universe. At this point, tears streamed down the face of the gray-robed elder. Yet, the calamity did not end there. In the aftermath of the great battle, spatial fissures spread throughout the divine realm, causing the protective membrane barrier to shatter. Chaos energy seeped into the divine realm, swiftly eroding its territories into chaos. Eventually, Hongjun issued an order for the slumbering seven sages to tend to the divine realm, while he detached from the celestial laws, utilizing boundless magical power to repair the membrane barrier. However, at that moment, primordial chaotic demons invaded the divine realm, plunging it once again into turmoil. After Hongjun restored the membrane barrier, he found himself utterly drained of power, rendered extremely weak. In a fierce clash with the primordial demons, the demons ultimately resorted to self-destruction. In desperation, Hongjun shielded himself with a stone he had acquired from the chaos, which ultimately vanished. At this juncture, Yin grasped the situation. The stone must have been this elder. Yin inquired, "Elder, that stone was the white stone that emerged from my dantian, was it not? I presume you are the spirit of that stone." The gray-robed elder smiled faintly and affirmed, "You are correct." Yin, somewhat puzzled, asked, "Then, elder, how did you come to know of Waterblue Star?" The elder replied, "In the past, I assisted Hongjun in creating the mortal realm, and the region of Waterblue Star was under my purview." Yin nodded, understanding. "So, elder, is this world indeed that universe?" The elder smiled gently. "Indeed, this universe is the very one that once attacked the Panga universe. However, those beings are long gone, and the high-end martial prowess of this universe has all but vanished." Yin nodded again. "Then, elder, how may one return to the Panga universe?" The elder's expression turned somber. "One must become a quasi-saint to tear a fissure in the cosmic membrane and traverse through. Originally, I was a treasure of chaos, but I was gravely wounded in the chaos, and following the self-destruction of the primordial demons, spatial fissures emerged, creating black holes. My essence has been further damaged by the gravitational forces of space, showing no signs of recovery. I had thought I would be buried within this universe, yet unexpectedly, I encountered you. Elder, what is your true name?" The gray-robed elder nodded and replied, "Indeed, I now recognize you as my master. My soul has slowly begun to flourish and has awakened today. My true form is the monument of the great Tao, embodying the essence of the Tao. A product of the Tao. You are fortunate, yet it is I who feels even more fortunate to have met you." Yin finally grasped the situation and nodded, stating, "Then, esteemed elder, I shall diligently cultivate my abilities and strive to ascend to the realm of quasi-saint, so that I may return to the Pengu universe with you." The gray-robed elder smiled gently, replying, "Ah, indeed, I can afford to wait. Take your time to thoroughly study these stone tablets. They will prove beneficial to you." Upon speaking, the elder gestured through the void, and a surge of memories cascaded into Yin's mind, after which his form vanished. Once he assimilated the memories, a smile graced Yin's lips. There existed demonic runes and divine scripts. As a primordial treasure, he too possessed his own runes. This influx of memories conveyed the essence of the runes, allowing Yin to comprehend the inscriptions on the stone tablets. He found himself entranced by the profound and inscrutable characters, as if he had lost his very soul within their depths. Thus it was revealed, the simplification of principles beyond the arcane, known as the Tao, transcended into the great Tao, an endless continuum. With a thunderous crash, the second stone tablet fell to the ground. Suddenly, Yin recalled that he had lost track of time within this space. He called out, "Esteemed elder, how might I enter and exit this realm?" A response echoed throughout the space, an aged voice resonating from all directions. "Simply focus your thoughts." Yin understood, closed his eyes, concentrated, and upon reopening them, found himself back within the void. He exhaled a breath of murky air. After enduring the elder's formidable pressure, both his spirit and body had been tempered. Having perused the stone tablet's content, his cultivation ascended to the pinnacle of early demigod, just a step away from breaking through to mid-demigod. At that moment, a ray of sunlight pierced the sky as the sun rose, revealing that an entire night had passed. Chapter 78. The Arrival of the Demigod with a Whoosh. He descended from the heavens, swiftly returning to Sophia's chamber. At that moment, the four women were just rising and dressing. Upon seeing Yin enter, four pairs of eyes, glinting with danger, turned towards him. Yin felt a chill run down his spine, sensing impending trouble through his sixth sense. Indeed, the night had passed without his return, raising suspicions of where he had been cavorting with the elven beauties. Elena, with a hand on her slender waist, circled around Yin, scrutinizing him closely. The other three rushed forward, demanding, "Confess your misdeeds." Instantly, Yin felt his ears and waist being pinched, exclaiming, "Oh, wives, I was wrong." "Really? With your tough skin? Do you truly feel pain?" Catherine remarked as she playfully slapped Yin's leg. "Ah, my dear, that's the happiness of your lifetime. Please, refrain from such antics." He protested. "What were you doing?" They pressed. "I was cultivating outside, drinking the water of life, and comprehending some profound truths. What if I accidentally blew up the house?" "Thus, I ventured outside to train," he explained earnestly. "Is that so?" "Absolutely. More genuine than gold itself." Yin fervently nodded, akin to a chick pecking at grain. Seeing that Yin seemed sincere, the four women softened their demeanor. "Darling, we just pinched you. Does it hurt? Let me massage it for you," one offered. "Indeed, I may have struck you a bit too hard. Allow me to soothe it," Catherine said, leaning down to tenderly rub his leg. It is often said that women are fickle, a notion Yin had previously doubted. Yet, the speed with which their demeanor shifted was indeed as swift as turning a page. After relishing a moment of their affectionate massages, the five of them sat down in the palace to enjoy a delightful feast of fruits and floral wine. The days spent in the Elven Kingdom were drawing to a close. During this time, Sophia had caught up with her mother-in-law, and the relationship between Yin and Sophia had been firmly established. Under the watchful eyes of the Elven Empress Elizabeth and a group of elders, the five departed from the sacred grounds of the elves. Not long after, they exited the Elven Forest and ventured into the Ross Empire, reluctant to return too soon. Ultimately, they decided to circumnavigate the Elven Forest to explore the mysterious dwelling of the dwarves. At this moment, far away on a hillside, three elderly men clad in white stood with their eyes closed in deep concentration. Suddenly, a report echoed, "My lord, Yin and his companions have exited the Elven Forest." Upon hearing this, the three elders opened their eyes in unison, their gazes sharp and penetrating. The elder in the center spoke. "Good, you may return." "Yes, my lord." The trio of demigods, confident in their strength, set out with a singular purpose: to eliminate a fledgling dragon. They pondered the gravity with which Lord Cole had approached this task, but soon dismissed the thought. The elven princess must not be harmed, nor can we kill Catherine, the daughter of the Dark God Church's pope. She must be captured as leverage against the Dark God Church. The other three, however, are fair game. With that, the three vanished from the hillside. Meanwhile, Tian and his companions walked along a dirt road, where passers-by occasionally strolled by, the terrain worn smooth from frequent footsteps. Big brother. Those four women are stunning. Look at those curves, that slim waist, and that pert backside. And that elven beauty. My, how exquisite. A scrawny man with shifty eyes spoke to a robust companion in a ravine. Rod, keep an eye on them. When we reach the narrow slope ahead, we will strike. The muscular man replied. Yes, big brother, just wait. Haha, big brother, that woman in the black dress. Rod rubbed his hands together, grinning. Fine, she's yours. But be careful. Proceed with caution, the big brother commanded. Don't worry, big brother. With that, Rod departed. Tian sensed several pairs of prying eyes upon them and felt a chill of disdain within. Soon, they ascended a slope when suddenly, a massive net descended upon them. Kill the men. Spare the women. A thunderous roar bellowed from below. In a flash, hundreds surged forth like a tidal wave from both sides. Tian wore a cold smile, while the four women remained unfazed, exuding an air of calm confidence. The leader of the assailants, with a lustful glint in his eyes, stepped forward, surveying the women before turning to Tian. Pretty boy, I'll grant you a swift death. Hand over your valuables, and as for your female companions, I'll take care of them. You can rest easy. What a mighty display, big brother. Dragon Spirit, visibly disgusted, stepped forward, her aura radiating power. In an instant, those below the realm of the sacred domain were forced to kneel under her overwhelming presence. The leader, Joe, trembled, realizing his initial stage of the sacred domain was utterly suppressed, rendering him powerless. Damn it, I was foolish. This is the end. With a swift thrust, Dragon Spirit pierced Joe's skull with her spear, blood and brain matter splattering everywhere. The boss is dead. Everyone run. However, the body remained immobile, and the other three women, already filled with disdain, wasted no words and immediately launched an assault. The usually benevolent Sophia unleashed her thorned poison vines upon the bandits. Spare us, noble warrior. They pleaded. In a short time, they met their demise. Suddenly, the sky darkened ominously, and Tian's expression shifted dramatically. Return quickly. The four women sensed an inexplicable danger and hurried back to Tian's side. In the somber sky, thunder rumbled and lightning flashed, striking down toward Tian. With a grave expression, he clenched his fists and effortlessly dissipated the lightning. Well done, young man, an ancient voice resonated around them. A powerful aura reminiscent of a demigod surged forth, causing the four women to tremble under its oppressive weight. Tian exhaled a dragon's roar, blocking the demigod's pressure from encroaching upon them. Be cautious, he advised the four women, who nodded in acknowledgement. Suddenly, three elderly figures in white appeared not far from Tian. The elder at the forefront addressed him, young man, instead of remaining on Dragon Island. You choose to wreak havoc in the human realm. By the command of the God of Light, I hereby sentence you to death. The final words were laced with a chilling intent. A tempest erupted around them, and those nearby fled in terror. Good heavens, could it be a legendary battle? One whispered. I don't know, brother, but we must leave immediately. The aftermath of a legendary confrontation is not to be trifled with. Tian's expression turned frigid. The God of Light. You dare to condemn me to death? Let the dragon god speak of such matters. You are unworthy. The elder named Sod responded coldly, enough idle chatter. Let the insect meet its end. With that, three mid-tier demigod auras erupted, disturbing the very air and sending stones flying. The three pressures momentarily halted as Sada's expression grew serious. Tian's strength exceeded his expectations. Kill. The clash commenced. Tian seized the initiative, his true energy surging toward his right hand, creating fissures in space. The four women were sent hurtling backward for miles, the terror of a demigod battle evident. Sod exchanged glances with Cade, who subtly nodded. Tian, with his keen perception, noticed their silent communication, his heart sinking. Cade, watch out. With a swift punch, Tian pierced through the void, forcing the two elders back. He then vanished into thin air. Sada's expression darkened. Pursue him, prevent his escape. Cade materialized before the four women, his face twisted in malice as he lunged for Katarina. The four women gasped in horror. Dragon Annihilation Slash, Fire Dragon Technique, Dark Barrier. Thorn Vines. Mere tricks, break. Blood spewed from the four women as they were violently repelled. In a flash, Tian, seeing the four women injured, turned his icy gaze toward Cade, who, alarmed, raised his great sword to block Tian's powerful strike. Break! Cade felt a crushing weight in his chest, coughing up blood in shock. He had not anticipated Tian's formidable strength. Even as a novice demigod, the dragon lineage truly was fearsome. Instantly, Sod and Chirrut arrived. Holy Light Slash, Blade of Void. A sword beam over 30 meters long sliced toward Tian, tearing through the void. Chapter 79, Battle with the Angel Yellow. A sonic boom echoed through the air as Tian, with a solemn expression, declared, "The path of power. Fearless." In a tumultuous roar akin to a dragon's cry. Fists clenched tightly, a mighty assault was unleashed upon two adversaries. The clash of two formidable strikes reverberated through the air, giving rise to a mushroom cloud of explosive force that echoed all around. Observing the intensity of Tian's onslaught, Sada's expression turned grave as he invoked the domain of sacred light. In an instant, a radiant expanse of 100 meters unfurled around him, shimmering with intermittent flashes of white light. As Tian entered this realm, his demeanor soured. Sod, with an icy gaze, commanded, "Kill." The power of the domain was dictated by its master, allowing him to control the pressure and harm inflicted upon others, enabling them to move freely. Without hesitation, Cade and Chirrut, both mid-level demigods, unleashed their combat energy as they surged toward Tian. With a thunderous roar, Tian pressed forward, delivering a ferocious punch aimed at Cade. A sickening crunch resounded as Cade's expression soured, the immense force fracturing his arm, leaving him pale and rapidly retreating. The void rift unleashed by the mid-level demigod tore through the air, a 50-meter-long blade of light cleaving toward Tian. Tian's eyes narrowed, despite the oppressive weight of the domain. The gravitational training from Uncle Locke rendered the pressure trivial, preventing the wind blades from inflicting harm. A full-force strike from a mid-level demigod was not something Tian could lightly dismiss. "Retreat," he commanded. Sod, sensing Tian's intention to withdraw, intensified the domain's pressure. Tian smirked slightly, remaining unfazed, and launched a blistering punch toward the void of the domain. The impact sent ripples through the area, prompting Sod to drastically channel his combat energy to reinforce the domain. Chirrut murmured incantations, invoking the void strangle. Suddenly, Tian perceived a chaotic disturbance in the elemental fabric surrounding him, transporting him into a pitch-black realm. From all directions, enormous blades of light surged forth, tearing through the void and targeting Tian. Chirrut, having executed this signature move, appeared somewhat pale. It had once severely injured a mid-level demigod, a testament to its formidable prowess. Bolstering his confidence in its effectiveness, Cade and Sod exchanged knowing glances, smiles creeping onto their faces, aware of the devastating strength of this attack. Although the wind element demigod lacked defensive capabilities, its offensive might was unparalleled. The creamy white true energy surged violently, dissipating countless wind blades. Yet, a few managed to breach the defenses, inflicting gashes upon Tian's fists. Blood flowed, igniting Tian's fury. Suddenly, a myriad of wind blades slowed, as Tian coalesced his true energy. His bloodied fists erupted with radiant light, a thunderous roar reverberating through the void as he unleashed a punch fortified by the principles of spatial overlap and speed. With a resounding crack, the dark space shattered like glass, causing the wind blades to dissipate on their own. Chirrut, witnessing Tian's return to the domain, was overcome with disbelief. "How is this possible?" he gasped. Sod and Cade, their expressions grim, were taken aback, unable to fathom that Tian had indeed countered the attack. Without granting Chirrut a moment to react, Tian vanished from his position. Within the black expanse, having mastered the principle of spatial overlap, his speed surged exponentially. In a flash, Tian delivered a crushing blow, reducing Chirrut to mere pulp as he fell within the domain. "Chirrut!" The two elder beings cried in outrage, witnessing the demise of their partner after millennia together. "You must die, you wretched creature. I shall not hold back." Sada's visage twisted in fury, his eyes ablaze as he succumbed to madness, his body igniting with flames, and the power of his soul igniting fiercely. Angelic possession. Tian's expression grew grave. Once again, this tactic was employed. In an instant, the heavens above the domain shimmered with brilliance as a spatial portal opened, heralding the descent of an angel adorned with 3 pairs of deep white wings, who transformed into a radiant light and surged towards Sada's form. The merciless, silver-hued eyes replaced the once blue gaze that belonged to Sad. A holy light coalesced into a sword, grasped firmly by the angel. Sad, having summoned the angel with the power of his soul, was already beyond the realm of the living. His domain dissipated, and the 4 women gazed skyward. At that moment, only 3 figures remained aloft, their formidable presence stirring the void, while Tian's own might intensified as he stood defiantly against the 2. Witnessing the demise of one, the 4 women displayed a flicker of delight. "Heretic, I am the captain of the 545-2132 battle squad of the War Angels. Remember this, it is I who shall bring about your demise. My name is Yerikekipawati." Before he could finish, Tian roared, vanishing from the air with a thunderous sound. Yeru's expression changed drastically, but he managed to intercept just in time. "Heretic, you possess commendable speed. However, your attacking prowess remains somewhat lacking." As Tian swiftly retreated from an attack that had not yet been executed, Card would not allow him to escape so easily. A holy cross slash, a cross-shaped sword light, tore through the fabric of space, hurtling towards Tian's location, with danger looming from behind. Tian's countenance remained unchanged as the holy cross slash pierced the very spot he had occupied, striking Yeru, whose silver-white eyes betrayed no emotion. With a swift motion, Yeru effortlessly shattered Card's full-force strike. Tian, concealed within a small space to evade the attack, felt a weight of gravity settle upon him. Even a half-god at the peak of their strength could not so easily dismantle Card's full-force assault. The peak of semi-divinity. Tian's eyes flickered as the small space rippled. Card, witnessing his attack miss its mark and observing Yeru's casual dismantling of it, wore a grim expression. The strength of a peak semi-god was more than sufficient to extinguish Tian. At that moment, Card's spirit jolted as a fist, imbued with the power to rend space itself, thundered towards his head. Card's eyes bulged in shock. He was utterly unprepared. His skull shattered like a watermelon, and his headless corpse collapsed to the ground, sending tremors through the earth. The 4 women were taken aback with astonishment. Yeru, however, displayed no emotion at Card's demise. The 2 faced each other in the void, Yeru offering a slight smile, yet his silver-white eyes remained devoid of warmth, cold and impassive. "Reptile, you have performed admirably. Now, it is time for this to conclude." The chilling voice echoed as it escaped his lips. Tian chose not to respond, delivering a punch that embodied his intent. With a swift motion, Yeru swung his sword, and a blade of light instantly struck Tian's body. Tian's eyes narrowed. It was too swift. He could see no trace of the attack as the sword light left a deep gash upon his abdomen. Golden blood trickled from the corner of Tian's mouth. He felt his energy surging wildly. His blood boiled with fervor, and a dragon's roar resonated through the heavens. Unbeknownst to them, deep within the elven forest, in the realm of the world tree, the elemental fairy queen, Claris, sat upon a verdant throne, her clear, emerald eyes penetrating the void as she observed the unfolding scene. Claris smiled, noting, "Your master seems quite impressive." In the void, a middle-aged female voice responded, "There is an aura about him that sends shivers down my spine, and his blood is indeed beneficial to me. I believe I can ascend." Upon hearing this, Chris gasped in disbelief. "How is that possible? Even the divine blood of the god cannot facilitate your ascension. How can the blood of a demigod dragon enable you to advance?" "I do not know," she replied. "His blood contains an enigmatic essence that is profoundly effective for me. My very essence has been touched, and my previous injuries will gradually heal." Chris, upon hearing this, was momentarily captivated, murmuring, "What a strange and mysterious little creature." Chapter 8. Chris takes action. Yale cast a cold smirk towards Tian. "You wretched creature, let us see how many of my blows you can endure. You shall never comprehend the might of a perfected demigod's ultimate power." Tian remained silent, his expression icy, as a milky white energy ignited around him. With a punch that shattered the void, a terrifying force radiated outward, sending the 4 women below flying 1,000 meters, their hearts filled with dread. The fabric of space fractured, chaos erupting as turbulent currents surged towards Yale. His silver-white eyes revealed a glimmer of surprise as he deftly fluttered his wings, evading the chaotic currents, which even the most primordial beings would dare not confront. In an instant, the overwhelming force of Tian's punch descended upon Yale. who merely curled his lip in disdain. With a swift motion, he executed a technique of the battle angel, a sword strike that disrupted the surrounding elements, causing them to vanish mysteriously. A beam of white sword light sliced through the void, meeting Ao Tian's fist. Ao Tian felt a grave sense of urgency as the sword's pressure bore down upon him, sending chills through his spine, and once more, a dragon's roar echoed. Waves of energy rippled through the air as the sword light pierced through Ao Tian's milky white energy shield, dissolving his middle finger in its advance. Blood spewed from Ao Tian's mouth as his right fist was cleaved in two, the muscles gradually beginning to mend. Ao Tian's expression darkened. His right hand was rendered useless. In a moment, Ao Tian transformed into a dragon, his lengthy form spanning over 250 meters, soaring high into the sky amidst the clouds below. Yale appeared as insignificant as an ant in comparison, a strange look crossing his face. You think your size grants you superiority over me? Suddenly, a sword light struck his dragon form, and Ao Tian roared in agony as his back was pierced, dragon blood spilling from the sky. Exhaling a torrent of dragon breath towards Yale, a massive, heated stream surged forth, enveloping the air in mist. Yale, with a cold smile, swung his sword, effortlessly cleaving through the dragon breath. The residual force struck Ao Tian's dragon head, causing a gash in his nostrils, golden blood flowing forth. The four women observing from thousands of meters away were taken aback by the sight. Enough, Longworm. This is becoming increasingly tedious. Let us conclude this. Yale's icy voice rang out. His body radiated a pure white light, akin to the sun illuminating the earth. Ao Tian felt a sharp pain in his dragon eyes as a 10-meter-wide beam of sword light traversed the space towards him, arriving at his neck in an instant. It was clear that Ao Tian would be torn apart by the sword light, leaving a long, dark fissure in its wake, with chaotic currents of space violently erupting. Ao Tian sensed the swiftness of the sword light, a sudden sting coursing through his neck as his scales melted away like tofu, the surface breaking as if it were mere paper. His massive dragon eyes revealed a look of defiance. No, I cannot perish. I must reunite with my parents and brother. Sister Firdi, as the milky white stone in the abdomen sensed the impending crisis of Outyin, it suddenly radiated a magnificent light. In an instant, time seemed to halt. The sword light, just 3 meters from Outyin's neck, abruptly disintegrated into luminous particles that vanished into the void. Yale's expression shifted dramatically as he exclaimed, "Impossible! How could this be?" Far within the world of the Tree of Life, Chris had intended to intervene, but to her astonishment, the sword light had disintegrated. A flicker of unusual color flashed in her emerald green eyes as her ruby lips curled into a subtle smile, murmuring, "How intriguing this has become. Such a delightful little creature. But I cannot believe you can withstand another attempt. Allow me to assist you with this trouble." With that, she raised her right hand and delicately pointed into the void. Boom. Yale suddenly felt an overwhelming pressure above him, immobilizing his entire being. "Who dares to obstruct my eradication of heretics?" he bellowed. Outyin, too, was engulfed in confusion. Suddenly, the void above stirred, and in less than a second, a hand as pure as jade extended, pointing at Yale's head. A gentle breeze swept by, and Yale's eyes bulged as he instantly transformed into white light, dissipating into the air. And just like that, Yale was no more. A pinnacle demigod had perished. After his demise, the pristine hand vanished, and the sky returned to its normal state. Outyin's eyes narrowed in shock. How terrifying. A demigod-level expert. No, even a demigod-level being could not traverse space and extinguish a pinnacle demigod with merely a fingertip. Outyin shook his head slightly, choosing not to dwell on it. It seemed that the one who had struck down Yale was an ally. Reflecting on that immaculate hand, Outyin gradually recalled the elemental fairy queen, Chris. He had observed her beauty with utmost confidence at that time, and now his hands slowly overlapped in realization. Outyin's dragon-like eyes narrowed. Such formidable power. He turned to gaze towards the direction of the elven forest, thousands of miles away, where an attack had originated from the world of the Tree of Life. Truly terrifying. A wave of dizziness washed over him as the loss of blood took its toll, and a sense of weakness enveloped him. Transforming into his human form, he landed on the ground and moved toward the four women. With tearful eyes, the four women rushed to embrace Outyin. Woo-woo, as they touched his torn right hand. A surge of pain shot through his head. "Fear not, my dear wives. See, I am not dead. These wounds will heal in no time," he reassured them. They nodded, their eyes still glistening with tears. Now, let us find a place where I can recuperate, he said. Yes. In an instant, Yin and the others vanished from their location. Those who had been observing the fierce battle began to emerge slowly. The once towering earth rampart now lay pockmarked with craters, and Yin's dragon blood had seeped into the ground, leaving no trace behind. Countless onlookers were left in a state of shock. The massive golden dragon, hundreds of meters long, sparked recognition among some. I remember now. The golden dragon is the guardian beast of the Ross Empire, and Yin is the son-in-law of the Balaton family. Indeed, I too have realized it. This is truly terrifying, such a powerful angel crushing a demigod like Yin. Most alarming of all was that alabaster arm, which with a mere flick in the void, had effortlessly obliterated a demigod-level angel. Incredible, exclaimed an astonished elder with a white beard. Hu Lao spoke wisely. That hand was indeed terrifying. However, it was evident that the hand was there to protect Tian from the angel's lethal strike, indicating that the Ross Empire is not to be trifled with. Indeed, it was horrifying. Countless individuals engaged in discussions about this earth-shattering battle, some in hotels in the border towns, boasting about the sheer terror of the conflict. In short, Tian is soon to make his name resound across the continent once more, and the master of that equally fearsome hand, who protects Tian, has also become a subject of widespread rumor across the land, further solidifying the Ross Empire's formidable reputation. As time swiftly passed, over 10 days went by. At the holy mountain of the Papal Kingdom, Pope Orph the 45th wore a grim expression, unable to fathom the demise of 3 mid-level demigods, particularly the peak angel summoned by Sad who had burned his soul in desperation. The voice of the peak demigod, Pope Cole the 30th, echoed in Orph's mind, urging him to set aside the pursuit of Tian, as the spatial rift sealed on Demon Island was beginning to show signs of loosening, directing his focus there. Understood, Ancestor, Orph sighed in response. After more than 10 days of recuperation, Tian's injuries had healed remarkably quickly, allowing him to successfully step into the early stages of the mid-level demigod realm. Concurrently, he shared some speculations with the 4 women, leaving Sophia astounded to learn of the terrifying might of the elemental fairy queen, Chris, her companions reflecting a sense of awe. During these days of dual cultivation, Longlinger and Sophia had both reached the pinnacle of the early legendary stage, on the brink of advancing to the mid-level legendary realm, while Elena and Catherine ascended to the late legendary stage with astonishing speed. Should others discover the rapid progress of their cultivation, envy would surely abound, as it typically takes individuals 200 to 300 years to attain the legendary realm, yet these women achieved it in such a short span. Truly, a case of comparison breeds despair. In the Ross Empire, within the alluring establishment known as the Soul-Stealing Pavilion, Yin smiled upon hearing news of Tian, her eyes glimmering with affection, pleased by his strength, yet displaying concern for his injury inflicted by the angel. Chapter 81. Entering the Dwarven Territory, the Pavadia Mountain Range. A majestic expanse of undulating peaks is interwoven with crystal-clear rivers, while the azure sky is adorned with drifting white clouds that enhance the beauty of this mountainous region. Deep within the Pavadia Mountain Range lies a natural volcano, which erupts with molten lava exceeding 1,200 degrees after many years. The dwarves reside near this volcano, and their craftsmanship is often celebrated, earning widespread acclaim from humans across the continent, with many of their creations finding their way to auctions. Some dwarves, not lacking in discernment, were astounded to find that they could not sense the strength of Tian and his companions. Francis, who dedicated his life to forging and brewing, had neither married nor fathered children. He led Tian and his companions into the inner chamber, cheerfully retrieving a cask of sunlight wine that exuded a rich aroma. Even sealed, the fragrance wafts forth. It is a fine wine, Tian praised. Hearing Tian's commendation, Francis laughed heartily. Come, lad, drink. With that, he tore off the seal, pouring a generous bowl for Tian and another for himself before raising his bowl and drinking it all in one go. With a slight smile, Tian raised the large bowl and drank it all in one gulp. The liquid was fiery, as if flames were scorching his insides. Yet amidst the blaze, there was a hint of coolness. His stomach felt warmly enveloped, a sensation of utmost comfort. Before long, Tian felt an adrenaline surge, stirring a fervor within him. Indeed, there was a certain finesse to it. With a beaming smile, he remarked, "Uncle Francis, you are quite remarkable. I merely take advantage of my strength." Ah, laughter ensued. Strength is indeed a skill in the art of drinking. Chapter 82. Tian takes action to forge the sword. Thus, Tian and the four maidens spent several days among the dwarven tribe. The dwarven chieftain, Parlo, soon learned of Princess Sophia of the elves' arrival and promptly welcomed her party. During these days, he observed the warm-hearted dwarves crafting weapons and armor by day, engaging in drinking contests with the elders, and enjoying intimate dual cultivation sessions with the four maidens by night. The dwarves' craftsmanship was beyond question, their skills honed to perfection. Though he had studied the sacred forging techniques, Tian found himself nodding frequently. Alas, his own cultivation focused on the terrifying physical and spiritual powers, leaving little time for the art of weapon and armor forging. One day, the dwarven elder, Kawat, ignited the forge to craft a semi-divine artifact. Several elder dwarves, including the chieftain, gathered to assist, and naturally, the 5 esteemed guests were received with honor. At noon, the sun hung high in the sky, and the ground radiated intense heat. If an egg were placed on the ground, it would cook within seconds. The imposing furnace, a meter tall, emitted a terrifying heat, sending wisps of steam into the air. The elder, with his robust right arm wielding a dark iron hammer, struck a mass of silvery iron resting on a sturdy table forged from black rock iron. This iron, sourced from the endless islands of the ocean, underwent an hour of relentless hammering, emerging from the 40-centimeter mass into a 20-centimeter silver orb. The hammering continued. A quarter of an hour later, the now smaller orb of silvery soft iron was placed into the furnace for smelting. The flames roared, and the sound of the iron melting filled the air. Though the day was sweltering, the temperature at the furnace was even more intense. Yet, dozens of experts at the peak of the sacred domain focused solemnly on the process. With a whoosh, the molten silvery soft iron flowed from a small opening in the furnace into the recess of a large sword mold. Kawat carefully added a bit of mithril, and the sizzling molten iron merged with the mithril, the recess of the sword model heating intensely. After some time, a formidable sword, nearly semi-divine in strength, took shape. Believing the moment had come, Kawat lifted the sword from the mold, disregarding the high temperature, and plunged it into a nearby water bucket. Steam billowing forth. A smile graced Kawat's face. The prelude was complete. Now, the most crucial phase awaited, enchantment. For a semi-divine artifact, the incorporation of powerful semi-divine magic was of paramount importance. Kavit presented the great sword to the clan leader, Parlo, who solemnly accepted it. He retrieved a demigod-level beast crystal core, and as it was unveiled, waves of magical energy surged forth, creating rippling patterns. The rarity of demigod artifacts stemmed from the limited production of the continent's secret silver and the scarcity of demigod-level beast crystal cores. Such beasts were exceedingly rare and formidable. Typically, a demigod-level beast was favored in battles against humans of the same tier by an 82-18 margin, unless an extraordinarily gifted individual managed to slay them by surpassing their level. The atmosphere grew tense, marking a critical moment. This was the first time Tian witnessed the forging of a demigod artifact, which differed greatly from his own sacred forging techniques. He noted some deficiencies in the dwarven craftsmanship of the demigod artifact. While he found enchanting to be a straightforward task due to the unique methods inherent in his sacred forging, he recognized the significance of the moment from the solemn expressions of the dwarves. Parlo lifted the demigod crystal core, and nostalgia washed over him as he gazed at it. This core was a remnant of the fiery phoenix he had slain to save his wife, who had been grievously injured by the beast shortly after it had ascended to demigod status. At that time, he had also recently attained demigod rank. Upon receiving the distress signal, his rage had surged, enhancing his combat prowess, and he ultimately defeated the fiery phoenix despite sustaining severe injuries. Fortunately, his timely intervention allowed his wife to recover from her wounds. With his left hand gripping the great sword and his right hand pressing the crystal core against the hilt and blade, Kavit unleashed a torrent of crimson demigod energy. Gradually, sweat beaded on Parlo's forehead as the crystal core embedded itself into the great sword. After a prolonged period, the embedding was complete, and Parlo murmured incantations. The crowd retreated 1,000 meters as fire elements densely gathered around Kavit. Boom. Slowly, the concentrated fire elements coalesced into a swirling elemental storm surrounding Kavit. channeling towards the crystal core with an arcane sigil, invoking the 9th-level forbidden spell, Heavenly Fire Conflagration. Humming resonated as runes began to manifest atop the demigod crystal core, prompting a smile from Parlo. This marked his inaugural enchantment of a demigod artifact. As the runes gradually took form, Cavit's expression brightened. Suddenly, a cracking sound echoed as the crystal core, unable to withstand the violent fire elements, began to fissure. This was dire. The moment the crack appeared, the fire elements erupted into chaos. Boom! The furnace, iron table, and water barrel were all engulfed in flames. Leader, be cautious. Blood trickled from Parlo's lips as the sudden elemental turmoil inflicted internal injuries upon him. Helplessly, he found himself ensnared, unable to move. Cavit, filled with defiance, roared, unleashing the demigod energy from within. Parlo gripped the sword hilt tightly and swiftly retreated, while the dwarves rushed to surround him, inquiring, "Leader, are you all right?" "It's nothing. Merely minor injuries." It's regrettable, however, forging a demigod artifact remains exceedingly challenging. This crystal core ultimately could not endure the runes of the forbidden spell, Cavit lamented. It's a relief that the leader is unharmed. We can attempt forging again in the future, the elder Cavit reassured him. Indeed, what the elder says is true. The dwarves echoed in support. The dwarf's emotions were perceived by Tian, who nodded slightly. Observing the colossal sword suspended in the air, ensnared by the violent fire elemental, Tian vanished from his position, reappearing with the great sword firmly grasped in his left hand. Paluo, witnessing this, instantly shouted, "Tian, be careful." Despite knowing Tian was a demigod-level expert and having enjoyed many spirited drinking sessions with him, he could not suppress his concern for Tian's safety. Tian smiled gently and reassured him, "Do not worry, I am confident." Enveloped in the tempestuous fire elemental spell, Tian uttered an incantation, causing the raging fire elements to cease their tumultuous dance, much to the astonishment of those present. As he murmured softly, within a mere 3 seconds, the concentrated fire elements transformed into subtle runes that flowed into the crystal core, mending the fissure in the demigod crystal. Gradually, the surrounding fire elements began to converge into the crystal core. With a breath of relief, the great sword blazed with fire, and Paluo, along with the Elder Council, erupted in excitement, exclaiming, "Incredible! It has been accomplished. The demigod artifact is complete." Tian exhaled deeply, gazing at the demigod great sword in his hand. A smile gracing his face as he approached Paluo, presenting the weapon to him. Paluo, brimming with emotion, declared, "Tian, if it weren't for you, this demigod great sword would have perished long ago. Please accept it." Tian, with a slight smile, replied, "Uncle Paluo, please keep it. I did not exert much effort. Do not be overly sentimental. Take it." "Very well, Tian. Thank you." Paluo gratefully accepted the demigod great sword, his eyes fervently fixed upon it. He looked up at Tian and said, "Tian, your contribution to the creation of this great sword is undeniable. You should name it." After a moment of contemplation, Tian smiled and suggested, "Since the crystal core was once fractured and has now been restored, let us call it the Flame Rift Sword." The elder Cavate nodded vigorously, exclaiming, "Chieftain, that is a splendid name." Paluo also nodded in agreement, saying, "Indeed, from this day forth, this sword shall be known as the Flame Rift Sword." "Ha ha, Tian. Thank you. Now, let us go and celebrate with some drinks." Tian smiled and nodded slightly. The group, with arms slung around each other's shoulders, made their way towards Paluo's dwelling. Chapter 83. Acquiring the Red Dragon as a follower thus passed a day, as the sun rose and bathed the earth in light. After a night of mutual cultivation, Tian's strength advanced slightly, reaching the mid-stage of demigod, while the 4 women experienced significant improvements in their abilities. Elena and Kesselin reached the pinnacle of the late legendary stage, just 1 step away from breaking through, while Sophia and Longlinger advanced to the mid-legendary stage. The 5 arose early, enjoying a meal of the dwarven specialty, flame fruits, alongside the roasted meat of the violent iron ox from the Pavadia Mountains. Today, unusual phenomena emanated from the mouth of the great volcano. Unlike the usual billowing smoke, vibrant red flames now danced forth. Some dwarves, neglecting their armor forging, turned their gazes toward the volcano. Chieftain Paluo and Elder Cavate arrived, contemplating the situation at the volcano's mouth. Paluo solemnly instructed, "All clansmen, please migrate to the rear." We must investigate the volcano's condition. Yes, chieftain. In an instant, the dwarves hurriedly gathered their belongings and moved their families to safety. Outyin, let us go and take a look, Paluo said, his hopeful gaze fixed on Outyin. Outyin smiled and replied, very well, Uncle Paluo, let us proceed. The four women also followed closely behind. A towering volcano, reaching heights of 500 to 600 meters, loomed before Paro and his companions as they approached a 4-meter-high, 3-meter-wide mountain opening at its base. Upon entering, a wave of heat engulfed them, and they treaded upon the gravelly terrain. Deep within the volcano, molten lava churned violently, and a dragon head emerged from the fiery depths, fixating its blazing red eyes upon Outyin and his party. The sight left all but Outyin and Paro feeling a chill of trepidation. Outyin murmured, a mid-tier demigod red dragon. Paro's expression turned grave as he inquired, do you have confidence? Outyin smiled, replying, absolutely. Paro's eyes gleamed with renewed hope, and the apprehension that had clouded the legendary dwarven elders dissipated. The red dragon, Barotin, opened its massive jaws and boomed, why do you disturb the slumber of the great demigod red dragon? Why does that pretty boy bear the scent of my dragonkin? Its voice resonated painfully in their ears. Paro's eyes flickered with intrigue as he glanced at Outyin, who responded with a subtle smile, choosing silence. I consider myself a part of the dragon lineage, Outyin declared. With a mighty flap of its wings, Barotin ascended from the lava, scrutinizing Outyin with its enormous eyes. Your presence is unsettling. I feel an urge to bow before you. The dragon finally managed to articulate after a prolonged gaze. Outyin replied with a slight smile, why do you not reside on Dragon Island? Upon hearing the mention of Dragon Island, Barotin's fury ignited. Its enraged roar reverberated throughout the volcano, causing the molten rock beneath to stir, while the dwarves outside appeared increasingly anxious. Dragon Island. That detestable bog, leveraging his royal lineage, schemed to seize the treasures left by my father. I confronted him, and as a result of striking a member of the dragon royal family, I was banished from Dragon Island. I refused to accept this. Why? Those treasures were bestowed upon me by my father. Bog. My hatred knows no bounds. Barotin bellowed in rage. Outyin's expression darkened at the mention of Bog, and a palpable aura of mid-tier demigod power emanated from him uncontrollably. What? Do you also share a grievance with that Bog? Barotin inquired, sensing Outyin's fury. The four women looked on, perplexed, as the dwarves turned their gazes towards Outyin. His face hardened as he muttered, Bog. My dear uncle, notorious indeed. Barotin's eyes narrowed. You are Bog's nephew. How can this be? Your power surpasses his. I suspect he remains at the initial stage of demigod. The four women reached out, grasping Outyin's arm with concern. Yet, Outyin turned to them, offering a reassuring smile. Fear not, I have complete confidence. Rest assured, I shall return to Dragon Island one day. Bog included. An enemy of my enemy is my ally. What do you say, Red Dragon? Care to join me? Outyin proposed. Barotin exhaled a plume of scorching flame, retorting, even if you are of royal blood, our realms of power are equal. Why should I join you? Why not the other way around? Outyin smiled confidently. If that is the case, I shall compel you to submit. You all may leave. I have matters to discuss with him. The four women voiced their concern. Husband, do take care. Outyin reassured them. Worry not. I am utterly confident. Now off you go. Upon receiving the affirmation from Tian, a group swiftly emerged from the volcano's mouth. The clash among demigods is not a spectacle to be taken lightly. Insufficient cultivation could lead to dire consequences. The red dragon, Barotin, displayed a countenance of fury upon hearing Tian's words, declaring, then let us engage in combat and see. With a resounding roar, he unleashed a torrent of dragon breath directed at Tian. Tian merely chuckled coldly, as the majestic form of a divine dragon, stretching 280 meters in length, manifested before him. The fiery, high-temperature breath collided against his back, eliciting a sensation of comfort. He jested, Little Red, have you not eaten? Your strength is lacking. Barotin, shaken to his core by Tian's dragon roar, felt an overwhelming urge to submit. How could this be? Even the pressure from the royal lineage of Bog could not subdue him. Yet this peculiar dragon before him exuded an even greater force that directly influenced his very soul. As he sensed Tian's divine dragon aura, Barotin's spirit quivered, and his power diminished by 50% in an instant. Fueled by indignation, he erupted in rage. disregarding the tremors within his mind, and forcefully gathered strength to strike at Tian's head. The winds from his claws were fierce, tearing through the space and sending massive boulders flying within the volcano. Tian's dragon eyes glinted with a cold smile as his golden-scaled claws met the incoming assault. The collision produced a thunderous sound as immense force struck Barotin's right paw, leaving him numb and bloodied, scales shattered. Barotin's eyes widened in shock, his soul suppressed and unable to unleash its full might. Reluctantly, he lowered his fierce crimson head and said, "Stop, no more fighting. I concede, I will follow you." Tian replied, "Very well, at least you possess some sense. Tell me your name, and from now on, you shall call me boss." Barotin respectfully responded, "Yes, boss. My name is Barotin." Transforming back into human form, Tian said, "Excellent, Barotin. Come with me. We shall return to Dragon Island soon. It has been less than a year since my birth." Barotin, now a robust red-haired man, was taken aback by Tian's statement. He could not fathom that Tian would deceive him. The dragon clan held its dignity. In less than a year, he had achieved such prowess. "Boss, you have completely transcended the growth limits of dragons." "Indeed," Tian smiled. "You can see from my dragon form that I am different, which is why I was compelled to leave." Barotin nodded earnestly. "They will surely regret it." Tian continued with a slight smile. "Bog is the one I intend to eliminate. When I was separated from my parents, I did not anticipate that Bog would send dragons to hunt me down. I was truly weak then, but fortunately, an older sister saved me. Alas, I wonder how she fares now. Dragon Island. I shall return." Gazing towards the sky in the direction of Dragon Island, Tian's expression turned wistful. "Boss, you will undoubtedly return. Bog will meet a grim fate," Barotin asserted, fully convinced of Tian's terrifying strength and exceptional talent. The two emerged from the volcanic crater and returned to the dwarven territory. The four women and Paro gazed at the transformed Barotin with expressions of curiosity. Tian smiled slightly and introduced, "This is the red dragon from the volcano. Now my little brother, Barotin. These are my wives, and this is Paro, the chief of the dwarves." Barotin respectfully addressed the four women, saying, "Greetings, sisters-in-law. I am Barotin." He then nodded slightly at Paro. The dragon race harbors its own pride. Had Tian not introduced Paro, the dwarven chief, he would have remained aloof. Paro, however, was not offended, understanding that the pride of dragons is innate. "Come, let us drink," he exclaimed with a hearty laugh. Barotin's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm, and he quickly followed suit. Chapter 84. Departure from the dwarven territory. Unfamiliar with the taste of alcohol, Barotin was captivated by the fiery essence of the sunfire wine. His eyes alight with delight. He became utterly enamored with this flavor, which ignited his insides like blazing fire, providing warmth and comfort with a hint of coolness. His lower self surged with fervor. Indeed, it was a potent drink for vitality. After finishing the last barrel of sunfire wine, Barotin looked longingly at Paro, who felt a shiver run down his spine under Barotin's intense gaze. With a sheepish smile, Paro replied, "Wait a moment, brother Barotin. I still have more than 10 barrels in my cellar. I shall fetch them for you." Upon hearing this, Barotin's eyes brightened, nodding eagerly like a chick pecking at grains. Tian and the four women exchanged glances, speechless. They never anticipated that a mid-level demigod dragon would turn into a wine connoisseur. Moments later, Paro returned with over 10 barrels of sunfire wine, unable to contain his excitement as he opened a barrel and began drinking. Refreshing. How could I, a proud demigod dragon, have lived so long without tasting such exquisite wine? How shall I endure the days without it from now on? "Ah, Paro, I curse you." After venting his frustrations, Barotin continued to indulge, a look of utter satisfaction on his face. Paro, with a beard that twitched at the corners of his mouth, bore the weight of regret in silence. Unbeknownst to Barotin, the wine he had taken from the cellar was indeed a precious vintage, aged for a century. Observing Barotin's well-developed muscles, Paro chose to ignore the dragon's insatiable thirst. Tian, watching Barotin drink, couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his mouth and turned to Paro, saying, "Uncle Paro, please tell me how to brew sunfire wine." Paro smiled and replied, "Ah, Tian, it is quite simple. Purchase regular rum and collect sunfire grass from the volcano. For each barrel, add 2 stalks, then refrigerate. After a month, it will be ready to drink. Understanding now?" Tian nodded in gratitude. The dwarf's time had nearly come to an end. After spending millions of gold coins to acquire some tungsten gold iron, the six departed from the dwarven territory under the watchful eyes of the chief and the elders. Before leaving, Paro thoroughly rated the stock of sunfire wine from each elder, leaving them fuming with indignation. The rugged paths of the Pavadia Mountains were fraught with various low to mid-level magical beasts, and some areas even harbored sanctified beasts. However, for Tian and his companions, these challenges were mere trifles. Along the journey, Beloten, now a wine-loving dragon, sipped the sunfire wine with caution, knowing the reserves were plentiful, savoring every taste with frequent licks of his lips to relish the flavor. As Tian turned his head unexpectedly, he couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. "My dear younger brother, look at your accomplishments. Before leaving, I specially scavenged countless sunfire herbs from the volcano. Once we reach the human city, I shall purchase some rum to brew, and in a month's time, you can indulge at your leisure." Beroten's eyes sparkled with excitement as he exclaimed, "Boss, is that truly the case? Splendid." With that, he began to gulp down the liquor, having amassed over 100 barrels of sunfire wine from a group of dwarven elders. Consuming 2 barrels a day would suffice, prompting Beroten to abandon any notion of moderation. The 4 women giggled, thoroughly amused by Beroten's antics. As they traversed a valley, they soon encountered a river, where some low-level magical beasts quenched their thirst. The sounds of roars echoed in the air. Suddenly, a cacophony arose as the beast herd, in a state of panic, charged towards Tian. Puzzled by their fright, he and his 5 companions stepped aside, and moments later, the herd thundered past, with several domain warriors slaying the stragglers. With a swift strike of his sword, Jinhui dispatched a mid-level ironback lizard, and his gaze fell upon 2 men and 4 women not far to his left, one of whom was an elven maiden. A fleeting glimmer of desire flickered in Jinhui's eyes, but it vanished almost instantly. Tian, possessing keen perception, caught that brief expression and smirked inwardly, thinking, "As long as they do not provoke me, all will be well. But should they dare, they shall meet their end." Jinhui turned to his companion, Jinghua, and instructed, "Dispose of the magical beast carcasses, then deal with them." Jinhui cast a knowing glance towards Tian and his group. The warriors, oblivious to the true prowess concealed within Tian's entourage, could only perceive Jinhui's strength at the late domain stage, unaware that his companions were all at least mid-legendary rank. The 4 women had already sensed something amiss and looked towards Tian, who quietly remarked, "Your cultivation has advanced too swiftly, though solid and without any superficiality. Your battle experience remains insufficient. If these individuals pose a threat, I shall leave it to you." Beroten, taking a swig of sunfire wine, reassured the 4 women, "Sisters, fret not. Those weaklings are mere playthings. Even if a demigod emerges from behind, both the boss and I can handle them." The 4 women erupted in laughter, their exuberance causing their garments to sway. 1,000 meters away, Jinhui's gaze fell upon the 4 women laughing, igniting a fiery desire within him. He gulped hard, captivated by their beauty, far surpassing that of his wife, who merely adorned herself with expensive cosmetics. Such a graceful figure. Jinhui squinted his eyes and gathered his 5 domain companions. "Do you see those 4 goddess-like women? I want the one in the black dress. The rest are yours to choose." As the leader, Jinhui's words held sway, and the other domain warriors, equally enchanted by the women's beauty, nodded eagerly. "Very well. Let us commence. Kill the men, and then enjoy the women. Move swiftly." Jinhui's face contorted into a sinister expression as he leaned against Tian's group. "Understood." The 6 warriors from the Jinhui family approached Tian's party with calm demeanors, yet the flicker of malice in their eyes did not escape Tian's notice. The 4 women exchanged knowing glances, their hearts cold with caution. Jinhui approached Tian and his companions with a smile, saying, "Young brother, we find ourselves in the perilous Pavadia Mountains. If you do not mind, my 6 brothers and I could offer you our protection. We are all masters of the sacred realm. However, our services are not without cost. We would require some form of compensation." At last, Jinhui revealed his ulterior motives. Tian, unperturbed, smiled in response. "Oh, to have 6 sacred realm masters guarding us is truly splendid. What is it that you require from us?" Seeing Tian's keen understanding, Jinhui smiled slightly, channeling his inner energy. Before he could utter a word, his great sword surged forth, aimed directly at Tian's heart. The other 5 sacred realm masters sprang into action, as Jinhui's azure-tinged sword struck Tian's chest with a resounding clang, akin to a blow against metal. failing to penetrate, merely tearing a layer of fabric. Alarm surged through Jin Hui's mind. In that moment, as the 5 sacred realm masters acted, Kesselin unleashed a subtle, dark power, ensnaring them in a pitch-black prison devoid of light. Elena smiled faintly, waving her legendary staff, a flash of red illuminating the scene. As Sophia and Long Linger swiftly launched their assault, within the dark confines of the prison, a crimson divine dragon erupted with a fierce heat, charging towards the 5 sacred realm masters. In a flash of green light, countless thorny vines pierced their bodies, the wounds darkening ominously. A crimson beam of light shot forth, and within a mere second, the 5 sacred realm masters screamed in agony, their souls departing this world. Seeing his companions vanish, Jin Hui was engulfed by regret. It was over. The Jin family was doomed. As a hidden powerhouse of the Jin family, their complete annihilation here weighed heavily on him. He cursed himself for being blinded by beauty, his inner turmoil escalating. The cyclone of energy within his abdomen began to whirl violently. Quick as lightning, Long Linger thrust a fiery spear through Jin Hui's abdomen, deflating the explosive energy he had gathered as if it were a punctured balloon. His eyes brimmed with disbelief as he collapsed to the ground. With a resounding thud, his body was obliterated, leaving no trace behind. Once matters were settled, the group continued on their journey. Chapter 85. The disruptors arrived. Before them lay a verdant landscape. Tian and his companions had exited the Pavadia Mountains. Gazing into the distance, they beheld a human city nearly 100 miles away. Tian smiled, exclaiming, "Let us proceed. The city awaits." Despite their mastery, the weariness of the journey was eclipsed by their joy at the sight of civilization. Meanwhile, Barotin's thoughts were consumed by rum and fiery spirits. If Tian were privy to Barotin's musings, he would undoubtedly be at a loss for words. As dusk descended, the sun dipped low in the sky, and the 6 companions entered the city of Kolo, met by the astonished gazes of the guards at the city gate. Kesselin mentioned that the Ofa Empire was covertly supported by the Church of Darkness, with everything within the empire dictated by its will. Tian, taken aback, pondered whether he should establish an empire of his own. After a brief moment of contemplation, he shook his head, deciding against it. Although Kolo City is a small town, it experiences a significant influx of people due to its proximity to the Pavadia mountain range. Skilled individuals of the 5th and 6th ranks can frequently be seen strolling down the streets. The Kesserin family's establishments, known as Heavenly Paradise, are spread throughout the continent, and there is one located in this small town. It is worth noting that the Ross Empire does not fall under the jurisdiction of the Dark God cult. Nevertheless, Heavenly Paradise operates widely within the empire, which is understandable given that it is a favored enterprise of the Ofa Empire. Kesserin produced the Houston family crest, and the proprietor of Heavenly Paradise, filled with delight, promptly bowed and escorted Tian and his companions to the top floor. Tian, ever familiar, addressed the owner, "Bring us some signature dishes and meat, along with a few dozen barrels of fiery wine." Upon hearing the mention of wine, Barotin's eyes sparkled with excitement. Barika, bending slightly in respect, assured, "Young master, rest assured, it will be ready shortly." With that, he departed, closing the door behind him. As Barotin sipped the fiery sun wine while waiting, Tian reclined on a soft couch, playfully exclaiming, "Oh, how ticklish." Elena, feeling the playful touch, laughed and protested, "Tian, stop it. There are others here." Tian chuckled, "What others? It is but a dragon." Barotin, innocently blinking his eyes as he watched Tian frolic with the 4 ladies, murmured to himself, "Human preferences are truly peculiar. The boss seems to be enjoying himself immensely. I don't understand." He then took another sip of his wine. Heavenly Paradise demonstrated remarkable efficiency. Soon, the door swung open, and several charming maidens began to bring dishes to the table. In no time, everything was set. After a night of indulgence, the room was filled with a lingering air of springtime romance. As dawn broke, sunlight streamed through the window, casting a warm glow upon the purple sandalwood floor. Kesserin stirred slightly, her long eyelashes fluttering, and her enchanting violet eyes opened. Seizing the hand of the snow peak, she exclaimed loudly, "Time to rise. Wake up, lazy pigs." The others were quickly roused from their slumber, channeling their energy to dispel the sweat that had settled upon them. Tian retrieved his clothing from the dragon god's space and donned it. The ladies, swiftly imitating his actions, began to dress in their gowns. Observing their figures and faces, Tian licked his lips, imagining how captivating Kesserin would appear in stockings as she strolled outside, surely captivating countless onlookers. The four ladies adjusted their hairstyles and then opened the door, only to find Barotin fast asleep, who abruptly collided with the floor as he fell. Rubbing his eyes, he saw the four ladies and Tian and exclaimed, "Boss, you all are up so early." Barotin instantly sprang to his feet, and Tian smiled, saying, "Let us go have breakfast." Barotin's eyes lit up. "Boss, we must have wine." The four ladies erupted in laughter. Tian heartily replied, "Rest assured, there will be plenty." Descending to the second floor, they found that Heavenly Paradise opened early, already bustling with activity. Tian ordered the same dishes as the previous night, and the proprietor, smiling, retreated. In no time, the dishes were served, and Tian and his companions began to feast. Positioned by a window, Tian enjoyed his meal while observing the lively street scene outside. Make way! Make way! Do not block the path." A fierce-looking brute struck a group of pedestrians blocking the path, bellowing for a young man in splendid attire to pass. The assaulted individuals dared not voice their anger, for the young man was none other than Jinjia, the son of the Lord of Quelling, accompanied by 7 ruffians. Jinjia ascended to the second floor of the establishment known as Heaven on Earth. Upon discovering that his customary private room was occupied and its door shut, he erupted in fury. Which scoundrel dares to disregard the rules? This is my exclusive chamber. Jin Mao, proceed, force your way in. Upon hearing his master's wrath, the foremost thug, Jin Mao, touched his golden tuft of hair and kicked open the door with a resounding crash, revealing 6 pairs of eyes fixed upon Jinjia and his entourage. Jin Mao was momentarily entranced by 4 stunningly beautiful women, their expressions icy, eyes flashing with disdain. While Tian wore a silent smile, and Barotin merely glanced at Jinjia's group before returning to his drink. Seeing himself so blatantly ignored, Jinjia's anger surged. He strode directly in front of Tian. Though Tian possessed a robust physique, Jinjia perceived him as merely a pretty boy devoid of strength. "Do you not realize that this chamber is mine? Do you seek death? If you wish to spare your life, crawl beneath me and offer up these 4 lovely ladies as tribute. I may consider letting you live," Jinjia declared arrogantly. Tian smiled faintly, a glimmer of coldness flashing in his eyes. "Oh, and who might you be?" His words ignited Jinjia's fury, and he raised his hand to overturn the dishes on the table. In an instant, Tian seized Jinjia's wrist, rendering it numb, followed by the sound of cracking joints, leaving Jinjia pale with shock. Chapter 86. The demise of Jinjia and his associates. Seeing his master captured, Jin Mao's rage flared. Channeling his 5th-level fighting spirit, he hurled a punch at Tian's head. A cold snort echoed in Jin Mao's ears. With a sickening thud, both Jin Mao and the 6 ruffians fell to the ground, bloodied and defeated, while Jinjia's face turned even paler, the words "holy domain" flashing through his mind. However, thoughts of his family quickly restored his composure. "Even if you are a master of the holy domain, what of it? Release me, or my family will not let you go," Jinjia threatened. With a sickening crunch, Jinjia's wrist shattered, eliciting a scream of agony. Tian smirked coldly. "The Jin family, which Jin family?" As pain coursed through him, Jinjia gasped but continued to threaten. "My ancestor, Jin Hui, along with several holy domain experts, has gone to the Pavadaya Mountains to hunt beasts. My ancestor is a formidable master of the late holy domain. You must release me at once, or when they return, you shall be doomed. It is not too late. Let me go and offer me the women beside you, or await your demise at the hands of my ancestors." Tian recalled the holy domain experts who had once harbored ill intentions towards them, his face turning cold. "Oh, them? They are already dead." Jinjia, enraged, retorted, "Nonsense. How could they possibly be dead? Release me at once. Since we are of the same ilk, none of us are virtuous. We are but a scourge upon the innocent. I shall do the populace a favor by eliminating the likes of you." With a flick of his fingertip, Tian summoned a flicker of flame that instantly surged towards Jinjia's body. In a mere heartbeat, Jinjia was engulfed, reduced to nothingness in less than a second. Lying on the ground, blood spewing from his mouth, Jinjia's golden-haired companion gazed at Tian, his face paling and terror etched in his eyes. Without a glance towards them, Tian addressed the drinking Barotin. "Kid, these fellows are in your hands now. Rest assured, boss, I guarantee they will have an exhilarating experience." Barotin replied, vanishing from his seat in an instant. With a resounding thud, he delivered a beating to the 7 men, who fell lifeless. The tavern owner, Balika, rushed in upon hearing the commotion and was struck with disbelief at the scene. He expected Tian and his group to be at a disadvantage, only to find that it was Jean Jia and his companions who had all perished. Bending slightly, Balika bowed to Catherine. "Miss, I apologize for disturbing your meal. I will arrange for the aftermath immediately." Catherine smiled gently. "It's quite all right. We will handle this," extending her jade-like finger towards the corpses of the 7 ruffians. Dark elements converged in an instant, igniting the bodies with dark flames that consumed them to nothingness in less than a second. Balika, a formidable expert at level 6, narrowed his eyes, sensing no trace of the attack, and thus spoke with even greater respect. "Miss, you are truly remarkable." Catherine replied, "All right, you may leave now." "Yes," Balika said, bowing respectfully before turning to depart. "Let us continue our meal." Indeed, after their repast, the 6 of them emerged from the establishment, weaving through the bustling crowd. "I must tell you, word from the imperial capital, the city of Alpha, reveals that Princess Yeva is gravely ill. His Majesty has issued a decree, summoning capable healers from across the realm. Whoever can cure Princess Yeva will be rewarded with the title of Duke and a sum of 10 million gold coins." "Is that true?" "Absolutely. Notices have been posted at the city gates. Come, Aburatwo, let us give it a try. Perhaps we could truly heal her." "Forget it. With our mediocre skills, we might worsen the princess's condition and doom ourselves." Upon hearing this, Tian's eyes sparkled. 10 million gold coins, intriguing. Let us head to the city gates. Indeed, as expected, at the city gates, a notice was affixed, echoing the words of the passerby. Tian chuckled, "Ladies, let us go claim that 10 million gold." Barotin's eyes gleamed. As a dragon, he had an inherent fondness for shiny treasures. "Boss, let us pursue that 10 million gold." Tian laughed heartily. "Let us go earn that 10 million gold." Their voices, not at all hushed, attracted the attention of those around them, who began to murmur and point at Tian and his group. "Look at that pretty boy, thinking he can earn 10 million. Does he believe he is a legendary light mage? Yet, that beauty beside him is truly stunning. A goddess. How exquisite. Indeed, if only I could have a chance with such a beauty, I would gladly meet my end." "Absolutely." A chorus of agreement arose from the men nearby. Dragon Ling's expression turned icy. With a disdainful huff, her formidable presence sent a wave of force that knocked several men off their feet, causing a cacophony of cries as they fell in disarray. In the distance, onlookers quickly covered their mouths, aghast. One among them, a level 6 novice, was sent reeling by her mere cold snort. It was truly terrifying. As Tian stepped beyond the city gates, embarking on his journey towards the imperial city of Alpha, deep within the boundless ocean on the island of death, in the headquarters of the Dark God sect, a palace stood. Here, Houston the 43rd received news from his subordinates, a smile gracing his face. The elimination of 3 renowned mid-tier demigods was truly a formidable feat. Lin had surprisingly entered the legendary realm. It seemed that soon she would surpass me. Tian, such an enigmatic individual, choosing to frolic in the human world instead of remaining on Dragon Island. How intriguing. Whispering to himself, he turned and entered an inner chamber. Houston the 43rd rotated a vase atop the bookshelf, causing the shelf to split in two as if a portal had been unveiled, allowing him to step inside. He traversed a long corridor adorned with luminous pearls, arriving at a small secret chamber measuring 20 square meters. The chamber was devoid of clutter, save for a snow-white, transparent ice coffin emanating a chilling aura. Approaching the coffin, Houston gazed intently at the beautiful woman within. She was clad in a dark gown, her features bearing a resemblance to Catherine's, lying peacefully inside, her long eyelashes coated with frost. Tears welled in Houston's eyes, cascading down his cheeks. Linlin has grown up and found a remarkable man. She is truly capable. Far more than I ever was. Linlin has already entered the legendary realm, and soon she will eclipse me. A look of contentment crossed his face. Do you know how much I miss you? I loathe my own weakness. How I wish it had been me who perished instead. Why were you so foolish? Clenching his fists, the joints cracking ominously, he vowed, "Do not worry, Before long, once I attain mid-tier demigod status and have complete control of the Elders' Council, I will beseech our ancestors to strike against the Kila family. I will ensure their demise." Wait for me. Our ancestor once said that after becoming a deity, there exists a chance to find the soul rebirth grass in the underworld. I will certainly resurrect you, even if it takes 10,000 years. Houston the 43rd swore. His fists clenched tightly. His wife, Bai, had given birth to Catherine shortly before the fortuitous rise of Houston the 43rd as Pope. While attending to matters in the Alpha Empire, they encountered Bai, the only son of the Kila family patriarch, in the ocean. Houston the 43rd, having recently reached the pinnacle of the legendary realm, and Bai, a late-stage legend, were beset by Bai, whose legendary prowess, along with two other late-stage legends, overwhelmed them. Ultimately, the two late-stage legends perished, and Bai sacrificed herself to protect him. Fortunately, Houston managed to gather half of Bai's soul within his body, and in a fit of rage, he severely wounded Bai, enabling his escape. Had it been any ordinary family, even a prominent one within the empire, Houston the 43rd could have annihilated their entire lineage. However, Bai was the sole heir of the ancient Kila family, which boasted sub-deity level experts. Although the Dark God sect harbored many such beings, Houston could not leverage their power. He had long endured this resentment. Casting one last lingering glance at the ice coffin housing Bai, Houston the 43rd turned and departed. Chapter 87. The looming conspiracy upon a grand island in the boundless ocean, within the opulent hall of the Porto family estate. Pharaoh received news from the mainland that twisted his countenance into a mask of fury. The report of Yin transforming into a divine dragon and engaging in a fierce battle with the three mid-tier demigods had reached the family. Echoing the grim predictions made by their ancestor regarding the death of Gulite, the guardian beast of the Ross Empire, he mused sinisterly. If I cannot strike at you directly, then I shall lay waste to the Ross Empire itself. Pharaoh's face contorted with malevolence, his eyes ablaze as he murmured to himself. The message relayed the swift demise of the angel that had crushed Yin, a being of mid-tier demigod strength, vanishing into nothingness. A chill of fear gripped Pharaoh, for it was undoubtedly the work of an entity of his ancestors' caliber, although he had never witnessed his ancestors' might firsthand, having fathered a son in his later years. Pharaoh ascended to the position of family head, filled with a mix of joy and pride. He took a wife, and soon after, a son was born, to whom he lavished every desire and indulgence. The son of the Baradun family, he pondered, a dragon who refuses to remain on Dragon Island, instead flaunting itself in the human realm. Certainly a dragon exiled from its kin. After much contemplation, Pharaoh concluded that Yin was indeed a forsaken dragon of Dragon Island. Had Yin been privy to Pharaoh's deduction, he would undoubtedly have rewarded him with a resounding thumbs up. Your guess is correct. Summon 8 peak legendary masters and 10 late legendary experts to annihilate the imperial capital of the Ross Empire. I intend for the Baradun family to face total destruction, Pharaoh declared, his eyes gleaming with cold determination as he addressed those outside. Rest assured, Master, I shall convey your orders at once. Before long, the 8 peak legendary elders and 10 late legendary elders approached Pharaoh with respectful bows. Pharaoh, maintaining a composed demeanor, instructed, remember, I want the Ross Empire razed to the ground, beginning with the complete eradication of the Baradun family, followed by the obliteration of the imperial capital. The leading elder, Gatanner, assured him, do not worry, Master. If the intelligence you provided is accurate, this endeavor is assuredly secure. Pharaoh replied, have no fear. The colossal dragon who has entered the realm of demigods is not within the Ross Empire. Currently, the only formidable presence within the Ross Empire is the peak legendary royal ancestor, Tian. The rest are insignificant threats. The group nodded in agreement, and Gatanner remarked, in that case, we shall hasten our departure. Very well, I appreciate your service to the family. As the sea breeze swept through, the 8 peak legendary masters and 10 late legendary experts of the Porto family soared across the ocean toward the mainland. Upon entering the bustling city of Bolin, Yin felt a tremor in his spirit. At his level, he could sense the faint stirrings of potential peril. His expression grew grave. What could it be? The 4 women accompanying him noticed his pause, and Elena, displaying concern, inquired, Darling, what troubles you? Yin gathered his thoughts, the discomfort dissipating, and smiled reassuringly. It's nothing. Seeing that Yin was reluctant to elaborate, Elena, understanding his disposition, refrained from pressing further. As they entered Bolin City, the throngs of people surged toward the imperial capital, some harboring hopes of curing the ailment afflicting Princess Yeva of the Alpha Empire. Given the recent tremor Yin had sensed, He felt no desire to linger and continued onward to the next city. Weary from travel, after passing through several cities, Tian stopped a passerby and asked, "Good sir, may I inquire how far we are from the imperial capital?" "My lord, upon exiting Miaoshuan City, one must traverse a mountain before journeying another 100 miles to reach the imperial capital, Aofiching." "Thank you. Take these." Tian tossed 10 gold coins towards him and departed. Stepping through the city gates and onto the official road, several individuals rode swiftly towards the capital. In the distance, a towering mountain rose nearly 1,000 meters high, featuring a cave entrance measuring 10 meters in height and 5 meters in width, carved out to facilitate passage without circumventing the mountain. Entering the dark cavern, the darkness posed no challenge to Tian and his companions, who navigated as though in light. Suddenly, a thunderous rumble echoed ahead, signaling a landslide. Startled, Tian and his group quickened their pace. If the mountain were to completely collapse, it would certainly delay them. The 6 of them accelerated, and in a swift moment, massive boulders obstructed the path of a group ahead. Some voiced their grievances, cursing the miscreant responsible for this disruption, lamenting the long journey they had endured. Tian's group reached the boulders, and with a swift motion, Tian delivered a powerful punch that shattered the stone. The path was cleared once more. They continued on their way, while onlookers stared in astonishment at Tian. They had assumed that even a 5th-level warrior's full-force strike would merely chip away at the formidable rock, as the mountain was notoriously resilient, typically impervious to damage unless struck by a master of the sacred domain. Yet, such masters would not engage in frivolous attacks on mountains. The sound of galloping hooves approached, and Tian turned to see 3 initial-stage sacred domain warriors mounted on horseback, followed by 100 armed individuals below 5th level. A smile crept across Tian's face as he murmured, "How intriguing, a robbery amidst these mountains." Indeed, the 3 sacred domain warriors had noted the recent influx of travelers to the capital and devised a plan to ambush them, with the fallen boulders serving as their trap. The lead, a fierce-looking man, commanded the gathering crowd, "Surround them. If you wish to pass safely through these mountains, surrender your valuables, otherwise, well." With a wave of his energy, he struck towards the right, creating a large hole in the cavern wall. "Oh heavens, a master of the sacred domain!" exclaimed bystanders in disbelief. "They've come to rob us. Please, I am but a humble man seeking sustenance in the capital. Let me pass." A pale-faced, middle-aged man pleaded. Falling to his knees, the lead warrior shot a lance of energy straight towards him. The energy pierced through the man's heart, and with a thunderous impact, he fell lifeless to the ground. Fearful onlookers collapsed to the ground, pleading for mercy. The lead sacred domain warrior then smiled, instructing his followers, "Search thoroughly. Leave no valuable item unclaimed." "Yes, boss." Suddenly, the lead warrior spotted Tian's group in the distance. Upon seeing the 4 enchanting women, akin to celestial beings descended from the heavens, he declared, "You 6 over there. Yes, you. Come here and hand over your money. And you 4 lovely ladies shall entertain us. We promise you will have a delightful time. Brother, there is also a beautiful elven maiden here. What a stroke of fortune." "Oh, indeed. Brother, let us play a game of chance. Whoever wins shall claim the elven beauty as their own." "Agreed, it is settled." A dark line appeared on Tian's forehead as this group of fools made their decision without consulting the parties involved. Long Linger, known for her fiery temperament, swiftly grasped her spear, unleashing a blinding flash that struck the 3 men. How extraordinarily swift! The 3 early-stage Saint Realm warriors found themselves ensnared in a vortex of impending doom, a chilling aura enveloping them. Boom! In an instant, they exploded. Their flesh and blood scattered, meeting their untimely demise. "The boss is dead. Brothers, flee." A quick-witted lad, shaken by the terrifying spectacle of his 3 leaders' demise, uttered a hasty remark before turning to escape at once, vanishing in a flash. "Run." In an instant, the crowd regained their senses, discarding their weapons and fleeing in panic. Bystanders gazed in shock as the once mighty trio, who had exuded an air of dominance over life and death, lay lifeless, while their followers scattered in terror. "Thank you, benefactor. We are eternally grateful for your rescue." A throng of individuals hurried to express their gratitude to Long Linger for her timely intervention. Tian smiled gently and said, "Let us depart." The group nodded in agreement and turned to leave. After traversing a distance of 1,000 meters, they finally emerged from the cave. As sunlight bathed their bodies, some of them stepped out into the open, profoundly relieved to have survived. Gazing up at the sun, they felt an unexpected warmth, a stark contrast to the earlier tension.